Chapter 1. Ah, how dare they travel in pairs? Surely this must be the thought lingering in the mind of my knight. Look at my knight king, how his face flushes with indignation. Just moments ago, he proclaimed, no forming of teams, no forming of teams, huh? What are you still dawdling for? Do laugh. The onlookers were doubled over. As if they had already foreseen the outcome, no sooner had the words left their lips than they were met with a swift rebuke. It would infuriate anyone, especially when the target was the Black Knight King, the very man who, upon witnessing his subordinate's disgrace, had ruthlessly stormed the temple in a frenzy of slaughter. The fates of these foreign players were already sealed. Haha, I wonder which one of them is Zeus. Lin Qingwei narrowed her eyes in another independent game. Zeus was akin to a deity, possessing an awe-inspiring strength, dominating the game for several epochs, and leading his nation to unprecedented growth, making it one of the 6 great nations. At this moment, Zeus must be among them. With that thought, she could not help but relish the image of that man, powerful beyond measure, whom both she and the wandering souls had to look up to, now enduring torment and wishing for death. The 2 seasoned players could hardly contain their amusement. Which guild do those Chinese players belong to? Be sure to instruct them to receive a raise. They are performing splendidly. In a certain location, beside Lu Mao, a youth beamed with delight as he watched the video. Lu Mao nodded in agreement, filled with joy. He had once suffered grievously, on the verge of collapse, but witnessing the current situation made all his past troubles seem trivial, mere setbacks. Just look at these foreign players. Trapped in the temple, slaughtered for over an hour, they had finally managed to escape, only to be hunted down once more. They must be questioning the meaning of life by now, Lu Mao chuckled. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. The key is that the Sword King remains stationed at the first passage, preventing them from forming teams. How will they proceed? They can only take risks. This presents an opportunity for us to level up at the first checkpoint, rapidly enhancing our cultivation, establishing an absolute advantage, then overthrowing the Sword King to seize the passage token, thereby expanding our victory. Within the base, Lin Qing spoke with a smile. In the land of China, a jubilant uproar ensued. This event even drew the attention of national institutions. News broadcasts had begun compiling footage, preparing to report on it that evening, of course, presenting the tragic experiences of these foreign players from a fair and impartial perspective. To this, Zhou Qing remained oblivious. He understood that those Chinese players were deliberately provoking trouble, but what did it matter to him? It was precisely what Zhou Qing needed, an opportunity to escalate his kill count. Now that someone had provided him with a chance, he would not be courteous. Zhou Qing once more led the fury of spirits back to the temple. In the temple, within another upper dimensional space, several golden-haloed beings sat in mutual glances, expressing their helplessness. Those foolish beings. We are out of options. They are seeking their own demise. Zhou Qing was aware of the division between domestic and foreign players, but these natives remained oblivious, knowing only that these individuals were outsiders, thus unaware that the Chinese players were sacrificing themselves, deliberately scheming against the foreign players. They perceived these players as exceedingly foolish. These outsiders are so incredibly stupid. How could such fools present themselves at our doorstep? A voice filled with ire emanated from the golden light. What shall we do? The Fire King is a new king, the 35th ruler. Though he belongs to the dark faction, he is also a wanderer, unbound by the laws of darkness. The contract we established with the darkness holds no sway over him. Seek assistance? To request aid for such a trivial matter? If a conflict arises, will it be our demise or that of the Fire King? We are merely servants of light, while the Fire King is one of the 35 rulers. Who among us can match him, except for the lady? Then shall we kill him? With the lady already slain, do you think you can? What then shall we do? Unless we summon the lady for assistance. Are you mad? The lady came here to experience life. Having been killed once has left her traumatized. What if she were to be killed again? This time is different. We shall have her take the divine artifact with her. That is unacceptable. The guardians of the Temple of Light engaged in a heated debate. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing was immersed in the thrill of slaughter, accumulating his kill count. Time flowed like water, silently slipping away. A cohort of players from the Yamato and Bangzi nations had completely shattered their spirits. While death was tolerable, being unable to log out during battle was unbearable even in death. They would instantly resurrect, and upon logging out, they would be notified that they were within the aggro range of monsters, preventing their exit. The mentality of the Yamato players had long since crumbled into nothingness. A single death was acceptable, but repeated fatalities, hours of torment, had turned what was meant to be a game into an endless massacre. Even the most resilient among them could not bear it. Ordinary individuals, when forced to sit still for 3 hours, would be on the brink of collapse. How much more so for those who had chosen a pain level of 30, driven by the desire to avoid harm and death. Now, this motivational strategy had become their torment. A pain level of 30, seemingly trivial, yet repeated deaths were enough to drive one to despair. Some even fainted from the experience, being forced offline. Ding! After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhou Qing, drenched in blood, had slain countless foes, the trickling blood accumulating into a river. Even with lava present within the temple, the place resembled the hell of Azuras, the stench of blood saturating the air. Ding! You have achieved the accomplishment. All enemies slain. Accompanied by the notification sound, Zhou Qing sheathed his sword with a smile, departing with the malevolent spirit knight. After Zhou Qing left the temple, the events within it finally came to a close. Ugh! The stench of blood was overwhelming as several resurrected Yamato players could not help but retch, while more Bangzi players turned ashen. This was worth it, although the Chinese players had also suffered greatly. Witnessing the expressions of the Yamato and Bangzi players filled them with satisfaction, leading them to opt for logging out to rest. Being continuously slain had exhausted their spirits. I want to log out. Among the crowd, a resolute Bangzi player collapsed to the ground in agony, his head pounding. He was Zeus, once a god who had swept through an independent game. To impose pressure upon himself, coupled with his confidence, he had set his pain level to 30. At this moment, his head felt as if it would explode. I shall remember this grudge. Zeus clutched his head, disappearing in pain as he finally freed himself from the hatred and was able to log out. The players from Yamato and Bangzi had lost all desire to continue playing, fearing that another madman would form a team, leading them to suffer once more. Thus, they had no inclination to seek retribution against those shameless Chinese players. However, this was merely the beginning. Before them lay an insurmountable mountain. At level 0, with no minor monsters to grant experience, they had to challenge the Sword King in their 0-level state to progress. If they could form a team, there might be a glimmer of hope, yet they were unable to do so, sealing their fate. These foreign players could only follow the domestic players, wallowing in sorrow. Ding! Ding! Accomplishment completed. All enemies slain. Title: Slaughter Upgrade God of War. Title effect: Slaughter Aura. Description: surrounding oneself with an aura of carnage. Every 3 breaths inflicting judgment upon nearby enemies. Failure results in mental trauma, with a chance of suffering 1,000 points of mental damage, inciting fear, shock, and retreat. Additional ability of title: Surge of Slaughter. Surge of Slaughter infuses tangible killing intent into 2 pieces of equipment, granting them special enhancements. Zhou Qing's eyes brightened. The effect of Slaughter Aura had been reduced from 10 breaths to 3, and the damage had increased from 100 points to 1,000 points, a significant enhancement. Regrettably, this Slaughter Aura has yet to prove its true worth. Zhou Qing shook his head. It was not that the Slaughter Aura was ineffective, but rather that either the opponents were too weak, falling with a single blow, or too strong, capable of resisting its influence. Nevertheless, the potency of the Slaughter Aura was undeniable. The accompanying surge of slaughter, affixed to his weapon, was the true highlight, vastly augmenting the weapon's lethality. Surge of Slaughter, affixed to weapons, damage increased by 500 points. Affixed to armor, successful defense against enemies inflicts 500 points of counter damage. Zhou Qing glanced at it, noting that the damage from Surge of Slaughter had improved from 100 to 500, yielding quite favorable results. Now, let us continue our exploration. Zhou Qing's gaze flickered as he was about to proceed to the realm of the Boundary King when he suddenly received a prompt invitation to meet for Mingbao. Before Zhou Qing could respond, he was met with another series of notifications. Ding! A special event has occurred in your territory. Please address it promptly, or unknown changes will ensue. Unknown changes? Zhou Qing was taken aback. The territory was of utmost importance. Thus he did not hasten to continue exploring, but instead vanished from sight. Brother, look over there. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, Ing Bao eagerly reported, for reasons unknown, our camp has suddenly undergone a transformation today. One of the 3 trial camps, the survival camp, seems to have altered its appearance, and I cannot exert control over it all. I understand. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, intending to step directly into the secret realm for investigation when he felt a stirring in his heart. He glanced at the legendary elf Yan, who stood coldly not far away, beckoning her to approach. Yan appeared somewhat surprised, but walked over slowly. Come with me inside. Zhou Qing contemplated whether Yan was the source of the trouble. His territory was of great significance. If Yan were to target him, it could be manageable, but should she act against the territory, this secret realm might become the resting place of the legendary elf. Yan's expression remained calm, revealing no signs of anomaly. With a wave of his hand, the two vanished from their location in an instant. Before them, a flickering glow illuminated the scene as the human and the elf found themselves in a picturesque valley. The landscape was a vivid tapestry of lush greenery, with a gentle brook cascading down from the upstream, its waters crystal clear and sparkling. By the stream, Zhou Qing and Yan appeared. Is this the realm of survival? Zhou Qing furrowed his brow. This realm had been meticulously crafted by his own hands, yet he distinctly remembered not conjuring such a vision. This indicated that the realm had transformed beyond his original design. In that moment, a notification sounded. Ping. You have entered the realm, the trial has commenced, and the current template restrictions have been activated. Zhou Qing paused momentarily, then noticed that his attributes had temporarily been adjusted to a total of 20. This did not surprise him. As he had set the realm's rules himself, all entrants would be constrained to a level of 20, restoring their abilities upon exit, ensuring that all participants operated on an equal playing field. The challenge lay not solely in attributes, but encompassed much more. Your current total attributes stand at 20. Ping. Certain skills have been sealed. The assessment task has officially begun. Please reside here for 1 month. Task requirement: survival. Notice: be aware that all opponents encountered will be of equal level. Notice: this assessment task requires teamwork should a teammate perish. A penalty of 30% will be imposed on all attributes. What? Zhou Qing was taken aback, his expression darkening. The dungeon he established originally bore no punitive measures now. A penalty mechanism had emerged. Where has the error occurred? Who is meddling? A surge of anger welled up within Zhou Qing as he identified 2 primary suspects, the goddess of death and the devourer, Ilya. He no longer considered Yan as the mastermind. She lacked the power to diminish even his own attributes. This dark law could only be wielded by a king of later stages. Once I escape, I shall settle accounts with you all. None shall find peace unless things are restored to their rightful state. Zhou Qing was uncertain whether they were responsible. He was even apathetic to whether they had orchestrated this scheme. His priority was to break through all obstacles with force and escape the realm. From this moment forth, follow my lead. Zhou Qing cast a glance at Yan, who appeared pale and overwhelmed, standing frozen in place. Noticing her demeanor, Zhou Qing understood that her attributes had likely also been suppressed, leaving her in a state of anxiety and fear. Chapter 72. The Dark Conspiracy. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Death, the King of Shadows sat discontentedly to one side. Before her, a dense darkness swirled like a mass of black fog. During this period, the King of Shadows had been unable to venture out, all due to this encroaching darkness. Xiaoyu, you have greatly disappointed me. From the depths of the darkness, an ancient voice echoed. What disappointment? Am I not handling the situation? Once I subdue him, I shall present him to you, she retorted. Subduing him at the cost of yourself? And you call that subduing? The voice from the darkness carried a hint of ire. At the cost of myself? If anyone else dared speak to me in such a manner, I would sever their head from their shoulders. The King of Shadows snapped, her teeth clenched in frustration. That is not a cost, that is a willingly made choice. I'm willing to let him rest beside me otherwise. How could he possibly subdue me? Willingly? He looks down upon you. Nonsense. Xia Yu's fury ignited. You remain unchanged, just as before, lacking any trace of him. Xia Yu's expression darkened as she turned her head away, refusing to speak further. Were there any remnants of him within you, I might have spared his life. Since nothing has transpired between you, I shall take his life. That is unacceptable, Xia Yu shouted angrily. Then with a swift turn of her gaze, added, You lack the ability to kill him. He is the Fire King, the 35th king. You underestimate a deity. From the darkness, the voice remained timeless and unyielding, stating the facts. Indeed, as one of the 35th kings, they possessed the ability to slay gods, making it difficult for others to harm them directly. However, the realm he commanded granted them a glimmer of hope. By paying a modest price, they had infiltrated the realm. Its peculiar nature meant that if he failed to seize the lead, or if his companions fell, he too would meet his demise. You dare to break the rules? Do you not fear that Ilya and the others will come for you? Xia Yu's face paled in shock. This is a law established by the Fire King himself. I have merely infused it with pure death energy. This paves the way for him. Should he compete fairly and emerge victorious, that pure death energy will naturally return to him and the elf by his side, empowering them further. At that time, Ilya and the others will certainly seek me out. Of course, if he fails to claim victory or is slain by another, the death energy will flow to the one who comes first. If the first is not the Fire King, he shall lose his title as Fire King for being defeated by a mortal within a realm. At that point, I will claim his life, and Ilya and the others will not even spare him a glance. A hint of smugness permeated the voice in the darkness. Why go to such lengths? Xia Yu's expression soured, unprepared for such a turn of events. Why do I hesitate to have another king who devours deities, especially when the consumed deity could very well be the goddess of death? A soft chuckle echoed in the darkness. Xia Yu remained silent. The situation had escalated to a rather severe degree. The pure essence of death is an invaluable treasure for any deity. Now that the powers of death had been invoked, she understood that this matter was beyond redemption. What if it fails? Xia Yu suddenly inquired. King of Fire. The time to ascend to kingship is fleeting. It will not fail, Xia Yu. In this endeavor, one cannot even survive the third poisonous circle without meeting their demise. I suspect he will last only until the second circle at most. Moreover, do you believe the King of Fire would show mercy due to the presence of that elf? The expression of the King of Shadows darkened, and he ceased to speak. Finally, she sighed deeply. If he fails, do not kill him. I want him. The King of Shadows knew the King of Fire to be ruthless and merciless. If that legendary elf were to be slain by him, it would signify the end for the King of Fire. She felt that Zhou Qing was quite capable of such an act. At this moment, both of them were utterly unaware that Zhou Qing had received a mission, along with a directive to ensure that Yan did not meet her demise. Just as the Lord of Death was oblivious to her scheming against Zhou Qing in the Dark Temple, the Dark Maiden had once warned him to be cautious. You desire a worthless being who has lost the title of King of Fire? Worthless? He once basked in glory. Even in failure, it is merely a magnificent farewell. Xia Yu sighed softly. Very well, I shall agree to your request. Zhou Qing remained completely oblivious to the happenings within the Dark Temple. Now, he was struggling to survive alongside Yan. It is said that the journey begins with one elf, and all equipment is acquired through scavenging. The present situation was somewhat akin to this. Zhou Qing was not impatient, guiding Yan towards a cave by the stream, intending to advance cautiously. After all, there were still 30 days left. The final day would determine the victor, and haste would serve no purpose. Please wait here. Zhou Qing gazed at the legendary elf, who nodded gently, her emerald eyes glimmering. At that moment, she sensed that Zhou Qing no longer seemed so formidable. The aura that once instilled fear had dissipated. Yuan understood that he too must have weakened. However, the realization that she had also diminished in strength left her disheartened. What a splendid opportunity this was, yet alas. Her own frailty hindered her from seizing it and showcasing her prowess. With a sigh, Yuan suppressed her thoughts. Zhou Qing, oblivious to her musings, strode out of the cave to inspect his belongings. His equipment remained intact and accessible. Yet the gravest issue lay in the fact that he could not don the Black Knight's spear, the Dark Greatsword, or the crown of Ember King due to incompatible attributes. All fixed at 20, while these items were either excessively burdensome or required unattainable standards. Ultimately, Zhou Qing removed his helmet and shed the Black Knight's armor, retrieving a simple short-sleeved shirt from his pack. In that instant, an ordinary boy from the neighborhood materialized before them. Had one not witnessed Zhou Qing's change of attire, it would have been inconceivable that the ruthless and decisive Black Knight was, in truth, a seemingly innocuous youth of 18 or 19 years. As Zhou Qing changed his attire, Yuan remained vigilant. She discerned the rules of this place, insights bestowed upon her by the ancient elven bloodline after a profound comprehension of these principles. Remarkably, these rules manifested before her in written form, revealing an opportunity for vengeance. To survive, to satiate her hunger, to seek suitable weaponry, to vanquish her foes, to seize their equipment, and to endure until the very end. This was the path to becoming powerful enough to exact revenge. Yuan's delicate visage flushed with excitement. Without hesitation, she departed from the cave, confident that her elven abilities would allow her to thrive in this land, for she was a favored child of the forest. Time slipped away quietly. However, soon Yuan's expression shifted. As a legendary elf, she had not felt hunger for a long time. Yet after scarcely half a day of travel, her stomach was utterly empty. If this continued, she feared she would be unable to walk at all. To her astonishment, consuming wild fruits and other forest offerings did nothing to alleviate her hunger. How could this be? Her countenance paled. The hope of vengeance was tantalizingly close. Yet would she perish from starvation here? No, there had to be a solution. Clenching her silver teeth, Yuan scaled a small hill, and before her lay a vast basin, at the center of which nestled a quaint village. Her instincts told her that there she would find food and water to relieve her immediate plight. Just as she was about to rush towards the village, she sensed movement. From within the village emerged two figures, a troll and a minotaur, both armed and casting cold, piercing gazes upon her. We are all part of nature and should not turn against one another. Yuan retreated a couple of steps, sensing the murderous intent. She knew that inaction would lead to dire consequences. Part of nature? The troll and minotaur exchanged glances, then revealed sinister smiles. Only those who survive have the right to discuss nature in this vast world. The troll's deep voice resonated, and Yuan's expression darkened. Once a legendary figure, fearless and formidable, she now stood as merely a somewhat stronger elf, facing two formidable foes without a weapon in hand. Her situation was perilous. I cannot die here. She inhaled deeply, her emerald eyes reflecting newfound resolve. At that moment, words were unnecessary. The two adversaries launched their assault, ruthless and unrelenting. The minotaur charged, swinging its massive axe, prompting Yuan to evade swiftly. The troll lunged forward as well, but despite being pressured, she remained agile. A legendary elf adept at dodging under their assault. However, prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. In a moment of miscalculation, Yuan faltered. With a swift motion, the troll's broad blade sliced through the delicate form of the elf, instantly drawing forth a stream of verdant blood. Die! The minotaur bellowed, following up with a merciless strike aimed at the fallen legendary elf. Get lost! A chilling roar echoed in her ears, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps like a downpour. In an instant, a frail figure appeared before Yuan, shimmering with the light of a sword, slaying the advancing minotaur. Who dares? Just a mere human? The troll's expression changed, and it turned to flee. Zhou Qing did not pursue, recognizing the troll's swiftness. Given their similar attributes, catching it would be a challenge. It seemed the enemy mentioned by the Ghost King was indeed this creature, of comparable level. Alas, unlike the Ghost King, while he could not employ active skills, his passive ability, legendary skill, remained intact. Zhou Qing pondered this, turning to Yuan and inquiring, "Are you all right?" After changing his attire, he had searched around the cave, discovering an abandoned hut. Although he found no firearms, he did come across a number of beverages and weapons. Upon returning to the cave, he realized Yuan was missing and had traced her steps to this point, where the altercation had unfolded. "I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you." Zhou Qing was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Could it be that this elf, in her distress, did not recognize him as the Black Knight she so despised? However, he quickly grasped the advantage of her ignorance. This was beneficial for their upcoming endeavors. "I am injured. May I request your assistance once more? I will repay you." Yuan's beautiful face bore a vulnerable expression as she pleaded earnestly. "Of course." Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, harboring no intention of allowing Yuan to fall. "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude." Zhou Qing gestured with a wave of his hand, and then bent down to lift Yuan. Her fair, delicate face flushed slightly, yet she did not resist, for her injuries were grave at that moment. He gently carried Yuan into a small hut, where he found a straw mat for her to rest upon. The bedding was covered in dust, which could further contaminate her wounds and hinder treatment. You should rest for now. We may need to stay here for several days until your condition improves. I will go gather some firewood and food, and also find water to cleanse your wounds. How does that sound? Zhou Qing inquired, completely unlike the brutal Black Knight. Well, thank you for your help. Yuan gazed at Zhou Qing with gratitude, realizing the kindness of this human. All right, do not wonder about. You are gravely injured. Zhou Qing gently reminded her, gathered several bedding sets, and fetched 2 worn-out water bottles and a pot before departing from the small cottage. They ventured into the training sanctuary, a neglected garden behind an abandoned courtyard. Beneath the towering tree, Zhou Qing reflected, your strength is insufficient, your resolve lacking. The chasm between us is vast. The issue lies not in power, but in mindset. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Qing leaped down from the courtyard wall, spat out the dogtail grass from her mouth, and approached Yuan from behind. One arm encircled her waist, while the other grasped the hand that held her sword. You struggle with learning, or rather, you cannot surmount the instincts of your heart. Your indecisiveness is excessive. Hence I shall instruct you personally. Yuan felt somewhat flustered, unaccustomed to such proximity with the opposite sex, her breath becoming erratic. What is happening? Do we still need to continue learning? Zhou Qing inquired, while Yuan promptly focused her mind, daring not to ponder further, as Zhou Qing encircled her slender waist. With a swift motion, Zhou Qing thrust a sword, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Did you feel that? He asked. No, Yuan shook her head, her thoughts in disarray, lacking the capacity to truly experience it. No? Your talent cannot be so limited, Zhou Qing replied, tightening his grip around her waist. This time, concentrate. Yuan's heart raced like a drum. With one hand clasped around her waist, she felt herself drawn closer to his warm body, rendering her unable to remain calm. Another sword strike followed. How was that? Zhou Qing inquired. No, it is not permissible. Yuan, feeling a sense of shame, lowered her head. She desired to calm her mind and comprehend earnestly, yet she found herself unable to achieve it. Zhou Qing felt a twinge of helplessness, yet considering there was little to occupy his time, he chose to remain silent. Time quietly slipped away amidst the subtle indications of the surroundings. One day, then another. The thorns were bearable, barely meeting the standards. Leaning against the courtyard wall, Zhou Qing appeared languid and at ease, with a blade of foxtail grass perched casually at the corner of his mouth. In this secluded haven of cultivation, nestled within a forsaken garden, stood an ancient tree before him. The intensity was still lacking in decisiveness. There was a considerable gap in your progress. The issue lay not in strength, but rather in the state of one's mind. Zhou Qing furrowed his brows, leaping down from the courtyard wall. He spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth and approached Yuan from behind. With one arm, he encircled her delicate waist, while his other hand grasped her small hand that held the sword, and spoke. Yuan's capacity for learning was lamentably insufficient. Or perhaps it was not a matter of inferiority, but rather an inability to surmount the instinctual barriers within her heart. As a fairy, she was ultimately too indecisive, which compelled Zhou Qing to personally step in to provide guidance. Yuan felt a surge of panic. She had never been so close to a male before, and now, with Zhou Qing so near, her breath became unsteady. Is there still more to learn? Zhou Qing inquired. Shui Yuan promptly focused her thoughts, daring not to dwell further, obediently allowing Zhou Qing to encircle her slender waist. Zhou Qing thrust his sword forward, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Did you feel it? No. Yuan shook her head, her heart entangled in chaos. How could she possibly have the mood to comprehend the essence of the sword? Surely, your talent cannot be limited to this. A voice of bewilderment echoed from Zhou Qing as he tightened his embrace around Yuan's waist, saying, this time, be more sincere. Yuan's heart raced like a drum. With one hand encircling her waist, she felt as if she had melted into a warm embrace. How could she remain calm? Another sword thrust forward. How? Zhou Qing inquired. No, it was impossible. Yuan, overwhelmed by shame, lowered her head. How she longed to calm her emotions and comprehend sincerely. Yet tranquility eluded her. Zhou Qing felt a sense of helplessness, yet upon reflection, he realized that idleness was his only companion. So he chose not to utter any further words. Time, under the gentle guidance of moments, gradually slipped away. One day, then another. The sting of life was bearable, just barely meeting the standards of acceptability. Zhou Qing leaned languidly against the courtyard wall, a tuft of foxtail grass perched delicately at the corner of his mouth, exuding an air of utter contentment. Below, Yuan practiced her swordsmanship. With a swift thrust, she pierced through the air with her sword. occasionally stealing glances at the figure in the distance, her gaze betraying a profound affection for him. She had never been so intimately close to a male before. Yet, in recent days, Zhou Qing had taken the liberty of embracing her without her consent, guiding her in her sword technique. This raw and unrefined closeness had, over time, significantly breached the defenses of the legendary maiden's heart. Each moment of proximity, each shared morsel of roasted meat, left an indelible mark upon her soul. This mark had now transformed into the image of Zhou Qing, etched deep within her heart, even momentarily overshadowing her deep-seated enmity. At times, she could not help but ponder the notion of remaining here for a lifetime, in his company, where nothing else would hold significance. We must embark on our journey. Suddenly, Zhou Qing rose and leaped down from the wall, breaking the silence. Shall we set forth? A wave of emptiness washed over Yuan, and a profound sense of loss surged within her. The tranquility of her life was about to be shattered. Indeed, we should draw closer to the inner circle. This place is no longer safe. Zhou Qing remarked that he had not encountered any dangers in recent days. However, he had just spotted the deadly trap he had set on the courtyard wall, which had finally appeared at the edge of his vision, poised to spread to this location by tomorrow at the latest. If he did not escape the lethal circle swiftly, he would meet his demise. Let us depart. He hastily gathered his belongings, oblivious to the legendary spirit's sense of loss, and prepared to leave. Yet, Yuan called out to him, "Let us part ways here." Her eyes had turned cold and indifferent. Zhou Qing gazed at Yuan with astonishment. "I do not wish to be a burden to you." Yuan shook her head. "You alone can thrive. My presence would only hinder your progress, and I have my own mission." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's lips twitched slightly. If he were an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly acquiesce to Yuan. Yet Zhou Qing was not ordinary. "To journey alongside me brings you such anguish?" Zhou Qing inquired. "No, in any case, do not come together." Yuan coldly shook her head, a stark contrast to the elf she had been before. "Is that so?" A trace of disappointment flickered across Zhou Qing's face. "You, don't overthink it." Despite having made a resolute decision, at this moment, Yuan's heart softened, and she hastily shook her head. "No, it's not that. In any case, it's just not the case. After all, I do not wish to burden you." "Oh, do you have enemies?" Zhou Qingming feigned ignorance, asking knowingly. "No, there is none," Yuan replied, shaking her head. Zhou Qing's feigned despondency dissipated as he declared with authority. "Regardless of the circumstances, after having taught you for several days, you have become the one I am destined to protect. Even if the mightiest of deities were to descend upon us, they would not lay a finger upon you. Mark my words, let us depart. Should you lag behind? It would cause me considerable trouble, yet I assure you, no matter where you may wander, I shall undoubtedly find you." As Zhou Qing set off, he spoke softly. Yuan stood still for a long while, gazing at Zhou Qing's retreating figure. Eventually, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and she hurriedly ran forward. Embracing Zhou Qing from behind, her cheek pressed against his back. Tears cascaded down, soaking the fabric of his shirt. The sudden deluge of her tears left Zhou Qing momentarily speechless. "Why do you weep?" Zhou Qing was engulfed in confusion. Yuan offered no response, only tears streaming down her face. For reasons unknown, Zhou Qing suddenly experienced an overwhelming sensation, a feeling of dependence that left him feeling utterly disoriented. He had become her anchor. Was it truly necessary for things to unfold this way? Zhou Qing found himself in a moment of bewilderment. What would happen if she were to discover his true identity? Would she succumb to madness, heartache, or despair? Shaking his head, Zhou Qing resolved to cease his troubling thoughts, turning instead to embrace Yuan. As time passed, her sobs gradually subsided. At last, the delicate hand of the ethereal being slipped beneath Zhou Qing's garment, resting gently upon his fervent heart as she whispered softly into his ear, "Thank you. Thank you for giving me hope and instilling within me a desire for tomorrow. I once possessed nothing but myself. If you are willing, I long to repay your kindness." Zhou Qing's expression suddenly froze as he lowered his gaze to the elf's eyes, which revealed unmasked affection and resolve. He was instantly overwhelmed by pain and pressed his forehead. "Damn it, in my past life, I endured for so many years. Why is my allure so potent in this life? This enchanting elf, so beautiful, has developed feelings for me. My dear, are you blind? Why choose to love the very enemy who bears a grudge against you? What is happening?" Yuan observed Zhou Qing's anguished expression. A hint of concern etched upon her delicate face. "No, I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Let us depart. Even if we must, this place is not suitable." Zhou Qing stood at the mouth of the cave, a place seldom trodden by human feet, perched precariously on the cliffside. A rugged boulder jutted out, concealing a quaint cavern behind it, making it nearly inaccessible to any curious onlooker, thus rendering it a sanctuary of safety. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, a breathtaking panorama that invigorated the spirit. "The barbecue is ready. Would the young master care to partake?" called out Qian. Zhou Qing slightly nodded, compelled to acknowledge the exceptional craftsmanship of the elven race. Yuan, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly grasped the skills despite her lack of prior experience. Were she in the mundane world, she would undoubtedly be the kind of prodigy who, with just a brief review before an examination, could gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Her astonishing learning speed is truly awe-inspiring. Zhou Qing felt a deep sense of contemplation within. However, had he known that Yuan was also an exceptional figure among the elven race, he might not have been so astonished. The elven lineage boasts a rich and ancient history with countless legacies. To stand out among such a plethora of distinguished individuals is indeed a rarity that occurs once in millennia. Alas, fate has played its hand, crossing her path with Zhou Qing, for otherwise, she might soon have been drawn into the realm of light. After their meal, Zhou Qing continued to guide Yuan in her swordsmanship, and time slipped away, a day fading into nothingness. As night enveloped the world, Zhou Qing perched on the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance, curiosity brewing within him. What could be the state of the First Realm now? Where was the Sword King? Had it been besieged? Yet, this matter could not be rushed. The foremost priority was to navigate the secret realm safely. Yuan approached silently, taking a seat beside Zhou Qing. "It is time to rest," she said. "I sense an impending crisis. Perhaps only 2 days remain for us to sleep soundly." Her words hinted at anxiety, as she was eager to find an opportunity to send Zhou Qing away to avoid a direct confrontation with the Black Knight, lest he become inadvertently harmed. Yet, she was oblivious to the rules of the game. Had she known that ultimately only one team would survive, her thoughts might have shifted. She was also unaware that Zhou Qing was, in fact, the Black Knight. "Sleep now," Zhou Qing replied with few words, nodding in agreement. Inside the cave, hay and beast skins were strewn about. Perhaps Yuan had ceased to be evasive, once someone who always kept her distance. She now chose to share a bed with Zhou Qing, which took him by surprise. After all, he was a man, not one like Lu Xiaowei who could remain undisturbed in such a situation. As darkness descended, the earth was shrouded in shadows. The following morning, Zhou Qing awakened, rubbing his eyes. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, he felt somewhat fatigued and did not rise immediately. "Yuan?" Zhou Qing called, but received no response. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he emerged from the cave, only to discover that the usually early-rising Yuan was nowhere to be found. Has she left? Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that she likely wished to avoid being a burden to him. How foolish or naive could she be? Zhou Qing stretched, initially intending to remain discreet until the very last moment to secure an effortless victory. Now, however, he had changed his mind. Allowing Yuan to venture out alone posed a risk. It would be far more prudent to capture all the challengers before the toxic circle descended upon them. Nevertheless, overcoming the trials was not the true challenge. It was how to handle the situation with Yuan. Should she be made aware that the one she shared her first night with was, in fact, her greatest adversary? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but recall Yin Jiping's reaction. Yuan would undoubtedly suffer even more, for after all, the little dragon girl had lost herself not to an enemy, but to one she despised. Cough. It seems, Zhou Qing, you must consider your humanity as having perished. At most, she would only come to loathe you more, which would be preferable to her collapsing upon discovering the truth. Zhou Qing shook his head and retrieved a set of armor. The Black Knight's armor was no longer wearable for him. However, he still possessed the Silver Knight's armor and a lower-tier black armor, which could be used with some difficulty. Zhou Qing, with unwavering resolve, donned his armor, instantly shedding his languid human facade to reveal a dark knight radiating a metallic sheen. Though his defenses were somewhat lacking, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous Dark Knight. Now, the hunt had commenced. A cold glimmer flickered in Zhou Qing's eyes as he surged forth with haste. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed silently, and the secret realm was engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Alas, in a small basin, 2 centaurs concealed themselves, their faces pale with despair. It was over. For the past 2 days, that madman had relentlessly pursued them. How could he possess such formidable strength? All of them shared the same attributes. Yet he relentlessly hunted them down. The 2 were on the brink of collapse. Not long ago, they had targeted a solitary elven maiden, intending to strike, only to be ambushed by the Dark Knight, who severely injured them in mere moments. Fortunately, they had managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, they would have long since perished. Thankfully, the Dark Knight had not managed to catch up, or the consequences would have been dire. In the trial grounds, the two centaurs, their expressions like iron, fled in panic. All due to the overwhelming might of the Dark Knight, which compelled everyone to match his speed merely to survive. This flight further spread the Dark Knight's notorious reputation throughout the trials. It was over, the toxic circle was closing in. Must they confront the Dark Knight directly? All the soldiers were filled with dread and trepidation. In another corner, Yuan's gaze was profound. She had also heard of the Dark Knight's fearsome reputation. Her heart a tumult of emotions, overshadowed by his demonic strength. Yet, she felt a glimmer of hope in his survival, believing that she might have the chance to rescue him herself. Would he be safe? As she recalled his figure, her expression darkened further. But she soon rallied. He would be fine. He had to be fine. In that moment, Yuan realized that all beings in this place must inevitably face battle. Had she known this earlier, she would not have chosen to part ways. Yet, it was too late now, and he was nowhere to be found. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping away. At last, a dense black mist gathered, forcing all remaining survivors to a small hill. Two centaurs, Yuan, and two ogres stood atop the summit. The Dark Knight sat imposingly, a long spear lying beside him, looking down upon the gathered crowd. Yuan's complexion turned ashen as she scanned for the figure she had hoped to see. At that moment, the Dark Knight spoke. "What concern is that person to you?" What did he mean? Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, turning as pale as parchment. He was indeed powerful, capable of injuring her and nearly taking her life. Yet she felt he was slightly inferior to herself. Zhou Qing shamelessly declared. Yuan's expression faded entirely, and darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed to the ground. The troll and centaur gazed with intense focus. Initially intending to unite with Yuan against the Black Knight, they were now shattered by a single utterance. "Let us join forces," suggested the troll. "Agreed," replied the centaur. "Humph." Zhou Qing let out a cold snort, unfazed by his subordinate's audacity to strike against the Lord. Considering it merely an exercise in trial. In a swift motion, he advanced towards the four foes surrounding him. The outcome was inevitable as he dispatched them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. Subsequently, Zhou Qing removed his helmet and gazed contemplatively at the unconscious Yuan before donning it once more and lifting her in his arms, opting to complete the trial. As the trial concluded, a black sphere emerged in the safe zone, rising into the air and exuding an alluring aura of pure darkness. A notification chimed. "Pure deathly power detected. Would you like to consume it?" Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Zhou Qing successfully vanquished all his adversaries and acquired the remnants of the Death Goddess's power, while the forces of darkness, including the Death Goddess herself, remained utterly oblivious. As time ticks away, it is nearly upon us. In the shadowy temple, Xia Yu's gaze flickers ever so slightly. 5 days have indeed passed, and it is as such. At the heart of the temple, amidst profound darkness, a voice of an enigmatic woman resonates. "Let us proceed. We shall witness it ourselves." With this whispered utterance, the temple fell silent once more. Zhou Qing remained oblivious to the circumstances at hand. At this moment, he gazed intently at the rising pure black and, without hesitation, chose to absorb it. Upon the issuance of the command, Zhou Qing underwent an instantaneous transformation. Flames enveloped the Dark Knight's armor, and the crown of the King of Ashes automatically adorned his head. The power of death surged forth in torrents, flowing into his being, with a portion siphoned off by Yuan. As the divine power coursed through him, Zhou Qing immediately received a notification. Ding. Death power detected. Path of God slaying activated. Task requirement. Acquire 10,000 units of death power. Current total, 1. Note. 10,000 represents the total divine power of the gods. Only through slaying a deity can such a quantity be obtained. Caution. This is no trivial endeavor. Prompt. Would you like to accept? Is further inquiry necessary? Zhou Qing, without a moment's hesitation, embraced his destiny as the King of Fire. He knew that he would eventually tread this path, having once contemplated whether to devour the divine, annihilate the era, or pursue another course. Now, with the divine daring to provoke him, it would be unreasonable not to consume. A notification chimed, and the title above Zhou Qing's head instantly transformed. It was not an addition but rather a metamorphosis of all titles into a blood-red hue. You may take him as a servant or a plaything. Within the secret realm, a pitch-black presence emerged, unsettling the atmosphere. At the center of the darkness, a pair of pure black eyes fixated on Zhou Qing and Yuan, who were engulfed in the essence of death. If it were merely the consumption of divine death energy, it would have been acceptable. This matter had long since been resolved. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, only to soon notice the blood-red title above Zhou Qing, her expression altering dramatically. The path of divine consumption had begun to reveal itself. Before she could finish her thought, Xiaoyu instinctively glanced at the nearby vortex of pure darkness, symbolizing death. The worst-case scenario had become a grim reality. Death had arrived. Zhou Qing not only successfully dispelled the calamity brought by death, but also countered with a fierce blow, directly harnessing the powers of death and choosing the most radical approach to stand against the divine. Xiaoyu gazed beside her, where darkness had thickened to its utmost, an ominous aura permeating the air. Those who dared to confront death had all plunged deep into the abyss. From the black mist, a chilling voice emerged, revealing that the Lord of Death had sensed the unfolding events, his fury barely contained. Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. She had never anticipated that just a short while ago, he was but a mortal, and now, in a remarkably brief period, he had ascended to kingship and embarked on the path of divine slaying shortly after his coronation. Such rapid advancement was astonishing, and his audacity was equally remarkable. The situation had become precarious. Contemplating the myriad complications, even Xiaoyu felt a wave of headache. This was indeed a variable, and any misstep could irrevocably disrupt the established order and balance. Ding, collection complete. Current progress, 80. What a grand endeavor. Zhou Qing gazed at the progress, unable to suppress his astonishment. No wonder he could penetrate his secret realm. He had utilized a full tenth of the primordial power of death. For a deity, the cost was indeed monumental. He was resolute in his determination to claim the life of this king. Zhou Qing let out a cold snort, yet soon thereafter, a smile graced his lips. This journey bore little loss. Rather, he had fortuitously acquired 800 units of divine power. Moreover, Zhou Qing had also received enhancements, with all his titles experiencing a notable elevation. In comparison to the arduous expedition through the secret realm, such gains were indeed bountiful. Casting a glance at Yan, and seeing her unharmed, Zhou Qing's figure flickered and he vanished directly from the secret realm. Upon departing, he received yet another notification. Ding. Your secret realm has undergone a transformation. Each time a citizen clears the challenge, they will receive an additional reward of +10 to all attributes. Upon hearing this additional announcement, Zhou Qing smiled faintly, exceedingly pleased. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. The foundation of his territory was established. With sufficient time, his troops would take shape. He pondered on Ing Bao's progress, surveying the territory. Zhou Qing noticed Ing Bao instructing the fairies in the Storm Canyon on the cultivation of growth-enhancing plants. The fairies, favored children of nature, symbolize flora and foliage. They possess the ability to gather dew from flowers, which is remarkably effective, making them quite extraordinary beings. Clearly, Ing Bao had become enraptured by their charm. However, he reminded himself not to become overly fixated on the fairies. Centaurs and trolls also required his attention. Zhou Qing reminded Ing Bao that the combat prowess of the fairies is not formidable. They are more akin to support troops, while the trolls constitute the main force. Indeed. Ing Bao nodded. By the way, keep an eye on Yuan. Should she have any needs, fulfill them. Furthermore, should any unusual occurrences arise, report them to me. Zhou Qing suddenly exclaimed. Ing Bao lifted her small face in surprise, her expression revealing a hint of bewilderment. What is it? Zhou Qing furrowed her brows slightly. No, it's nothing. Ing Bao quickly shook her head and added, it's just that the Lord Brother mentioned that if there were any signs of suicidal tendencies, I should be informed. Although Zhou Qing did not believe his charm was sufficient to drive a woman to despair, she nonetheless paid heed to his words. Understood. Ing Bao nodded. In truth, she had already detected a hint of concern in Zhou Qing's words, and now that it was confirmed, she was taken aback. This seemingly indifferent Dark Knight Lord was showing concern for the opposite sex, which was indeed unusual. Subsequently, a sense of displeasure began to brew within Ing Bao. Zhou Qing, preoccupied with his own matters, paid no heed to her feelings and had no intention of lingering. With a single step, he vanished into the territory. A change is undoubtedly afoot. Ing Bao propped her chin thoughtfully, seemingly transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, deducing and speculating with an air of intelligence reflected in her gaze. We have spent a month within, while only a few days have passed outside. The effects of the secret realm are indeed remarkable. Zhou Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet it was limited. For him, spending several days to acquire resources through the secret realm was acceptable. However, for the vast number of troops, such a secret realm required numerous days to train competent and powerful subjects, rendering the efficiency rather low. Fortunately, Even if other subjects faced failure, they would still gain experience, at most receiving minimal attribute rewards, which barely compensated for the shortcomings. He wondered whether the Sword King had been conquered yet. Although the independent instance had been open for a while, it was not an insignificant duration. Had he not interfered, the first realm would likely have been breached by now. After all, compared to players, the natives, even the Sword King, had a rigid way of thinking. Once a method was discovered, as long as the essential attribute values were met, one could defeat the Sword King, even in a David versus Goliath scenario. Otherwise, how could players, relying solely on attributes, hope to contend with such foes? Without any strategies to depend upon, they would find it impossible to gain a foothold. Suddenly, Zhou Qing furrowed his brow. He intended to utilize the skill of the Crown of Embers to teleport to the outskirts of the temple, the location closest to the Sword King. However, when he attempted to sense the nearby flames, he received no response. Thus, Zhou Qing had no choice but to depart from the Sword King's fortress, filled with confusion as he hurried towards it. Soon, before he reached the first passage, he comprehended the reason behind the inability to teleport. The bonfires near the temple had all been extinguished. Not only the temple, but throughout the entire first secret realm, many players were actively extinguishing the sources of fire. Logically, flames could not be extinguished, as players did not possess such capability. Yet, they were equipped with certain special items that enabled them to extinguish the flames. Zhou Qing furrowed his brows, disregarding the matter entirely, and proceeded directly to the first corridor. Sword King, was it you who instructed them to extinguish the flames? Zhou Qing inquired of the Sword King, who sat before him, as the flames of ambition flickered brightly. His footsteps had traversed the majority of the first secret realm. Yet now, with numerous sources of fire extinguished, his journey would be rendered exceedingly arduous. This was the domain of the Sword King, and Zhou Qing suspected that it was a task issued by him, accompanied by provisions for the players. Extinguish the flames? The Sword King was taken aback. Zhou Qing beckoned the Sword King to rise. The latter, no longer seated, stood from the ground, his towering form of 5 meters high, which, despite appearing recent since the initiation of the independent instance, had in truth endured for several months. Had it not been for the interference of others, the first realm might have been conquered long ago. The inhabitants, even the Sword King, had become mentally rigid once the key to victory was grasped. It was merely a matter of possessing the requisite attributes to overcome the Sword King, even allowing the weaker to triumph over the stronger. Otherwise, how could players contend against him solely based on attributes? Without unique skills, one could hardly establish a foothold in this realm. Why can I not teleport? Zhou Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation, intent on utilizing the skill of the Crown of Remaining Flames to transmit himself to the periphery of the temple, the location nearest to the Sword King. However, when he endeavored to sense the nearby flickers of flame, he was met with an unsettling silence. Thus, Zhou Qing reluctantly departed from the Sword King's fortress, his mind clouded with confusion as he hastened towards the temple. Before long, as he approached the first passage, the reason for his inability to teleport became evident. The bonfires surrounding the temple had all been extinguished. Not only the temple but the entirety of the first secret realm was enveloped in a peculiar stillness, as numerous players actively extinguished the sources of fire. Logically, the flames ought not to have been snuffed out. Players lacked the ability to do so. Yet, they possessed a unique artifact capable of quenching the flames. Zhou Qing furrowed his brows, disregarding the matter, and strode directly towards the first passage. Sword King, did you command the extinguishing of the flames? Zhou Qing inquired of the Sword King seated before him, the flames of ambition roaring fiercely. His footprints had traversed much of the first secret realm. Yet, the blaze had now diminished significantly, and his journey would inevitably face obstacles. This was the realm of the Sword King, and Zhou Qing harbored suspicions that he had issued a mission and bestowed items upon the players. Extinguish the fire? The Sword King was taken aback. Zhou Qing commanded the Sword King to rise, and the latter immediately stood up, his towering figure reaching 5 meters in height. With a pair of imposing gazes, he scanned the surroundings and discovered that all flames had been extinguished. No wonder those visitors from other realms had been frequenting us in recent days. They have now ceased their visits. It appears they were engaged in extinguishing the fires. The Sword King expressed his astonishment, then turned his gaze downwards towards Zhou Qing. You must have provoked someone. They have intervened, and these individuals from other realms must have received their orders. Received orders? Zhou Qing was taken aback, but her expression soon darkened. Observing this, the Sword King continued. It appears that my suspicions are indeed correct. Ever since King Yu sought you out, I had my doubts, You have truly offended that esteemed individual. Now, you stand at a crossroads with two paths before you. One is to confront this challenge head-on, and the other is to endure this humiliation. How shall you proceed? Zhou Qing inquired, feeling confident in his own strength, believing there was no need for him to endure humiliation. His response was naturally aligned with the mission at hand. One could inquire into the shadows, uncover tasks detrimental to the adversary, and subsequently issue them to the players. However, the King of Wealth advised against such an approach. For this was a contest of riches, one that would lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting those from other realms. The Sword King interjected. Wealth? Zhou Qing smiled, for wealth was the least of his concerns. Not to mention the 3 secret realms he had plundered, even the weapons he had seized from other players, some of which could be brought back to reality, were enough to evoke envy among them. Zhou Qing appears to be impoverished, yet this is far from the truth. Observing the Sword King, adorned in the initial Black Knight armor, and wielding the most exquisite dark sword as a reward for his ascension, ultimately bestowing it upon Ingbao. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, the Flame King, does not even mention the dark sword. The soul-absorbing ring he possesses is sufficient to make countless individuals envious. Moreover, Zhou Qing is in possession of a plethora of low-tier weapons, which he can afford to expend. Nevertheless, although I am the Flame King, a symbol of fire, what impact does extinguishing these bright flames have on me? Zhou Qing felt a sense of helplessness. What purpose could be served other than making him walk a greater distance? As this thought lingered, the Sword King seemed to see through everything and stated plainly, negligence will inevitably incur consequences. Each of the 34 kings possesses unique characteristics, myself included. The Fire King, your distinct trait has already been revealed. Your ability to traverse through flames is sufficient for your adversary to leverage this as a means to extinguish the fire. It is indeed a foolish endeavor. For should the flames be entirely snuffed out, when the great conflict erupts, it would be akin to losing an arm. Those who can ascend to divinity are far from ordinary mortals. A seemingly innocuous counterattack can gradually accumulate an advantage, much like a frog in boiling water, until the opponent finds themselves cornered, realizing there is no escape. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing was astonished, clicking his tongue in admiration. Truly, the ancient indigenous creatures are worthy of their reputation. Despite their rigid thinking and fixed weaknesses, their accumulated experience holds immense value. You speak with great wisdom. Zhou Qing nodded. Beginning to take the matter seriously, he commenced an inquiry into the quest regarding the weaknesses of the Lord of Death. Zhou Qing communicated directly with the darkness through his thoughts, seeking to understand his adversary. A notification sounded. Warning. This inquiry meets the criteria. Yet proceeding will result in enmity with the forces of death, attracting their intense scrutiny and hostility. Caution. Once the inquiry is made, it will be regarded as a declaration of war, forging an irrevocable vendetta. Do you wish to proceed with the inquiry? Yes. Zhou Qing nodded. And a flicker of inspiration crossed Long's mind, illuminating Zhou Qing's thoughts. He could not deny that this presented an excellent opportunity. In a one-on-one confrontation, he felt confident in his ability to defeat the goddess of death. Even if he failed, he could still deliver a substantial lesson. However, when it came to a large-scale engagement, Zhou Qing was not entirely assured. The primary reason for his uncertainty lay in the fact that his recently reclaimed Eyewire mystic realm had not yet won the loyalty of its inhabitants. Furthermore, the prospect of summoning troops was daunting, as his forces were likely sparse, making the formation of a legion within a month's time a considerable challenge. With the involvement of players, the situation became simpler. Among the players, there were undoubtedly many talented individuals, and now they had activated a faction quest. Nevertheless, Zhou Qing decided to set this matter aside for the moment and continue to investigate the narrative of the current region. Before long, Zhou Qing reached a conclusion. The regional quest was divided into 2 factions and would last over a month. Despite being a large-scale endeavor, the Lord need not intervene in the early stages. Nor should he overly concern himself with the cultivation of his subjects. The Dark faction would issue tasks for the players to resolve. If all else failed, a summoning task would be issued to directly recruit players as soldiers under the Lord's command, engaging them in battle. The Lord's role was to observe until the latter stages of the narrative, at which point he would need to take action to determine the outcome. A victory for the Lord signified a triumph in the campaign. A defeat, conversely, would mean failure. In essence, it was rather straightforward. It provided players with an opportunity to showcase their abilities and engage with the indigenous populace. Thus, I found myself still with little to occupy my time. Zhou Qing cast a greedy glance at the vast resources allocated to him. his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. If he could seize them all, he would instantly dominate this realm. Alas, such an act defied the established rules and remained unattainable. Zhou Qing harbored no regrets. He had become sufficiently formidable, powerful enough that no one within the realm could pose a threat to him. It is often said that once one achieves invincibility, there remains little to pursue. Although Zhou Qing had not yet attained true invincibility, he was not far from it. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the regional tasks gradually faded from his sight. Zhou Qing's gaze shifted elsewhere, his thoughts in motion. Since there was no need for the Lord to personally intervene in the initial stages and resources had already been distributed, competing for wealth would not deplete his own reserves. Thus, he ought to focus on his own affairs. Nevertheless, this also presented an opportunity. His territory could seize this moment to undergo significant development. Zhou Qing is not a person of dull intellect. He will not blindly adhere to rules or remain an outsider. Contemplating this, Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with understanding. This is a rare opportunity. In a one-on-one confrontation, Zhou Qing is confident he can defeat the goddess of death. Even if he cannot, he can at least impart the wisdom of the divine path to her. However, when it comes to a large-scale battle, Zhou Qing harbors no absolute certainty. The primary reason lies in the fact that his recently reclaimed territory, the Iweir secret realm, has yet to gain the loyalty of its populace. Moreover, the recruitment of troops is a daunting challenge, as the soldiers under his command are likely few in number. The task of assembling an army within a month is undeniably formidable. With players participating, this matter becomes simpler. Among the players, there is no shortage of talent, and now, with the initiation of faction quests, opportunities abound. Yet, Zhou Qing decides to set this aside for the moment and continue to explore the details of the regional narrative. Before long, he gains insight. This regional task is divided into 2 factions and spans over a month. Fortunately, despite being a grand regional undertaking, the Lord need not intervene excessively in the early stages, nor worry too much about nurturing the populace. The Dark faction will issue tasks for the players to undertake. Should they find themselves at an impasse, a conscription order will be issued, directly summoning players to serve as soldiers under the Lord's command in battle. The role of the Lord is to observe the unfolding events until the later stages of the narrative, at which point he must intervene to determine the outcome. Ultimately, it is quite simple. It is about granting players the opportunity to showcase their prowess and interact with the indigenous people. In this light, it seems I have little to do for now. Zhou Qing gazed at the vast resources allocated to him, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. If he could seize them all, he would swiftly dominate this realm. Alas, such an endeavor contravened the established rules and remained unattainable. Zhou Qing felt no remorse. After all, he had become so formidable that few within the instance could pose a threat to him. The notion of invincibility breeds a lack of ambition. Although Zhou Qing had not yet attained true invincibility, he was perilously close. With a mere wave of his hand, the regional tasks vanished one by one. Zhou Qing's attention shifted to other matters. Since there was no need for the Lord's intervention in the early stages and resources had already been distributed, competing for wealth would not deplete his own assets. Therefore, he decided to pursue his own endeavors. However, this also presented an opportunity. His territory could seize this moment to flourish and expand. Zhou Qing is not a fool, nor will he blindly adhere to the rules, remaining oblivious to the circumstances. However, at this moment, he is unaware of the implications of other players joining and is not in a rush to act. Have you already commenced the battle? Beside him, the Sword King gazes at Zhou Qing in bewilderment, sensing the turmoil of darkness and the ominous aura that permeates the air, undoubtedly a consequence of a dreadful pact forged. Indeed, a decisive confrontation awaits in approximately 1 month. Zhou Qing did not conceal the truth. So soon? The Sword King was astonished. Is it really so quick? Zhou Qing found the pace intolerably slow. Were it not for the regional mission, he would have slain the goddess of death upon encountering her. It is known that the King of Ghosts ranks among the formidable, yet before Zhou Qing ascended to kingship, he could match her prowess evenly. After his ascension, the King of Ghosts was rendered insignificant in Zhou Qing's eyes. With his current attributes and various enhancements, he possessed the power to vanquish deities, hence his impatience. Why the delay? He mused. The Sword King was left speechless. After all, his opponent was a god. Where did this abomination emerge from? No, wait. The Sword King suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Names such as Iller, who devours deities, and the thousand-eyed demon sent a shiver down his spine. Even though it was one of the 34 kings, it could only gaze in awe at such titanic beings. Yet, the man before him, who was once not even a king, now seemed to have surpassed him by leaps and bounds, poised to consume deities and evolve to an unreachable realm. The Sword King was momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, Zhou Qing had already departed. At that moment, Zhou Qing emerged from the flames. Appearing in the third secret realm, the players had yet to arrive. And Zhou Qing frowned upon realizing that the lord of the third secret realm had actively extinguished the flames, while the monsters within the territory busily doused the fires. The king of kindling and the crown of remaining fires searched for a considerable time before finally locating the teleportation point, allowing them to transfer to the third realm. How dare the 34 kings meddle in his affairs? Zhou Qing's gaze turned icy from the grand undertaking of the region. He had discerned that this incident was merely a confrontation between himself and the goddess of death. The 34 kings would not intervene. However, Zhou Qing had not anticipated that the lord of the third secret realm would so brazenly extinguish the flames. The extinguishing of flames, while seemingly trivial, was pivotal as it hindered Zhou Qing's exploration. If you desire chaos, then I shall escort you to your demise. Zhou Qing hastened towards the third realm, the heart of the stone demon castle, where the stronghold of the stone gargoyle awaited. The sovereign of this realm, the stone gargoyle king, towered at an imposing 20 meters. Resembling a dragon in its carved stone form, surpassing even the Sword King in height. Its formidable aura loomed over the castle's clock tower, standing sentinel like a guardian statue. It remained motionless until Zhou Qing approached, at which point it stirred from its stony state, gazing down upon him with an air of dominance. The stone gargoyle king was immensely powerful, possessing an unparalleled defense and the ability to soar through the skies. Its arrows inflicted minimal damage, while the gargoyle's formidable protection rendered it nearly invulnerable. Once airborne, it left players with no recourse. Furthermore, the gargoyle's dive attack was exceptionally potent, a force that could easily dissuade even the most intrepid of challengers. It disregarded defenses, health, and armor, should one fail to evade its strike. Capture by the stone gargoyle king would result in immediate demise. Regrettably, in comparison to the Sword King, it was significantly weaker. 81. Depriving of the throne. I have come to escort you to your final rest. Zhou Qing spoke candidly, leaving no room for negotiation. What do you say? The gargoyle king, seething with rage, retorted. I am also one of the 34 kings. Do you think I fear you? It had not anticipated Zhou Qing's remarkably hostile demeanor. Facing imminent peril yet daring to provoke a formidable foe. One of the 34 kings, from this day forth, you are stripped of your title. Zhou Qing spoke with an air of indifference, his demeanor as cold as ice, as though merely stating a fact. The king of the flame, the gargoyle king, trembled with his wings. A resounding crash echoed, causing the very heavens and earth to shudder. The might of his claws was indeed astonishing. The gargoyle king's expression shifted dramatically. His full force strike had failed to shatter Zhou Qing's shield, and instead, he found himself ensnared by its defensive might. No, this cannot be true. The gargoyle king trembled throughout, rendered immobile by the backlash of his own power. This sensation of helplessness had not been felt for centuries since his ascendance to the throne. How had he fallen to such depths? The gargoyle king was engulfed in despair, fully aware of the fate that awaited him after his failed counterattack. With a swift motion, Zhou Qing unleashed his strike, the Black Knight's lance piercing the gargoyle king's massive form, lifting him with force before slamming him down, delivering a sweeping blow that grazed his neck. The gargoyle king crashed to the ground, struggling to rise, his eyes a pale gray, fixated intently on Zhou Qing. I shall return, Flame King. This grudge, I shall etch in my heart. No sooner had he spoken than the gargoyle king, barely able to hold on for 2 breaths, disintegrated into a cascade of stone fragments amidst his fury and resentment. The gargoyle king had fallen. In the war against the gods, even mere lords sought to interject. Did they still dare to hold grudges? Zhou Qing chuckled softly. Had this gargoyle accepted his punishment with composure, he might have been granted a chance to resurrect peacefully, preserving his dominion. Yet, in death, he chose unrest, daring to threaten him. Thus, Zhou Qing would no longer extend courtesy. From this day forth, the realm of the stone's secret would change hands. I, Zhou Qing, shall ascend as king. Zhou Qing declared, his chilling voice resonating throughout the realm of the gargoyles, igniting an immediate fervor among the 3 realms. The clans were taken aback, particularly the gargoyle tribe, as many of their kin scrambled to extinguish the flames. Their hearts gripped by a sudden chill at the news. It was over. Zhou Qing, the king of kindling, had personally arrived. Despite earlier warnings against entangling himself in divine conflicts, he had willingly plunged into the fray. What were they to do now? They could only observe the unfolding events, unwilling to believe that their king would falter, for he was a king like them, and they could not fathom his defeat. Whispers spread among the crowd. Tension thick in the air. The king had yet to forfeit his title, and with the king of Qinling preoccupied with his own plight, they doubted he would dare summon formidable foes. Anxiety pervaded the gargoyle tribe, a foreboding sense of doom rising within them. Simultaneously, the resurrected gargoyle king, slain by Zhou Qing in the Dark Temple, received a notification that sent tremors through his form. Ding! The king of Qinling has initiated a challenge for your throne. Notification: defeat in this battle will result in the loss of your title. Notification: defeat in this battle will result in the loss of your territory. The gargoyle king quaked, taken aback by Zhou Qing's audacity to confront him so directly. In that moment, the flames of rage and vengeance had subsided, leaving only trepidation in their wake. He had anticipated a reckoning upon his revival, yet Zhou Qing had decisively challenged his claim to the throne. The king of Qinling reawakened atop the bell tower. The gargoyle king's eyes blazed crimson as he glared fiercely, declaring, "How dare you challenge me? Such an act will invoke the wrath of all kings. This matter does not concern you. You need only prepare for death." Zhou Qing remained unmoved, as indifferent as ice. The gargoyle king was taken aback, only to be consumed by rage moments later. "I merely extinguished a few flames, and you wish to sever my foundation? Very well, O king of Qinling. Come and test your resolve. Having chosen this path for myself, I shall boldly embrace death without further ado." Zhou Qing spoke with indifference, declaring that this regional conflict was merely a contest between the king of fire and the god of death. The 34 kings could remain aloof, unaffected by the turmoil. However, the gargoyle king insisted on trampling upon him, aligning himself with the death faction, and coincidentally found himself in this predicament. If he possessed the capability, it would be one thing. Otherwise, he would deserve his fate. Let him perish. Zhou Qing once again took decisive action, slaying the gargoyle king on the spot. Despite exhausting all his trump cards, he found it impossible to escape death when faced with a template player. In his rage and unwillingness to accept defeat, he was stripped of his throne. A roar echoed as the gargoyle lord was struck down by a lance, falling to the ground in a mournful crash, shattering into rubble. Simultaneously, a multitude of notifications rang out. Ding! The gargoyle king's coronation has failed, and the throne has been revoked. The gargoyle king has been disqualified by the 34th king, losing the immortality of the gargoyle. The position of the realm lord of the gargoyle domain now lies vacant, becoming a land without a master. Zhou Qing has also received the token, the gargoyle king's decree. With this decree in hand, one may inherit the third realm of the gargoyle's secret realm and ascend to the rank of lord. However, Zhou Qing chose not to accept this title, for he foresaw the limitations of remaining in the third realm. Pray tell, are you interested in claiming the throne? Zhou Qing directly contacted. The first vessel, currently navigating through the initial realm, suddenly trembled, followed by a flicker of soul flames that radiated waves of ecstatic joy. Perceiving all of this, Zhou Qing wasted no time and began to make arrangements. The system automatically saved Chapter 82, The Devouring Son of Ilan, Year Number 1. As Zhou Qing returned to the realm of initiation, the figure known as Number 1 was fervently pursuing a group of players who were frantically fleeing. Upon noticing Zhou Qing's arrival, it abruptly halted, filled with astonishment. It had not anticipated Zhou Qing's swiftness. Upon receiving the news, it had hastily engaged in combat, hoping to collect more embers of hope as a token of gratitude. However, just as it began its assault, Zhou Qing was already upon it. Number 1 knelt in reverence. The players, after having run for a while, realized that the terrifying skeleton no longer pursued them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and glance back. Yet, upon this glance, they quickened their pace even further upon sighting the familiar Black Knight, fearful of being hunted down by the guardians of the temple. Zhou Qing chose to disregard them, instead gazing with a hint of satisfaction at Number 1. After a prolonged separation, Number 1 appeared to have grown significantly stronger, emanating a formidable aura that exhibited the qualities of a true lord. This presence was notably more impressive than those lords Zhou Qing had encountered during his preparations to undertake the invasion mission at the Dark Temple. Upon reviewing the attributes, Zhou Qing smiled. Indeed, Number 1 had made considerable progress. With an increase in all dimensions, strength had surpassed 50, and the skills acquired, while not matching his own prowess, were commendable. placing number 1 among the elite of the lords. "Follow me," he instructed. Zhou Qing placed a hand upon number 1, and with the activation of the Ember Crown's ability, the two vanished from their original location, only to reappear in the third realm. Zhou Qing was on the verge of making arrangements when suddenly, a frown creased his brow. He addressed the first seat. "Please wait for a moment." "As you command," came the reply from the first seat, without any dissent. The Dark Temple convened once more. The fall of a king is indeed a monumental event in the world. However, since Zhou Qing has ascended as the new Flame King, both figures are now legends, rendering the rewards for this occasion nearly negligible compared to the first slaying of the Sword King. Yet, this does not imply that the matter is inconsequential. Among the 34 kings, there has never been a precedent for the stripping of one's title, which symbolizes an entire entity. Thus, the deprivation of a king's identity is significant enough to warrant the assembly of the Dark Council. Within the temple, thrones manifested in grandeur. The Dark Council, originally comprised of 34 thrones, now included an additional seat, ablaze with flames. This was Zhou Qing's throne, the position of the Flame King. As the meeting commenced, projections descended, each taking their place upon their respective thrones. Zhou Qing also received the notification from the Dark Council, thus suspending the succession. After arranging for the first candidate, he chose to project his consciousness, manifesting as a shadow upon his throne. As the new monarch, upon his arrival at the throne, a figure shrouded in the brilliance of celestial stars gazed upon him from the foremost position of the Dark Council. The 5 words "Planet Devourer" above his head stood out remarkably, signifying a king of unparalleled terror. As he spoke, the other kings fell into silence, and the weaker ones remained utterly still, too frightened to make a sound. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure of the king, the Planet Devourer, Yilaner. "This is the Dark Covenant. Since you have ascended to kingship, let us not miss this opportunity as we did before." Yilaner spoke, and at that moment, a parchment contract materialized before Zhou Qing. The Dark Covenant. Zhou Qing cast a fleeting glance, momentarily taken aback. The Dark Laws, akin to the royal ranking, contained the names of the kings. In addition, it outlined the rules of conduct that influenced all 34 kings. At the end, it was noted that this law was an equitable covenant established by the gods and the kings, wherein each party refrained from interference and influence upon the other. As he continued to read, Zhou Qing furrowed his brow. Having ascended to kingship, he found himself absent from this list, unbound by its constraints. And he believed he ought not to be constrained. "The reason you have survived until now, King Qian, is precisely due to this law." Qian spoke, her voice gentle and serene. Zhou Qing furrowed her brow. "Were it not for this particular law, death would have already shrouded you the moment you evolved into a flame skeleton lord. Now that you have ascended to kingship, your name ought to be inscribed within the annals of this law." Qian once more spoke. "I refuse." Zhou Qing casually flung the parchment onto the ground, where it erupted in a roaring flame, incinerating the parchment entirely. What a joke. What utter nonsense these so-called rules are. They are nothing more than shackles that bind one's limbs, a chain that one willingly fastens upon oneself. Zhou Qing has traversed a long path, forsaking the title of Sword King to personally confront over, transforming into a harbinger of slaughter. His pursuit is not one of constraint, but of liberation. Now, to expect him to relinquish his freedom and submit to the shackles of law like any other monarch is utterly inconceivable. Qian, I must decline. Should there be any dissent, I shall seek you in your domain once the regional events have concluded." Zhou Qing spoke, having realized that this Planet Devourer was instigating trouble. "The realm of gargoyles shall be yours to command." As the ethereal shadow of Zhou Qing dissipated, he returned to the third realm and greeted the approaching number 1 with a smile. As for Yilaner, Zhou Qing bore no concern. Since his ascension to kingship, he had become impervious to fear, with divine artifacts in his grasp and knowledge of the whereabouts of even more. The prospect of uniting these ultimate treasures to overturn the heavens and the earth with a single hand was far from daunting. "At your command, my king." Number 1 replied without hesitation, having ascended and thus possessing the rightful claim to inherit the throne. Bound by constraints, only those like Zhou Qing, who carried the souls of players and harbored grand ambitions, would be mindful of such matters. Ordinary demons, merely evolving into elites, were already favored by destiny, a rarity among thousands. As for claiming kingship, it had not occurred in millennia. Now, with this opportunity bestowed upon him, how could number 1 entertain even a trace of disloyalty? "Here's the golem's command token. Use it at your discretion." Zhou Qing handed the token to number 1, who had been his trusted confidant appointed by the Halo from the very beginning. Having evolved alongside him, number 1 was a loyal companion. And Zhou Qing harbored no fears of betrayal. Matters of territory shall be managed by you. Do not let me down. Zhou Qing entrusted the command token to number 1, yet found himself unable to assist in governance. All matters were momentarily set aside. He needed to journey to the rear to procure an item that would enable the artifact, the soul-capturing ring, to truly reveal its formidable power. After all, this ring had been held for quite some time, yet had never been put to use. Once he concluded his solitary task, he would certainly lend you a helping hand, as circumstances permitted. Zhou Qing harbored concerns regarding the first unit's capability to cope with challenges. Despite being a native, the first unit, in comparison to other time-honored monarchs who have endured the passage of millennia, remains relatively immature. Zhou Qing feared that its mental acuity might be inadequate for the tasks at hand. Indeed, my liege, the first unit expressed no dissent. Zhou Qing nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently departed, leaving the 3rd realm and stepping into the 4th realm. Hurry, gather firewood. Why are you dawdling? If you provoke that madman, I shall see to it that you all meet your end. Within the 4th realm, the corpulent insect king kicked one of his underlings in urgency, insisting not only to maintain the flames but to stoke them further, facilitating Zhou Qing's teleportation throughout. He dared not provoke him, and for good reason. In the 1st realm, the authority known as the command of the gargoyle could only be wielded by those deemed worthy of inheriting the throne. Zhou Qing, a person of ambition carrying the souls of players, would naturally take heed of such matters, possessing both the capability and the resolve to do so. For ordinary beasts, attaining elite status is a rare blessing, let alone claiming kingship, a feat unheard of throughout history. Now, with the opportunity firmly in hand, none would dare harbor any treachery. This is the gargoyle command. Utilize it as you see fit. Zhou Qing handed the token to one who had been his loyal confidant from the very beginning. Evolving alongside him, Zhou Qing held no fears of betrayal. As for territorial matters, act at your discretion, but do not disappoint your king. He entrusted the token, yet had no time to assist in governance. All affairs must be temporarily set aside. He needed to venture to the rear and procure an item that would allow the soul-absorbing ring to truly manifest its power. Though he had possessed the ring for quite some time, it had yet to be put to use. Once I am done, I shall aid you as circumstances permit. Zhou Qing was also concerned about one's ability to cope. Despite being a native, one's experience paled in comparison to those kings who had weathered countless storms over the millennia. Zhou Qing worried that one's mental fortitude might prove inadequate for the responsibilities of leadership. As you command, my king, one replied without dissent. Zhou Qing nodded slightly, and then departed, stepping into the 4th realm. Quickly, light the beacon. Why are you hesitating? Anger that madman, and I shall see to it that you all perish. In the 4th realm, the rotund insect king kicked his subordinate again, urgently insisting not only to keep the flames alive but to ignite the beacons for Zhou Qing's teleportation. The reluctance to provoke him was well-founded. A mere disagreement could lead to usurpation. Within the Dark Council, the aim was to devour the stars without fear. This individual was ruthless, and crossing him could cost one the throne, leaving no avenue for lamentation. Zhou Qing gazed upon the blazing 4th realm, feeling somewhat speechless. The king of this realm was perhaps overly timid. Yet, he did not dwell on it, directly obtaining the command and advancing to the 5th realm. He continued onward, through the 6th, 7th, and up to the 15th realm, unhindered. Here lay the desolate Sun City fortress. Zhou Qing's gaze shifted. This location pertained to a grand narrative. Once the players arrived, it would trigger a version update, ushering in the 2nd phase. However, that matter would be set aside for now. Zhou Qing's journey was to acquire an artifact that complemented the soul-absorbing ring. Delving into the 15th realm, he returned shortly after, having finally secured the auxiliary equipment for the ring. Thus, he hastened back. The tasks he issued were, of course, directed through Qian, who had been preoccupied with the 3 training realms, neglecting management. As for Bao, Zhou Qing felt rather helpless. She had been tending to flowers at a nondescript fairy camp in Storm Canyon, seemingly regarding herself as a fairy and forgetting her mission. Zhou Qing had no recourse. For Bao was merely a casual choice of his. Not everyone possessed the aptitude for administration, and perhaps the management here was indeed a challenge for her. He wondered if any suitable candidates among the summoned players would emerge. Zhou Qing's thoughts turned, and he ceased to ponder further, opting to utilize the king's token to inspect his troops. First were the elves born of the enchanted trees, formidable in strength, with even the weakest among them being elite, all possessing the ability to fly. Over this period, their numbers had already surpassed 100. 100 heroes, a truly impressive figure. Yet in comparison to the elite under the god of the underworld, Zhou Qing acknowledged the gap. Even when counting by toes, it was still far from sufficient. After all, the lordship was newly established, and time was still short. While elite forces were crucial, one must not underestimate the ordinary soldiers. The recruitment of native soldiers had reached tens of thousands, a diverse mix of centaurs, trolls, elves, and gnolls, all under the command of an elven elite. Gathered within the barracks, a system must be established and troop types transformed. Zhou Qing contemplated the necessity of converting the soldiers into his exclusive forces. Relying solely on the barracks was insufficient, and the Lord's personal involvement was required. With recent matters being burdensome, he had been unable to attend to this. Now that he had the time, Zhou Qing was determined to focus on his soldiers, for should war arise, and others' troops surged like a tide, his own small contingent would be easily overwhelmed, a disgrace indeed. With a solid foundation already laid, even the soldiers of the underworld, though well-trained, could hardly match the prowess of his elite forces. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow. There was no need for undue worry, as the training within the three major realms had significantly enhanced the soldiers' combat capabilities. Although only 1,000 soldiers remained, their continuous training had rendered them quite formidable. He pondered whether any suitable candidates would emerge among the summoned players. Zhou Qing, with a shift in thought, resolved to cease his excessive pondering and activated the command of the Fire King to investigate the details of his forces. At the forefront were the elves, birthed from the sacred trees, possessing formidable strength. Even the weakest among them was an elite, all endowed with the ability to fly. To date, their numbers exceeded 100. Though substantial, Zhou Qing was acutely aware that they could not compare to the elite forces under the dominion of the Lord of the Underworld. After all, his position as Lord was newly established and time was limited. While elite troops were indeed crucial, he also needed to pay heed to the common soldiers. The recruitment of native soldiers from the barracks had reached tens of thousands, comprising a diverse mix of centaurs, trolls, elves, and goblins, all under the command of a single elven elite. A system needed to be established, and the composition of the troops required authenticity. Zhou Qing contemplated the need to convert his forces into a domain exclusive to the Lord. Relying solely on the barracks would not suffice, and he needed to take direct action. Recently, Zhou Qing had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving him little time to attend to his troops. Now that he had the opportunity, he must dedicate himself to the soldiers. Otherwise, if a conflict arose, while others commanded vast armies, his own forces would consist of merely a small squad, leading to inevitable defeat and loss of face. With sufficient foundation already laid, even the soldiers from the realm of the Lord of the Underworld, though well-trained, might not surpass the sharpness of his own army. Zhou Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. Reassured that there was no cause for concern, the training within the three grand secret realms had significantly enhanced the combat prowess of the soldiers. Although there were currently only 10,000 troops, their continuous training had rendered their strength quite formidable. Before the players reported in, they would first undergo a transformation of their military units. In a fleeting thought, Zhou Qing ceased her hesitation, her figure gradually vanishing from the spot. The Oval Secret Realm, a site of ancient ruins, served as the recruitment ground. The troops were arranged into 2 camps, each comprising 5,000 soldiers, further divided into 10 smaller camps, each consisting of 50 categorized by race and strength. Aside from the camps of goblins, minotaurs, and trolls, an elite training camp was established. This elite camp, with its limited number of members, was composed of those selected by the leader elves from the training sessions, all having excelled in the 3 grand secret realms. This camp served not only as a training ground, but also as a command center, with many commanders from the smaller camps gathering here during wartime, while on ordinary days, they would each lead their respective troops into battle. Zhou Qing gazed upon the scene before him, a deep sense of satisfaction swelling within him as he acknowledged the remarkable capabilities of the spirits summoned by the Tree of Life. Furthermore, the establishment of his 3 great secret realms had significantly contributed to the flourishing development of his legion. What astonished Zhou Qing the most was the unexpected presence of players among the ranks of soldiers, participating in the training alongside them. However, he soon dismissed his concerns and ventured deep into the primordial ruins, seeking out the elite spirits responsible for their management. The elite spirit, a lord, promptly bowed in reverence. Within the Oval Secret Realm, most of the indigenous inhabitants harbored ill intentions towards Zhou Qing, including the multitude of soldiers under his command. Yet, they dared not express such sentiments, For Zhou Qing had brought with him an endless calamity. The spirits nurtured by the tree of life, however, faced no such dilemmas, as they remained obedient to Zhou Qing. "What is your name?" Zhou Qing inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon the spirit before him. "My lord, I am Liana." The elite spirit responded softly. Upon hearing the name Liana, Zhou Qing felt an inexplicable familiarity but chose not to dwell on it. He issued a direct command. "Summon the soldiers. I shall bestow upon them extraordinary powers." "Yes," Liana replied, momentarily taken aback before her joy surged as she swiftly gathered the troops. Across hundreds of barracks, soldiers of various races engaged in training or indulged in moments of leisure, sharing laughter and camaraderie. By joining the ranks, their families ensured sustenance and safety. A centaur sat pensively beside a tent, reflecting on the training period. "I have grown significantly stronger, to the point where I can hardly fathom such power, and my status within the tribe has risen. Alas, this strength comes as a gift from a demon. Had I known this would be the case, I would have surrendered from the outset." Perhaps the legends would have faced fewer sacrifices, even if it meant aligning with a demon. Another centaur sighed, still shrouded in the shadows of doubt. "Nonetheless, it is not without merit. The secret realm has not fallen into darkness, and we still harbor hope. For now, we dwell under the demon's banner, hoping the conflict does not accelerate too swiftly. My child is soon to be born, and I have chosen the name Bench, a Dumir, to honor the sacrifices made by the great legends for the sake of Oville." The centaurs engaged in lively discussions when suddenly another centaur approached briskly. "The Lord's summons. Assemble quickly." The three centaurs were momentarily taken aback, yet fear compelled them to comply without hesitation. The camp was swiftly reorganized, transforming the entire military encampment into a formidable formation, united in purpose, their presence imposing. Such a display left the elite rangers who had infiltrated the camp utterly astonished. In a brief moment, the assembled force of 10,000 appeared, seemingly modest in number, yet remarkably grand in scope, a sea of dark figures that, from a distance, overwhelmed the senses, rendering it impossible to discern even a single silhouette. Among these ranks stood towering trolls and centaurs, further amplifying the vastness of their collective presence. Countless soldiers stood tall, and at the center of the elevated platform before the camp sat an unassuming black-armored knight. Flanking him were two esteemed elven generals, standing resolutely by his side, their exquisite features betraying no emotion. "Is that the knight, brother?" one ranger mused. "This knight is unfamiliar to me. How could he exude such formidable presence?" The rangers marveled, still haunted by memories of the knight's damp hair and bewildered visage, struggling to reconcile those images with the imposing figure before them. What intentions does the knight brother harbor in gathering such a multitude? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Yet, before their inquisitiveness could settle, Zhou Qing's gaze shifted ever so slightly as he invoked the royal decree of summoning. The soldiers called forth from the camp were but ordinary beings. It was only through the enhancement of the Lord's attributes that they could undergo their ultimate transformation, ascending to become formidable troops akin to the Burning Legion under the command of Aaliyah. These soldiers possessed a multitude of traits: immortality, combustion, treasures, and a fearless resilience to pain, among others. Zhou Qing soldiers, if relying solely on their flesh and blood, would likely find it challenging to contend with such terrifying legions. Fortunately, the 34 monarchs each command extraordinary troops, empowered by their rulers with remarkable abilities, bestowed through the act of summoning. In an instant, a colossal phantom, enveloped in blazing flames, materialized behind Zhou Qing. Towering at 30 zhang, its entire form was wreathed in searing fire, adorned with a crown of kindling, while its eyes, resembling two blazing infernos, gazed down upon the multitude of soldiers below. Zhou Qing was taken aback, unprepared for such a spectacle. In the next moment, the colossal shadow's arms shattered bit by bit, with countless flames cascading toward the soldiers, and amidst the flames, a hint of darkness swirled. "Ding! You have granted your soldiers the power of the Flame King. Your soldiers will acquire various attributes based on their innate talents. Death Gift. The power of death is contained within the Flame King's strength, allowing the subjects to wield the ability of death. Note: possessing the power of death can counteract death itself. Fire Affinity. The Flame King bestows the power of fire upon all soldiers. Undying. The Flame King is immortal, and the soldiers cannot be extinguished. They can be reborn from flames upon each death, though each rebirth will diminish their attributes. Soul Harvest. The power of the artifact is boundless. Each time the Flame King's subjects slay an enemy, they have a chance to gain attribute points. Swift Strike. The The Flame King grants soldiers random sprinting abilities. Amplification Aura enhances all attributes of surrounding soldiers by 5, randomly acquired. Weapon Mastery enhances soldiers' control over weapons, significantly increasing both attack and defense capabilities, randomly acquired. Benediction of the Flame King, 10 to all attributes. Legendary status, 1 slaughtering intent, bestows powerful killing intent to soldiers. Randomly acquired. Plunder inherits the Flame King's plundering ability. After each enemy kill, they can initiate a plunder in addition to normal loot, randomly acquired. Mutation, the possibilities during this process are endless, and those with exceptional talents may trigger rare special changes. The myriad of prompts made Zhou Qing's eyes sparkle with immense delight. He had not anticipated that beyond the conventional attributes of fire affinity and undying, even the artifact Soul Harvest could be obtained. Furthermore, the abilities of weapon mastery, amplification aura, and plunder filled him with joy. Undoubtedly, these powers were extraordinarily potent, and their inheritance would significantly enhance their combat prowess. He had not expected that even the power of Soul Harvest could be passed on. Such strength he had yet to fully utilize. Zhou Qing could not help but feel a surge of emotion. As he pondered, the subjects were already engulfed in ecstasy. Each soldier radiated with the brilliance of flames. And at the most fundamental level, they possessed 5 powers: Undying, Fire Affinity, Soul Harvest, the Flame King's Benediction, and the Death Gift from the Goddess of Death. This was merely the foundation. Many soldiers possessed even more attributes, all immersed in their joy. I can feel the power of fire. A centaur archer, ablaze with flames, drew back his bow, igniting an arrow in fire and shooting forth a flaming bolt. Undying Soul Harvest. Several rangers were particularly frenzied, especially upon seeing the Soul Harvest attribute. Their eyes glowed crimson, fully aware of the immense value of this rare attribute, one of the most precious. Some subjects even underwent mutations, most transforming into fiery beings, becoming flame giants, flame centaur archers, or flame warriors. Yet, a small fraction experienced deeper mutations, evolving to elite statuses. Ordinary flame giants, once merely surrounded by flames, could now completely transform into fire, becoming immensely powerful. Countless soldiers reveled in their ecstasy, this primal power filling them with unparalleled joy. Upon joining the barracks, they had already made significant progress during their training in the Hidden Realm. Now, they felt as if they had been reborn. Once they returned to their tribe, they would undoubtedly rise to prominence, crowned in glory. Some soldiers even contemplated that following the demons might not be such a bad thing, as it could at least break their shackles and lead them down a path of greater strength. Ding! You have completed the fire infusion. Your prestige has increased. You have gained 1 point of legendary status. Accompanied by the notification, Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned. And then the proof revealed itself, a passage inscribed upon the ancient parchment. The Flame King brings death but also bestows power. Light, which the gods cannot grant, can be offered by demons, but requires an equivalent exchange. What could this mean? Zhou Qing gazed at the newly added text, feeling a slight sense of peculiarity in his heart. However, upon further reflection, he found it to be quite reasonable. The people, having gained Zhou Qing's strength, had similarly paid a considerable price, such as their freedom and their very lives. As the fall of Zhou Qing approaches, so too shall their demise. Indeed, the principle of reciprocity dictates that where Zhou Qing endures, they shall attain immortality, albeit such immortality may not necessarily be a blessing. Zhou Qing swiftly cast aside distractions, turning to the enchanting figure of the elf, Liana. In this moment of ignition, she too underwent a profound transformation. The elf's exquisite beauty became imbued with the essence of flames, bestowing upon Liana an otherworldly allure. "My lord," she uttered, and upon noticing Zhou Qing's gaze, Liana knelt, her esteem having ascended from respect to reverence. "This task is entrusted to you. You have performed admirably thus far. Continue your summons until the requisite number is attained, and I shall return," Zhou Qing remarked. "As you command, my lord." Liana responded with utmost respect. Zhou Qing ceased to speak further, as the Black Knight's gaze swept across nearly 10,000 soldiers. Subsequently, the projection of the King of Ash, missing an arm, vanished behind him. The flames reflected in the Black Knight's pupils, and in the next instant, his entire form disappeared from the throne. The fiery projection behind him represented the limit of the troops I could enhance. Even if fully consumed, it could strengthen approximately 100,000 soldiers, which is more than sufficient. Zhou Qing's heart stirred as she harnessed the power of the Crown of Embers, manifesting within the Ember King's fortress of the Tree of Life. A piercing cold light surged towards her. Zhou Qing appeared to have anticipated this moment. A faint smile graced the corners of the Black Knight's mouth as he effortlessly evaded the sword strike. He then turned to gaze. And who else could it be but Yuan? The opportunity one grant you for a challenge does not imply that sneak attacks are a legitimate form of challenge. Zhou Qing secretly chuckled, realizing that she had employed the swordsmanship he had imparted to her. To assassinate this oblivious elf would require countless years of patience to avenge her family and beloved ones. In the face of Zhou Qing's mocking gaze, the legendary elf's emerald eyes were filled with indifference. She transformed into a figure as frigid as ice. No longer the comforting nature spirit that resonated with the essence of the wilderness. However, after her failed ambush, Qian suppressed the pain and murderous intent within her. Refraining from making another move, she understood that failing even in stealth rendered further action not only humiliating but also detrimental to her confidence, making it utterly meaningless. One day, Qian gently caressed the hilt of her sword, and suddenly, it seemed as if a hand rested upon the back of hers. In this world, only he had touched her hand so freely, embracing her with such ease while teaching her the art of the sword. Her heart trembled violently. Why must even he depart from this realm? Qian fell into a daze, as scenes from her memories rushed through her mind. Had the outsiders finally arrived? Zhou Qing's voice interrupted the elf's inner monologue. Qian regained her focus, gazing deeply at Zhou Qing for a moment before nodding in affirmation. I am here. Very well. Zhou Qing nodded. Trouble was brewing. Just as Yuan had mentioned, the players who received the mission hurriedly rushed over. Although they did not encounter any perilous situations along the way, they faced numerous obstacles. After all, the Orville secret realm was not only inhabited by the native creatures such as gnolls and trolls, but also by mutated beings that had been corrupted by the deathly forces following the Burning Legion's invasion, transforming into dangerous monstrosities. The journey was far from serene. At last, they arrived. Lin Qing, Yuhan, and other elite players reached the Tree of Life, gazing up at the towering ancient tree, its branches reaching for the heavens. Adorned with wooden houses, they could not help but feel a surge of emotions, deeply moved by the sight. Even from a distance, the magnificence of the ancient tree was evident, yet the awe was even more profound upon closer inspection. However, the group lingered only briefly before returning to their usual demeanor. In terms of grandeur, the Sword King Castle was equally impressive, though its dilapidated condition stood in stark contrast to the untouched natural forest. Each had its own merits. What could our next task be in this place? Lin Qing, Yuhan, and the other elite players were filled with curiosity. Upon reaching the Tree of Life, their task had been automatically completed, yielding a bountiful harvest of flames of hope and souls of darkness. I will go complete the task and investigate further, Lin Qing stated. Yuhan smiled slightly. I too have received a delivery task. Shall we proceed together? Lin Qing nodded calmly. Yuhan was her trusted subordinate, and she felt no pressure in issuing orders. Naturally, he complied without objection. Lin Qing was quite curious about legendary elves such as Yuan and Ai Duomier. She had heard countless tales of this legendary elf along the journey, the most outstanding elf of the millennium, yet she had suffered greatly due to the Dark Invasion, losing her family and loved ones, left solitary and desolate. Ultimately, in a bid to protect the Orville secret realm, she had thrown herself under the command of the loathed Demon Knight, a true tragic hero. Nevertheless, to serve under the knight was indeed a stroke of fortune. Lin Qing blinked, her thoughts reflected in her expression. She did not perceive the Black Knight as a demon, especially given the confusion that had graced his face during his summoning, a look unbecoming of a demon. Lin Qing. Yuhan's expression grew slightly solemn. Everyone is executing tasks. What is your attitude? Fear not. I keep public and private matters distinct. Lin Qing waved her hand casually. Although Yuhan felt a twinge of unease, he recalled Lin Qing's well-established reputation and chose not to press further. The two made their way toward the Tree of Life. As they approached, a beautiful elf with long green hair, exuding a natural charm, appeared before them, frowning. Entry is forbidden here. Although the task allowed outsiders to enter, it did not mean they could roam freely within Orville. Their status remained lowly. We come to pay our respects to the great leader Yuan. Bringing greetings from the fairies and trolls, Lin Qing quickly interjected, sincerity evident in her expression. She also noted that the elf before her bore no emblem of the Flame King upon her forehead, indicating her extraordinary power. Indeed, Yuan's assessment was correct. Currently, all the legends of the Orville secret realm had perished, leaving only Yuan, Ai Duomier, and her sister Qianwen, the legendary elf before them. Fairies and trolls. How thoughtful. Qianwen's eyes darkened momentarily. She understood Ye Wen's fatigue better than anyone. All burdens rested upon her shoulders, with the pressure of demons ever present. Furthermore, since Ye Wen returned from the training realm, although her strength had surged, her fragility had deepened. Amid relentless training, she would inexplicably shed tears. And Qian Wen feared that one day, Ye Wen would break under the strain. Ding! Legendary elf Qian Wen has issued you a quest. The Weary Ye Wen and AI Duo Mier. Quest requirements. Lead the people of Orville and open AI Duo Mier's heart. Quest description. Completing this task will significantly enhance the favorability of legendary elves Qian Wen and AI Duo Mier toward you. Lin Qing and Yu Han exchanged glances, an unparalleled surprise swelling in their hearts. This was the favorability of two legendary elves, although this was the domain of the Black Knight. The standing of these two legends here would surely not be low. It was a golden opportunity. However, both knew that the task would undoubtedly be arduous, extremely challenging. With joy and a hint of trepidation, Yu Han and Lin Qing, guided by Qian Wen, proceeded toward the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life towered into the clouds. Yu Han and Lin Qing ascended, traversing through numerous tree houses, marveling at the extraordinary items within: flower essences, restorative potions, elven fruits, all of which ignited a sense of longing, resembling treasures scattered about. Yet, with a legendary elf leading the way, they dared not act recklessly. Soon, after passing over 20 tree houses via the immense vines, Qian Wen turned, no longer ascending the vines but redirecting toward a tree door. The two followed her inside. A vast space unfolded before them. The Tree of Life was immense, and the creation of such a spacious interior did not astonish them overly much. However, within the tree hollow, some luminous crescent stones illuminating the entire space captured their attention, evidently treasures as well. Continuing onward, they approached a training ground. Just the proximity elicited a series of thundering sounds from within. Qian Wen spoke up at the right moment, a hint of sorrow etched on her face. Ye Wen has been training tirelessly day and night. You may enter, but do not provoke her. As she concluded, a flicker of helplessness crossed Qian Wen's green, weathered eyes. Standing by, unwilling to say more. Do not worry, Lin Qing softly responded, accompanied by the wandering soul as they ventured forth. Soon, a figure came into view. With cascading emerald hair that flowed down to her waist, her slender and almost perfect physique, skin as smooth as jade, and an aura of icy elegance. She radiated an exquisite beauty. A wave of admiration washed over Lin Qing. While Qian Wen was already stunning, this ethereal elven maiden embodied a delicate blend of fragility and strength, coldness and warmth, an intricate tapestry of emotions that gave rise to an ineffable charm. She resembled an angel, yet possessed the demeanor of an unyielding iceberg. Lin Qing could scarcely fathom the trials she must have endured to attain such a duality of qualities, which seemingly should not coexist within a single being. No wonder Qian Wen was concerned. Had she been an ordinary person, her spirit would have likely shattered under such weight. I have fallen for her, the wandering soul murmured. Captivated as he gazed ahead, he had loved many in his lifetime. From the two princesses of the 19th realm to several tragic heroines from an independent game titled The Great Voyage. Now, he found himself enamored once more. My heart is resolute. I shall love her alone, he whispered softly. You uttered similar nonsense just 2 hours ago to another woman, Lin Qing retorted scornfully, casting a disdainful glance at the fool. I speak with sincerity, the wandering soul professed earnestly. Begone, Lin Qing replied curtly. Their banter ceased as the legendary elf's gaze fell upon them, her verdant eyes quietly observing in silence. Great Yawn, Miss Adamir, Lin Qing approached, appraising Yawn while softly speaking. We have come bearing the blessings and gratitude of the fairies in the oval race. The moment the words left her lips, a pang of realization struck her, not due to Yawn's reaction, but through subtle cues. She understood that Yawn was no longer a mere girl. After exchanging gifts and conversing for a while, Yawn's expression softened, graciously accepting each offering. Lin Qing remained attentive to her demeanor, feeling a flicker of joy, despite her trials. The virtues of this legendary elf continued to shine brightly. When discussing the gifts from their companions, Yawn revealed a smile of contentment. Reflecting on the current state of the continent, Lin Qing shared news of assistance from outsiders. The Oval had regained their footing. The devastation wrought by the Burning Legion had been mitigated to a minimum, and the secret realms had returned to a state of tranquility, even surpassing their former glory. Lin Qing spoke, and Yawn listened intently. Ultimately, the elven maiden sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile crossing her lips. Thus, it is very well. Lin Qing refrained from further words. worry of awakening the elf's hidden sorrows. Enough, I require solitude. You may withdraw for now. Sister Qian will make arrangements for you. Yuan spoke gently. Lin Qing and the wandering soul exchanged a glance, but did not linger. Currently, they had no strategy to break the impasse. The situation surrounding the Tree of Life was far more intricate than they could have imagined, and with insufficient information at hand, they felt at a loss. Hence, they decided to retreat for the time being to ascertain the circumstances before formulating further plans. As they departed, tranquility returned to the Tree of Life. Yuan picked up her longsword, resuming her practice. Zhou Qing observed the wandering soul and Lin Qing as they retreated, positioned atop a higher branch of the Tree of Life. His stronghold allowed him to perceive all movements, including Yuan's moments of solitude. Zhou Qing naturally recognized Lin Qing and Yuan, two players who left a profound impression on him. However, he did not approach them. The task chain had been meticulously arranged, awaiting their independent activation for completion. The players, being non-natives, were all astute and cunning. Should Zhou Qing directly approach them with a high-level quest, they might engage in haggling. To avoid unnecessary dialogue, he opted to provide the task chain directly, guiding them gradually through the assignments. As circumstances appeared to fall into place, Zhou Qing completed the arrangement of the players' task chain, and the recruitment of troops would soon commence. He took a moment to rest. With half a month remaining, it was just the right time for him to seek out some endeavors. Zhou Qing yearned for engaging discourse with Yuan, as that enchanting experience lingered in his memory. Yet, considering Yuan's current state of mind, he dismissed the thought. Thus, it was fortuitous. He could begin to harness the potential of the soul-absorbing ring. Zhou Qing's gaze shifted. This ring had remained unused since its acquisition, and now, with the appropriate equipment discovered in the 15th realm, it was time to put it to use. At that moment, Zhou Qing was suddenly alerted to the news of the Sword King's demise. He raised an eyebrow and teleported to a vantage point within the Sword King fortress in the first secret realm, a place inaccessible to players. Flames roared and fierce winds howled around him, and he stood there unnoticed. From this elevated position, he surveyed the first realm. Observing the Sword King on one knee in the first passage, sword in hand, his entire form having been transformed into stone, he had been vanquished by the players. Zhou Qing shook his head. A team comprised of a dozen or so players from Huaxia had brought down the Sword King, an event that was bound to occur. Entirely ordinary. It would have been odd had the players remained trapped in the first challenge. This also signified the impending opening of the second realm. In the past, Zhou Qing might have taken note of this, but now he felt no concern. After all, he had already secured the treasures of benefit to him within the second secret realm. As Zhou Qing was about to depart, the Sword King unexpectedly resurrected once more. Typically, the Sword King requires a considerable amount of time to be reborn after death. In the chapter of the Dragon Riders, within the realm of life and death, Zhou Qing sat upon the throne of the Flame King, surrounded by roaring flames, his expression one of utter bewilderment beneath his helmet. At this moment, the Wraith King quietly descended, his presence strikingly familiar, as he approached Zhou Qing from behind and embraced him tightly, whispering softly, "How comforting. Is the iron armor truly so comfortable?" Zhou Qing retorted, sensing no hostility. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. "Remove your armor," the Wraith King murmured. Zhou Qing's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that Yuan was the sovereign of the realm of death, although he had not participated in this particular conflict. Their relationship was far from amicable. Remove it? No. Zhou Qi was beset by a throbbing headache, pondering the awareness of the opposing camp. In the ancient expanse of the 27th layer, amidst the flickering flames, he sat in solemn silence upon the majestic throne of the King of Kindling, his confusion palpable beneath his helmet. The King of the Underworld had meticulously divulged a wealth of intelligence regarding the realm of death, encompassing details of the various troops, the configuration of lords, and even the identities of Ao Wei's parents. The system confirmed that all this information was unequivocally true. Zhou Qing did not inquire further into the reasons, nor did he delve into the reliability of the system's intelligence. As the king of salaries, he had long understood that the conflicts among troop types were trivial, mere matters of face, even if all troop types were to perish in the end. The essence remained in the rivalry between the kings. Should he invade Oval, while troop types would indeed be important, it would only serve to clean up the aftermath. The true dominion of the battlefield lay in the high-level confrontations. As long as legends endure, Oval shall not fall. If the legends were to falter, Oval would be powerless to resist. The pinnacle of combat strength is the true determinant of victory or defeat. Xiaoyu, do not act recklessly. Just as Zhou Qing was lost in thought, A delicate hand gently removed his helmet. Zhou Qing's expression darkened slightly. Seeing no one around, he chose not to object. You might as well remove your armor. Why not take off your own garments first? Why is there always a desire to disrobe others? If you remove yours, then I shall remove mine. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhou Qing instinctively wished to decline, yet as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated momentarily. In the past, he would have coldly refused without a second thought. But after that profound experience in the secret realm and his deep communication with the legendary spirit, he could not deny that the excitement and impulse stemming from his instincts had captivated him. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Qing's gaze shifted, and a fervent flame ignited quietly within his eyes. The Shadow Queen, without a doubt, was a stunning beauty. Her formidable power bestowed upon her an extraordinary aura. Her figure was graceful, full of charm, voluptuous in the right places yet modest where it mattered, a vision of elegance that perhaps surpassed even On. The spirit possessed its own allure, while the Shadow Queen exuded a distinct magnetism, both entirely different. Spirits are closely connected to nature, whereas the Shadow Queen resembled a wild stallion, noble, free, and brimming with untamed spirit, forming a stark contrast to the tranquil and amicable nature of spirits. Come here. Zhou Qing softly beckoned. In the ancient and vast space of the life-ancient tree on the 27th layer, he sat upon the throne of the Flame King, surrounded by swirling flames, his mind deep in contemplation. Thanks to the Shadow Queen's candid revelations, a wealth of information regarding the realm of death had been unveiled to him. Details about troop types, lord configurations, and even the identities of Awei's parents were meticulously laid bare. The system confirmed that this information was irrefutable. Zhou Qing refrained from further inquiries, nor did he contemplate the credibility of the system's intelligence. As the king of soldiers, he had long understood that the conflicts between military branches were trivial, merely a matter of pride. Even if all military factions were to perish, the true crux would still lie in the confrontation among the sovereigns. Should he invade Orville, while the military factions hold significance, they would merely serve to clean up the aftermath. The genuine dominion over the battlefield rests upon the higher-tier struggles. As long as legends endure, Orville shall not succumb. Should the legends fall, Orville would inevitably falter. It is the elite combat power that determines victory or defeat. Xia Yu, do not make any rash movements. While Zhou Qing contemplated, a small hand stealthily removed his helmet. Zhou Qing's expression darkened slightly as he surveyed the surroundings, finding no one present, but he refrained from intervention. You might as well remove your armor. Why not first shed your own garments? Why does there always seem to be a desire to strip away another's armor? If you remove yours, I shall do the same. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhou Qing instinctively wished to refuse, yet as the words hovered on his lips, he hesitated slightly. In the past, he would have coldly rejected the notion without a second thought, but after his profound communication with the legendary spirit during the secret trainings, he could no longer deny that the excitement and impulse stemming from his instincts had captivated him. At the mention of this, Zhou Qing's gaze shifted, the flames within his eyes dancing brightly. The Shadow Queen was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Her formidable power endowed her with an extraordinary presence. Her figure was graceful, exuding an alluring charm, perfectly poised where necessary and elegantly reserved elsewhere, even more enchanting than Yan. The elves possessed a unique grace, while the Shadow Queen radiated a distinct allure, the two being entirely different. The elves were close to nature, whereas the Shadow Queen resembled a wild stallion, noble and free, brimming with untamed spirit, forming a stark contrast to the serene and gentle elves. Come here. Zhou Qing softly beckoned. Yes, the realm of the death gods, known as the Divine Land, was indeed one of the territories, resembling the castle of the Flame King. The Divine Land was not merely a geographical location, but rather the abode of deities, akin to the Alps of the gods, while the mundane world continued to exist, albeit distinct from the Orville secret realm. The world beyond this domain was permeated with the laws of death, built upon the foundation of faith, with myriad beings venerating the god of death. The power of this faith was also utilized by the deities. Only the most sincere could step into the realm of the death gods and dedicate themselves to the goddess of death, Awir. At this moment, within the Divine Land, the various lords were plotting their battle strategies. Awir showed no interest in the deployment of troops. Her sole focus was the imminent challenge from the Flame King, and victory was all that mattered. Yet, occasionally, she would involve herself in military decision-making. I have returned. A clear voice resonated through the oppressive darkness of the Divine Land as Xia Yu gracefully arrived, her eyes gleaming with joy as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Her elation evident. Her steps were slightly unsteady, but in the dark of night, it was hardly noticeable. "Your Majesty, you have returned," the lords greeted in unison. With the utmost respect. The growth of the 34 kings knew no bounds, even rivaling that of the gods. Thus, although Xiaoyu served as Weir's high priestess, none of the lords dared to underestimate her, treating her with near equal reverence. "Are you devising strategies for the attack?" Xiaoyu's keen gaze fell upon the sand table before the lords as she inquired. "Indeed, Your Majesty," the lords replied, not daring to conceal the truth. "What is this plan?" Xiaoyu stepped forward with keen interest, scrutinizing the sand table. "Your Majesty, we have gathered intelligence regarding the types of troops under the Flame King's command. This unit comprises the elite shadow assassins under Her Majesty Weir. We plan to send them to eliminate the most critical elven commanders in one fell swoop." "Hold on," Xiaoyu interrupted. "No, such treachery is beneath us. By my command, let them confront the fire minotaurs head-on." The lords exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback. "Your Majesty, this may not be wise. Shadow assassins are not adept at frontal combat. Their strength lies in stealth, and the fire minotaurs represent a formidable frontline force. Are you perhaps a spy sent by the enemy?" They speculated in their hearts. "It is precisely because I am aware of their weaknesses that I wish to hone their skills. Is this decision being questioned?" Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy as she scanned the assembly. A shiver ran through the lords. Even if they deemed this order utterly foolish, Xiaoyu was the high priestess, the foremost authority under Weir, wielding considerable power. The reality was that Weir seldom concerned herself with these troops, allowing the lords to manage everything, reporting only occasionally, which Weir disregarded. To the gods, these troops were mere tools, a truth they all understood. Even Xiaoyu typically showed little interest in military affairs. Now that she had issued a command, no one dared to defy it, unless they were willing to report to Weir. However, Weir would never be distracted by such trifles, for that would be tantamount to courting death. By the way, the dragon-hunting archers need not use bows. Let them engage in close combat on the front lines. As for the shadow mages, their melee capabilities are weak. They become frantic at the slightest approach from an assassin, rendering them practically useless. They should all be sent to the front lines to enhance their strength. And those mountain dwarves and tree spirits, let them practice spellcasting instead of swinging hammers all day long. When faced with a fire dragon, they are utterly defenseless. What purpose do they serve? A bunch of useless beings, do you understand? As Xiaoyu's words fell, the air around seemed to freeze. With her flowing black hair and imposing presence, she commanded attention. "Yes, we understand." The lords trembled, thinking their fate was sealed. With a leader like her, defeat in battle was inevitable. It would be better to surrender themselves. What use is it for dwarves to practice ranged combat? They are short in stature and possess a unique physique that renders bows ineffective for them. Moreover, their physique cannot learn magic. Are we to have them practice throwing hammers? It is simply counterproductive. Only the Shadow Queen could conceive such a strategy. The lords were plagued with headaches. "Good, as long as you understand. Should anyone dare to act in defiance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The last time you dealt with a mere lord, you left me thoroughly disappointed, leading to today's dire situation. Should I find myself disappointed again, I shall strip you of your skins." The Shadow Queen's cruelty was unmatched, and upon hearing this, the lords under Weir felt their hearts twist in agony. How could she still have the gall to criticize them, who had led the charge only to be branded with blame? "Humph." The Shadow Queen snorted coldly, her wild hair settling as she turned to leave. However, as she walked, she seemed to stumble slightly, nearly falling, before vanishing with the aid of teleportation, avoiding further embarrassment. "It is over. What shall we do?" Upon Xiaoyu's departure, the lords exchanged glances, bewildered. "This cannot stand. If we obey the Shadow Queen's orders, defeat is certain, and the goddess will surely flay us. We must report this to Her Majesty Weir," one lord decisively stated. "Yes, let us report. The worst that can happen is a scolding from Her Majesty Weir." "Let us report," another lord echoed, preparing to inform Weir. Soon, the response of death loomed. "Pearl," one lord spoke up. "What is it?" A cold voice emerged from the darkness. "Pearl, concerning troop matters, the Shadow Queen has issued a new directive." Before the lord could finish, a deep anger emanated from the shadows. "Such trivial matters concerning troops have disturbed my domain." The temperature plummeted, and a chill permeated the air, causing the speaking lord to tremble. "My lord, forgive us." The lords apologized in panic. Such was the norm. Matters of troop types were of little concern to Zhou Qing, who was merely preoccupied with avoiding embarrassment due to the inadequacies of his subordinates. However, Ovi was different. As an ancient deity, Her gaze had long transcended such trivialities, deeming them unworthy of divine attention. Should this occur again, you shall all face punishment in the abyss of the divine realm, Ovi stated coldly, then shifted the conversation. Speak. Ah? The lords were taken aback, not expecting Ovi to be willing to listen, and thus hastily reported. Is this true? Has the King of Shadows issued such a decree? Ovi frowned. Indeed. Very well, you shall be punished in the divine realm. With a wave of her hand, several lords vanished in an instant, regardless of right or wrong. Their overstepping had violated her rules. Xiaoyu. After dealing with the lords in the depths of the realm of death, a figure shrouded in darkness spoke from the shadowed throne. It was Ovi's true form. What is it? Xiaoyu emerged from the darkness, utilizing her teleportation ability. What troubles you? A voice resonated from the shadows as the goddess of death detected Xiaoyu's unusual state. I feel unwell, Xiaoyu replied, her long legs pressed together, sensing a lingering warmth within her. Take care of yourself, Ovi advised, then changed the subject. The Lord of the Fire Domain and others believe your decision was erroneous. I concur. You shall immediately take command of the Death Legion and personally lead the operations, redefining our strategy. Me? Xiaoyu pointed to herself. Indeed. Understood. Xiaoyu agreed readily, about to depart when Ovi suddenly asked, How do you perceive this battle? Against the King of Flames? Xiaoyu inquired. Yes. Why not surrender? You are beautiful. The King of Flames would surely hesitate to consume you, Xiaoyu suggested, blinking. After a prolonged silence, Ovi responded, He is indeed formidable. I am striving to resist. If you witnessed it, you would understand how difficult it is for me to even move. Your discomfort stems from the King of Flames? Yes. You have worked hard, Ovi remarked. It is nothing. I find it quite intriguing. Engaging with him is quite delightful, Xiaoyu mused, a hint of anticipation brightening her expression. Delightful? Indeed. Since you say so, I too harbor some expectations. Ovi's cold voice wavered slightly, clearly unaware of Xiaoyu's interpretation of their engagement. Had she known, it might have incited her to fury against her trusted confidant. Ovi, consider carefully. Do you truly wish to wage war? Should we suffer defeat? The King of Flames will show no mercy. Though he is but a human, his heart is as ruthless as that of any other sovereign. I discerned this from his usurpation of the Gargoyle King's throne. Ovi's tone remained tranquil. Very well, I shall continue to weaken him. Be cautious. Xiaoyu departed, leaving the dark throne once again enveloped in prolonged silence. After a significant interval, a cold voice emanated from within. In this conflict, victory is assured. Zhou Qing was utterly unaware of this, yet at this moment, he calmly prepared to journey to the Dark Temple to fulfill another of his royal duties. Darkness and light have always been irreconcilable foes. In this realm, darkness holds an overwhelming dominance, while remnants of light are scattered like nails driven deep into the bowels of darkness, a source of great concern. Likewise, within the domain of light, there exist nails of darkness, perpetually threatened by the brilliance of illumination. These nails are indispensable. They serve as both the arena for the trials of the light faction and as spies for the dark, undermining the light's efforts, thus impacting both sides. As the 34th king, Zhou Qing found himself inextricably entwined in these dynamics. One such implication was the understanding that the 34th king would not instigate conflict. Thus, he found it inappropriate to unleash a massacre, which consequently diminished the efficacy of his soul-absorbing ring. Consequently, Zhou Qing's attention shifted towards the light faction. However, before he could act, he unexpectedly received a long-awaited summons. It was not from the Red Dragon nor any familiar face, but rather from the realm of the dead. A call originating from the indigenous commoners. Ding! Your legend and glory have spread across the world. The commoner Fei Heir has initiated a demonic contract with you. You may respond to this contract. Upon acceptance of this request, you may demand from the commoner Fei Heir anything he possesses, including his soul, life, loyalty, kindness, and all other virtues. Zhou Qing's gaze flickered. The summons from a mere commoner initially seemed insignificant to him. However, he could not deny that it was indeed an unusual occurrence for an ordinary individual to dare make a request of Zhou Qing. Yet, when the commoner's name was revealed to be Fei Heir, Zhou Qing felt that it was entirely reasonable for him to put forth such a request. Among the indigenous populace, many formidable figures were destined to emerge, akin to the 5 legendary knights, all possessing the power to confront the devourer and annihilate sovereigns of the world. Beyond these 5 knights, there existed equally formidable natives, and the soul-reaping messenger Fei Heir was one such individual, though his background remained shrouded in mystery, with the original text only mentioning him as an extraordinary being transcending death. His obscure origins did not diminish his astounding achievements as a harbinger of death. Fei Er managed to escape the siege of 2 legendary knights, ultimately becoming a reclusive sage. As such a sage, his prowess surpassed that of certain sovereigns. Zhou Qing's memory is vivid. This Fei Er must be the later Fei Er. Zhou Qing felt a flicker of interest, yet was not particularly surprised. After all, the future Sky Knight, Amir, had recently been a mere weak knight, continuously delivering provisions to him. First, he sacrificed his beloved, and then his mentor. The Sky Knight had yet to establish his prominence, and such weakness rendered Fei Er, now a commoner, of little consequence. However, a visit was warranted. Perhaps in the realm of the god of death, he might discover some tasks for Ovi. Zhou Qing's mind flickered with thoughts, yet he remained composed amidst his numerous obligations. In the Orville mystical realm, the verdant forest had been marred by the iron hooves of the burning legion, leading to the pollution of several springs and the ensuing proliferation of aberrations. The once thriving woods now lay in decay, savage beasts twisted into grotesque forms. And rampant plagues plagued the land, a sight that filled us with profound concern. Should you lend us your aid in our plight, we would be eternally grateful. Beyond the ancient life tree, a beautiful elven maiden named Qian, dwelling in her treehouse, furrowed her brow, anxiety etched upon her features. The players, Yuan, Lin Qing, and others, exchanged glances, delight evident in their expressions. Lin Qing stepped forward respectfully and spoke. Lady Qian, we are willing to contribute our modest strength for the tranquility of the natural forest. However, the power of the corrupted beasts is formidable. Might you possess any wise strategies? Upon hearing this, Qian glanced at Lin Qing, feeling a fondness for the human girl. After a brief pause, she replied, indeed, the might of the aberrant beast poses a significant challenge. You may seek out Commander Liana. She may be able to provide you with assistance. Mentioning this, Qian felt a sense of helplessness, as this catastrophe had arisen due to the dark night of demons. Yet they were compelled to rely on such powers to quell the aftermath. Fortunately, although Liana and her kin had pledged allegiance to that dark night since their inception, they still held a reverence for the elven legends, a trait inherent to their nature, provided the knight had not issued a command. Take my letter. Tell her it is I who has sent you, Qian instructed, using a leaf as parchment to inscribe elven script. After enchanting it, the leaf transformed into a shimmering scroll, which he handed to Lin Qing. Unable to conceal her joy, Lin Qing expressed her gratitude and departed hastily, citing the pressing matter of the aberrant beasts. Once outside the ancient tree, the seasoned players, including Yuan, could hardly contain their amusement. Success seemed imminent, as long as they could control their forces and demonstrate their prowess. They would undoubtedly have the opportunity to showcase their abilities in the divine battle, reaping rewards and enhancing their reputations. Moreover, there were special rewards to be gained, such as extracting souls and acquiring exceptional attributes. With spirits high, Lin Qing and her companions arrived at the barracks. Liana, the overseer of the area, welcomed them. Upon hearing their requests, Liana smiled gently, as an elf under the command of the Dark Knight. She understood that the Lord did not wish for the Orville mystical realm to suffer destruction, otherwise, he would not permit outsiders to assist in the restoration of their homeland. I shall dispatch a team to you. I hope you will not disappoint, Liana stated, directly granting them the authority to each command 50 Flame Centaur warriors. Without hesitation, Lin Qing led the group straight into the natural forest of the Orville mystical realm, efficiently ridding the land of the corrupted beasts in merely 3 days, resulting in a renewed ascent in reputation among the native elves. They promptly returned to report their success. To complete it in just 3 days is truly astonishing, Liana remarked, her admiration evident. She then shifted the conversation. The Lord is preparing for a war, and your capabilities are exceptional. Report to me tomorrow. Ding. Commander Liana has issued a divine battle quest. Task description, a colossal regional epic quest. Task requirements, participate in the divine battle. Task rewards. Any beneficial actions by players will accumulate contribution points. Post-battle, rewards will be distributed based on these points, including legendary proofs, legendary weapons, land purchase rights in the Orville region, and increased favor from the Flame King. As the notification faded, Lin Qing and her companions sparkled with excitement. Let us return and prepare, Yuan exclaimed, eager to showcase their prowess in the forthcoming battle. Lin Qing's eyes gleamed. Whether it be land, legendary proofs, or weapons, all were exceedingly precious. Yet, what she valued most was the favor of the Flame King. Leading the Dark Knight was no trivial matter. Since the Guardian War at the temple, many capital magnates had altered their strategies, shifting their focus from legendary weapons to the potential of these knights. Should they succeed in forming an alliance and bring it into the real world, it would serve as a tremendous asset for any nation. However, this endeavor was fraught with difficulty, achievable only through collaboration. In the past, such cooperation was nearly impossible. Yet, the emergence of the 10 major dungeons had rewritten the global landscape, with once minor nations ascending to become the 6th permanent member of the World Council, disrupting the existing balance. We now find ourselves in a new era. The interests of the nation outweigh all other considerations. With developments reaching this point, it is now viable to propose resource requests. Following this divine battle, the initial phase of our plans can be set in motion. Zhou Qing hesitated no longer, hastily logging off and preparing for what lay ahead. Unbeknownst to them, every action was being observed by Zhou Qing. In the natural realm, atop an ancient towering tree, Zhou Qing, clad in simple garments, alongside the similarly attired King of Shadows, grasped a branch with one hand, leisurely watching the players depart. It seemed they were quite exhilarated. The quest chain was nearly complete, and now it remained to be seen how far they could go. Zhou Qing spat out the fruit pit, her words imbued with a sense of tranquility. King Qian, do you truly concern yourself with such trifles? King Yu glanced at the players, feeling a hint of perplexity. To her, these players were nothing more than insignificant ants. Little did King Yu know, these seemingly inconsequential ants would gradually grow in strength and cunning, ultimately toppling the kings from their thrones. I am unlike Aowei. Her divine realm has been firmly established for quite some time, while mine is still in its infancy. If I do not tend to it with care, I shall face a catastrophic defeat, and even if I emerge victorious, it would be of little distinction. Zhou Qing's words are not devoid of truth. The conflicts among the indigenous peoples, particularly between the kings, have indeed been known to precipitate legendary events. When the hostilities eventually come to an end, the chronicles will recount the disastrous retreat of the Qian Wang's forces over 1,000 miles. Although they may have fortuitously triumphed over Aowei, they will find themselves isolated, and their gains will inevitably diminish. In reality, there is no need for concern, as Aowei is indifferent to the warfare between the military factions. Indeed, I comprehend. Zhou Qing nodded, yet in his heart, he recalled the moment when the list of deities was unveiled. Initially, the likes of Tong Tian Jiao Master and Primordial Tianzuan, among other saints, appeared rather indifferent. It was only when Tong Tian Jiao Master witnessed the gradual demise of his disciples, suffering a loss of face, that he became deeply entangled, ultimately leading to a cataclysmic conflict among the saints. Zhou Qing harbored no particular concern for the military factions, yet the matters of dignity and prestige warranted a modicum of attention. He recalled the burning legion of Ilia when it was conferred upon him. The Lord's mere presence commanded the respect of all, creating an atmosphere of tremendous awe. At this moment, Zhou Qing was still pondering strategies to deal with Ovi, completely unaware that he had unwittingly become a queen, and the players audaciously turned their ambitions toward him once more. In the realm of the death god, a landscape of chaos prevailed, rife with peril and omnipresent mortality. Villages and towns alike were devoted to the side of death, forming a thoroughly disordered faction. Year after year, warfare and demise intertwined, rendering the inhabitants of this land impoverished, cruel, indulgent, and feeble. In the relentless skirmishes, survival transformed into a luxury. This place epitomized chaos, saturated with the raw laws of existence. Young human lad, I find you strikingly reminiscent of the braised pork I savored just yesterday. Zhou Qing sauntered forward, encountering numerous indigenous people along the way, most of whom shunned him. After all, those who dared to wander alone were either foolish or mad, or perhaps harbored a dangerous disposition. The fools of the kingdom of death had long since perished. Whether they were madmen or otherwise, they all represented a perilous threat. Yet, there were always a few who attempted to tempt fate, particularly those driven to the brink of starvation, who ceased to exercise caution. At that moment, among the 4 jackal brothers, one of them scrutinized Zhou Qing with an insatiable glint in his eye. 20 breaths later, the jackal quartet found themselves trampled underfoot, their faces pressed against the earth, consuming the dust. Where is the lord of this territory? Who is the lord? Zhou Qing languidly inquired, yearning for a sumptuous feast. Yet he encountered the fierce Wool-Wolf quartet, who dared not conceal the truth and promptly reported their findings. No sooner had the words left their lips than flames erupted beneath Zhou Qing's feet, swiftly engulfing the Wool-Wolf quartet, who let out anguished cries. Moments later, the 4 lay breathless and prostrate upon the ground. Logically speaking, given Zhou Qing's formidable prowess, he could have effortlessly dispatched them in an instant, leaving no chance for survival. However, he chose to grant them a sliver of mercy, owing to a particular piece of equipment, the duelist's amulet. Quality: legendary. Effect: while equipped, it prevents the infliction of fatal injuries, rendering the wearer immune to all lethal damage and forcibly preserving a minimum vestige of life. Description: a fair duel, where matters of life and death are unforgiving. Indeed, this artifact was the complementary equipment to Zhou Qing's divine soul-absorbing ring. Due to the unique nature of this independent instance, fulfilling the soul-absorbing ring's conditions for a successful kill was extraordinarily challenging. Yet with this ring, it became a mere trifle. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Zhou Qing summoned the information regarding the soul-absorbing ring. Soul-absorbing ring. Quality: white. Evolvable equipment: Hope's Flame 01. Unique skill: soul absorption. Cooldown: 24 hours. Soul absorption executes a death judgment on the enemy. The lower the enemy's life, the higher the success rate. When life is below 1% for common foes, 5% for elites, and 1,000 for bosses, the instant death effect is triggered. Each time soul absorption claims an enemy's life, it randomly extracts a certain attribute from the enemy and bestows it upon the host. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing mused to himself, with this object in hand, I possess the qualifications to challenge the deities. However, due to my failure to utilize it, I have not yet ascended, resulting in a squandered flame of hope. Even though I have become the Flame King, the efficacy of this flame remains considerable. One of its benefits is to assist my evolution from an elite Black Knight to a true Black Knight. Yet, since Zhou Qing's ascension to the Flame King, the amount of hope required for each evolution has become immensely valuable. Thus, he has not paid much attention to it, focusing instead on accumulating this flame. Now, aside from evolution, the soul absorption ring may be the best means to enhance his strength. Contemplating this, Zhou Qing began to assess his reserves of hope. There was little left. The 5,000 flames of hope obtained from conquering Oweir had been expended in establishing it, although he had made some gains during this period. With the assistance of number 1 and number 2 in gathering more, the total remained just over 3,000. It is time to elevate my level. With a flicker of thought, Zhou Qing instantly deducted 1,000 sparks of hope. Countless sparks of hope burst forth in resplendent brilliance, flowing into the soul-absorbing ring, causing its body to appear as though it were ablaze with flickering flames. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a moment before vanishing without a trace. Ding! The soul-absorbing ring has been upgraded. Soul-absorbing ring. Quality: ebon, an evolvable equipment infused with sparks of hope 03. Unique skill: soul absorption. Cooldown duration: 18 hours. Soul absorption executes a life and death judgment against foes. The lower the enemy's life force, the higher the probability of success. When life drops below 1%, a common enemy faces a 5% chance, an elite enemy a 1,000th chance, and a divine enemy is subject to an instant death effect. Each time a foe's life is siphoned, a random selection of certain attributes will be returned to the host, with each acquisition yielding no less than 5 attribute points. Zhou Qing furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of disappointment. While her other attributes were acceptable, the cooldown duration after leveling up reached an astonishing 18 hours, which felt excessively prolonged for her. With such a lengthy cooldown, the ring's effectiveness was severely restricted, necessitating further upgrades. Yet, the flicker of hope remained but a barren ember. Zhou Qing's expression darkened as he decisively removed the duelist's amulet, swiftly dispatching 3 jackals. He then employed the soul drain on the last remaining jackal. Ding! You have slain the ordinary creature, the jackal. You have met the conditions for soul drain, absorbing 99 points of attributes. 99 points, a commendable beginning indeed. Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the newly acquired 99 free attribute points, which he was pleased to allocate entirely to strength. His only concern lay in the excessively long cooldown period of the soul absorption ring, necessitating the use of the Flame of Hope for upgrades. By the way, I had sold a batch of special equipment in the second realm, which seemed to be capable of being taken out of this world. I wonder how the sales fared. As Zhou Qing pondered, he casually pointed, and an area of 2 zhang squared beside him transformed into molten lava, enabling him to utilize his technique of the residual fire for transportation to this very spot in the future. Gradually, Zhou Qing's figure faded from sight. Zhou Qing departed from the realm of the god of death. Meanwhile, the second realm was equally bustling. On the dim earth, one of the 34 kings instinctively made his way from the 8th realm to the second realm, ultimately fixating a pair of icy eyes upon an ordinary merchant. The gaze of the Earth Dragon King was laden with oppression and coldness. Its massive form advanced step by step, and in the end, The crimson in its eyes betrayed a savage intent. Surrender or perish. The Earth Dragon King's expression remained devoid of emotion. The wandering merchant trembled, for during this time, numerous kings had come, and the lords were countless, instilling fear within him. The Earth Dragon King, those do not belong to me, the merchant stammered, regardless of their ownership. I shall have them. Even the gods cannot thwart my will, declared the Earth Dragon King, a glimmer of brutality passing through its dragon eyes. Die or surrender. I grant you 3 breaths. That belongs to the Fire King, the merchant pleaded. Even the Fire King and the deities cannot help you. I am determined to claim it. The Earth Dragon King replied coldly, exuding an overwhelming aura. As its words echoed, its lantern-like eyes constricted slightly, and its 4 dragon legs trembled slightly as it roared. Whom did you just mention? The roar of the Dragon King was astonishing, stirring up fierce winds upon the earth, causing the wandering merchant to fall to the ground in fright. Speak. Who? The Earth Dragon King bellowed. The Fire King, the merchant managed to utter amidst the overwhelming pressure. Under the relentless dominance of the kings, his legs weakened, his speech became indistinct. The Fire King, those items are all the Fire Kings. The Earth Dragon King sniffed and spoke in a seemingly amiable tone. Young friend, I was merely jesting with you. You may disregard my visit and take your leave. With that, the Earth Dragon King swung its immense body and swiftly retraced its steps, vanishing from the second realm in an instant. Watching the Earth Dragon King depart, the ashen-faced merchant shakily rose from the ground, gazing at the astonishingly abundant flame of hope in his backpack, his mental state on the verge of collapse. Many had come during this time, the lords and the 34 kings had all ventured forth. The wandering merchant lived in constant dread, as several recent waves of visitors had been deterred by the Fire King's might, yet he could not guarantee the absence of reckless individuals unafraid of death. Hearing that the Fire King was preparing to confront the gods, he feared for his life should any of the deity's followers descend. O Fire King, when will you arrive? The merchant was overwhelmed with anxiety, hurrying back to his stall to attend to customers. Alas, though he had taken human form and progressed from the first realm to the second, he was not free. Otherwise, he would have long fled. And he would not be facing the current perilous circumstances, still bound to this place. At this moment, a stranger entered his line of sight, and the merchant sighed in relief, preparing for a transaction. With the fall of the Sword King, the second realm opened its gates to the outsiders, and many newcomers flooded into the second secret realm. During this period, these hopeful foreigners purchased the remnants left by the Fire King, accumulating vast wealth and attracting countless envious gazes. Bah! A player from the neighboring country spat in disdain, furious. Those who defy fate may stand, but even small demons cannot act with impunity. This player was incensed because he had just spotted a treasure chest and was about to open it when a loathsome creature leapt out. The loathsome creature was a formidable foe with high attack power, yet clumsy. Prior to entering the game, he had thoroughly reviewed various strategies, finding such minor demons easy to handle with just a bit of skill. Thus, the player approached to taunt the creature, intending to lure it to the edge to fall to its demise. Unexpectedly, that loathsome creature blocked his movements, causing him to stumble and fall to his death. Not only did he perish, but the creature also mocked him, leaving him infuriated. I've been deceived by a worthless little demon. The player from the neighboring country was filled with regret. Little did he know, the demon guarding the treasure chest in the second realm had withstood countless battles and had long accumulated rich experience under Zhou Qing's guidance. I shall seek vengeance. The player regrouped and approached the wandering merchant, opening the store. He greedily glanced at the weapons and soul fires that could be taken back to reality, then reluctantly supplemented his supplies with some ordinary items before departing. Just as he turned around, he collided with a figure, instantly tumbling to the ground. Damn it! Who dares to seek death? The player from the neighboring country erupted in anger, cursing loudly, irritated that someone would block his path amidst his misfortunes in battling. Are you speaking to me? Underneath the black helmet, Zhou Qing glanced at the player, the universal language translation allowing him to comprehend various tongues. You fool! Wearing a Black Knight's attire to frighten me? Your father must be terrified. The player exclaimed, nearly poking Zhou Qing with his finger. Just as he finished his tirade, suddenly, a notification rang out. The Fire King's affinity towards you has decreased by 100 points. Your current relationship with the Fire King is indifferent. Note: hostile status. Immediate life and death upon meeting. Warning: please evacuate immediately. Warning: please evacuate immediately. Warning: please evacuate immediately. 3 blood-red alerts appeared, and the player from the neighboring country stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at Zhou Qing. Before he could collect his thoughts, a swift motion occurred. Zhou Qing wielded his sword with a sweeping motion, swiftly eliminating the player. After claiming the spoils, he made his way towards the wandering merchant. The latter had witnessed the entire event and was now overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Did my last consignment manage to sell? Zhou Qing, straightforward as ever, greeted the arrival of the Fire King with urgency. At last, you have come. The wandering merchant clung to Zhou Qing's leg, tears streaming down his face, leaving Zhou Qing bewildered. Could it truly be that his allure extended even to men? The voluntary approach of the King of Ghosts was one thing, but to have a man display such concern was altogether unexpected. As this thought crossed his mind, an icy shiver coursed through Zhou Qing's body, prompting him to hastily extricate himself from the merchant's grasp and retreat warily. Simultaneously, Zhou Qing felt a sense of relief, thankful for his armor. Otherwise, the merchant's tears would surely have sullied his trousers, and worse yet, he might have been taken advantage of. The mere thought sent a wave of discomfort over him. Despite his usual fearlessness, Zhou Qing found himself somewhat flustered in the presence of the wandering merchant, a tingling sensation prickling at his scalp. Fire King, please take this away, Zhou Qing urged. The merchant, undeterred by Zhou Qing's reaction, expressed his own anxiety about potentially dirtying the knight's iron armor. He hastily spoke, extending a hand, revealing a solid ember of hope that burned with an almost obsidian hue, indicative of its remarkable quality. This is 18,000 souls. You must take it, the merchant implored. What is the matter? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing was somewhat taken aback. However, he soon comprehended why the wandering souls regarded him as a savior. An innocent man, burdened with a treasure, would inevitably attract numerous seekers. Yet, Zhou Qing did not dwell on this matter for long. He extended his hand to receive the flame of hope, his heart gradually finding tranquility. 18,000 souls, a considerable number, though he had encountered even greater quantities before. Thus he did not become overly exhilarated, yet his spirits lifted. The vast sum of 18,000 units of the Flame of Hope surpassed Zhou Qing's expectations. Initially, he believed that acquiring 3,000 would be fortunate, never anticipating such a substantial sale. After all, he himself had collected less than 10,000 over a long period, most of which had been contributed by other players. The players, it seemed, were rather affluent. Zhou Qing could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Unbeknownst to him, the average player was, in fact, quite impoverished. However, the sheer number of players was staggering, and the equipment they could wield, along with the flames of hope, were of paramount importance. It was not a daunting task for several large guilds to join forces, rallying their members to gather 2,000 flames each. 18,000 flames of hope in the early stages could indeed be described as extraordinary. Zhou Qing could not help but exclaim that even in the later stages, a player could carry 2,000 flames of hope only if they had thoroughly cleansed the entire map and collected everything. This illustrates just how precious the flames of hope truly are. Zhou Qing's journey to becoming the King of Flames, combined with the consumption in the Orville Secret Realm, has totaled a mere consumption of less than 10,000 sparks of hope. This illustrates the immense quantity of 18,000 sparks of hope. Indeed, while 18,000 sparks of hope may not suffice to elevate one to the status of the King of Flames, they undeniably signify their rarity and value. You have performed admirably. Zhou Qing extinguished the flicker of hope and cast an appreciative glance at the wandering merchant. The latter appeared taken aback by the unexpected favor. Zhou Qing refrained from elaborating on the matter, his gaze turning icy, and his tone grew frigid. Surely, many have come here before. The wandering merchant felt a shiver run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. It seemed as though he faced not a mere individual, but an immensely terrifying hand, whose very presence was enough to stifle one's breath. The Fire King, numerous lords have visited, and even some from the 34 kings have made their appearance. Yet, in the end, they all departed obediently. Departed? Zhou Qing felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, upon hearing of this matter, all fled in terror. Recalling this, the wandering soul merchant felt a stir in his heart, wishing to laugh yet refraining from doing so aloud. The Earth Dragon and the Withered King each arrived with an imposing presence, coldly proclaiming that without the offering of the Flame of Hope, only a path to death remained. Those lords were equally arrogant, bluntly stating that in the choice between life and death, a wrong decision would leave no one to safeguard their well-being. Yet, the King of Kindling had yet to descend. Merely mentioning his name sent the crowd into a panic. The wandering soul merchant pondered quietly, though he wished to laugh. He ultimately dared not express it aloud. Perhaps this is for the best, sparing me the trouble of collecting debts one by one. The chill in Zhou Qing's gaze dissipated, likely due to the fall of the King of Gargoyles. which had aroused the wariness of others towards his audacious actions within the Dark Council. Zhou Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding this. Even amidst the conflict with the planet devourer, Qian, he had never harbored regrets. In the shadowy realm, power reigns supreme, and the law of the jungle prevails. This is the essence of survival. Had he not acted decisively at that moment, the flickering flames of 18,000 hopes might have fallen into the hands of some sovereign, potentially to be wielded against him. In such a case, even vanquishing foes would have been futile. Well done. Zhou Qing's spirits soared as he waved his hand, releasing 100 sparks of hope that gracefully landed in the hands of the wandering soul merchant. With his substantial wealth, Zhou Qing regarded the 100 sparks as mere trifles. This is a gift for you. From this moment forth, you shall serve as a loyal subject under my command. I am deeply grateful for your lordship's grace. The wandering soul merchant exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, and promptly knelt in reverence, pledging his unwavering allegiance. Zhou Qing accepted the gifts with composure, subsequently bestowing upon the wandering merchant some extraordinary weaponry and the flame of hope. With a delicate gesture of his fingers, a pool of molten lava materialized upon the earth, its seething heat causing the air to shimmer and compelling all to retreat. Thereafter, all the harvested flames of hope were cast into this molten pool. Zhou Qing, as the Flame King, wields control over all flames. The fire of hope, once it enters the pool, can be summoned with but a thought. Should anyone attempt to seize it by force, he would be aware. Indeed, before departing, Zhou Qing cast a fleeting glance at the wandering soul merchant. With a gentle tap of his finger, a blazing flame mark manifested upon the back of his hand. Should peril arise, let this fire serve as a beacon for assistance, and I shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Upon the conclusion of Zhou Qing's words, the wandering merchant was filled with a mix of astonishment and delight, his eyes gleaming as he nodded repeatedly. Zhou Qing smiled with satisfaction, having completed his task without further delay, his figure vanishing from the spot. In the realm of the epic-quality Death God Kingdom, the vast expanse lay ravaged and desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence. This was not the secret realm of Oville. It lacked natural ecosystems, fertile soil, lush forests, and abundant resources. Years of relentless decay had transformed the land into barren earth, with calamities recurring time and again, leaving vegetation withered and even the tree bark devoured. Even the areas that had not been entirely eroded were oppressed by death, demanding a generous offering of sustenance and flesh. The entire world was suffused with a chilling desolation. A few frail indigenous humans remained vigilant, cautiously huddled by a 2-foot-wide magma edge, greedily absorbing its warmth. Among them was a mother cradling her child, wearing a gentle smile, a hunter skewering his catch, roasting it upon the minuscule expanse of lava. Amidst their confusion and uncertainty about the future, there lingered a glimmer of joy in their hearts, a delight in the unexpected emergence of this magma field, as if it were a divine gift of warmth. As the lava surged, a figure gradually coalesced above the molten pool, adorned in casual attire, exuding an air of languor. Who could it be? The indigenous humans trembled, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of a human amidst the magma, hastily retreating in a flurry of panic. Zhou Qing cast a glance at several individuals, noticing their departure without any further concern. The lava transformed into a throne upon which he settled himself, extracting all the flames of hope to commence fortification. The soul-absorbing ring shifted from black to silver, consuming 3,000 flames of hope. It then transitioned from silver to gold, expending 5,000 flames of hope. Finally, it evolved from gold to crimson, depleting a total of 10,000 flames of hope. In an instant, 18,000 flames of hope were entirely exhausted. A pang of sorrow pierced through Zhou Qing's heart. Nevertheless, it was worth it. Ding. The Soul Gathering Ring has been upgraded. Soul Gathering Ring. Quality: Red Epic. Capable of evolution. Flame of Hope 03. Unique skill: Soul Gathering. Cooldown time: 2 hours. Soul Gathering bestows a death decree upon enemies. The lower their health, the higher the success rate. When health falls below 1% for common foes, 5% for elites, and 1,000 for legendary beings, the effect is triggered. Each time the Soul Gathering successfully slays an enemy, it randomly extracts certain attributes from them to bestow upon the host, yielding a bountiful array of attribute points. Unique Epic Skill, Unique Divine Skill, Soul Transformation. Effect: consumes one's attributes to embody the Devourer of Gods. For every 100 points of attributes, sustenance can be maintained for 10 breaths. Devourer of Gods. All attributes temporarily surge to 500. All skills are devoid of cooldowns. And power amplifies 5-fold without depletion. the cooldown for soul gathering is reduced to a mere quarter of an hour, while in the Devourer's state. Utilizing the power of soul gathering to attack may also consume the attributes of the enemy, even if they remain alive. Duration: until all attributes are consumed or voluntarily terminated. Warning: the price of immense power is intertwined with the taboo forces, yet there exists an opportunity for redemption. Zhou Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. If the previous alterations to his attributes could be deemed merely acceptable, then this newly unveiled divine skill truly merits the 18,000 flames of hope he had invested. This skill, the Devourer of Gods, had manifested even before his ascension to the silver tier. However, at that stage, its usage came at a steep cost, consuming 100 points of attributes each moment. Upon advancing to the epic tier, the consumption was reduced to a mere single point per moment. Furthermore, while in the silver tier, his overall attributes increased by only 100 points. Now the power of all skills had been doubled, and the cooldown for soul capture extended to a quarter of an hour. It can be said that the epic-level soul capture ring is fundamentally distinct from its predecessor. Having undergone a qualitative leap, this skill is undoubtedly sufficient to serve as a trump card. Zhou Qing felt a surge of joy. With this skill at his disposal, he had gained an additional means of safeguarding his life. More importantly, even if his attributes were diminished, he could gradually restore them using the soul-capturing ring. From this moment onward, his strength would no longer be constrained, relying solely on the consumption of attributes to enhance his power. Given time, even if he remained the king of Qinling, his four-dimensional attributes would be astonishingly formidable, capable of overwhelming the gods and sweeping aside the indigenous peoples. Truly splendid. Zhou Qing's eyes glimmered with joy. Subsequently, he leaped down from the molten rock and made his way directly towards the domain's lord. After his departure, several indigenous humans fled to the distant edges of the lava. Zhou Qing remained oblivious to this, and even if he were aware, he would not have cared. He journeyed alone, occasionally confronted by monstrous creatures. How vexatious. Zhou Qing, having carved a path of slaughter, ultimately chose the template of the Flame Skeleton Lord. The Black Knight template was far too renowned, its legendary status excessively high, which would undoubtedly frighten the masses. Upon hearing this in the whispers of Aviel, Zhou Qing felt a sense of annoyance. At this moment, as he was not in a position to engage in battle, he merely sought to leverage the Farron Pact to acquire a modest gain, wishing to keep his identity concealed. Thus, he transformed into the Flame Skeleton Lord. However, the Flame Skeleton Lord was equally terrifying. Being a lord, its mere presence sent the surrounding beings fleeing in fear, which left Zhou Qing feeling quite perturbed. The soul-capturing ring, which he had painstakingly obtained, was now rendered useless due to the opposition between the realms of the divine. Was it possible that he would need to return and plant a nail deep within the heart of the Light faction? Zhou Qing found himself in a rather tricky situation. Yet it was not insurmountable. He could simply revert to human form and proceed discreetly. However, Zhou Qing harbored no intention of harming these feeble indigenous people. As the dwindling flickers of hope were few and far between, and resources were scarce, it would be far more prudent to hunt players instead. Were it not for the soul-devouring ring, which could absorb attributes once every 2 hours, he would have been disinclined to linger here at all. Just as Zhou Qing was feeling troubled and contemplating a departure, a surprising turn of events unfolded. 96. Compassion? Such overthinking. Zhou Qing, fortunate as he was, found himself at a pivotal moment. Just as he contemplated abandoning his quest, he chanced upon a human merchant caravan. Among the members of the caravan, besides the merchants, there were over 20 guards, all bearing injuries. Observing Zhou Qing standing pensively beside the wolf-like creatures, their eyes brightened with intrigue. The caravan had recently traversed a perilous gorge, suffering losses that halved their number of guards, and now they were in dire need of reinforcements. If they could recruit a few skilled warriors from the human ranks, it would significantly bolster their combat capabilities. Yuna, go invite him to join our ranks, commanded the leader, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, as he gazed at a young girl with chestnut-red hair clad in crimson leather armor. The girl, identified as Yuna, cast an impatient glance at Zhou Qing, particularly noting his lack of armor or weaponry, which heightened her impatience. With a swift motion, she unsheathed a poisoned dagger and approached Zhou Qing. "Hey kid, our boss wants you to join the three-headed dragon guard," Yuna stated bluntly, her tone laced with annoyance. "Get lost." Zhou Qing was troubled, and suddenly an interruption only heightened his agitation. "What did you say?" Yuna's round eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unprepared for such a response. At that moment, Zhou Qing regained his composure, recalling the girl's words. He turned to her, and a flicker of astonishment emerged in his gaze. This woman appeared strikingly familiar. Though not through prior acquaintance, rather, her visage bore a remarkable resemblance to a character from a certain indie game. The general's daughter, the Crimson Lotus of the Empire, Catherine. Yet, it was merely a likeness. The girl before him bore no scars, her face exhibiting an air of defiance, yet lacking some measure of aloofness. "What did you just say?" Zhou Qing spoke again, inquiring, "You wish for me to leave?" Yuna replied defiantly, "Did I ever utter such words? Even if I did, the memory eludes me now." Chapter 1. The first encounter before him stood a young girl, reminiscent of the scarred woman, yet her gaze bore no hint of malice. Her features were both fierce and gentle, lacking the indifference that often accompanies such countenances. "What did you mean by your earlier words?" Zhou Qing inquired, his voice flowing like an ancient spring. "You must clarify why you were so disrespectful just now. How dare you raise your voice at me?" Yuna pressed forward, seizing Zhou Qing's collar, as if poised to draw her sword at any moment. "What constitutes disrespect?" Zhou Qing countered. "You told me to leave," Yuna asserted. "Have I ever mentioned such a thing? Even if I did, it has slipped my mind," Zhou Qing replied, gently pushing Yuna aside before adding indifferently, "You just invited me to join this guard team, and I have accepted." Yuna stood in stunned silence, watching Zhou Qing stroll toward the convoy, her mind racing with confusion. Why the sudden change? Moments ago, she was told to leave, and now he seemed utterly unfazed. "Stop right there. You must explain yourself. I cannot let this matter rest today." After a brief pause, Yuna regained her composure and hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the convoy, she found Zhou Qing absent. However, the head of the guard, a middle-aged man bearing a scar, gave Yuna a thumbs up, his expression filled with admiration. Those who dare to walk alone are either strong or foolish, and the fallen jackal beside Zhou Qing attests to his prowess. The captain was quite pleased that Yuna had managed to recruit such a formidable ally. Yuna's expression darkened, momentarily at a loss for words. She ultimately turned and made her way to the rear of the carriage. "Let us depart," the captain signaled, and the caravan resumed its journey. Zhou Qing lightly leapt onto a merchant caravan's cart, languidly settling down, leaving the caravan guards speechless. They remained vigilant around the cargo, ever watchful, while this newcomer unabashedly reclined on the cart, reveling in his leisure. Nevertheless, the guards chose not to voice their concerns. Perhaps this individual was indeed a formidable figure, and the strong possessed their own peculiarities. Yuna observed with a twinge of displeasure in her heart. Yet, being pragmatic, she recognized that prior to joining the guard, she was free to act as she pleased, and now that Zhou Qing was a companion, she relinquished her earlier ire. In truth, her anger was not deeply rooted, for humans were a rare breed. However, as time passed, that smoldering resentment began to rekindle. After 2.5 hours, they had faced 18 attacks, each fraught with peril, nearly resulting in casualties. Yet, the newly joined scoundrel remained on the cart, utterly motionless, refraining from lending a hand while they fought desperately. That insufferable rascal lay sprawled on the cart, basking in the sun, soundly asleep, showing no inclination to assist. "Hey, newcomer, you are truly exasperating." Before Yuna could voice her grievances, Zhou Qing cast an impatient glance her way, alternating between glaring at him and then back again, leaving her exasperated. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountains, followed by the emergence of a colossal figure barreling forth, a wild boar towering 2 stories high. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the caravan. A beast man. The faces of all guards within the caravan turned pale in an instant, while the enormous wild boar could be managed. The beast man lurking behind posed a greater threat. Should the boar disrupt their formation, chaos would ensue, and the beastman would seize the opportunity to strike, leaving the caravan doomed to annihilation. "Captain, what shall we do?" Yuna gasped, her breath uneven, quickly regaining her composure as she turned to the scarred-faced captain, who was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to make a decision. At that moment, a spark ignited in Zhou Qing's eyes. The time for his soul extraction had arrived, but he had previously encountered mere minions and was reluctant to squander it. This oversized wild boar presented an excellent opportunity. In an instant, Zhou Qing activated his nightly charge ability, transforming into a streak of black light, appearing before the charging wild boar. The lance of the Black Knight erupted forth like a mythical dragon. The immense power bestowed by his formidable attributes surged explosively as the 3-meter-long lance tilted slightly upward, summoning a tempestuous wind as it came crashing down upon the enchanted boar's skull. In an instant, the beast's head was cleaved open, blood gushing forth. The wild boar let out a mournful cry, its legs buckling under the tremendous force, collapsing to the ground. Yet, its momentum remained unabated. And the massive body of the enchanted wild boar careened toward Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing swiftly withdrew and thrust his spear, piercing through the massive body of the wild boar. With a powerful flick, he unleashed a terrifying force, launching the colossal creature, standing as tall as 2 stories, into the air. It soared nearly 30 meters before crashing down with a thunderous thud in the forest from whence it came, toppling 2 or 3 large trees. In the forest, the wild boar men trailing behind were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed upon the fallen, monstrous boar. Their fear turned towards the upright figure of an ordinary human, their legs trembling beneath them. They did not even muster a symbolic charge, instead fleeing at breakneck speed, as if lamenting their ancestors for not having evolved an extra pair of legs. The entire escort team stood in bewilderment, as though all that transpired was merely an illusion. With a flourish reminiscent of magic, Zhou Qing made the Black Knight's lance vanish from his grasp. Upon noticing a prompt, a languid smile graced his face as he reveled in a substantial gain of 20 attribute points. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, skillfully utilizing his abilities to accelerate back to the carriage, where he reclined comfortably. Then, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze to the alluring red-haired woman by the carriage. "What was it that you wished to discuss earlier?" he inquired. Yuna swallowed hard. "It's nothing of great importance. Captain Yuna merely wanted to check if you were comfortable in the carriage. Would you require a leather hide for added comfort?" A considerate guard promptly stepped forward, having previously witnessed Yuna's fierce demeanor, which suggested she was there to cause trouble. "Ah, is that so? That is quite thoughtful. I would appreciate one," Zhou Qing replied. Zhou Qing's gaze softened slightly. He had not anticipated that this fierce woman could be quite considerate. "Very well." The guard nodded vigorously. And it was at this moment that Yuna snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Zhou Qing, her worldview shattered. The caravan did not linger, for they feared the wild boar men might return, and promptly set off. Although everyone in the caravan was aware that the wild boar men had been thoroughly frightened and would not dare to approach again, no one spoke much of it. They simply quickened their pace in response to the captain's orders to suppress any oddities within the group. As the caravan progressed, the earlier incident with the wild boar men seemed but a trivial matter. However, the atmosphere within the caravan grew increasingly delicate. Yuna stood among the group, occasionally glancing at Zhou Qing, her eyes filled with confusion. Had she misjudged him? She pondered whether she had been mistaken, attributing blame to others subjectively, even though he had not taken action. Perhaps time would tell, as the years swiftly passed. In the realm of the god of death, amidst the peaks of Modding Mountain, the merchants finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ahead lay Modding Valley, the domain of the Modding Lord. The place of trade had been reached. The members of the caravan relaxed, and the guards felt even more at ease, for their mission was to escort the caravan to Modding Valley. Modding Valley, under the watchful eye of its lord, flourished with vibrant blossoms, serving as the heart of the surrounding region. Here, the environment was starkly different from the outside world, rich in natural treasures and resources. Thus, they arrived at the end of their journey. Zhou Qing languidly stretched. "Will you not join us inside?" Yuna hesitated for a moment before finally posing the question. Zhou Qing cast her a fleeting glance, uttering not a word. Swiftly, she alighted from the carriage, departing with an air of nonchalance. This individual exuded an unsettling coldness, despite having endured hardships together for an extended period. Yuna couldn't help but frown. Ultimately, she sighed softly. From the beginning to the end, the other had never truly integrated into their group. He was distinct from the rest. Not everyone sought refuge in their humanity. She felt a sense of belonging and recognition due to Zhou Qing's nature, even feeling indignant at his indifference. Yet, she could not impose her expectations upon others. "Once we escort you to the mouth of the Demon-esque Gallop Valley, we shall take our leave," the captain approached. Yuna nodded, though the valley was vibrant. Humans were prohibited from entering. The caravan would accompany them to this point, and thereafter, they need not concern themselves with what lay ahead. At this moment, Zhou Qing had already ventured into the valley. In an instant, he found himself within a vast gorge. Upon entering, a magnificent city gate loomed before him. "Humans, who grants you the audacity to approach?" roared a sphinx-like guardian, charging forth with a menacing aura. Along the main path, other centaurs and kobolds laughed and observed, eagerly making way in anticipation of witnessing the gruesome fate of the human. With a swift motion, a flash of dark light erupted, and the incessantly barking sphinx collapsed. Clutching its throat, Zhou Qing sheathed the Dark Knight's lance and calmly shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight. gazing towards the expansive gorge beyond as he stepped over the fallen guardian and entered through the city gate. Human, what brings you here? Seeking death? Upon entering, several monsters converged, eyeing Zhou Qing with wary scrutiny. Zhou Qing swiftly pierced through with a single shot, causing the reinforcements of the modding lord's subordinates to alter their expressions dramatically, deterred from approaching any closer. I seek your lord, lead the way. Zhou Qing remarked. What brings you to seek the lord? There is little value in excessive words. Zhou Qing approached with an air of indifference. Moments later, another lifeless body lay upon the ground, leaving only the last creature trembling in fear. Too intimidated to utter another word as it led Zhou Qing directly to the fortress of Modding Valley. Before long, Zhou Qing made his appearance in an ancient castle entwined with vines. Who dares to seek me alone? The voice echoed, filled with disdain. Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. Today's luncheon shall be enriched with delicacies. The Lord of Modding, a beautiful yet cold-eyed fairy, emerged upon hearing the commotion, her murderous intent intensifying upon spotting Zhou Qing. Oh, Zhou Qing was taken aback, having never anticipated that the Lord would be an enchanting fairy. However, his intrigue swiftly dissipated as he observed her voraciously gnawing on a severed human arm. Since having shared a bed with the elf, Zhou Qing had developed a fascination for the fairer sex, yet he remained utterly disinterested in the grotesque act of cannibalism. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qing materialized before the Lord of the Demon Surge, his terrifying speed leaving behind mere phantoms. The latter was unable to react as the 3-foot-long lance of the Black Knight swiftly pierced through her exquisite visage, causing the unparalleled beauty to perish in a state of shock. How feeble they are! The ordinary lords of today can no longer pose a threat to me. Zhou Qing smiled with satisfaction, a hint of pride evident upon his countenance, for his prowess had transcended the ordinary. Ding! The task God-slaying power has been accomplished. The agility attribute has reached 500 points. Extracting God-slaying power. Extraction complete. The might of divine demise. The decay of time. Zhou Qingwei closed her eyes, and in an instant, her figure clad in plain garments quietly vanished from the spot. Before long, the merchant caravan finally arrived at Modding Valley. Just as Yuna and the others prepared to depart, their expressions shifted dramatically. They beheld countless foreign beings fleeing in panic from the city. The caravan soon learned the cause. The Modding Lord, who had always harbored a profound hatred for humanity and fed on human blood, had been single-handedly slain by a mere mortal. This marked the onset of chaos. The fall of the Modding Lord at the hands of a human astonished all in the caravan. The news of his demise was undoubtedly a blessing, as he had perpetually been an adversary to humankind. It must be his doing, spoke Captain Scar. Although he had vanquished the Modding Lord, it was rumored that he had been cursed, disappearing without a trace. Disappearing without a trace. Yuna's expression shifted. The entire escort team fell into a moment of silence. After some inquiry, they were convinced that the one who had slain the Modding Lord was none other than their comrade, who had shared their journey for several days. He possessed a terrifying strength. Captain Scar sighed, lamenting, alas, he too has suffered a curse, vanishing into thin air. What a pity, for he was a true hero. Yuna stood frozen in place, and ultimately, a shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes as she exhaled softly, her demeanor visibly diminished. A reminder, 3 things to keep in mind when reading: collection, family disputes, and today's update will be slightly delayed. Exhausted, having sat at the computer all night, I find myself unable to type a single word, my thoughts in disarray, but I shall make up for it later. Zhou Qing was diligently engaged in harnessing the power of the artifact. Meanwhile, as time gradually slipped away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Damn it, it's infuriating. Lin Qing slammed her palm onto the wooden table, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. As the situation intensified, the real world began to tremble with unrest. Due to the shared nature of information in the real world, the troop configurations of both the Death Camp and the King of Flames faction had been disseminated widely. Players calculated the odds of victory based on the troop distributions, astonishingly estimating a ratio of 10 to 1. The Death Camp's troops boasted a victory rate of 10, while the faction had a mere 1 in their favor. The revelation of this disheartening ratio sparked an uproar. Players from Huaxia found it hard to believe, and upon verification, they were left utterly speechless. It is worth noting that the majority of players had joined the faction, and the initial task had warned that should their faction suffer defeat, the players would face grave consequences, an all-encompassing loss. Frustrated, Lin Qing rubbed her temples. If the loss ratio were merely 10 to 1, it might be tolerable. The The crux of the matter lay in the fact that countless foreign players had suffered greatly within the death camp. Their gains almost non-existent compared to those of their Huaxia counterparts. Consequently, Huaxia players had reveled in their perceived superiority over foreign players. Yet, after a few days of triumph, someone had compiled a catalog of troop types, and upon viewing it, Huaxia players' morale plummeted. A victory rate of 10 to 1 meant that if the faction were to falter, all their efforts and rewards would be rendered futile. This was only logical. Just as Zhou Qing had poured her heart and soul into raising her favorability, nearly exhausting her time in the faction, a defeat would severely diminish the value of her efforts. This realization was precisely why players from various countries smirked in derision. Players from the Bamboo Country and others filled the online space with mocking comments. Zhou Qing could not help but revisit the battle loss ratio video, which showcased the various troop types. To her discerning eye, it was evident that the faction's troops were indeed present, even displaying their basic attributes. Though the elite data remained somewhat vague, judging solely by the basic attributes and the diversity of troop types, the faction appeared significantly inferior. Haha, weren't you all so proud before? Now, it's all over. A player in the video sent a barrage of comments, including those from Bamboo Country and even the United States, gleefully reveling in the misfortunes of others. Previously, they had faced dire circumstances, suffering immensely from the onset of the divine slaughter. After finally obtaining the chance to participate in the divine battle, they found the death camp to be a treacherous pit, where the dark law of survival of the fittest allowed only a select few to thrive, leaving the majority in misery as they watched Huaxia's plentiful rewards and rising prestige. Consumed by envy, they had never anticipated such a stark disparity in the odds of victory, which brought them unexpected joy. What did it matter how much one had gained if their faction were to suffer a catastrophic defeat, leading to a significant reduction or even a total loss of their rewards? In such a scenario, their own gains seemed quite decent, albeit modest, as they had at least suffered no losses. What could be done? How could this dire situation be reversed? Zhou Qing was in a state of frantic urgency, yet she found herself devoid of any solutions, even with the resources of the real world at her disposal. Attempting to maximize the troop recruitment rate of her faction proved to be a mere drop in the bucket, insufficient by far. How to respond? Zhou Qing's thoughts were in disarray. In another faction, a powerful force already seemed to have secured victory. In this instance, they were but a step away from soaring high into the skies. In the realm of the underworld, within the 3rd Legion, a young man sat poised in a commanding position, a smile gracing his lips. He was of the human race, but had a penchant for European mythology. Thus he had named himself Zeus, meaning King of the Gods. He certainly lived up to this name. Initially ridiculed when he first adopted it, he later conquered an independent dungeon, enabling his homeland to breach the formidable barriers of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council and ascend to become the 6th permanent member, transforming into a global powerhouse. This time, he was among the first chosen, entering discreetly, his identity concealed, for even a god-king fears calamity in his youth. Now he stood fearless. In recent days, he had showcased extraordinary leadership skills, achieving remarkable military accomplishments and triggering numerous events. Swiftly rising from the ranks of the Dark Minions to become the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Demon Sorcerers within the Underworld's 3rd Legion, commanding 500 men. Should he secure victory in this divine battle, his foundation would be as solid as rock, and this independent dungeon would be thoroughly conquered, its treasures filling his coffers. Further advancing his homeland, he had meticulously run through the scenarios multiple times. Zeus surveyed the war table. The loss ratio was his own handiwork, and the intelligence on troop types had been painstakingly gathered by him, information that ordinary players would find difficult to amass so comprehensively. In terms of both quantity and quality, he held a distinct advantage. After careful contemplation, Zeus pressed his hands down, a glimmer of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Let us see how you intend to reverse this situation. Boundless ambition sparkled in Zeus's gaze. At that very moment, in Huaxia, within the military central command, heads of various conglomerates gathered. Senior military officials were also present, all gravely fixated on the large screen, where the smug and prideful player sat at the head of the military camp, gazing down upon the masses like a war god. There was no mistaking it. This individual was Zeus. No one else could have achieved such astonishing progress in such a short time, rising to become the leader of a major military faction. The atmosphere among the attendees was heavy with concern. This Zeus is truly a thorn in our side, lamented one high-ranking military official. Our great nation is not short of talents, yet the opportunities for independent dungeons are scarce. Furthermore, The mechanics of the dungeons mean that specialists may thrive, but it is the versatile individuals like Zeus who truly shine. And therein lies the crux of the issue. There are 10 independent dungeons, not merely one. The newly released independent dungeons are of paramount importance, but the others also require conquest. Even if Zeus's power looms large, Huaxia must strive for the initiative. Yet manpower remains woefully insufficient. Are we truly powerless against this Zeus? The heads of the various conglomerates furrowed their brows, some even on the verge of anger, lamenting how a small nation could outstrip a great one. We are left with no options. Our manpower is stretched thin. One military official spoke, his mood dour. For now, we cannot intervene. We can only respond to his moves. Another military official added, let us hope Zeus's progress slows. From this moment on, we must keep a close watch on his movements and obstruct him as best we can. We need not be overly pessimistic. Becoming the 6th permanent member is already our baseline. The other 4 permanent members will not stand idly by. A senior official chimed in the underworld. There are not only humans, but also Americans. The shadows behind them will not permit Zeus to rise swiftly. Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. We must quickly mobilize the elites from other dungeons. I will submit a request immediately. We cannot afford any more delays. The meeting concluded hastily. Online, players from various nations continued their fervent debates. Lin Qing watched, her heart growing heavier. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at her door. Lin Qing frowned, wondering who would seek her out at this moment. With a fleeting thought, she suppressed her anxiety and called out, come in. Qing Jia, Yuan entered, carrying a box of milk. Su Ji, are you still gallivanting around? Upon seeing Yuan, Lin Qing's calm demeanor evaporated, and she shot him a glare. Her tone less than pleasant. Shouldn't you be focusing on leveling up your character instead of wandering about? Lin Qing felt a surge of frustration within her. What she wanted to express was her own crippling anxiety. How could this fellow remain so relaxed and carefree? Everyone was working for the nation. So why did he get to be so idle? Lin Qing's sense of imbalance grew. What is the point of visiting? Yuan chuckled, casting a glance at the video playing on the computer screen beside him, and grinned. Sister Qing, are you worried about defeat? Of course, Lin Qing replied tersely. Is that even a question? Once that data is released, which player from Huaxia could possibly remain calm? What is there to worry about? Yuan laughed. The king of salary is not a fool. Would he dare provoke the gods without certainty? He just conquered his territory and is already challenging the divine? Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback. Then a thoughtful expression crossed her face as she replied, you do have a point. Not just a point, it's the truth. Yuan smiled faintly, yet inside he was bitterly amused. As a seasoned player, when had he ever suffered more than 3 failures in any independent game? Only during his novice days did he face such setbacks. Yet in this instance, he found himself doubting his abilities, everything going awry. Those monsters never played by the rules. Don't worry, Yuan said confidently, waving his hand, then shamelessly added, Sister Qing, I found a hot pot restaurant with exquisite flavors. Let me take you there today. Get lost. Lin Qing's expression hardened. Although Yuan made some valid points, she had no appetite for hot pot. Su Ji, when the divine battle begins, if your level isn't at least 25, just wait and see how I deal with you. Yuan chuckled lightly, glancing at the image behind the screen, and said with a grin, Sister Qing, are you also worried about the defeat? Isn't it obvious? Lin Qing replied. Once that data is released, which player from Huaxia could remain unperturbed? What is there to worry about? Yuan laughed. The king of salary is no simpleton. Without absolute certainty, how could he dare challenge the gods right after securing his territory? Lin Qing hesitated. Then her thoughtful demeanor returned as she said, you do make a valid point. Not just a valid point, it's the fundamental truth. Yuan said with a calm smile, while internally he felt a mix of emotions. As an experienced player, when had he suffered more than 3 setbacks in any game? Only during his initial forays into gaming did he encounter such numerous failures. However, in this realm, he found himself questioning his existence, everything going against his will. Those monsters never adhered to conventional tactics. Rest assured, Yuan said, waving his hand confidently, then feigning nonchalance, Sister Qing, I discovered a fantastic hot pot restaurant. Allow me to take you there for a taste. Get lost. Lin Qing's expression turned icy, although she acknowledged some truth in Yuan's words. Her mood was far from conducive to enjoying hot pot. Su Ji, if your level isn't at least 25 when the divine battle commences, you shall witness my wrath. Lin Qing fixed her gaze on Yuan, who was unprepared for her abrupt change in demeanor, causing his expression to darken as he adopted a pleading stance. Hurry and go. Lin Qing commanded. Go. Yuan, feeling helpless, knew that despite being summoned to the nation, he still had to yield before Lin Qing. He could only hope that the situation wouldn't be too dire. Indeed, there seemed to be no good strategies left. Watching Yuan depart, Lin Qing returned to her desk, her gaze settling on the troops displayed in the video. Even if she could summon just a tenth of the troops from the Acutely secret realm, they could easily sweep away all current players. However, for those indigenous deities who had survived for who knows how many years, such a force was far too meager. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, "Dad, what is this?" Yingbao said joyfully, holding a timid little girl no larger than her thumb as she entered the living room. "What nonsense is this? I have no time to look at your toys," her father, Mr. Zhou, replied brusquely. Despite being a celebrity adored outside, at home, her father remained unyielding. Mr. Zhou, seated at his desk, was fuming, his beard bristling with anger. "Look at what you're playing. You can't even defeat a skeleton soldier. How can you say your brother is useless? This opportunity is wasted on him. I could do better." "Dad," Yingbao protested helplessly, "you're getting on in years. Why worry about games? Why not just walk the dog, sit under a tree, and play chess with the neighbors? At worst, go fishing. Why all this fuss? Don't call me Dad, and stop your rambling. Look at yourself. Apart from singing and acting, what else can you do? What use are you?" Mr. Zhou glared at her, his anger palpable. "You secured a place in this instance from the start. Now tell me your level." Mr. Zhao's eyes were fixed on the desk, his fury unabated. "Those damned foreigners. One day, I shall knock that nose off your face." "Dad," Yingbao sighed. "Don't call me that. I don't want to argue with you." "Oh." Yingbao turned to the fairy beside her, wishing to share her astonishing discovery that the indigenous beings could indeed be brought out, but only if their affinity was maxed out. Although players had previously clamored to bring out certain characters, it had merely been talk, never truly accomplished. However, during this time, she had been immersed in a fairy habitat in the Storm Valley, planting flowers and nurturing new fairies. To her surprise, one of the flower bouquets she cultivated fulfilled certain conditions, leading to the spontaneous birth of a little fairy, the very one she held in her palm. She was thrilled to discover that she could indeed bring it back to reality. This news delighted Yingbao, but her father's reprimands dashed her hopes of sharing her joy. "Forget it," Yingbao thought, gazing at the fairy nestled in her palm, abandoning her desire to share her happiness as she gloomily returned home. "Mom, it smells terrible here. I want to go home." Back in her room, the little fairy relaxed somewhat but still timidly spoke up. "Smelly?" Yingbao glanced around her pink room, questioning whether it truly reeked. Soon, she realized that while her room had no foul odor, she lived in a modern city, where pollution was rampant, and the air carried an unpleasant scent. She had become accustomed to it and failed to notice, yet the fairy was keenly aware. The Acutely secret realm was filled with vast forests, nearly devoid of modern pollution. Yingbao blinked, opened the login device, and re-entered the game with the little fairy, stepping into the Acutely secret realm. As the notifications rang out, players began to teleport to the battlefield, each joining their respective factions. At the same moment, within the Acutely secret realm, the war began. The elves, marked with the character for salary on their foreheads, began issuing commands, and the indigenous troops, momentarily surprised, were filled with anticipation. The reason was simple: they had been significantly empowered, far surpassing their previous capabilities, becoming formidable within their respective races, receiving high bonuses that instilled confidence. The troops rallied, ready to embark. In the ancient tree of life, the war commenced. Legendary elf Qian felt a ripple of emotion pass through her, but chose to ignore it. In this savage world, town after town stood resolute. Ding. This divine battle is an offense and defense scenario. Both sides may select 5 cities to build, including one main city, and engage in combat within or around these cities, with all attributes receiving a 50-point bonus and various enhancements. Once the main city and all outposts fall, one side will be declared victorious. Notification: the duration of this battle is yet to be determined. Undetermined? Players were astonished upon encountering this new paradigm, previously anticipating a 15-day notice, only to find it now rendered uncertain. Subsequently, they found themselves engulfed in confusion, gazing at the vast expanse of land, perplexed about the commencement of the war and the reason for its prolonged duration. However, as indigenous tribes began to arrive under the leadership of their chiefs, the native elves unveiled their enigmatic powers of nature. In no time, 5 citadels, reminiscent of lush forests, sprang forth from the earth, with towering trees rising higher and thicker, ultimately forming countless walls, constructing the fortifications of the cities. Within these cities, structures varied. Some were built upon the trees, Others were modest wooden huts crafted by centaurs, while some were simply earthen mounds. While they were termed cities, they resembled vast military camps. In the elven capital, the elven commander, Liana, gazed intently at the completion of the main city as flames flickered in her eyes. Simultaneously, she received a notification. Ding! The legendary blacksmith, Ol, has arrived in this city. Ding! The legendary archmage, Gandalf, has descended upon this realm. With each melodious chime, players responded to the call of their factions, teleporting to the battlefield. At the same moment, within the depths of the Oval Secret Realm, the war drums resounded, and smoke billowed forth. The elves, marked with the symbol of fire upon their foreheads, began issuing commands, and after a brief moment of astonishment, the indigenous soldiers turned their hearts to anticipation. The reason was simple. They had been significantly empowered, far surpassing their former selves, becoming the elite among their respective races. Imbued with great enhancements, the confidence brought forth by their newfound strength compelled them to respond, ready for action. Beneath the ancient tree of life, the flames of war raged on. A ripple passed through the eyes of the legendary elf, Yavian, yet she remained unfazed. In this untamed world, towns stood in abundance, each claiming its territory. Ding! This divine battle is one of offense and defense. Both sides shall select 5 cities, one to serve as the main city, within which or surrounding it they shall arrange their formations, gaining a 50-point attribute enhancement and various benefits. Should the main city and its affiliated fortresses fall, the side shall be deemed defeated. Notification: the duration of this conflict remains indeterminate. Witnessing this, players were taken aback. They had initially believed the battle would last 15 days, only to find it now shrouded in uncertainty. Confusion ensued as they surveyed the expanse of land, unsure of how to initiate the conflict or sustain prolonged engagements. Nevertheless, the indigenous tribes, under the guidance of their leaders, began to settle in. The elves harnessed their mysterious powers of nature, and in an instant, 5 cities resembling forests rose majestically, with massive trees transforming into towering walls, fortifying the stronghold. Within the city, structures either flourished atop the treetops, or were simple wooden abodes crafted by centaurs, with earthen fortifications hidden among them, making the city truly a grand military encampment. In the elven capital, Commander Liana's gaze burned with intensity as she observed the city's completion. Concurrently, she received further notifications. Ding! The legendary blacksmith, Ol, has arrived in this city. Ding! The legendary archmage, Gandalf, has descended upon this realm. Ding! The legendary alchemist, Deer, has graced this city. Ding! The goblin merchant, Claude, has arrived in this city. A succession of notifications heralded the arrival of numerous neutral faction natives, presenting boundless opportunities. Though they were invulnerable and unscathed, their presence was indispensable, even in defeat. They could depart unscathed, their actions driven solely by their own will. The arrival of Master Ol brought a glimmer of joy to Liana, and besides Ol, many other legendary figures were present. The neutral faction natives, unencumbered by status, moved freely. The influx of legendary figures undoubtedly fortified the city, particularly with Ol's assistance. The odds of victory would greatly increase. Liana's heart swelled with delight. The players, too, were elated. Each representative of the neutral faction signified a plethora of quests. Young hero, I wish to concoct healing herbs, yet I lack a moonlight blossom. Might you venture into the unknown to procure one? The legendary alchemist, a kindly old man with a white beard, regarded a player with warmth. Certainly. The player replied eagerly, accepting the task without hesitation, and promptly set out to gather herbs. Mr. Deer, should you require assistance, we are willing to lend our aid, stated the elven representative in charge of the area. As the newly arrived natives were unfamiliar with their surroundings, if Deer accepted their help, gathering materials would be much more efficient. Thank you for your kind offer, Deer replied, stroking his beard. However, we cannot accept. To do so would compromise our neutral status and bind us to the Fire King's faction. Should you require assistance, you are welcome to return at any time. The elven maiden smiled, unfazed by Deer's refusal. We shall, Deer responded gently. Meanwhile, the legendary blacksmith stood by the roadside. His countenance darkened as he issued a task. He needed to establish a blacksmith shop first, but these outsiders were insufferable. How dare they refer to him as a diminutive figure? Ol seethed with rage, resolving that once the blacksmith shop was completed, his foremost task would be to forge a weapon to vanquish these intruders. For now, he could only endure, if he wished to maintain his neutral status. He had no choice but to enlist the help of the outsiders, namely the players. Not only they, but the elves and indigenous soldiers were also assigning tasks. Soldiers needed to prepare for battle, and trivial matters could be entrusted to the players, of course, including the more menial labor. The players, enthusiastic and eager to complete quests in exchange for rewards, even volunteered for mundane tasks such as procuring breakfast, fetching bread, drawing water, and fishing. With an abundance of quests, the players busied themselves upon entering the city, reveling in their engagement. Having tasks to complete was far more preferable than idleness. Yet, this was merely the situation within the Fire King's faction. In contrast, the realm of death lay in disarray, with even the most fortunate among them, Zeus. Repeatedly facing challenges from the soldiers of the realm of death, his expression darkening. He watched videos of the Fire King's faction online, his heart racing uncontrollably. Had he been in the Fire King's faction, opportunities would abound. Alas, the Fire King's faction was destined for defeat, rendering any opportunities meaningless. The realm of death would surely triumph, and rewards would be hard-won. This was a notion Zeus never questioned. Go ahead and laugh. But it shall be but a fleeting moment, Zeus mused as he observed the smiling faces of the players from Huaxia in the video. A fleeting smile crossed his youthful features as he gently shook his head and calmly closed the video. He had little time to spare for such distractions, needing to prepare for the impending battles. As a commander, Zeus did not engage in ordinary tasks. He needed to demonstrate his prowess in the forthcoming war, establish his own power, capture the attention of the deities, and elevate his status. Ultimately, he aimed to surpass all players, rising steadily to the forefront. Yet, everything must be approached with patience. One must await the unfolding of the conflict. After all, there was still the main city to contend with. Zhou Qing remains within the ancient elven tree, yet he has garnered insights about the situation beyond through the elves. Zhou Qi was somewhat taken aback. Within the main city, there resided inhabitants of a neutral faction, living in peace and prosperity, truly resembling a bustling metropolis. Were it not for Zhou Qing's deep understanding that this was a newly established elven city, he would never have believed that the thriving elven city, so flourishing in the eyes of the elves, was indeed recent, as if it had existed for ages, yet appeared ever refreshing. It was perfectly timed. Zhou Qing felt an even greater joy, for this place still harbored many exquisite treasures, such as delectable delicacies. The elven capital not only attracted neutral factions' master craftsmen, but also drew numerous neutral merchants and residents. With the cessation of hostilities, they remained unaffected, and their presence further enriched the prosperity of this land. I yearned to experience it firsthand. Zhou Qing was filled with anticipation. The Orville secret realm had once thrived, yet it had suffered under the relentless tread of the Burning Legion's iron cavalry, leaving a landscape in ruins, yearning for revitalization. The homeland remained in disrepair, making it implausible for the indigenous people to cultivate their spirits for other pursuits. Alas, the journey was fraught with challenges, a most frustrating limitation. Contemplating this, Zhou Qing felt a throbbing headache. As the Prince of Fire, he was not omnipotent, particularly with the system restricting the participation of rulers from various factions in the conflict. To enter the divine battlefield, one could only teleport during the decisive battle. Initially, only common subjects could be sent forth, while the Prince of Fire was barred from passage. The teleportation array indicated that the power of a ruler was too formidable for transportation. Zhou Qing scoffed at this notion, wholly disbelieving, yet found himself at an impasse. Unable to teleport, he still yearned to reach the battlefield. It was possible to journey on foot. However, the distance between the battlefield and the Orville secret realm was considerable. Zhou Qing surmised that unless he traveled for 10 days, arrival would be unlikely. At the moment when Zhou Qing was feeling despondent, he suddenly heard a chime. Ding. The Red Dragon IG Fuxilian is seeking your assistance. Will you accept this request for help? Zhou Qing was quite astonished. The strength of the Red Dragon had evidently increased significantly. Could it be that another formidable native had come knocking at their door? Soon after, Zhou Qing felt a surge of delight, realizing how he had overlooked this red dragon. It seemed that fortune had favored him, presenting the perfect opportunity to harness its power in his journey to the elven capital. Zhou Qing's thoughts shifted, and he naturally agreed. At this moment, from a distance in the Dragon Cave, the wandering souls and various players sat beneath the city, witnessing several foreign elite players with quivering lips. The Red Dragon, gluttonous for the black-skinned wild boars, found them elusive as they often hid in dense forests. Several foreign players managed to capture a fair number of black-skinned wild boars and place them in an abandoned city. The Red Dragon, eager to feast, was met with a relentless barrage of arrows, its fury mounting yet unable to strike its foes, ultimately forced to retreat in frustration. Soon after, the foreign players released more wild boars, and the red dragon, unable to resist the temptation, returned once more. This cycle repeated for several hours. The red dragon's eyes brimmed with tears, its tail riddled with arrows, nearly severed. Yet, it remained unable to resist the allure. The moment a player released a boar, it could not help but swoop down. Despite a few instances of strained restraint, it ultimately succumbed to the temptation. With a roar, the red dragon devoured a black-skinned wild boar, its fury unleashing a breath of fire towards the crumbling city, only to be thwarted by ancient stone slabs. At this juncture, the slabs were charred black, a testament to the frequency of its fiery breath. Regrettably, it could inflict no harm upon the players within the city. Another roar erupted. The red dragon's tail, nearly severed, remained supported only by a few bones, its body adorned with arrows. "You despicable outsiders, you have truly enraged me," the red dragon bellowed, its rage escalating to the point of summoning its elder brother for vengeance. "All shall perish," it roared, and a six-pointed star formation appeared upon the ground. Panic surged through the players, including the wandering souls, their expressions shifting to surprise as the monster finally revealed itself. In truth, they had discovered the red dragon. But upon entering the dragon cave, they were warned that they had trespassed into the domain of both the red dragon and the flame skeleton lord. Upon seeing the title of the flame skeleton lord, the wandering souls abandoned any thoughts of profit. Subsequently, the group of foreign elite players approached to provoke it. Having discerned the red dragon's weakness, and victory seemed imminent. Throughout, these foreign players mocked them, branding them as timid mice, inept and unwilling to act. Haha, a splendid performance unfolds. The wandering souls could not help but chuckle. Let them witness the might of our grand empire's swordsmen. We can slay dragons and vanquish lords. The elite players, far from feeling intimidated, only sneered. A mere lord, easily dealt with once the trick is known. Their conviction was not unfounded, for they had already toppled the Sword King, earning them the right to step into the second realm. They had found the method to defeat the Sword King. If he could be felled, then the minor lord of this dragon cave was of no consequence. "Step forth and meet your end," one player scoffed, staring intently at the six-pointed star formation. They had already received notice that the red dragon was merely one of the lords, and yet they paid it no heed. At that moment, the six-pointed star began to glow. From it emerged a towering skeleton, 3 feet tall, wreathed in flames and crowned. The soul fire within its skull flickered, releasing an overwhelmingly oppressive aura of terror. Particularly, the numerous titles adorning its skull left the players momentarily dumbfounded. Gratitude to the reader for the gift of 10,000 slaughters. Thanks for the support from the reader. Thanks to the reader for urging updates. Gratitude for the support from the reader, and thanks to the reader for their backing. The players gazed at the Flame Skeleton Lord, its titles such as Legendary Lord, Dragon Cave Lord, Evil Lord, 10,000 Slaughters, and the Fearmonger Black Knight, alongside a medley of other chaotic titles. The shimmering words King of Flames shone like a blinding light, instilling profound fear within them. Such a sight required no further scrutiny. One glance sufficed to reveal an existence capable of obliterating heaven and earth, an unparalleled superbeing. "This is absurd," a player exploded with rage, slapping his subordinate who had urged him to slay the dragon. "This is outrageous, you foolish pig, to share a territory with a dragon. Only a superbeing capable of conquering dragons has the right to coexist in such a domain. How could I have believed your foolish words?" The players, filled with animosity, turned against one another. If it were merely an ordinary lord, they might still harbor some resistance. However, upon seeing the monstrous titles above the creature, despair washed over them. They had researched prior to entering. The greater the number of titles, the more dazzling, the more fearsome. No skill could withstand such might, no matter how skilled. If one could not breach the enemy's defenses, what significance did it hold? Such an existence possessed absolute dominion, overpowering all with formidable attributes. The being before them, with its numerous titles, was already daunting. Particularly, the term King of Flames glimmered brilliantly, surpassing even the Sword King, its terrifying nature self-evident. Yet, they harbored little concern. For they were situated within the city, doubting such a towering skeleton could come to eliminate them. The players sulked, embroiled in their internal strife. Zhou Qing found himself in a state of bewilderment. The form of the Flame Skeleton Lord represented his true pinnacle, as his identity as the Flame King stemmed from the evolution of the Flame Skeleton Lord template. The Black Knight template was merely an elite version, and the Black Knight's ascension to kingship did not equate to that of the Flame King. Thus, the Flame Skeleton Lord remained Zhou Qing's ultimate form, the genuine Flame King. Transforming into the Black Knight merely categorized him among the first tier, devoid of the Flame King title, which resulted in correspondingly diminished enhancements, allowing him only to wield a fraction of the Flame Skeleton's capabilities. Conversely, with the Flame Skeleton Lord's powers augmented by the Flame King title, Zhou Qing could unleash 300% of his inherent strength, a feat that could be deemed extraordinary. In fact, upon learning of the threat to the Red Dragon, Zhou Qing initially presumed that the adversaries were formidable natives. However, upon their appearance, he discovered they were merely a handful of inconsequential players. Instantly, his mood soured. This group of players had compelled him to transform once more. It is important to note that each transformation consumed the precious Hope Flame, and reverting to his human form required additional expenditure. With this thought, Zhou Qing's fury ignited, his soul fire flickering as his gaze fell upon the players within the city. Under his scrutiny, the onlookers felt a surge of tension, enveloped by despair and dread. Yet, it was not long before they experienced an epiphany. What was there to fear? What if he was overwhelmingly powerful? They reasoned that they were concealed within the city, impervious to the dragon's flames, and the Lord could not inflict upon them even the slightest harm. One player spoke up, seemingly unfazed by the earlier terror that had caused his subordinates to scatter. In this moment, he exuded confidence, bolstered by the knowledge that they had discovered an advantageous terrain, narrow and secure, where the Red Dragon's breath would prove ineffective unless it directly demolished the structures. However, this location was the ruins of the royal city, exceedingly difficult to destroy due to the remnants of magical arrays. What of the Flame King? Such reasoning was absurd. The mere thought of being intimidated was a disgrace. The players' morale surged once more, their minds evidently unhinged. Zhou Qing cast a fleeting glance at the players who had been paralyzed by fear at his arrival. However, in an instant, they transformed into a formidable presence, particularly one who brazenly raised an obscene gesture towards him. In that moment, Zhou Qing dismissed any thoughts of how these foolish individuals could comprehend the essence of mercy. He stepped forward and executed the Dark Knight's charge, appearing before the city where the players resided in the blink of an eye. The Sword King, upon the dark colossal sword, emanated a terrifying aura as flames intertwined with bloodlust, enveloping the surroundings in a daunting pressure. Swish! With a swift stroke of his sword, Zhou Qing unleashed a formidable strike. At that moment, several players were taken aback, their hearts racing, yet they mustered the courage to stand their ground, feigning an air of invincibility. Their audacity was commendable. Zhou Qing's sword descended once more, and with a swift whoosh, the structure was cleaved apart, as if it were mere tofu beneath the blade of his 3-foot-long dark sword. What manner of demon is this? Flee at once. Impossible. The players stood in stunned silence, gazing at the severed building, momentarily bewildered. Their limbs trembled as the structure fell, revealing their hiding place, forcing them to confront Zhou Qing, who towered over them at 3 zhang. No, this cannot be happening. The leader of the players was filled with dread. All his hard work leveling up would be in vain if he perished here. In a fit of frustration, he slapped his companion, who had foolishly dared to provoke the Lord with a rude gesture, igniting this calamity. Zhou Qing paid little heed to their internal strife. With a single sweep of his sword, he dispatched them effortlessly. Subsequently, he casually plundered some valuables and located the Red Dragon. How could you be so grievously wounded by a band of players? Zhou Qing soon learned the story, and a surge of anger welled within him. It was utterly foolish. To nearly lose its tail over a morsel of food was beyond comprehension, leaving Zhou Qing to shake his head in disbelief. Recalling his first encounter, when he had nearly been struck down by crossbow bolts outside the dragon's lair while guarding worthless gold, Zhou Qing understood why a mighty dragon would choose to dwell in the second secret realm. It was likely that it could not survive in any other realm. With such a level of intellect, to have survived this long and settled in the second secret realm was surely a stroke of extraordinary luck. Your tail is severely injured, he remarked. Roar. The Red Dragon, with teary eyes, recounted the despicable treachery of the outsiders, how they had lured it into consuming pig meat before launching a surprise attack. Zhou Qing, having no choice but to concede, pondered the potential impact on flight. I implore you to take me out, he requested. It won't affect our flight, but it will be quite painful, the Red Dragon replied, expressing its grievances. All right, I shall aid you in avenging your plight by vanquishing them repeatedly. Zhou Qing responded with resignation. In a swift motion, Zhou Qing transformed into his dark knight form, accompanied by the wrath of the evil spirit. Boss. The evil spirit gazed at Zhou Qing, filled with excitement and anticipation, eagerly preparing for action. Let us proceed to the temple, Zhou Qing gently urged the red dragon. With a powerful flap of its wings, the red dragon, now aligned with Zhou Qing and imbued with the blessings of the Flame King, ignited its tail in flickering flames. All arrows aimed at them were incinerated, and fresh skin began to grow anew. Although tender, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous state, which was marred by arrows and drenched in blood. Zhou Qing embarked on his journey aboard the Crimson Dragon, setting forth towards the temple. Consequently, the players within the temple succumbed to despair. Zhou Qing not only eliminated several players but also cleared the temples along his path. However, as long as there was no provocation, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, merely guarding the corpses before those temples. This incident once again stirred a significant uproar, with players eagerly seeking to uncover the truth. Upon learning the reality, they erupted into laughter. Among them, Yuan and others were particularly delighted, feeling their choice was astute. Otherwise, if they had provoked the red dragon, it would have been them guarding the corpses now. Reflecting on this, they felt an unusual sense of relief, especially since earlier some players had mocked them for their cowardice. Now, they had received their due lesson. Yuan speculated that they would come to understand many truths in the future, such as the adage that unusual occurrences often have underlying causes. But that was a matter for another time, to be discussed once they had finished guarding the corpses with Night Brother. Unexpectedly, the Flame Skeleton Lord turned out to be Night Brother. This was indeed intriguing. Was he human, a Dark Knight, or the Flame Skeleton Lord? Yuan marveled at the dual titles of the Fire King. Recognizing them instantly, there was only one Fire King. The Flame Skeleton was the Fire King, and the Dark Knight was also the Fire King, thus he naturally connected the two. Little did he know that the immensely popular Dark Knight online was actually Brother Skeleton. Another elite player, with eyes shining, exclaimed, "The human form is unappealing. While the Dark Knight form is imposing, I initially disliked him, but I never expected them to be the same person. I'm now a fan. The skeleton exudes power and majesty." I said, "How could there be a monster so extraordinary, rising to become the Fire King in such a short time, if not for Brother Skeleton? Brother Skeleton is magnificent. I've fallen in love." Players engaged in lively discussions. What a peculiar taste, being fond of a skeleton. I still prefer the Dark Knight. We all have our preferences. The corpse guarding did not last long, approximately 3 hours. Zhou Qing had granted the Light faction some dignity, repeatedly reminding them of their need for respect. If truly angered, Zhou Qing would find it quite troublesome to handle, especially since he still had numerous enemies to reckon with and should not accumulate too many foes. With a swift motion, he struck down several rangers once more, directly plundering their last remnants of equipment. By the time they resurrected, they were left in tatters, their eyes vacant, resembling young girls who had suffered severe trauma. Their spirits utterly broken, they numbly awaited the arrival of death. However, this time, Zhou Qing did not strike. From beneath the Dark Knight's helmet, Sia's voice resonated. "Do you dare?" Within the temple, the red dragon roared, its presence imposing, while the malevolent spirit reveled in its arrogance, following closely behind Zhou Qing, unperturbed even in the face of the approaching guardians from the Light faction. Occasionally, it cast disdainful glances, fully embodying the act of intimidation. "Are you unable to hear me?" At that moment, illuminated by divine radiance, the young girl was nearly infuriated. She had repeatedly commanded not to provoke this monstrous Dark Knight, yet these foolish individuals remained oblivious, pushing her to the brink of madness. Cough. Others in the temple could no longer tolerate the situation. "Miss, are you aligned with the Dark faction or the Light faction? If you are afraid, do not come, yet you choose to come, only to be afraid and dare not retort. The dignity of the Light has been utterly tarnished." A group of Light Guardians felt exasperated and hurriedly descended. "Fire King, let this matter be settled." An elderly voice emerged from a sphere of divine light, maintaining the authority of the Light. At this point, several rangers finally regained their senses, initially stunned, then elated, relieved that they no longer had to face death. "We dare not. We will never slay dragons again." "Roar," one ranger exclaimed, only to be met with dragon breath, leading to yet another demise. Subsequently, the red dragon, overjoyed, prepared to unleash a triumphant roar, but suddenly felt the pressure of two powerful gazes. It was the young girl and another temple envoy. They feared Zhou Qing but were unafraid of the red dragon. The red dragon, sensing the might of both, felt its roar diminish, turning its gaze towards Zhou Qing, finding solace in having such formidable allies. Roar. The red dragon expressed its joy, conveying deeper meanings through its sound. Zhou Qing felt a throbbing headache, questioning whether he was a dragon or a dog. Associating with such a beast was utterly humiliating. With this thought in mind, Zhou Qing decided it was time to depart. In an instant, the figure clad in black knight armor was engulfed in flames and vanished. Simultaneously, the red dragon and the malevolent spirit also ignited in flames. Within the temple, finally, he was gone. Zhou Qing had been holding back for quite some time, too afraid to move. The rangers breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that the Night King had come for their sake. However, the Night King was indeed a king, and his animosity encompassed nearly everyone. They dared not stir, fearful of drawing attention and being conscripted into the ranks of the dead. Watching Zhou Qing and his companions depart, they all felt a sense of relief. It was terrifying. For the first time, playing a game had left them on edge. Facing death in the wild was one thing, but returning to the temple only to worry about being hunted was infuriating. Truly, the game designers had much to answer for. Yes, the designers were utterly foolish. How could one provoke anyone but the Black Brother? It was dreadful. A mere disagreement could lead to a visit to the temple. Why was there no option for a dark faction in this game? It would allow for alliances. The light faction was utterly useless, constantly being slaughtered at the temple. The rangers were filled with resentment. This had happened once or twice, but the repetition was unbearable. The temple was anything but safe. What guardianship did it provide? It seemed more like a decoration. The rangers looked down upon the two figures radiating light. Within the brilliance, the young girl felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried away. She realized how disgraceful it was. As a guardian of the light faction, she had behaved shamefully, even speaking on behalf of the enemy. Yet, she found it all rather novel. Everyone pampered her, treating her like a treasure. But the Black Knight was fearsome. The scene of his death was deeply etched in her memory, an unprecedented and harrowing experience, which compelled her to come out and take a look. Next time, she vowed, she would not emerge again. The girl felt a profound sense of shame. The honor of the light had been completely tarnished. At that moment, the battlefield of the divine war was beginning to unfold. There were no time constraints on the combat. The commanders on both sides recognized the importance of resources, food, and supplies being paramount, given the significant enhancement of attributes and various boosts around the city. A direct assault was the most foolish of actions. Thus, the struggle for resources became the focal point. Both sides commenced the first wave of competition across the divine war zone, and in this competition, the rangers experienced extraordinary gains through a series of tasks. At this juncture, Zhou Qing rode the red dragon, making his way to the battlefield. The journey on the red dragon would take no more than 2 days. The route was desolate and rather dull, yet viewing the scenery from above offered a unique charm. In this manner, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the battlefield had descended into chaos, with skirmishes erupting intermittently. However, to the astonishment of the Huaxia Rangers, the situation had not spiraled into defeat. Although the ratio of losses was as high as 10-1, each leader of the Fire Legion exhibited extraordinary prowess, and even the ordinary soldiers displayed commendable quality. This was to be expected. The survival mode cultivated within the realms of PUBG favored the weak overcoming the strong, reveling in adversity. Conversely, the League of Legends realm thrived on seizing opportunities under equal conditions, understanding one's abilities, assessing the enemy, and executing the optimal combat strategy, leveraging one's strengths, advantages, support, intelligence, and more. In such circumstances, even the Fire Legion, with its relatively small forces, could engage in a contest of equals, sometimes even gaining the upper hand. Numbers alone did not equate to overwhelming power. Moreover, the decisive battle had yet to commence. The fighting primarily involved troops within the region. At last, Zhou Qing arrived at the battlefield, soaring into the divine war zone. At this moment, the high priest's gaze was as cold as ice. Fixated on the dark sorcerer, what did you just witness? The dark sorcerer felt a chill run down his spine and quickly responded, Great priest, I witnessed your dark divine power shaking the heavens, nurturing the unparalleled, wishing to annihilate the Fire King with a thunderous force, instilling the terror of darkness within him. It was solely due to erroneous information on my part. Otherwise, had the Fire King arrived today, he would surely have met his demise here. You speak well. To recognize one's errors and correct them is commendable. You possess potential. The high priest nodded in satisfaction, adjusting his robe before speaking calmly. I did not anticipate the Fire King's early arrival. However, would I cower before him simply because he is the Fire King? If necessary, I alone am sufficient to deal with him. Yet, Lady Ovi regards him as an adversary, and thus I must refrain from overstepping my bounds. Long live the great priest. The dark sorcerer nodded vigorously. Indeed, that is the way of it. Now, provide me with a detailed account of the situation. The priest commanded. Upon hearing this, the dark sorcerer began recounting the events. Moments later, the priest grasped the situation. Although the Fire King had arrived, he merely observed without interference. This was the norm. Should the Fire King act recklessly, Lady Ovi would not allow it, and the priest could easily eliminate him. But if he refrained from action, that would be for the best, as the priest preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. The dark high priest's expression was inscrutable. Come, let us see. Since he does not intervene, I shall ensure he understands the might of the dark power. His troops are no match for the undead soldiers. The dark high priest adjusted his robes and prepared to leave the structure. Before departing, he turned his head, frowning as he confirmed. Are you certain the Fire King will not take action? He had observed the battle for half a day, seated atop the dragon, without intervening. Sitting atop the dragon to observe? At the mention of the dragon, the priest's legs trembled slightly, yet his countenance remained calm. Indeed, it is high time I captured a bone dragon. The priest pondered. Bone dragons were exceedingly perilous and difficult to tame. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. It was Zeus, who had rushed over upon seeing the high priest exit. He had just overheard the priest mention capturing a bone dragon, and his eyes lit up. This high priest was formidable, daring to challenge a bone dragon. It was well known that bone dragons were truly terrifying creatures, not easily subdued. However, he happened to possess some information that could be useful if the priest genuinely intended to capture one. Ah, you are Zeus? The high priest had a vague recollection of Zeus, but was abruptly interrupted, causing his mood to sour, and his expression turned displeased. Beside him, the dark sorcerer, realizing Zeus was hesitant to speak, immediately scolded him, exclaiming, Great priest, capturing a bone dragon is as simple as drinking and eating. Why do you need to be reminded of the dangers? Hurry and leave. With such lack of insight, you should abandon your position as leader. Ah? Zeus was taken aback. Leave. The dark sorcerer glared. Zeus's expression darkened, anger bubbling beneath the surface, yet he ultimately suppressed it and said, Priest, I have some knowledge regarding capturing the bone dragon. If you require, leave. Having just suffered a defeat, how can you still show your face before the priest? Were I in your position, I would have long since taken my own life. The dark sorcerer interjected, fully aware that the high priest's bravado was merely for show. Should he truly attempt to capture the bone dragon, he would likely flee before even getting close. Zeus's countenance changed entirely. His fists clenched as he departed. The dark sorcerer's rank surpassed his, and his strength was greater. Even in his current anger, he had no recourse but to retreat. How could someone so lacking in insight become a leader? The high priest began to speak, and Zeus felt as if struck by lightning. If it were merely the dark sorcerer, his position as commander might still be preserved. However, with the priest's words, his fate was sealed. The reason was straightforward. The priest was the leader, commanding 4 great generals, the dark sorcerer, the shadow hunter, the death knight, and the wraith. Zeus's superior was none other than the death knight, who held considerable favor. Yet, with the priest's pronouncement, even the death knight could not safeguard him. Zeus's complexion turned pale. His desire to turn and slay the 2 foolish agents of darkness surged within him, but ultimately, he took a deep breath. Impulsive actions would not resolve the issue. He had to endure. With a heavy heart, Zeus departed, lamenting his misfortune in encountering these 2 leaders. Otherwise, the painstakingly gathered data on bone dragons from his arduous quest could have been put to great use. Alas, having just suffered defeat, in his haste, he had acted without forethought, leading to his dire circumstances. Meanwhile, the dark high priest, oblivious to Zeus's turmoil, adjusted his robe and calmly declared, Let us proceed to the battlefield. Soon, the dark high priest, accompanied by the dark sorcerer, arrived at the battlefield. Concurrently, the 4 great generals gathered in attendance, following closely behind the priest. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the valiant fire elf, wielding a blazing sword of elven fire while riding a giant panda, swiftly dispatching a minor general, whose lifeless body lay sprawled in the center of the battlefield. The fire elf circled on her panda, her youthful face radiating triumph, and after effortlessly vanquishing the ordinary undead soldiers daring to approach her, her fiery gaze turned toward the leaders of the dark faction, challenging, Who dares to come forth and meet their demise at my blade? The elven commander exuded an aura of unmatched authority, invigorating the morale of the fire faction by an additional 30%. A mere woman displayed such formidable prowess. How could the male soldiers of the faction resign themselves to inferiority? Infuriated, the Death Knight declared, "This elf is intolerably arrogant. I shall capture her and make her my consort." He charged into the fray with fierce determination. However, after merely 2 exchanges, the Death Knight found himself maimed. Retreating in disgrace, exclaiming, "My life was nearly forfeit. How has this individual become so fearsome?" His pallor deepened, for as one ascends the ranks, the fear of death only intensifies. The losses from death were monumental, while demotion was not always a certainty. It equated to the obliteration of future evolutionary prospects, a significant detriment for a commander. Incompetent fool, the Dark High Priest fumed. Gazing skyward, the King of Flames is despicable and shameless, watching the battle from above. His ire grew as he realized that the Death Knight's dismal fate was not solely his own fault. Seated atop the soaring fire dragon was the King of Flames, clad in dark knight armor. If Ovi were present, their combat effectiveness would surely swell by several degrees. Why was this King of Flames so base? So shamelessly observing the battle and rallying morale? The Dark High Priest felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet he knew better than to openly declare his intent to slay the king, lest he provoke a reckless fool to act and lose face. Who among them would dare to confront that insufferable elf? The Dark High Priest pointed an accusatory finger at the elven commander, his anger boiling over, for in mere moments, she had already slain numerous soldiers from the undead faction, her path unchecked, blood splattering as her emerald hair became stained with crimson. An enchanting allure radiating from her slender frame. Especially her mount, the giant panda, exuded boundless strength. With each swipe of its claws, foes were eviscerated. And its roar instilled terror in the hearts of the enemy, its black and white fur now drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful demon. Who dares to perish here? The elven maiden bellowed, her blood-red hair billowing in the wind. Such audacity! In days gone by, she would have surely met her demise at his blade. The Death Knight interjected, and the others cast scornful glances his way. He once appeared formidable, yet here he was, at the pinnacle of his power. Nearly losing his life in the fray and returning maimed, still prattling on. "Priest, I have a strategy." The Dark Sorcerer suddenly spoke up. The Dark High Priest cast a sidelong glance. "A rotating strategy. No matter how strong she is, how strong can she truly be? We shall engage one by one. Should the situation turn dire, we shall withdraw." "A brilliant plan," the Dark High Priest remarked, turning his gaze to the other 3 generals. The Death Knight's expression shifted. Clutching his arm, trembling, and spat out a mouthful of blood, "My injuries are grave. I fear I may not be fit for this task." The other 2 leaders felt a tremor of apprehension. Were they truly to engage in a rotating strategy? "Priest, we fear we may not be fit for this." The 2 generals lamented. One was the Shadow Hunter, an assassin by trade, ill-suited for direct confrontation, likely to falter after a few strikes from the elf. The other, the Wraith, was even less capable, primarily focusing on debuffing the enemy, lacking in solo combat prowess. "Incompetent fools," the Dark High Priest scolded. While he could personally engage and potentially fell a commander, he dared not, fearing the king's attention might lead to his swift demise. "My lord, we still have numerous minor commanders. Let them take the field," suggested the Dark Sorcerer. Upon hearing this, the Dark High Priest frowned but soon relaxed, lacking any other strategy. Let the minor commanders take to the field. Following the priest's orders, the minor commanders were summoned one by one. The undead faction boasted a myriad of units, each commanded by a major general, beneath whom lay 5 to 10 minor commanders, each leading 500 troops. These minor commanders, being elite warriors with formidable combat capabilities, were now called forth. "You shall take turns to engage the elven commander." The Death Knight, clutching his severed arm, spoke up, causing the countenances of the numerous sub-commanders to darken. Among the commanders, Zeus's eyes flickered with excitement. This was an opportunity. The other elites, even those nearing command status, found themselves unable to contend with the elves, yet he felt no sense of helplessness. Any native could be conquered if the right approach was found. It was entirely feasible. Just as this game had become one of the top 10 dungeons, it had been conquered by seasoned players even before the transition to an online format. Even some extraordinarily powerful beings in the later stages could be swiftly vanquished through certain strategies, such as the Demon Lord residing in the Abyssal Ravine, by merely provoking it. The Demon Lord would lose its sanity, chasing players in a frenzied pursuit. At that moment, players needed only to dash along the narrow path beside the abyss, where the Demon Lord's massive form could not maintain its footing, ultimately plunging to its demise. Direct confrontation proved daunting, but employing strategy rendered it far less challenging. This was a prime opportunity. Employing a wheel strategy would demonstrate that the lords were at a loss against this elf. If I could conquer her, I would likely be swiftly promoted. Zeus's heart surged with excitement. Although he was aware that under the king's influence, the flame elf commander posed a significant threat, peril simultaneously heralded opportunity, and Zeus perceived this clearly. Without hesitation, he utilized the built-in communication system to contact his external team, demanding the immediate collection of all available information on the elf commanders. Within 10 minutes, he required the most comprehensive data to strategize against the elf. Meanwhile, in the realm of Huaxia, within the Flame faction, Lin Qing and other professional players wore smiles as they gazed up at the imposing figure of the Black Knight on his dragon, unable to suppress their laughter. The Black Knight, what a rogue. Although he was the ultimate boss, he had made an early appearance, under the halo of his presence. The opposing side must be seething with frustration. Several heroes were equally amused. The previous battle had been evenly matched, but now, blessed by the king's light, their combat prowess had increased. Particularly, Lin Qing and Yuan, having absorbed the power of souls, shone with a brilliant glimmer in their eyes. Such shamelessness. Yet this ultimate move was exhilarating. I admire such a diligent lord. Lin Qing's eyes curved like a crescent moon, her joy evident. Just received news that Zeus had suffered a setback in the undead faction. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He felt Zeus was somewhat unfortunate. Since the Black Knight's emergence on the dragon, he had not engaged in battle, merely sitting at the edge of the sky, keenly observing the fray. This indicated that as a leader of the faction, despite his current presence, he looked down upon the mere soldiers, even elite commanders failing to catch his eye. He seemed to exist outside the fray. This epitomized Zeus's misfortune. He had suffered considerable losses without a single engagement, charred by the fire dragon. This was the fate of one who dared to oppose my skeletal brother. Yuan secretly chuckled, believing the knight to be naturally adept at countering foes. Those who clashed with him, or even faced him indirectly, seldom experienced favorable outcomes. Yuan had learned this lesson well, hence he embraced the Flame faction's support, never intending to oppose the Great King or the skeletal brother. Everything hinged upon the skeletal brother's lead. They intend to employ the will strategy? A despicable tactic. Zeus was among them, and caution was paramount. Should he succeed, the situation could reverse in an instant. Lin Qing and her companions grew alert, fully aware that the Flame Elf commander would be taken seriously by the enemy. If such a prominent elf were to fall to Zeus, his reputation would undoubtedly soar, elevating his status beyond the past. They had to be cautious. While the elves possessed formidable power, their native weaknesses were numerous. If their vulnerabilities and methods were discerned, they could be easily conquered, especially through a wheel strategy, which would expose the elf shortcomings. Lin Qing furrowed her brow. Thus, we must act and eliminate these junior commanders. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Though these junior commanders were also elites, dealing with them was quite challenging. Yet they could not remain passive while the dark faction schemes prospered. Such a spirited elven maiden, to fall would indeed be a pity. I also felt a stirring of affection and wished to enhance my rapport with her. Yuan gazed at the elven commander on the battlefield, resembling a goddess of war, with an expression of infatuation. The other players had long grown accustomed to his affections. Yuan had a penchant for beautiful women, and there were countless whom he adored. However, they all acknowledged that the elven commander at this moment was exuding an aura of valor, her beauty accentuating her formidable presence, radiating an extraordinary charm that possessed a wildness and abandon uncommon among ordinary maidens. What is so impressive? Lin Qing slightly pouted her lips. She had not witnessed such fervor before. Now, upon the arrival of the leader, she was eager to shine on the battlefield, surely wishing to impress the Black Knight. Lin Qing felt a twinge of discomfort, as she too sensed the elven commander's commanding aura, her beauty and strength evident as she cut down foes with ease, creating a subtle pressure on Lin Qing. Zhou Qing, having keenly observed the unfolding events, couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable transformation of the Flame of Hope into the illustrious Qian Wang Fort, an elite spirit birthed from the ancient Tree of Life. His satisfaction with their current display was profound. However, the sight of the giant panda, seated regally among the spirits, stirred a sense of discomfort within him. It was astonishing that such a national treasure had been rendered a steed, exuding an unparalleled majesty that challenged Zhou Qing's previous perceptions. He had never envisioned the panda possessing such grandeur. In this battle, in my absence, victory and defeat would be evenly matched. With my presence, the enemy would surely be vanquished. The mere morale of my forces has already instilled doubt in the hearts of our adversaries. As Zhou Qing observed the battle, he felt no need to linger. Even if he departed at that moment, the outcome was already determined. Just as he intended to leave, an unforeseen event transpired. A common wraith lunged at the elven maiden. She smiled softly, her pearly teeth glimmering under the light, yet her emerald eyes betrayed a chilling intent. With her flaming sword, she aimed to effortlessly dispatch this minor foe as before. However, the moment the blade made contact, a thunderous explosion occurred, and the wraith detonated on the spot. The terrifying shockwave enveloped the elven girl, whose expression shifted slightly. When the dust settled, she stood wounded. A faint greenish blood trickled from the corner of her pale lips. Yet she remained steadfast. Wounded? This is dire. Lin Qing and his companions gasped, their focus solely on the young commander, unaware of the unexpected turn of events concerning the minor adversary. At that very moment, Zeus materialized beside the elven commander, swiftly advancing towards her with a detached smile gracing his lips. With his sword drawn, her demise was all but assured. Everyone presumed the maiden had merely sustained a minor injury, but only Zeus understood the gravity of her condition. Though her wounds were not severe, she was momentarily incapacitated. Having studied her weaknesses, he recognized that even with the King of Flames' power augmenting her prowess remained that of an elite. Elites, after all, are not easily comparable to others. Certain strategic weapons designed for ordinary foes could also be employed against the elite. Thus, he summoned a mental bomb from the outside world, aimed at the elven maiden's most vulnerable mind, knowing it would not take long to incapacitate her and subsequently claim her life. In truth, Zeus possessed many more tactics at his disposal. However, he opted for the costliest and most direct approach, seeking to claim his enemy's head in the blink of an eye, thereby shattering the elven commander's authority with overwhelming force. Only through such a display could he significantly elevate his own reputation and gain favor. You are indeed beautiful, yet today you shall not escape my grasp. A flicker of pity crossed Zeus's eyes. The elven commander was indeed a stunning beauty, eclipsing even those of the deathly ranks, and her grace on the battlefield was captivating. Alas, an enemy remains an enemy, and Zeus would not show mercy due to fleeting affection. Perish here, he declared, thrusting his sword forward with the swiftness of lightning. The elven maiden furrowed her brows, struggling to raise her weapon in defense, yet to the onlookers, it appeared as if her strength had waned significantly. Thus, before their very eyes, her once indomitable sword was effortlessly parried by Zeus's blade. Almost immediately, his sword plunged toward her heart. Oh! A victorious smile spread across Zeus's face. But at that instant, a colossal dragon-hunting arrow, ablaze and spanning 3 yards in length, streaked across the sky like a meteor, tearing through the heavens and hurtling towards Zeus from the flank. Asaba! Zeus's smile froze, shock coursing through him as he instinctively turned to raise his shield for defense. Boom! The shield shattered in an instant, and the arrow continued its relentless trajectory, piercing through Zeus's body. Predictably, he was slain in an instant. At that moment, the elven maiden regained her senses, her cheeks flushed as she leaped from her panda mount and knelt before the distant dragon. What merit had she to warrant the king's intervention, saving one she deemed worthless? She had been overly careless. A ripple of spiritual energy resonated. And Zhou Qing's calm voice echoed, "There must not be a next time." "Yes, my king," the elven maiden replied, her face flushed with a mix of excitement and guilt, thrilled that the king had acknowledged her, yet remorseful for her own inadequacy that compelled him to act on her behalf. Zhou Qing's soulful voice softly responded, and soon, the red dragon flapped its wings, soaring away from the battlefield. The elven maiden gazed dreamily, her eyes brimming with reverence. To their astonishment, Lin Qing, Yuan, and the others stood dumbfounded, having believed the elven maiden was doomed. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, the King of Flame intervened to save her. They had assumed the King of Flame would remain aloof, being the supreme leader of their faction. To act would seem beneath his dignity. Yet, Zhou Qing still chose to act. Knowing that the Skeleton King was protective, this was not merely a show of loyalty. Yuan sighed in admiration, contemplating that he might not have been able to take such a step himself, considering his status as a prominent figure, where every action must reflect a leader's demeanor. He felt that intervening on behalf of an ordinary soldier would diminish his stature. But what of stature? He too would have acted. After all, look at that elven maiden. Was she still the decisive Valkyrie she had been? Her spirit had been utterly captivated. Indeed, this elven maiden has been enchanted by her savior. I too must rescue her. Your ability to save her is not the issue. Do you truly believe any ordinary individual could evoke such a reaction from the Elven Maiden? Look at the man seated upon the red dragon. He is the faction leader. The Black Knight, a figure of immense power, youthful and handsome, and already an object of admiration for the Elven Maiden. If this were to occur in reality, it would be akin to a billionaire CEO rescuing a beautiful employee who has erred. As the Elven Maiden, I would willingly offer myself in gratitude. Curse it. Your words have turned my admiration for the knight into disdain. There remains a chance. I still wish to find an opportunity to woo this Elven Maiden and bring her home as my bride. The players debated among themselves. Lin Qing exhaled in relief. Setting aside the feelings of the Elven commander, the fact that Zeus had failed was monumental news for Huaxia. All other matters could be momentarily disregarded, as none compared to the national interest. Zeus was indeed formidable, a threat that was difficult to anticipate. Lin Qing felt a sense of foreboding and gravity in her heart, foreseeing the disastrous consequences should Zeus succeed. All rangers were ordered to vacate the vicinity of Zhou Qing, strictly forbidden from approaching. Violators would face immediate judgment. Simultaneously, Lin Qing implored the rangers to maintain secrecy, as not all foreign rangers had pledged allegiance to the death camp. There were still individuals from other nations among the King of Flames ranks. They would not hesitate to exploit any knowledge of Lin Qing's affiliations, and should that happen, chaos would ensue, leading to significant trouble. On Lin Qing's side, apart from her words, the military hierarchy also issued commands for the rangers to remain silent and compliant. However, despite the facade of obedience, a few audacious individuals, while maintaining their distance, discreetly activated recording devices, covertly tailing and spying. The Black Knight, a notorious villain dominating the online sphere, had garnered immense popularity, inciting curiosity among countless viewers, particularly after Ing Bao summoned the Black Knight and inadvertently brought forth a human. The Black Knight ascended the trending charts, prompting many rangers to speculate whether he, like other ordinary beasts, simply awaited demise in a fixed location. Regrettably, the Black Knight's movements were shrouded in mystery. He appeared and vanished without a trace, with no one privy to his spawning grounds. It was only known that certain events might trigger his manifestation, and even within the King of Flames castle, sightings of him were exceedingly rare. Therefore, the quest to uncover the Black Knight's whereabouts had remained at a standstill. At this moment, all enigmas were destined to be unveiled. Brother Knight, he has a daily life, they realized, contradicting the notion of mindless beasts that linger in solitude, undisturbed. The rangers who had covertly recorded exchanged astonished glances, for they had unveiled this secret. It must be noted that the Sword King, one of the 34 kings, resided perpetually in Sword King Castle, rarely straying from his domain unless under special circumstances. Now, the Black Knight had defied convention, roaming the city as a human. Had the rangers not seen the footage, they would have struggled to recognize the striking figure traversing the streets as such a terrifying entity, the 35th king. His appearance bore no threat. He resembled an innocuous, ordinary person, unassociated with the brutal King of Flame. Alas, there are no rangers around. Zhou Qing, while enjoying himself at a facility, was about to settle his bill. As he glanced around, he noticed the absence of those remarkable yet feeble figures, indicating that the surrounding area was inhabited solely by the neutral native populace, devoid of any rangers. Where, then, were the rangers? Zhou Qing was filled with perplexity. Fortunately, at that moment, a young lady approached. It was Lin Qing. May I inquire if you are in need of assistance? Lin Qing, despite harboring a sense of anxiety, maintained a composed demeanor, her refined upbringing allowing her to suppress her emotions. Indeed, Zhou Qing nodded slightly, gesturing towards the shopkeeper, instructing, check out. All right, Lin Qing responded briskly, secretly delighted. Indeed, the transformed figure of the Flame King was vastly different from the imposing Black Knight in normal life. The knight's formidable presence made it difficult to approach him for conversation. However, the Black Knight, now in human form, was far more accessible. This was a rare opportunity. Stay composed, Lin Qing, stay composed. She took a deep breath, calming herself, ensuring not to reveal any vulnerabilities. If the Flame King discovered that she was aware of his true identity, her attempts to cultivate goodwill would surely be thwarted. She needed to remain calm. This was 100 dark souls. As Lin Qing completed the payment, Zhou Qing revealed 100 dark souls in his hand, an indispensable resource for the Rangeress upgrade, and one that Zhou Qing also needed for his own advancement. However, for him, a mere 100 or 200 souls were insignificant. He required tens of thousands for his upgrades. Having acquired such divine abilities, Zhou Qing had no intention of wasting any more time searching for dark souls. After stretching lazily, he contentedly settled into an inn to rest and recuperate. Within the inn, Zhou Qing ignited a campfire and quietly departed from the divine battlefield, returning to the ancient tree of life. Previously, it had taken him 2 days to arrive here, as he had not left a mark of the residual flames, necessitating a dragon ride. Now that he had arrived, he could leave a flame mark, allowing for easy teleportation in the future. Rest was in order after days of travel and a full day of observing fierce battles among the troops. The Flame King's fortress was located at the pinnacle of the ancient tree of life. Zhou Qing lay down to rejuvenate, gathering his strength. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, overjoyed at having witnessed Zhou Qing entering the inn, felt an exhilarating rush. The Black Knight, the Flame King, was lodging in an inn like an ordinary person. This indicated that she indeed had a chance to enhance their affinity, even though she had yet to find a way to initiate it. Without hesitation, Lin Qing's first order of business was to check into the inn, then log off to discuss with other players how to cultivate the Flame King's goodwill. Although the players lacked the prowess of the natives in terms of attributes, their wealth of information was unparalleled. They were now aware of the various troop types from the Dark Faction and had devised multiple strategies in response. Unfortunately, their voices held little weight, even with viable plans. They could not gain recognition. If they could connect with Zhou Qing, all their strategies could be put into action, significantly enhancing their chances in the divine battle. As the Flame King wandered the main city, savoring delicacies, a player suddenly slapped their forehead, exclaiming, "Does the Flame King have a penchant for food?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other players sparkled with excitement. A 5-star chef was required, and it needed to be something unique. Without delay, Lin Qing logged back in, locating the innkeeper of the neutral faction, and purchased the inn at an exorbitant price. In the midst of the innkeeper's astonishment, she arranged for the chefs to move in. The native innkeeper had yet to leave, nor had the chefs he hired moved far. At that moment, seeing 5 or 6 middle-aged men entering, he was initially puzzled, but soon became awestruck by their superb knife skills, techniques, and various cooking methods. The neutral faction's natives widened their eyes in disbelief. They had never encountered such exquisite cuisine or unprecedented culinary techniques, leaving them both drooling and yearning. Not only were the 5 or 6 natives on duty in the shop mesmerized, but as the aroma wafted through the air, more and more natives were drawn in. With the crowd growing, Lin Qing found it impractical to intervene and resolutely refused to provide any special treatment, lest the Flame King suspect that she was aware of his identity. Thus, she allowed the highly esteemed 5-star chefs to masquerade as ordinary cooks, providing high-priced gourmet food services to the common natives. High-priced, in this context, meant exorbitant prices. Many natives were deterred by the cost, yet those with means flocked in, eager to indulge in the culinary delights. The inn buzzed with activity, and time swiftly passed into another day. Upon returning from the ancient tree of life to his inn room, Zhou Qing, still groggy from slumber, rose to his feet. As he intended to brush his teeth with a willow branch, an extraordinarily enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. Hastily completing his dental routine, he mused that it must be another remarkable indigenous visitor, an opportunity he was eager to seize. Zhou Qing's demeanor towards the neutral indigenous folk was no different from that of other sovereigns. As long as they did not instigate conflict, he would not trouble them. After all, the neutral faction comprised a substantial collective that adhered to rules and constituted a formidable force. Their existence breathed life into the main cities, preventing them from becoming monotonous with merely military units. Hence, Zhou Qing recognized the significance of the neutral indigenous presence in the main cities and had no intention of disrupting this delicate equilibrium. What could emit such a fragrant allure? Driven by curiosity, Zhou Qing pushed open the inn door, yawning as he stepped out of his chamber. Excitement coursed through the hearts of Lin Qing and others who were observing, yet they dared not linger their gazes upon Zhou Qing. A fleeting glance was all they afforded him before proceeding to attend to other indigenous guests. They were acutely aware that, as the king of kindling, his perception and intuition surpassed that of ordinary beings. Prolonged scrutiny would undoubtedly arouse his wariness. Such a delightful aroma. Innkeeper, what delectable creation wafts through the air? Why have I not encountered such a fragrance before? As Zhou Qing descended the stairs, his face instantly displayed a look of astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qing and the others could not help but chuckle. Their conjectures had proven correct. Transformed into human form, Zhou Qing was no longer the fearsome Black Knight, but rather more approachable. The players who were secretly documenting the scene felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. the once cold and ruthless Black Knight. Having removed his mask, seamlessly integrated into the lives of ordinary people, appearing so relatable, such a figure, hidden in plain sight, was bound to attract a considerable following. Hey, that human! Before Lin Qing and the others could utter a word, a fiery centaur waiting in line at the entrance could not restrain himself from speaking out. First come, first served. Do you understand? First come, first served. Zhou Qing cast a glance at the long queue that snaked across the street, and an immediate headache ensued. Why the incessant chatter? Lin Qing and the others shot an irate glare at the fire-maned centaur. As Zhou Qing's gaze shifted, they quickly donned smiles. Guests staying here are entitled to special privileges, including meals at any time. Additionally, we offer the option to procure a VIP card. Would you like to obtain one? A VIP card. The hearts of several lurking rangers stirred with excitement. The iron-willed and ruthless Black Knight, upon removing his obsidian mask, blended seamlessly into the world like an ordinary person, approachable and unassuming. Such profound concealment was bound to attract a multitude of disciples. Hey, that human! Before Lin Qing and the others could speak, an impatient fire-maned centaur in the queue called out, first come, first served. This is a fundamental principle that cannot be overturned. Zhou Qing cast a glance at the serpentine line stretching across the street, and an immediate headache ensued. What are you rambling about? Lin Qing and the others shot a glare at the fiery-maned centaur, and as Zhou Qing's gaze shifted toward them, they promptly adorned their faces with smiles. Guests who settle here enjoy special privileges, dining at their convenience, and may even apply for a VIP pass. Would the esteemed guest care to give it a try? A VIP pass? Zhou Qing glanced at Lin Qing, and, at that moment, he discerned that Lin Qing and the others were indeed kindred spirits. He had not anticipated that these wanderers possessed such remarkable abilities. They not only acquired shops but also thrived in their ventures, introducing VIP passes that were akin to membership cards in the real world, albeit under a different guise. Upon reflection, Zhou Qing found this entirely plausible. This was an independent instance of a game. Although the combat prowess was formidable, in terms of entertainment and dining, it surpassed the splendor of his previous life in China. Inviting a few renowned chefs from China to cater could easily lead to thriving business. Thus, Zhou Qing's interest was piqued, and he decided to sample a few exquisite dishes. Selecting only the finest, Zhou Qing surveyed the vacant seats on the second floor before taking a seat. Lin Qing hurried to the kitchen, reminding the five-star chef that their esteemed guest had arrived and that they must exert their utmost effort. My dear Lin, the dishes must be savored slowly, with a careful balance of meat and vegetables. Not only should the flavors be exquisite, but they must also complement one another. A menu consisting solely of signature meat dishes would inevitably become monotonous, one chef advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing felt her cheeks flush slightly. In the vast array of professions, each with its own luminaries, she acknowledged her limited knowledge in this particular domain. Then, I shall defer to your expertise. But it is imperative that only the finest selections are made. This matter is of utmost importance. Rest assured, we grasp the gravity of the situation. The military extends a personal invitation, and the directives from our superiors are clear. No one of esteem would dare defy them, especially considering that the communication of this event pertains to national interests. We, the chefs, shall not be remiss, they replied. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes adorned the table, artfully arranged with a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, enticing and delicate. Zhou Qing merely gazed upon the exquisite dishes, yet his appetite surged within him. Despite his extensive experience, he found it difficult to resist the allure of such culinary delights. The phrase food is the essence of life rings undeniably true. Thus, as the first dish was presented, Zhou Qing eagerly took up his chopsticks to savor its flavors. By the end of the meal, he reclined contentedly upon his steed, relishing the exquisite sensations that lingered on his palate. Not every dish was spicy and delectable. Among them was a bowl of clear cabbage soup that, in contrast to the richness of the other courses, offered a refreshing reprieve, revealing a unique charm of its own. In this lifetime, and even in his past life, he had never encountered such a remarkable feast. Zhou Qing sighed inwardly. Soon, he regained his composure and turned to Lin Qing. May I request a VIP pass? Of course, Lin Qing replied with a radiant smile. Ding. Your favorability with Zhou Qing has increased by 5. Ding. Your reputation within the Qian Wang faction has risen by 200. Zhou Qing and Lin Qing both felt a surge of joy. This was indeed the power of the Qian Wang's name. Upon seeing the subsequent notifications, Lin Qing could not help but feel elated. Though she concealed her emotions, quickly descending to prepare the so-called VIP pass exclusively for Zhou Qing, aiming to enhance his favorability. When still unfamiliar with the Black Knight, securing hearts with delectable cuisine was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Before long, Lin Qing completed the VIP pass and said with a smile, "We look forward to your next visit. I shall come often." Zhou Qing smiled faintly, expressing his satisfaction with the exquisite cuisine, which was indeed a culinary delight. The notification chimed, "You have gained Zhou Qing's favor 3. It also indicated that Lin Qing's reputation within the Xinjiang faction had increased by 100. As she watched Zhou Qing depart, Lin Qing couldn't help but clench her fists in excitement, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Although it was merely 8 points of favor, it was not the ordinary goodwill from native monsters, but rather from a legend, a king. Typically, the elusive Black Knights were far above her reach, leaving her and her fellow rangers only to observe from a distance, let alone elevate their favor. Now, Lin Qing had taken the arduous first step, marking a promising beginning. She knew she must not slacken. The delectable food was just the initial step. All aspects of life must be arranged meticulously. The next time Zhou Qing visited, she must ensure to further enhance his favor. Lin Qing contemplated this. Aware that Zhou Qing had received a VIP token and would undoubtedly return, a rare opportunity not to be missed. One day, she vowed to welcome the Black Knight into her estate. Lin Qing resolutely cast aside her earlier frivolous thoughts. The elven women under the Black Knight were all stunningly beautiful. If beauty alone could captivate a man, the King of Fire would already have a harem teeming with such enchanting beings. However, Lin Qing remained undeterred. If beauty could not win his heart, then she would capture his stomach through culinary delights. At the very least, she aimed to elevate her favor to a level where she could advise Zhou Qing on reforms for his troops. In stark contrast to Lin Qing's intricate considerations, Zhou Qing's life was much simpler. He strolled leisurely around the city, occasionally purchasing snacks and local specialties, living a carefree existence. From that day onward, Zhou Qing's life took on a more structured routine, dining at the inn, exploring outside the city, and returning to rest beneath the ancient life tree. He also arranged the new toys he had acquired within his Xinjiang fortress, adding a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise simple natural tree fort. In the ensuing days, Lin Qing's favor soared rapidly, reaching 30%. Just as she was reveling in her success, the player's good fortune came to a halt. While Zhou Qing indulged in the main city, other regions had already descended into chaos. 5 small cities, apart from the main city, had been destroyed, heralding the imminent outbreak of war. Following the conflict among the troops would be the confrontation between the King of Fire and the Divine Beings, leaving no room for players to intervene. Fortunately, the war had not yet commenced, but the atmosphere of impending storm loomed over the entire elven capital. As the days passed, Zhou Qing continued to revel in the city's festivities, yet it was time for him to take action. He had just received news that the regional epic storyline was reaching its climax, with the king's duel requiring his personal involvement. "Your hospitality has been exceptional. You may venture to the Oval Secret Realm and inform the legendary elf there. She will grant you a base of operations." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing and the other players erupted in joy. A base symbolized land, signifying the player's formal integration into the native community, transforming their status from mere visitors to recipients of native privileges. Their efforts had finally borne fruit. However, Lin Qing cast a wistful glance at her 30% favor. This level merely indicated acquaintance, not friendship, which rendered her unable to propose suggestions. In other words, the outcome of the final battle would hinge entirely on the luck of the King of Fire. Had she more time, with favor exceeding 50%, she might have been able to make a proposal that he could consider, but 30% was far from sufficient. With a dragon's roar, Zhou Qing departed, transforming into the elite template of the Black Knight, mounted on a red dragon, heading straight to the battlefield. "We shall go too," Lin Qing declared, as the players prepared to join the final confrontation. "What about the food? Why is the door closed?" The neutral faction's natives were quite displeased, having given up the chance to witness the divine battle, only to desire a taste of the cuisine, yet the inn had abruptly shut its doors. How outrageous. "If you don't open the door, you're doomed." The diminutive legendary blacksmith, OL, fumed, but Lin Qing and her companions paid him no mind, simply shutting the door behind them. Curse it. Master OL longed to forge a weapon to ensure the innkeeper's demise. But the allure of food ultimately led him to abandon his fury and rush to the battlefield to observe. The arena of divine conflict was desolate, with both armies gathering in overwhelming numbers, 1,000 meters apart, facing each other. Above the death faction, a massive black mist coalesced, within which sat a delicate little girl with gray eyes. She appeared adorable, yet exuded an aura of terror. Below, countless soldiers of the Death Realm, including dark high priests and death knights, displayed reverence. She was their sovereign, the queen of the Death Realm, goddess Ovi, and wherever she tread, death was sure to follow. This battle is in Summer's hands. I will intervene at the last moment, Ovi whispered, her gray eyes cold and indifferent. Despite her youthful appearance, her voice was chilling. The dark high priests and other commanders dared not utter a word, nodding respectfully. This command brought secret delight to Zeus of the Death faction. He had long anticipated this decisive battle. After his previous setbacks and being slain by the King of Fire, he had seized the opportunity to replace the maimed Death Knight, becoming one of the 4 commanders under the Dark High Priest. In recent days, he has achieved numerous military victories, often compelling the forces of the Flame King to retreat in various localized battlegrounds, triumphing repeatedly. Had it not been for the suppression by the Dark High Priest, he would have long since ascended to a higher rank. Now, under the direct command of the King of Shadows, one of the 34 kings under the Death Goddess, he has the opportunity to bypass the Dark High Priest and directly align himself with the King of Shadows, making a promotion and potentially replacing the Dark High Priest a feasible ambition. Zeus, filled with joy, cast his gaze upon the cold maiden by the side of Ovi in the realm of death, recognizing her as one of the 34 kings, the King of Shadows. Should he cultivate a relationship with her, his advancement would be assured. As for the outcome of the battle, he found no need for concern. Originally, the 34 kings were not permitted to engage in divine warfare, but the King of Shadows intervened. 1 king and 1 god. The victor was already determined. More importantly, in terms of troop numbers, their side vastly outnumbered that of the Flame King. Under my command, Xiaoyu's dark eyes flickered as her gaze swept across the troops, announcing her orders. There was no dissent. Only a few lords who had heard of Xiaoyu's formidable tactics felt a chill of foreboding. However, they were but a minority, and these lords dared not voice their concerns. The truly powerful lords understood that they were mere pawns in the game of supreme beings. Let us prepare to commence. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Upon hearing her words, the lords straightened, their expressions serious. Simultaneously, accompanied by the roar of dragons, countless soldiers looked up. In the sky above, a colossal crimson dragon blotted out the sun, racing toward the battlefield, finally circling above the flame camp. On its back, a figure clad in black armor could be faintly discerned, sitting majestically. It has arrived. The players mingling among the soldiers felt a jolt of energy, all under the protection of the semi-divine light of the Flame King. Let the battle begin. Beneath the helm, Zhou Qing exuded an air of languor, the indifference of his soul resonating outward. The war drums reverberated as troops from various factions received their commands. In the camp at the rear of the Dead Domain, a considerable number of soldiers rested, including those under Zeus's command, to minimize losses. He had proposed to the Dark High Priest the strategy of leveraging their numerical superiority through alternating combat. Half the forces would engage the enemy to wear them down, while the other half would conserve their strength, ready to rotate into battle once the front became stagnant. Given the numerical advantage of the Dead Domain, this approach would continually deplete the fighting capability of the Ember King's forces. The Dark High Priest acquiesced to this counsel. Although the 34 kings were generally prohibited from participating in divine warfare, the wise refrained from interference. Yet, the King of Shadows intervened. And with 1 King of Shadows and 1 deity, the outcome seemed predetermined. More crucially, in terms of troop strength, this faction far surpassed that of the Ember King. I shall command, declared Xiaoyu, his obsidian eyes glimmering as he surveyed the soldiers. No dissent arose, though a few lords, who had heard of Xiaoyu's formidable prowess, felt a chill run down their spines, an ominous premonition surfacing within them. However, they were but a minority, and these lords dared not voice their concerns. Previously, one had cautioned Ovi, yet she had still entrusted command to Xiaoyu, leaving the lords powerless. Those truly in positions of power understood that in the eyes of the highest beings, they were merely pawns. Prepare to depart, Xiaoyu ordered. Upon hearing this, the lords focused their gazes ahead. Simultaneously, amidst a thunderous roar, countless soldiers looked up as a colossal red dragon soared towards them, swiftly approaching the battlefield before circling above the flame camp. Upon its back, a shadowy knight could be discerned. It has arrived. The players mingling among the soldiers felt a sudden surge of vigilance, all under the protective grace of the demigod of the Ember King. Let us commence. Beneath the helmet, Zhou Qing appeared languid, with faint spiritual fluctuations emanating. As the battle commenced, troops marched forth in response to commands. In the rear encampment of the Dead Realm faction, A majority of its soldiers rested, including Zeus's followers. He had previously proposed to the Dark High Priest the utilization of their numerical superiority through a rotating tactic, where half would engage the enemy to deplete their stamina while the other half recuperated. Once the front line reached a stalemate, they would rotate into battle. Given the numerical advantage of the Dead Realm faction, this strategy could continuously wear down the forces of the Flame King faction. The Dark High Priest accepted his counsel, recognizing that a full-scale assault would likely prompt the Flame King faction to fortify their defenses rather than confront them directly. Siege warfare is notoriously challenging. Thus, the Dark High Priest heeded Zeus's advice to split their forces with the intent of exhausting the enemy's strength. There seemed to be little concern, even in the worst-case scenario. Should they consolidate their forces for a strong assault, the might of the Dead Realm faction would allow them to conquer, albeit with some losses. At that moment, Zeus had returned to the rear encampment, weary from consecutive days of exertion, and had just begun to rest when the tent's entrance was abruptly thrust open. Who was it? Zeus, alert from his light slumber, awakened with a piercing gaze that softened only upon recognizing his trusted guard. "Commander, the Dark King has issued a command for immediate deployment," the guard stated. Zeus, taken aback, glanced at the time and frowned. "Has it only been an hour? Why are we being summoned to battle?" "Unclear." The guard shook his head, his expression grave. "It is said the front line has suffered a catastrophic defeat." "Huh, that cannot be," Zeus exclaimed incredulously. Despite the Dark faction's lesser coordination compared to the Flame faction, their individual strengths were formidable and their numbers substantial. How could they have faltered so swiftly? Zeus believed at least 2 days of fierce combat would be requisite for any minor victory. "Commander, this is the reality. The front line urges us to depart at once." "Understood." Zeus's expression darkened as he grappled with the incomprehensible defeat, but soon dismissed further contemplation and began to prepare for departure. "These incompetent fools. To crumble so quickly under equal numbers," he muttered as he gathered his belongings, issuing commands in succession. The wretched hunters were dispatched to the gloomy plain, Stonewing. Accepting the command, Zeus led his troops, his mind in disarray upon hearing of the army's collapse, eagerly seeking to rectify the dire situation. However, upon arriving at the Stonewing of the plain, his countenance turned ashen. Why? The wretched hunters, suited for close combat with trolls and similar beings, faced a legion of flame centaur archers. Though not their natural adversaries, pitting the wretched hunters against the flame centaurs was a fool's errand. The rapidity of the centaurs allowed them to dodge while shooting, potentially taking down 3 wretched hunters for each engagement. By the gods, which fool ordered my wretched hunters to confront the flame centaurs? Zeus's complexion darkened, a murderous impulse bubbling beneath the surface. Alas, whether he was impulsive or not, the Centaur Legion charged forth without hesitation to envelop the wretched hunters within their range. Onward! Zeus gritted his teeth. Retreat was futile, outpaced by the flame centaurs. Any attempt to flee would result in catastrophic losses, and fleeing would also severely tarnish his reputation. Thus, he had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle. Arrow storms cascaded down like rain. As the wretched hunters drew near, the flame centaur legion retreated, their speed formidable. The arrows, imbued with flames, possessed tremendous power, employing a kite-flying tactic to harass Zeus's forces, causing him considerable distress. Time passed. The wretched hunters' regiment faced inevitable annihilation. Through sheer effort, a few dozen soldiers managed to escape, fleeing amidst a scene of devastation. Zeus witnessed the dismal sight of the Dead Realm faction's forces crumbling, their soldiers discarding their helmets and armor in their desperate retreat. Their plight pitiful. Which fool issued such orders? Upon returning to the encampment, Zeus was nearly apoplectic. "Brother, take heart," the night sorcerer said with a grim smile that was more sorrowful than comforting. "It appears you've also faced tribulations." The soul hunters clashed with the flame centaurs, yet fared reasonably. Meanwhile, my undead mage regiment encountered enemy assassins, infiltrated our ranks, and collapsed instantaneously. "I fared little better," another commander replied. "Why has this happened?" Zeus's face darkened as he recalled the orders received, his anger surging. Sending his wretched hunters to confront the flame centaurs was tantamount to walking into a trap. A reminder echoed. 3 essential tasks are to collect, and Ovi felt stifled. The players of the Death faction wore expressions of iron, their eyes vacant, having received notifications that half of their divine battle had been lost. How could we be defeated? The foreign players' mental state crumbled. After painstakingly raising the undead leader's favor to reverence, they now faced an abrupt downfall. The rewards from the Death faction paled in comparison to those of the Huaxiao players. Another defeat would drastically diminish their gains, and they might even face penalties. Nonsense. What is the Dark King's rationale? The players seethed, realizing that had it not been for the Dark King's erratic command, such a devastating defeat could have been avoided. Yet, with their forces vanquished, the outcome was sealed. The members of the Bangzi nation, who had once boisterously mocked, now fell silent. When the casualty figures were revealed, they had laughed heartily, feigning sympathy towards the Huaxia players, drawing ire with their derision. Now, as events unfolded, their joy had dissipated, while the Huaxia players reveled in triumph. Lo and behold, we have emerged victorious. In reality, the elder of the Zhao family watched the video with glee, his beard raised in delight. Father, what brings you such joy? Ying Bao entered with a sullen expression, discontent stemming from the elves' refusal to return since their last visit, citing the poor air quality. Ah, we have triumphed in the divine battle, the elder of the Zhao family exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. I had thought our defeat was inevitable, yet our opponents made one blunder after another, leading to their obliteration. It seems the descendants of those nations that once rivaled us have significantly declined, passively allowing their commanders' erroneous strategies to unfold. And that Zeus, once exalted, foolishly led the wretched hunters against the flame centaur archers. Father, why do you concern yourself with such matters? Ying Bao observed the elder's animated demeanor with exasperation. What do you understand? This is the battlefield. This is war. You wouldn't comprehend. With irritation, the elder waved his hand dismissively. What do you know, little girl? The older generation experienced the anti-Japanese war. You know nothing. When will my quota be approved? Soon. Just a few days. Ying Bao felt a headache coming on. At this moment, she could only agree to avoid reprimand. That's good to hear. The elder's spirits were high, and he refrained from chastising his daughter for her lack of effort despite having a quota, already plotting how to swiftly level up upon logging in. This battle has captured the attention of nations steeped in drama. However, nearly every country breathes a sigh of relief, for the losses incurred are immense, leaving little room for significant gains. The outcome of the factions is of little consequence. What truly matters is preventing the resurgence of Zeus. With this objective achieved, nations find solace. The battlefield is a scene of devastation, the earth littered with corpses and blood pooling in torrents. The cacophony of battle cries mingles with flames, echoing through the camp of the defeated. The chaos of the dying faction is palpable, their fate sealed in slaughter. Amidst this turmoil, on the death throne shrouded in black mist, Ovi finally stirs. Rising from her seat, she gestures with one hand. In an instant, a colossal bone dragon emerges from the fog, and with another wave, the mist coalesces into a lengthy dragon knight spear, its icy gaze fixed upon Zhou Qing. Concurrently, Zhou Qing takes action. Mounted upon a crimson dragon, his ordinary black knight spear ignites with flames and a sanguine glow, radiating brilliance. At the same time, a mysterious and inscrutable power gathers around the spear. Aged, Ovi's expression shifts slightly. This is a force potent enough to affect even deities, capable of nullifying her deathly powers over Zhou Qing, obliterating her advantage. The essence of a god lies in their formidable divine power, imbued with unique abilities that surpass the ordinary sovereign. Such divine might is immensely coveted by the 34 kings, leading to the devouring of deities, all in pursuit of inheriting divine powers. Ovi wields the lesser force of death, a power on par with aging, thus rendering her divine energy effectively nullified against Zhou Qing. Many of her abilities cannot be utilized, and they can only consume each other until they fade away. What significance is there without the enhancement of special divine power? With a resounding roar, the bone dragon and the crimson dragon soar through the skies, two titanic beasts clashing in the clouds. Upon the dragon's back, two top-tier warriors engage in fierce combat, stirring the hearts of onlookers. The thunderous collision of the fire-infused Black Knight Spear and the Dragon Knight Spear reverberates through the air, akin to the tearing of fabric, piercing the eardrums. The intensity of the battle is evident from the sounds echoing from above. With every circle they fly, the two dragons unleash violent assaults on one another, leaving behind deep wounds. Zhou Qing and Ovi clash on the dragon's back, their weapons sparking with explosive sounds. Flames and black mist erupting in the sky like a magnificent display of fireworks, a spectacle of grandeur. Each encounter is marked by explosive reverberations, far exceeding the imaginations of the players. How terrifying! One strike ignites an explosion, a wandering soul gasps in astonishment. When shall we reach such heights? Despite being slain multiple times by the knight, the extent of his power is utterly astounding. Previously, they were instantly annihilated. The natives are indeed formidable. Even if we were to struggle through 10 cycles, we might not come close to matching them. Players watch with envy, yearning for such power, yet they can only dream. The template for players is the most rudimentary, unparalleled in its mediocrity. Neither attributes nor growth rates can compare to the natives. Their sole advantage may be their immortality. While the natives possess weaknesses, some are slow-witted, and others can be outmaneuvered to achieve victory. Frustrated, players realize they can only level up gradually. Even at maximum level, their abilities may pale in comparison to the Sword King at the entrance. Players struggle to possess skills, relying solely on a basic set of attack maneuvers. Their conventional strategy involves exhausting their ultimate abilities, seizing opportunities to strike, and then retreating to wait for cooldowns, repeating this cycle, a cunning yet demanding test of timing and skill. This is the universal tactic for players against monsters. At this moment, witnessing the aerial duel of two superlative beings amidst the intertwining dragons, black mist flickers, and flames burn fiercely, it is a breathtaking sight. Time passes quietly. Both foreign players and those from Huaxia gaze anxiously at the sky. The two dragons engage in a fierce contest, one hailed as a god, the other a newly risen monarch. They maneuver through the heavens, the residual force of their collisions instilling both awe and envy among the players. Who will emerge victorious? Surely Ovi will prevail, for she is a god king. Yet, unpredictably, who could have foreseen that His Highness Xiaoyu would mismanage commands, leading to significant losses for Ovi's forces? Until the end, it is unwise to draw conclusions hastily. Players are tense. The outcome of this clash will determine the rewards for the victor. May the Phoenix King succeed, Lin Qing muses. She has painstakingly elevated the reputation of this faction. Should Zhou Qing falter, Phoenix Castle shall fall, and races such as elves will suffer misfortune, rendering her efforts in building rapport futile. In the sky, another fierce clash erupts. The Crimson Dragon suddenly unleashes a breath of fire. The Bone Dragon evades. Yet countless bursts of dragon fire surge toward the foreign players below, instantly obliterating them. Alas, they lament upon returning to the temple, cursing their misfortune. Had we known, we would not have watched this battle. We have been killed again, losing levels and items. The foreign rangers are filled with resentment, yet powerless to change their fate. Were it not for this independent secret realm, they would prefer their adversaries to be stronger, adding to the glory of the challenge. However, now faced with the top 10 dungeons, who wishes to tackle them one by one? They merely desire to expedite their passage, seek treasures, and complete hidden tasks. With a single strike, they are vanquished. I am already at level 29, with nearly 5,000 health, yet I am still slain by dragon fire. The dragon race is truly terrifying. Do you think otherwise? Both sides engaged are extraordinary, ultimately invincible. We simply do not know why they have revealed themselves at this moment. Do not think that at level 50, you could escape unscathed. In a one-on-one encounter devoid of skill, players are inferior even to the ordinary skeleton minions within the game. Their attributes are weaker, and it is futile to mention a comparison with dragon knights under the command of divine forces. Being slain is only to be expected. If that dragon were to unleash its power recklessly, we could scarcely withstand it. This is beyond our current capacity to contend with. The rangers engage in fervent discussions, debating incessantly. The battle in the sky intensifies further. With another thunderous crack, the rangers watch in increasing trepidation. Is that the Black Knight spear in the hands of the Phoenix King? One ranger retrieves his own weapon, a Black Knight spear, which he had obtained through chance after defeating a Black Knight within the dungeon. Unfortunately, he cannot take it out of the dungeon. Indeed, they all wield the same Black Knight spear. This ranger gazes at the heavens, where the Phoenix King wields the spear with divine majesty, recalling his own futile attempts to pierce skeleton minions with it, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon. Why does the same Black Knight spear wield such power in your hands? The weapons we possess lack potency, yet in theirs, they unleash tremendous force. How can they not be regarded as divine weapons? Should they both suffer defeat? Perhaps we could seize an opportunity. One ranger's eyes glimmer with hope. But as soon as he speaks, he feels the scornful gazes of others. If you wish to find a bargain, perhaps you should first inquire if these soldiers would consent. The wanderers scoff. For even the retreating Death faction boasts a formidable force of thousands. A mere flicker of movement from the players could result in a massacre. At this moment, the duel between Zhou Qing and Ovi draws near its conclusion. Let them fall here. Zhou Qing's gaze flickered. As the tides of blood from the slaying of thousands surged forth, empowered by the flames of the Flame King, the decay of the god-slaying might, and the attribute enhancement from the soul-sucking ring, elevating his strength to a realm that even he found difficult to comprehend. Unvanquished, Zhou Qing had long lost track of his own level of mastery. Yet, at the very least, the figure before him, Away, remained consistently under his dominion. Is the god of death merely this? With a sudden surge of power, the Crimson Dragon clashed with the Bone Dragon. Zhou Qing's Black Knight spear erupted with unparalleled power, effortlessly deflecting Ovi's dragon lance. Subsequently, the spear lunged forth like a dragon, aiming directly at her slender chest. This thrust struck true at the vital point. The spear bore 3 distinct attributes of power, which, even with Ovi's divine status, proved challenging to withstand. Nevertheless, Ovi lived up to her long-standing reputation, exhibiting impeccable offense and defense. Despite Zhou Qing's cunning and intricate assault, her attack was ultimately neutralized. Zhou Qing remained composed, wielding his weapon with a sense of purpose. Though he had acquired the means to defend himself, he did not forget the essence of being a human player. Relying solely on attributes to confront foes seemed futile. If that were the case, the first level would have barred all players from entry. Thus, when facing Aowei, there must be a strategy to employ. Yet Zhou Qing had yet to uncover it. Ultimately, he decided to summon the Shield of Guardianship, dedicating himself entirely to defense while keenly observing his opponent. His defensive stance, bolstered by the fluctuations in his vitality, would inevitably inflict damage upon Aowei as well. Previously, he had suffered backlash from weapon clashes. But with the Shield of Guardianship in hand, Aowei found it nearly impossible to inflict harm upon him. Time and again, he parried and blocked with unwavering resolve. Zhou Qing's expression shifted as he finally discerned the vulnerability of Aowei. Her assaults could indeed be countered and rendered ineffective by his shield. In truth, many attacks inherently possess the capability to bypass defenses, rendering mere protection largely futile, unless the shield's priority is exceedingly high, much like the guardian shield wielded by Zhou Qing, which, in his hands, was sufficient to withstand the might of the divine Aowei. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Zhou Qing's realization during his defense that he could also launch a counterattack. This insight was far more precious than merely breaching defenses. The 34 kings were nearly impervious to counterattacks. The Sword King served as a prime example. Unless circumstances were dire, a mere flick of his sword energy could effortlessly annihilate foes, rendering the need for a head-on block utterly unnecessary. It was accomplished. Beneath the black iron armor of Zhou Qing, a faint smile played upon his lips. Ovi was indeed a formidable adversary. Had Zhou Qing been merely an ordinary player, he would have needed to reach at least level 100 to pose any challenge. Even with a full array of divine artifacts, the odds would still be slim. However, he was no mere player, but a native resident, and at just over 30 years of age, he had acquired the strength to defeat Ovi through various enhancements. At this moment, he had already triumphed over her. Zhou Qing felt no excessive emotion, much like when he triumphed over the Sword King. Everything unfolded as a matter of course. Zhou Qing silently rejoiced as this matter unfolded seamlessly. However, the ease with which it transpired was entirely unexpected. She had anticipated a fierce struggle, only to find success with such astonishing swiftness. As this news spread, countless foreign players were left in utter disarray. Could it truly be? What had transpired? Even deities could fall so effortlessly? Princess Ovi was wounded. Within the dark sanctuary, the high priest stood frozen, gazing at the sky where Ovi was pierced by the Flame King, his heart encased in ice. "Your Excellency, this is dire," a nearby attendant remarked, snapping back to reality. Anxiety etched across his face as he looked toward the usually inscrutable high priest. "Please, take action to slay the Flame King and save Her Highness Ovi." The nearby dark mage spoke up, his eyes filled with reverence. For the high priest had once proclaimed that dealing with the Flame King was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. The only reason for his inaction was that this was Ovi's battle, and he deemed it beneath him to interfere. "No need for alarm," the high priest replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow, though his demeanor remained composed. "This matter is not yet concluded. Why the haste? My lord governs death. This is merely the beginning. Should I find myself truly unable, I shall personally strike down the Flame King with but a gesture. It is but a trivial task." Though the high priest appeared calm, internally, he was calculating how to withdraw without drawing attention, for his identity was unique. He was one of the leaders of the dark forces. A hasty retreat would certainly raise suspicions. "Your wisdom is unparalleled," came the admiring gazes directed at the high priest, causing him to feel momentarily elevated, before he returned to contemplating his escape strategy and route. Meanwhile, the players from Huaxia shared in the jubilation. "Is it over?" Lin Qing exclaimed in disbelief. This grand confrontation, a clash of titans that had raged fiercely, concluded with such rapidity. Just moments ago, there had been a fierce exchange, and in the blink of an eye, the opposing deity had fallen. It was so swift that it left her momentarily in shock. Have we truly won? The players from Huaxia were somewhat incredulous. After all, this was a battle of deities, and to see it end so easily was astounding. Yet, as players, they believed that while the spectacle was indeed shocking, it would be a fleeting moment. Among the local residents, however, a tempest was brewing. What? Ovi has been defeated? Thankfully, I did not offend the Flame King. The Stone Gargoyle King was doomed. Had Ovi emerged victorious, he might have had a chance for resurgence, but with the Flame King's triumph, his prospects were extinguished. Among the 34 kings, most were filled with trepidation. Within palaces across the globe, the strongest among them received the news, unable to conceal the turmoil within. Was a king who devours deities about to emerge? Humph, what a cunning maneuver. Chapter 122. The gaze of the abyss. Do you wish for me to bow and lick your toes? Zhou Qing grasped Ovi firmly, delivering another strike upon her rear, causing her complexion to flush crimson. If glances could kill, Zhou Qing would have long since perished. Alas, Ovi found herself powerless. She was acutely aware of her own formidable strength, yet never anticipated that Zhou Qing could turn the tables through judgment, leaving her bereft of her possessions and entangled in her own predicament. Grant me death swiftly, and cease this humiliation, she seethed. Her silver teeth clenched in a mixture of grief and rage. Never did she foresee that she would descend to such depths. The once hunter of wild geese now found herself blinded by their pecking. Grant me death. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment, a fleeting expression of excitement crossing her face. Thus, she had no intention of inheriting the position of the god of death. Divinity does not equate to invincibility, as evidenced by the defeat of Owe. Do you wish for me to bow down and kiss your toes? Zhou Qing grasped Owe once more, delivering a forceful strike to her posterior. The latter, ablaze with fury, could have slain Zhou Qing 1,000 times over with a mere glance. Alas, Owe found herself at a loss. She was acutely aware of her formidable strength, yet she had not anticipated that Zhou Qing could retaliate through the decree, resulting in a calamitous loss of both her dignity and her resources, leaving her ensnared in a perilous predicament. A death sentence. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment, a look of intrigue crossing his face. A series of prompts appeared, including the possibility of inheriting the realm of the god of death. However, Zhou Qing did not place much importance on it. He already possessed his own territory. As for the god of death's domain, to be candid, he held little expectation. Having ventured there personally, he felt nothing but disdain for its desolation and the oppressive laws that governed it. Therefore, Zhou Qing had no intention of inheriting the position of the god of death. Divinity does not equate to invincibility, as evidenced by the defeat of Ovi. This new template, undoubtedly, should be the focal point of the current endeavor. Zhou Qing was filled with delight. The flame of hope had always been in short supply. Although the soul of darkness was not essential, its enhancement was certainly a boon. As for the Eye of the Abyss, its peculiarities require no elaboration. As the Flame King, even the goddess of death required this ability to enslave others, which underscores its significance for the ruler. It is indeed of great utility. What followed was the true highlight, the template reward. In comparison to other rewards, Zhou Qing placed greater value on this. Each ruler who could devour stars and extinguish worlds possesses unique strengths, and now, Zhou Qing was among their ranks. The swiftness of this transformation often left him awestruck. How rapid it was. In the past, he had merely been a fragile skeleton, barely surviving in the face of players' onslaughts. Yet now, he had ascended to become one of the apex figures of the dark forces. He inquired about the template. Zhou Qing spoke candidly. The spark of hope, though seemingly insignificant to him, was consumed without hesitation. As he expended this energy, 10 strands of hope materialized in his palm, only to vanish moments later. Soon, the entire battlefield of divine warfare began to tremble restlessly. Gazing toward the realm of death, boundless divine power surged wildly, stirring tempestuous whirlwinds across the horizon. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly captivated the players, who stood entranced, gazing up at the sky. Countless wisps of gray energy emerged from the void, converging upon the black night upon the back of the red dragon, elevating its aura at an astonishing rate. Time flowed inexorably, and the energy seemed infinite. This sight was awe-inspiring, leaving countless players speechless. The Ember King was undoubtedly on the verge of a significant transformation. Players understood well that this monstrous being was likely to ascend once more. It was both terrifying and astonishing. They realized that the Ember King must have a compelling reason to confront a deity who would dare provoke a god without gain. It was evident that the Ember King had achieved his goal. Indeed, he did not disappoint my expectations. Within the battlefield of divine war, Xiaoyu, her dark hair billowing, gazed intently at the center of the fray, unable to suppress a light laugh. Perhaps Ovi had not anticipated such an evolution in circumstances. In truth, Xia Yu herself had not foreseen the Ember King's extraordinary prowess. Who could have imagined that not long ago, he was merely an ordinary lord of the initial elite rank, while others would take decades or even a century to traverse such a path, yet he accomplished it with remarkable swiftness. Not long ago, Zhou Qing was hardly a source of fear in their eyes, and Ovi had casually sought to recruit him, not taking it to heart. Had she known that this would become the root of her current subjugation, she would never have acted so foolishly. Ovi must be regretting her decisions deeply at this moment. Xia Yu chuckled in amusement. Indeed, Ovi lamented her past choices, desiring to eliminate Zhou Qing in a fit of rage. Initially, she had merely made a casual offer. After being rebuffed, she mentioned it casually again, prompting her subordinates to attempt recruitment. Sensing something amiss, she sought to eliminate him swiftly, but alas, she failed, only to find herself enslaved. Ovi's heart was now ashen. Had she known this creature was so monstrous, a simple apology upon sensing the signs would have sufficed. As players exchanged astonished glances, time slipped away. 2 full hours passed, and the transformation was finally complete. One must note that Zhou Qing's prior ascension to the Ember King template had been devoid of any grandeur, yet now it was a spectacle of monumental proportions. The Ember King must have grown to an unfathomable strength. He had already been formidable when vanquishing the god of death. Now, he was surely beyond the reach of even a first-tier deity. Players gasped in astonishment, marveling at the staggering evolution that had unfolded over the course of more than an hour. The magnitude of this enhancement was beyond imagination. Ding! The template has been successfully transformed. Zhou Qing received a prompt and sensed the changes within himself, unable to resist the urge to investigate. Exclusive template. The enslaved deity Zhou Qing has been activated. Attribute 1. Demigod Physique. Effect. An increase of 200 in all attributes. Attribute 2. Divine Halo. Effect. A significant enhancement of troops. Attribute 3. King S Pressure. Effect. Unleashes a momentum attack that intimidates the enemy, depending on the enemy's attribute level template. There is a chance to cause effects such as instant death, severe injury, intimidation, fainting, trembling, and fear. Prompt. The stronger the target template, the higher the level, the lower the probability. Prompt 2. This ability can be upgraded. With only 3 attributes, Zhou Qing gazed upon them, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. These 3 were more than sufficient. Demigod Physique. As he contemplated these 4 characters, Zhou Qing could not help but recall an incident. He had once gifted the Dark Maiden 2 bones, and in return, she had bestowed upon him 2 divine bones, each granting an increase of 10 to all attributes. Now, having attained the physique of a deity, it was likely that dismantling his own components would yield attribute enhancements as well. Reflecting on this, Zhou Qing could not help but smile. Truly, I must now be among the peaks that players covet and yearn to overthrow. With this thought, Zhou Qing felt a twinge of curiosity. Should he truly fall, what treasures might he reveal? Divine bones, divine heart? However, this notion was fleeting, for presently, no one could bring about Zhou Qing's downfall. Yet, the demigod physique merely provided attribute enhancements. It seemed that deities were not as formidable as they appeared. Zhou Qing's contemplations were not without foundation. Upon becoming the King of Flames, he acquired a remarkable ability, to be reborn from the ashes, rising anew from any flame after death. Notably, the template rewards for subjugating Ovi did not include such an option, indicating that the deities possessed both advantages and shortcomings when compared to the 34 kings. The question lingered. Was it feasible, or was it not? Subsequently, he considered the divine aura, an enhanced version of the demigod's aura, though Zhou Qing did not dwell on it excessively. Ultimately, he arrived at the 3rd attribute, which captivated him the most. Undoubtedly, it bore a striking resemblance to the abyssal gaze of the goddess of death, whose effects were self-evident. It could dominate kings, even countering the goddess of death herself, underscoring its potency. Zhou Qing's own kingly pressure was equally formidable, capable of unleashing astonishing power merely through the display of his majesty. Moreover, it was subject to enhancement. Excellent. Zhou Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this bounty. His considerable investment of time had not been in vain. After a lengthy period, the fruits of his labor were indeed commendable. Finally, he contemplated the last of his gains. Zhou Qing cast a penetrating gaze upon Ovi, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous uncertainty. He found himself faced with 2 choices. The first was to eliminate Ovi and seize the throne of death. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhou Qing felt an inexplicable hesitation, sensing that there were deeper, undisclosed matters at play. Thus, he resolved against this path. Consequently, He contemplated the alternative, compelling her to serve him. After all, Ovi had already betrayed him, reducing herself to a mere pawn in his game. However, Zhou Qing did not deem this a wise choice either, for Ovi had previously attempted to harm him. Contracts are often fraught with loopholes, and she could either instigate trouble herself or enlist others to do so on her behalf. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon him, Zhou Qing steeled his resolve. Her presence was of no benefit to him. The only course left was to extinguish her life. Zhou Qing cast a fleeting glance at Ao Wei and spoke calmly. Ao Wei's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Zhou Qing would genuinely seek to take her life. It is worth noting that she had become Zhou Qing's servant, a position that many other sovereigns coveted. Yet, he dared to threaten her existence. In her next life, she vowed to refrain from easily provoking others. Zhou Qing spoke with indifference. Zhou Qing, my fate is now entwined with yours. Ao Wei's expression changed dramatically. Zhou Qing regarded her with disdain, invoking the power of the contract. In an instant, the shadow of death enveloped the deity. Ovi's complexion turned pale as she anxiously implored, Zhou Qing, should you choose to slay me, you would lose not only a 34th king, but also a subordinate deity, gaining merely a divine position that is subject to limitations. Such an act would indeed be unwise. It is still possible. Zhou Qing was quite content with the results he had garnered, feeling that the time he had invested was not in vain. After a considerable span, the fruits of his labor were indeed commendable. What lay ahead was the culmination of his final harvest. Zhou Qing gazed at Ovi, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He had two strategies at his disposal. The first was to eliminate Ovi and usurp her dominion over death. However, Zhou Qing sensed that this course of action might harbor unforeseen consequences. Thus he deemed it unwise to act impulsively. After much contemplation, he resolved against accepting the mantle of death. The second strategy was to compel her to serve him. After all, Ovi had ensnared herself in a predicament, becoming a thrall. Yet, Zhou Qing found this option equally unsatisfactory, for she had previously harbored intentions to harm him. Although a contract existed, vulnerabilities were apparent. Should she act independently, she might instigate trouble through the machinations of others. Zhou Qing has made up her mind. There is no use in keeping you. I can only grant you release. Zhou Qing cast a sidelong glance at Ao Wei and spoke calmly. Ao Wei's expression changed dramatically. She had not anticipated that Zhou Qing truly intended to kill her. Now, she had become Zhou Qing's servant, coveted by other sovereigns, yet he sought to eliminate her. In the next life, may she refrain from stirring up trouble. Zhou Qing spoke indifferently. He held a contract of servitude with Ovi, and if he wished for Ovi's demise, she would indeed perish, unable to be resurrected in the temple of death, her divinity stripped away, vanishing into the abyss. Zhou Qing. Ovi's complexion turned ashen. Zhou Qing, disinclined to engage in further dialogue, summoned the power of the contract. In an instant, the shadow of death enveloped the deity. Ovi's complexion turned ashen as she urgently exclaimed, Zhou Qing, should you take my life, you would lose one of the 34 kings and another subordinate deity, merely in exchange for a divine position. Moreover, such a position is constrained. This is hardly worthwhile. Zhou Qing's mind stirred with thought. Sensing that this divine position was not easily attained, he decided against inheriting it and intended for his subordinate, number 1, or the elf leader, to take charge instead. Thus, when Ovi mentioned the divine decree, Zhou Qing was not taken aback. What astonished him was Ovi's earlier statement, is the king of the abyss also enslaved by you? Zhou Qing inquired. Ao Wei nodded. Such extraordinary means. Zhou Qing spoke, expressing surprise at the nature of Xiaoyu, questioning how she could align herself with the goddess of death. Mediocre, he remarked. Upon hearing this, a flicker of satisfaction briefly crossed Ovi's eyes, revealing her true feelings despite her outward dismissal. Although she claimed indifference, she felt a profound joy within. For the 34th king held a status in certain respects comparable to that of a deity. To have the ability to command such a figure was indeed a source of pride for Ovi. Are you truly pleased? Zhou Qing inquired. Is that all? To which Ao Wei responded, then shall I enslave you as well? Zhou Qing narrowed his eyes. At this moment, if Ao Wei still failed to sense the underlying tension, it would suggest a remarkable lack of awareness on her part. The atmosphere was palpably skewed, causing her to refrain from further speech and fall into silence. What then? Is this so-called divine throne system you speak of? Zhou Qing inquired. In response, Ovi did not shy away from the truth, revealing to Zhou Qing that after attaining divinity, she transcended the 34 kings. However, her powers were constrained, preventing her from ascending to their levels of strength. Yet, she possessed numerous privileges, which the majority of the 34 kings were reluctant to offend. For instance, one of her privileges was the dominion over the souls of this realm. She governed death itself, capable of casting them into the eternal abyss of the realm of death, or allowing them to reincarnate under new identities. Among these souls, aside from those few protected by the light and guided to paradise, the rest were subject to her discretion. Ovi spoke. Zhou Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. He had long been curious about the distinctions between deities and the 34 monarchs. Now, Zhou Qing finally comprehended that the deathly divinity of Owe was not merely a title devoid of substance. It indeed wielded the authority to govern the souls confined within independent realms, showcasing its formidable power, truly deserving of the name Goddess of Death. I wish to resurrect the indigenous people of Owl who perished under the iron hooves of the Burning Legion. Can you accomplish this? Zhou Qing inquired. One must first seek their souls before they can be reincarnated. Simply tell me, is it feasible or not? Zhou Qing coldly remarked, it is feasible. Ovi clenched her teeth in determination. She sensed that should she dare to engage in cunning schemes, the man before her would unhesitatingly send her to her demise, offering no mercy. With this intuition, despite the complexity of the matter, Ovi still nodded in agreement. Very well, you may live for the time being. Zhou Qing smiled with satisfaction. Following that, he released Ovi, tossing her back onto the back of the bone dragon. At this moment, the crowd of players witnessed the conclusion of the divine battle, observing Ovi's final release, and they were all curious about what had transpired. Ultimately, no one lingered, choosing instead to teleport back to the Aevil secret realm to claim their rewards from the divine battle. After all, what one holds in hand is far more significant than mere spectacle. Zhou Qing, too, opted to return, marking the end of this segment of the storyline. Upon returning to the Tree of Life, players either collected their rewards or joyfully counted their gains when they suddenly received news that the dungeon update was imminent. Lasting 5 days. Reluctantly, all players had no choice but to log off, for remaining online would result in a forced expulsion. Zhou Qing, of course, was oblivious to this. Back in the Aevil secret realm, a flurry of trivial matters ensued, which Zhou Qing chose to ignore, delegating everything to his subordinates. Within the star-devouring fortress, Qian Linyal sat upon the throne in the floating palace, his gaze shifting uncertainly, signaling for the kneeling messenger to refrain from speaking. Ovi, has she perished? After a long pause, Qian Linyal finally inquired. Yes, your majesty, the messenger replied in astonishment, deducing the significance of the commotion in the realm of death. Elaborate further. Qian Linyal commanded. As ordered, the messenger began to recount the events. Initially, it was manageable, but as the story progressed, Qian Linyal's brow twitched slightly. The military has been defeated. Indeed, the general responded affirmatively. Continue. Qian Linyal continued, his expression growing more troubled. Yet he did not overly concern himself with the outcome of the military might. He was merely astonished by the profound foundation of the new king, Zhou Qing, ignorant of the machinations of the Shadow King, which explained his surprise. The general, receiving his command, continued the narration. Upon mentioning a specific event, Qian Linyal's expression changed abruptly. Interrupting, you say Ovi still exists? Indeed, the general affirmed. They departed together? Qian Linyal inquired once more. Yes, your majesty, this defies logic. The general noticed an air of disquiet, questioning how the legendary star devourer, Qian Linyal, could exhibit such a lapse in composure. It is over. A tremor coursed through Qian Linyal's hand as he resumed his seat upon the throne, feeling a wave of unease. As a surviving monster of his generation, he was acutely aware of Ovi's formidable strength and her hidden cards. Previously, Ovi had subdued the Shadow King, one of the 34 monarchs, causing a significant uproar in the Dark Realm. While few knew the specifics, only Qian Linyal understood that Ovi had employed that hidden card. Now, Ovi had been defeated. She had not yet fallen. This could only imply one explanation. Ovi had suffered a backlash from her magic and had been re-enslaved. With this thought, Qian Linyal was beset by a throbbing headache. He envisioned a scenario where the death deity Ovi, alongside Zhou Qing, would assault the star-devouring fortress, a portent of doom. Meanwhile, the general observed Qian Linyal's demeanor, entirely perplexed. As the master of the star-devouring fortress and the foremost among the 34 kings, Qian Linyal had displayed an unusual degree of disarray today. Your Majesty, is something amiss? The general inquired softly. The latter gestured dismissively, his expression regaining its composure as he spoke. Assemble the populace. Prepare to face a challenging battle. Challenging. The general's heart sank. It had been long since Lineal had uttered such words. Since the devouring of a planet, he had not encountered a conflict worthy of his utmost effort. Was it beginning anew? Why, that new king? The general was bewildered but did not press further, heading off to convey the orders. Time flowed swiftly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the realm of death, a remote and desolate small town existed. The environment here was harsh, and life was arduous. With most of the population appearing gaunt and emaciated, their clothing tattered and inadequate. On this day, 3 figures, starkly out of place, entered this town. Among them was a petite girl, a tall and strikingly beautiful young woman with emerald green hair, and a young man with a smile playing on his lips, exuding a sense of languor. They stood in stark contrast to the town's inhabitants. In the small town, nearly everyone bore a haggard appearance, their skin rough. While the trio boasted flawless, fair complexions, their attire a striking juxtaposition to the ragged clothing worn by the townsfolk. In this impoverished community, the children's eyes sparkled with wonder. While the adults regarded the trio with trepidation, those who dressed so finely and possessed such exquisite skin were perceived as formidable beings, not to be trifled with, prompting the townspeople to maintain a respectful distance. Among these 3, the tall, stunning girl with green eyes reflected a glimmer of compassion. For the elves, the suffering of these people was unbearable. The elves felt a deep sense of pity. "Ovi, your governance over the realm of death is rather lamentable," Zhou Qing remarked. Ao Wei's expression darkened, and her good mood dissipated entirely. As a deity of great stature, how could she concern herself with such trivial matters? The populace looked to her for guidance. Would this not weigh heavily upon her heart? "I am a deity. Must I oversee every little thing? How can I possibly manage it all?" Ao Wei responded. "Trivial matters? Your realm of the dead is in dire need of improvement. Does it not distress you to behold its current state?" In recent days, Zhou Qing has been acclimating to the changes in his body. With time on his hands, he accompanied Ovi to the realm of death, where the sights and sounds were utterly disheartening. In this realm, humanity's status is abysmal, poverty reigns, and cannibalism prevails, reducing humans to mere sustenance for other races. Though he feels no sense of belonging here, Zhou Qing, being human, is plagued by discomfort. What improvement can there truly be? No sooner had Ovi's words left her lips than she felt a sudden chill in the air beside her. Turning to glance at Zhou Qing, she noticed the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by an expression devoid of emotion. Improvement will indeed come. I shall issue an immediate decree. Henceforth, humans shall be regarded as the noblest race in the realm of death, and hunting them shall be strictly forbidden. Upon encountering his hollow, expressionless gaze, Ovi understood all too well that this was the moment when Zhou Qing would shift into a mode of cold indifference, one she dared not provoke. Over the past few days, she had discerned that Zhou Qing possessed 2 distinct personalities, one that was amiable and approachable, and another that was perilous, where his words were law, and disobedience would incur grave consequences. This is correct, indeed, but where lies the target? Zhou Qing parted his lips to speak. While the icy demeanor of the emerald-eyed fairy had returned, unruffled and resolute, she was determined to thwart Zhou Qing's schemes. "Follow me," Ovi beckoned, and the trio swiftly entered a dilapidated cottage. Upon pushing the door open, they found 7 or 8 children, scantily clad, huddled together for warmth. At the sight of strangers, their faces betrayed a mix of wariness and fear. Indeed, they were the ones, the very targets they sought. Ovi gestured towards the children, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Yan took a graceful step forward and, in an instant, was by the children's side. Zhou Qing's heart sank as she observed the elven maiden, her silver teeth clenched tightly, the long sword poised just inches away from the child. Yet she hesitated to deliver the final blow. Consumed by resentment towards Zhou Qing, she yearned to shatter her plans and obliterate her objectives. However, in that critical moment, gazing upon the innocent faces of the children, she found herself unable to strike. Her teeth chattered softly, revealing the turmoil within her eyes. Ultimately, she slowly sheathed her sword, a flicker of sorrow crossing her gaze. How had she descended to the depths of seeking vengeance by harming a child? When had she become so feeble? Unable to confront the true villain, yet willing to unleash her wrath upon the innocent? A profound sadness welled up within her. With her sword returned to its scabbard, she cast an apologetic glance towards the children. Regret filled her heart as she swept the blade across her own alabaster neck, devoid of any spark of life. Zhou Qing, plagued by a relentless headache, stepped forward, and with a resounding clang, intercepted her long sword. Zhou Qing gazed into her gray eyes, which seemed to reflect a moment of understanding. Before she turned her head away, the farce, thus, came to an end. Zhou Qing spoke up, and Away, with great insight, gestured with her hand. In an instant, the children shattered like a mirror, revealing the souls hidden beneath their illusory forms. 9 souls emanated an aura familiar to Qian. The elf, sensing the presence of these souls, let her sword fall to the ground with a resounding clang. Having resolved the matters concerning the elf, Zhou Qing sent Away back to the realm of death. For the recent transformation was not mere rhetoric. He was indeed earnest in his intentions. Zhou Qing returned directly to the ancient tree of life, beginning to digest the gains from his recent endeavors. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the world, countless players from Huaxia, filled with excitement and fervor, eagerly logged into the online game instances. News circulated that these instances could potentially evolve into humanity's true second world, rather than merely a playground. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing felt it was only natural. The 10 instances were extraordinarily marvelous, with treasures that could be extracted. This had long hinted at the possibility for players to live within them. Although that day was still distant, Lin Qing had already made preparations. Therefore, the significance of territory was paramount, and Oval stood out among the various domains. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled. Compared to desolate places like Zhou Qing Fortress, Oval was far more favored. However, acquiring territory was notoriously difficult. It required reputation, wealth, and the purchase of permits, each indispensable. Lin Qing had yet to hear of any player acquiring land within the game, with the most one could manage being the leasing of shops. Now, an opportunity presented itself. Lin Qing waited eagerly, and before she knew it, the 5-day update period had elapsed. She logged into the game, quickly scanning through a series of update notifications. The overarching narrative of the dark events had shifted, and the so-called update was merely a result of changes in the native factions, leading to significant adjustments in both side quests and main quests. After investigating foreign players, Lin Qing was convinced that this update bore no groundbreaking content, but rather alterations in the quest chains following the failure of the Death Camp's arrangements. She chose to focus her attention elsewhere, promptly seeking out the elven leader to make her request, to find a residence and establish a small shop. The elven leader smiled slightly, well aware of the connection between the lord and the newcomer before her, and was pleased to visit the chosen store for meals. With this thought, the elven leader's concerns dissipated, and she waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Choose any place you wish, but do not disappoint the lord." Lin Qing was overjoyed and, without hesitation, selected a shop. Just as she departed, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. Within the elven capital, besides the ordinary natives, there were also special neutral faction natives. Following the Divine War, the position of the Fire King had stabilized, ensuring the safety of the city, thus allowing neutral faction natives to begin settling in. Lin Qing was immensely pleased. This not only provided convenience, but also promised to enhance the prosperity of the elven capital, benefiting her plans. As for the shop, Lin Qing did not hesitate to invite a 5-star culinary master to join her, continuing to manage the store while also recruiting several ordinary cooks to serve Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing had a vague recollection of this. He had always enjoyed savoring exquisite dishes and fine wines. Thus, when the elven commander came to report, he merely waved his hand lightly, indicating that no further words were necessary, allowing the elven commander to act directly without disturbing him with trivial matters in the future. Subsequently, Zhou Qing began to contemplate his next course of action. He faced a dilemma. One option was to travel to the land of Inlanel. Yet the star-devouring fortress was a distant dream. Even riding the Red Dragon would require time, not to mention bringing troops along. The other option was to lead an army into the heart of the Radiant faction, hunting within enemy lines to enhance his own strength. Zhou Qing contemplated both options with great care. Yet, before he could settle his thoughts, an unforeseen event transpired. Having just awakened from his repose, he sensed a familiar aura that stirred his heart. He manifested on the 48th layer of the ancient tree of life, peering inward. Indeed, a figure of unmistakable familiarity came into view, clad in black, with swirling shadows encircling her eyes. It could only be the Dark Maiden. Upon seeing her, a sense of kinship arose within Zhou Qing. Although he had ascended to the position of the Fire King, he remembered the early days of their acquaintance when he was still weak, and their bond was profound. However, the Zhou Qing of today was no longer the timid little skeleton he once was. He exuded an air of tranquility and nonchalance. The Dark Maiden gazed at his familiar visage, momentarily taken aback. How could she have anticipated that the once mildly intriguing little skeleton would, in the blink of an eye, ascend to the pinnacle of darkness with formidable might, achieving earth-shattering feats in such a short span, causing subtle tremors in both realms of darkness and light? Though these disturbances had yet to manifest overtly, unseen currents were indeed in motion. Let us discuss matters later. I have recently opened a new establishment with exquisite dishes, Zhou Qing suggested. Very well, the Dark Maiden pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Before long, Zhou Qing and the Dark Maiden made their appearance at the restaurant managed by Lin Qing. The patrons were momentarily taken aback to see a maiden accompanying Zhou Qing, but they quickly regained their composure and instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast. Soon, the table was laden with culinary delights. The skills of these renowned chefs were unfamiliar to both Zhou Qing and the Dark Maiden, who became utterly enraptured by the flavors almost instantaneously. Though she intended to speak, she ultimately surrendered to the sheer pleasure of the meal. After finishing, the Dark Maiden lowered her head slightly, a hint of bashfulness crossing her features, seemingly feeling a twinge of guilt for her hearty appetite. Zhou Qing chose not to elaborate, allowing the atmosphere to ebb and flow naturally. After a considerable pause, the Dark Lady took the initiative to speak. Zhou Qing, you are no ordinary person. Indeed, Zhou Qing replied with a smile. Despite this, he couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Initially, when he witnessed the Dark Lady's mysterious and powerful presence, vanishing and reappearing at will, he felt a profound sense of awe. Now, Zhou Qing, if he so desired, could also disappear and re-emerge silently. He had ascended to the ranks of the super-strong. The seasoned players among them bore expressions of concern. For these experienced gamers, the game had become exceedingly challenging, and little did they realize that they were merely in the simple mode. The early strategy against the Sword King had taken considerable time, and they had succeeded only once, relying on a mere 1% of luck. Should the difficulty increase, it would be best to abandon the endeavor altogether. Players gathered to fervently discuss the new dungeon storyline. At that moment, one of the seasoned players from Huaxiao raised a hand, his visage pale. What is it? Lin Qing and others turned to him. The Fire King, he announced. He is the first evolved monster. The collective expression of the group turned ashen, akin to swallowing a dead infant. What creature is this? Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their frustration. Was such an escalation truly acceptable? The elite players in the real world were engulfed in confusion, while they could accept an increase in difficulty. The fact that a monster stationed at a checkpoint was the Fire King left them bewildered. All players were acutely aware that during the God War, the Fire King rode a dragon and felled deities with a single strike. Such an ultimate ancient beast was beyond their current capacity to withstand. This game is torturous, they lamented. After enduring a few days of relative peace, they were thrust back into despair. I no longer wish to play, they sighed. With the Fire King guarding the checkpoint, what was the point? The players from Huaxia felt their morale shatter. International players also wore grim expressions. Yet their ignorance of the dungeon's details kept their emotions somewhat in check. Monster evolution? A member of the Rothschild family stood at the spawn point, scolding a group of players, the very ones who had obstructed the Silver Knight at Xixin Castle. Useless fools, too cowardly to face me directly, resorting only to underhanded tactics. This increase in difficulty will ensure your comeuppance. At that moment, the young heir of the Rothschild family, his face a stormy shade, berated the rogues, singling them out for their cowardice. If the difficulty escalates, you shall all face humiliation, he declared, his finger pointing at each seasoned rogue, leaving none unscathed by his ire. Eventually, in a fit of rage, the prominent young man logged off. What shall we do? The top rogues from overseas exchanged glances. What other recourse do we have but to exert our utmost in strategy? It has already become arduous. We cannot permit the difficulty to escalate further. However, not long after, these seasoned rogues stumbled upon the information. Wraith Fury, Silver Knight, Wraith Mage, Mountain Troll, Fire King. Is there truly a creature called the Fire King? One overseas rogue pondered aloud, perplexed. I am unaware. I have never encountered it. Perhaps it is merely a lowly demon that has evolved and claimed kingship. A seasoned rogue shook his head. Let me see. Ah, the Fire King? The 35th King? As the rogue read aloud, he suddenly froze. What did you just say? The rest of the rogues instantly fell silent, turning to him in unison. The rogue, under their scrutiny, swallowed hard and revisited the information, confirming its accuracy. His complexion paled dramatically. My God, it truly is the Fire King, the king of the 30th rank. Curse be this, another exclaimed. What do you mean? Boy, dare you mock me and seek death? The rogues erupted into chaos, their tempers flaring as they accused the rogue of jesting. Yet, as they each checked the information, despair washed over them, darkening their world. What is happening? How could the Fire King appear in this dungeon? They cried. This cannot be real. The Fire King. As the first evolved monster, could it possibly guard the first stage? The overseas rogues grasped the terrifying implications, their morale crumbling. The game was already exceedingly challenging. If the Fire King guarded the first stage, all players would likely be unable to conquer the dungeon, transforming it directly into a nightmare difficulty, leaving players helpless. Let us hope it does not come to that. This newly released dungeon, for players who had recently reaped bountiful rewards from the God War, was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. The game was already notoriously difficult. If it became even more so, it would be unplayable. One by one, the players, like frostbitten eggplants, became listless upon receiving the news. In the Fire King's castle, Zhou Qing also received the information, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. I have indeed evolved far too swiftly. Zhou Qing couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the monster advancement dungeon should have been triggered during the elite phase. However, due to his rapid evolution, the fifth monster only underwent mutation and evolution while he ascended from elite to king. Now, having become the new king and vanquished Wei, he stands as a paragon among rulers. Upon further examination, he found it intriguing that the reward was the singular ability. Zhou Qing gazed at the rewards, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had initially presumed that elite-level dungeons would not yield valuable treasures, but the reality proved him mistaken. The final rewards were extraordinarily precious. It appeared that the Dark Will was consciously nurturing the monsters, thus the 5 advanced creatures were the focal point of this cultivation, making the provision of rare skills entirely justified. Zhou Qing had come to a realization. Upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Just because something is attainable at an elite level does not imply its worthlessness. For instance, his blood fluctuation was exceptionally rare and could prove invaluable in confronting deities. The unique ability of the malevolent flame could guide them into the temple. As one of the foremost kings, Zhou Qing could also gain entry, albeit at a cost to his well-being. In contrast, the malevolent flame could lead others in without sustaining any harm, making it truly singular. The reward was a one-of-a-kind skill with remarkable growth potential. Zhou Qing gazed at the rewarded skills, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though he had evolved rapidly, he realized he lacked the extraordinary abilities of the Wraith's Fury. Now, it dawned upon him that it was not a matter of possession but rather one of acquisition within this particular dungeon. There was no need to concern themselves with this dungeon. They should focus entirely on progressing through it. Upon receiving the news, Lin Qing issued commands without hesitation. We shall not engage with this dungeon. The Huaxiao players were taken aback. Indeed, Lin Qing affirmed, our progress has already surpassed that of foreign players. Even if the difficulty escalates to nightmare levels, we shall remain ahead, leaving them increasingly behind. We need not concern ourselves with this dungeon's conquest. Let the foreign players handle it. Doubt lingered among the players. What if the foreign players decided to ignore it as well? Wouldn't that spell disaster for everyone? One Huaxiao player could not contain his apprehension, fearing that if it truly escalated to nightmare difficulty, the consequences would be dire. As I mentioned, even if they disregard it, our progress will still exceed theirs. In this independent dungeon, we need not conquer it entirely. We simply must ensure that they do not surpass us. Currently, we are significantly ahead, and if it transitions to nightmare mode, their pursuit will become increasingly arduous. We stand invincible, thus there is no cause for concern. Lin Qing articulated. Hearing this, the other players fell silent, nodding in agreement. If possible, they too wished to avoid engaging with the dungeon. If their opponents were merely ordinary evolving monsters, it would be manageable. However, if they were the Ember Kings, why bother with conquest? Who among them had not suffered at the hands of the Ember Kings? Even before their evolution to kings, they had endured relentless torment, and now, having ascended to kingly status, they were beyond the reach of ordinary players. The atmosphere among Huaxiao is rather bleak. Conversely, the situation among the European, American, and Japanese players appeared somewhat more optimistic. Given that the game had introduced the Ember Kings, there must be a way to break through. Among the players, Zeus spoke in a low voice. For these players, should the independent dungeon evolve to hellish difficulty, it would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. Moreover, Zeus harbored ambitious aspirations. His goal was not only to conquer, but to emerge as the sole victor, thereby contributing to his homeland. Our mission is to seek out this breakthrough and devote ourselves fully to conquering this newly emerged evolving dungeon. The players prepared themselves. tentatively initiating the dungeon. However, the dungeon would not commence without a total of 1,000 participants. The players waited patiently. At last, the final player chose to initiate the quest, and all those who had accepted the task were instantly transported to a preparatory chamber. As they set forth, the players surveyed their surroundings, discovering they stood amidst the ruins of an ancient relic. Outside the ruins, numerous monsters roamed, with one towering black knight cloaked in blue flames particularly striking. This formidable figure, the Wraith's Fury, stood 3 meters tall, wielding a spear engulfed in blue flames, exuding an aura of authority. In truth, he had guarded the First Realm, causing considerable distress to many players. Upon witnessing this, the players felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thankfully, it was not the Ember King. This was the best possible scenario. With a renewed sense of determination, they readied themselves for conquest, only to be met with the realization that the terrain was treacherous. The players scrutinized the ruins, their expressions grave, as the intricate terrain hindered their numerical advantage, forcing them to form small teams of 3 to 5. Fortunately, it seemed similar to the outer relics, allowing for a methodical approach. Indeed, remarked another American player. The others nodded in agreement. While the complex terrain posed a disadvantage, it also offered strategic opportunities. Let us move out in groups of 5, first clearing the minor monsters before advancing. The foreign players quickly formed their teams, displaying remarkable coordination as they set forth on their respective paths. Leading the charge was a confident team of 4 players. Among them a professional fighter well acquainted with Zhou Qing and his companions. He placed great importance on this dungeon, for he had entered later than Zhou Qing and others, and any increase in difficulty would undoubtedly widen the gap between them. Thus, it was imperative that the difficulty not rise. Strike! The fighter's eyes narrowed, sharp as an eagle's, as he aimed at a lurking abomination within the ruins, releasing an arrow to draw it into battle. The abomination, an elite creature standing 2 meters tall, may have been a minor foe, but its strength was formidable enough to obliterate a player in seconds. With tough skin and resilience, players needed to exercise caution in one-on-one encounters. Facing 2 would leave no room for escape. Therefore, luring the monster to confront it alone was the most prudent strategy. Strike! The fighter loosed his arrow and switched to his melee weapon. At that moment, the struck abomination realized its predicament, enraged by the arrow, and began to thrash wildly, soon locking onto the team of players with a furious roar. What is it howling about? The team members sprang into action, as they had encountered various abominations before but had never seen one that could vocalize. Wait, it bears the elite halo. Is that the Wraith's Fury's aura? The players quickly recognized the anomaly. The Wraith's Fury's halo possessed the ability, request for assistance. Upon seeing this notification, the players stood frozen in shock. Almost immediately, a horde of nearby monsters, including skeleton warriors, surged forth. It's over. The leading player uttered a single word before hurling a brick at the abomination, only to fall in battle. Soon after, the entire team was annihilated. This is disastrous. Within the dungeon, not only were there players from various nations, but also a few Huaxia players who had stealthily observed and monitored their progress. If the dungeon's difficulty escalated as anticipated, Huaxia would inevitably join in to claim a share. One Huaxia player, keeping watch over the others, witnessed the unfolding chaos and the glowing halo, his expression twisting in disbelief. This Wraith Knight, he thought, had once been part of a group attempting to subdue the Wraith Knight, where they had triumphed through sheer numbers. However, the Wraith's Fury had summoned reinforcements, thwarting their efforts and leaving a lasting impression. This player had taken the ability to summon help to new heights, even evolving his own halo to request assistance, making him unparalleled. The Huaxia player fell silent, and soon after, he too was discovered by the minor monsters, meeting a grim fate. Chapter 13. Never before such depravity. The encounters faced by this squad are merely a miniature reflection of the relic dungeon. Such scenes are ubiquitous. Oh my, countless players wail in despair, perishing in myriad ways. The wretched spirits of the blue flames, empowered by a mere rescue aura, plunge players into an abyss of hopelessness. Originally, confronting a single minor foe was already arduous. With high attack and robust defense, a one-on-one battle was fraught with peril. To face 2, ordinary players must rely on fortune, while 3 would necessitate even professional players to depend on fate. The game's difficulty had already escalated, but now, one arrow summons a horde, rendering resistance utterly futile. Curse be it. Among the players, Zeus finds himself besieged by a throng of skeletal warriors, grievously wounded and collapsing in fury. Desist. I am the sovereign of another dungeon. A master of storms, How can I be slain by you lowly skeletons? At the sound of Zeus's indignant roar, the flickering flames of souls in the eyes of several skeletons wavered slightly, yet they continued their merciless assault. In an instant, Zeus was struck multiple times. Collapsing into a pool of blood, his hard-earned levels and gathered dark souls vanished in an instant. Such scenes played out everywhere. Damn it. These minor foes are shamelessly overwhelming us with numbers. Revived in the initial safe zone of the dungeon, Zeus was beside himself with rage, stomping his feet. As a formidable deity, he had instilled terror in players from various nations. Enduring torment in the divine war was one thing. He conceded his inability to rival superiors like the King of Flames. However, to be so tormented and perish at the hands of mere minor foes within the dungeon was utterly humiliating. This matter is far from over. With gritted teeth, Zeus vowed to remember this grievance, setting forth without hesitation. 2 minutes later, the resurrection point shimmered, and Zeus appeared, seething with fury. 2 minutes later, he re-emerged with remarkable punctuality. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes passed. The light flickered once more, and the youthful figure of Zeus refreshed. Yet this time he stood still, as if bereft of sanity, resembling a fool. Throughout this ordeal, he had not only succumbed to the onslaught of minor foes, but had also been ambushed, shot with arrows, and even kicked into a foul puddle by one of the creatures, drowning in despair. Players lacked swimming attributes. Deep water equated to death. If Zeus suffered thus, one can only imagine the plight of other players. Heavens! An American player cursed in frustration and helplessness. These damned minor foes. How can they be so despicably shameless? Summoning hordes upon the very onset. Run. Other players cautioned him that a large number of minor foes were approaching, and there was still a chance to flee. Flee. I'll fight them. As soon as the American player finished speaking, a bone arrow pierced his skull, followed by 2 bricks that struck him, sending him crashing against a wall, bloodied and broken, falling to the ground like a rag doll. A pitiful sight indeed. Roar. The creature that had slain the American player let out a triumphant bellow, lumbering towards the remaining players. The players' morale crumbled. They were utterly bewildered. Attacking one only summoned a multitude. What was the point in fighting? Time passed, and several hours slipped by. In the safe zone at the dungeon's entrance, players sat despondently, as if wilted by frost, their expressions vacant, drained of energy. At this moment, their only solace was that as long as they did not provoke the creatures, the monsters would not approach them, granting players a brief respite. What shall we do? The players were lost, questioning their very existence. The minor foes in this dungeon were despicably cunning. They would never engage in one-on-one combat, and within the ruins. It was almost entirely a barrage assault, never an instance of the few overcoming the many. Players finally experienced the helplessness and despair once felt by the monsters they had previously besieged. Unbeknownst to them, other players shook their heads. By the way, wasn't it said that the god King Zeus was among us? If he were here, he would surely have a solution. One player's eyes lit up as he patted a nearby bewildered companion. Brother, do you know who Zeus is? Zeus. He entered. The player being patted jolted back to reality, quickly shaking his head. Didn't he come in? What a pity. If only I had recognized him when he concealed his appearance upon entering, I would have asked for his assistance. Zeus wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Sitting among the players, his face etched with worry as he gazed outside. Even he felt a throbbing headache at this moment. All schemes, tricks, tactics, and strategies seemed trivial in the face of his current plight. Chapter 131, The Phantom Dungeon. Time flowed by, and 5 days had passed. The countdown to the final day grew ever nearer. In the resurrection area of the dungeon, players sat with lowered heads, faces filled with sorrow. Watching the demons prowling the outskirts of the ruins, their initial zeal and vigor long extinguished. Over these 5 days, they had tasted despair, powerlessness, depravity, and shamelessness. I, the illustrious Zeus, have been ensnared in this place, tormented by these minor demons. Among the crowd, a young man stood outside the door with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance with a desolate expression. He was a top-tier powerhouse, now stripped of dignity, having endured relentless slaughter for days, suffering immensely. How the mighty have fallen. If I were in my own dungeon, these minor demons would be swept away with a mere gesture. Zeus's face was filled with indignation, reminiscing about his once formidable presence, now reduced to this state, having been slain multiple times. The once overwhelming aura he wielded had nearly dissipated. How could this dungeon be so brazenly shameless? Zeus felt helpless, uncertain of how to respond. In truth, he was often at a loss. After all, the wretched spirit of fury had previously collaborated with Zhou Qing. Though not a player, it was still somewhat of an expert. Its self-created rescue tactic was truly formidable. Players, too, could easily summon dozens of friends to conquer and bully the minor demons. The wretched spirit had once been besieged by players, thus learning this tactic. It was not unusual among players, merely due to their inferior strength. However, in the hands of an elite lord, this tactic was developed into an aura, shared among its minions, rendering it a true invincible strategy. Initially, the design of this independent dungeon did not support the few overcoming the many. There were even rumors that 3 minor demons could withstand a single player. The rationale lay in their strong attack and defense, yet like the minor demons, they would reveal flaws after several strikes. Any flaw could be countered, like Zhou Qing, who had fallen for this very reason. This was a fact. Although each of the 3 minor demons had vulnerabilities, when facing a single player, their strengths compensated for each other, rendering them invulnerable. Faced with 3 minor demons, unless blessed by extraordinary luck, players had no choice but to flee or perish. Now, with the wretched spirit of fury commanding numerous minor demons, combined with its audacious rescue aura, it stood invincible in this realm. Haha, do you feel despair now? The wretched spirit of fury roamed the ruins, witnessing the players' dire circumstances. Feeling increasingly elated and proud, my choices have proven correct. Before undertaking the task of guarding the dungeon, the wretched spirit received a boon, allowing it to select one of 3 attributes. Without hesitation, it opted for the rescue ability. Initially, it had hoped to summon the King of Flames for assistance. But little did it expect that it would allow its subordinates to summon reinforcements or even request its own aid. In recent days, the achievements in battle have been remarkable. Indeed, while these outsiders may be despicable and shameless, their tactics are undeniably clever. The Demon Lord of Flames reflects on being besieged in the past. And now it is the invaders who taste the bitterness of such an onslaught. One must concede that this strategy is exceedingly effective. However, these outsiders are woefully weak. The Demon Lord scoffs, shaking his head disdainfully, muttering, "In my time of siege, I was able to slay dozens of foes, yet now they flee in disarray," proving that aside from their underhanded methods, they possess no genuine strength. The Demon Lord is filled with lamentation. Nonetheless, on this final day, he remains vigilant, cautious in his actions, never initiating the hunt against any player. No unforeseen events transpire. As the last moment of the 7th day passes, the players in the resting area receive a notification. First, the strategy has failed. Difficulty has increased by 1 level. An uproar ensues among countless players. Zeus and his companions are astonished. They have indeed failed. They could not even succeed in the simplest of tasks. Zhou Qing and his group are equally taken aback, soon feeling a throbbing headache. This is a grave predicament. If even the most basic attempts have faltered, must they truly ascend to nightmare difficulty? How can these 10 dungeons be so daunting? The players from Huaxia are collectively distressed. I have been defeated, Zeus sighs, his eyes reflecting boundless sentiment upon hearing the notification. Since the era of online gaming began, he has been invincible, never tasting defeat, and even in transient setbacks, he could turn the tide. Yet at this moment, he has lost, completely, unable to even defend his position at the forefront. Alas, has my era become but a memory? Zeus briefly succumbs to despair, but soon, he regains his fervor, his eyes gleaming with determination. He will log off, take a moment to recuperate, and prepare for the next challenge. Even after such a catastrophic defeat, Zeus refuses to relent. Meanwhile, the Dark World is stirred by great upheaval. With the Demon Lord of Flames successfully passing the players' challenges, the Dark Council reconvenes. At this moment, deep within the ruins where the Demon Lord resides, a castle stands, and there, Zhou Qing sits in utter boredom. Since accepting the challenge task, he has been confined to this place, awaiting the players' completion of their endeavors before he can depart. Just then, he receives a notification that piques his interest. In the Dark Temple, an intangible force swirls, and thrones materialize from thin air, forming a total of 36 seats. However, unlike before, at the forefront, after the thrones of the devouring deities, Elia, the Star Devourer, and the Dark Emperor Mo Wang, there emerges a throne ablaze with brilliant flames. The position of the strongest 10 kings has been altered. The king's pupils constrict as they gaze upon the new throne that appears before the Dark Council. A mix of anticipation and shock filling the air. The 11th seat, now usurped from the 10 kings, belongs to the Abyss Lord, who remains calm and unperturbed. The other kings are not surprised. In the Abyss, strength reigns supreme, and it is natural for the weak to be displaced. Yet, the one who has displaced him is a formidable being who has vanquished a deity of death. A brilliant star shines as the Star Devourer, Qian, materializes upon the throne. Immediately noticing the adjacent new throne, its starry aura flickering dangerously before stabilizing as it takes its seat. The other kings observe this with a mix of amusement and sympathy. The planet Devourer, a top-tier monarch, has always been exceedingly proud, with no one daring to challenge him. Now, however, his luck is turned, and he finds himself entangled with an insurmountable foe, his misfortune indeed. In the last Dark Council, he was still a new king at the back. Now he has surged to the forefront, becoming one of the 10 kings. The new king has subdued a deity, his strength beyond question. His position among the 10 kings is indisputable. Lord Qian must be feeling a headache now, for he faces not only the new king but also the still-living Ovi. Having been defeated by the new king, he must contend with 2 entities of 10 king caliber. Matters of the 10 kings are for us to observe, they muse. Who can ascertain the true strength of the new king? Subduing Ovi implies that his prowess could rank among the very best of the 10 kings. But whether he can enter the ranks of the 4 kings remains uncertain. The position of the 4 kings is exceedingly difficult to attain. The top 4 have always been the pillars of the dark world, never having tasted defeat. Compared to them, the new king still falls short. However, who can predict the future? Might the new king claim one of those coveted 4 positions? The kings engage in fervent discussion. In the central position, the Sword King sits on his throne, his expression one of deep frustration, acutely aware of the vast disparity. The new king was once merely a subject of his domain, yet has now achieved such great merit that he nearly usurped his position. The Sword King has yet to recover from this blow, as the new king has ascended directly to the ranks of the 10 kings, leaving him to gaze up in awe. Frustration abounds. The Sword King shakes his head. None are as vexed as he. The emergence of a new lord in his territory mirrors Zhou Qing's experience in OVS domain, where an extraordinary creature has toppled Zhou Qing. The 2 situations are nearly identical. Nonetheless, the Sword King does not dwell on it too much. After all, Zhou Qing did not seize his title of Sword King, or else he would truly feel aggrieved. Amidst the discussions, flames blaze fiercely atop the new king's throne, and a figure materializes, Zhou Qing himself. Unlike the projections of the other kings, Zhou Qing descends in his true form, for his crown of ember allows him to traverse through flames, a convenience unmatched by the other kings, though they possess their own unique powers. As Zhou Qing arrived, he quickly noticed the shift in his position, prompting a faint smile. Indeed, the laws of the Dark Council dictate a survival of the fittest. Having just vanquished Ovi, he was immediately elevated to a higher rank. Once a mere subject within his territory, he had, through remarkable achievements, instilled fear in his sovereign, nearly usurping the throne. Even the Sword King had been unable to quell the matter, and that individual had ascended to the rank of 10 kings, a stature that now compelled Zhou Qing to look up in admiration. Alas, it was a source of distress. The Sword King shook his head. Nothing troubled him more than this. The emergence of a lord from his domain was akin to the appearance of an extraordinary prodigy in Zhou Qing's oval territory, usurping his position. Nevertheless, the Sword King did not dwell excessively on this, for Zhou Qing had no aspiration towards his title. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of confinement. Amidst the murmurs, flames roared from the position of the Fire King, and then a figure materialized from thin air, Zhou Qing himself. Unlike the projections of the other kings, Zhou Qing descended in his true form, as his crown of fire endowed him with the ability to traverse through flames, a convenience that surpassed the specialized powers of the other monarchs. Upon Zhou Qing's arrival, he immediately sensed a shift in his position and could not help but smile. The laws of the Dark Council indeed follow the principle of survival of the fittest. Having just defeated Ovi, his rank had soared to the top. At that moment, Zhou Qing fell to gaze upon him and turned to find an old acquaintance, the planet devourer, Qian. Qian, it is good to see you, Zhou Qing said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Qian regarded him quietly, his lips moving but no words escaping. In truth, he longed to inquire how Zhou Qing had arrived at this place, but he refrained, knowing that to voice such a question would diminish his own standing and render him a subject of ridicule. Unexpectedly, Qian, enveloped in resplendent starlight, appeared less distant than before. He was no longer merely aloof. You have indeed achieved great heights, even subduing Wei. I must admit, I misjudged you, Qian remarked, causing a stir among the gathered kings. Qian was not the type to bolster the spirits of others at the expense of his own authority. However, I feel a certain embarrassment over the earlier events. Now that you have gained recognition as one of the 10 kings by the laws of darkness, you stand alongside me. I shall await you at the Star-Eating Fortress, he concluded, returning to his celestial throne with an air of unyielding confidence. The assembly of kings buzzed with tension, each vying for dominance. Should you retract your previous statement, I may spare your life, Zhou Qing declared. His tone garnered both admiration and astonishment from those around him, for he was audaciously challenging the planet devourer, as if victory were already assured. Yliner's expression tightened, a cold snort escaping him. Brimming with anger, yet dismissive of Zhou Qing. He was incensed. Zhou Qing underestimated him gravely. Nevertheless, Yiliner had grown accustomed to the arrogance of this rogue. I shall not engage in further discourse with you. This is the new King's Dark Council. Indeed, thus you should refrain from overshadowing the main event, interjected Elia. Elia. Zhou Qing turned to her. Regarding the matter of the Burning Legion, consider it a debt I owe you. I had nearly forgotten that incident. You mentioning it brings it back to mind. Oh, King of Flames, do you not see the fire beside you? It bears an uncanny resemblance to a beacon of hope. Elia teased, her eyes sparkling. Zhou Qing, visibly vexed, noted her contradictory remarks about forgetting while implying a reminder. He finally waved his hand, conceding it does indeed resemble it. Their conversation, tinged with private exchanges, was not meant for the ears of outsiders. Just then, the assembly of kings gathered once more. From the 36th throne, a figure gradually emerged, cloaked in blue flames, a towering presence adorned with azure fire, exuding an extraordinary aura. Evil Spirit, the first of the 34th kings, who had ascended to the third throne, remarked with a glimmer of recognition. The Evil Spirit was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the first would already be a king. The Lord is above, the first declared, gesturing forward, prompting the Evil Spirit to look up and behold the imposing figure at the apex. Those thrones radiated brilliant light, whether in fierce flames, dazzling starlight, or the all-consuming darkness. At a mere glance, the Evil Spirit felt an overwhelming pressure, yet he was unfazed, brazenly approaching. Brother, I too have become a king. He shamelessly sought favor among the gathered royalty. Ahem. Zhou Qing cleared his throat lightly, feeling a stinging sensation in his eyes. Though he had ascended to kingship, he bore no trace of arrogance. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhou Qing encouraged, You have become a king. Splendid, indeed. Now, please take your seat. This is your coronation ceremony. So refrain from wandering about. Understood, came the reply. The malevolent spirit, though newly crowned, sat obediently, occupying a position not at the end, but rather among the stronger contenders of the assembled kings. Zhou Qing, naturally, issued commands with ease, having collaborated multiple times with the malevolent spirit, Fury of the Flames, regarding it as his loyal underlings. However, while he appeared composed, the leaders of the 10 kings displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. Evolutionary monstrosities are far from ordinary. The first king, supported by Zhou Qing, possessed relatively modest potential, whereas the malevolent spirit, through sheer determination, succeeded Zhou Qing and ascended as the 36th king of the flame. A being of boundless potential, with a future that might well lead it to the ranks of the 10 kings, undoubtedly a top-tier sovereign. Even the strongest among them would contemplate an alliance. The latter, upon arriving, eagerly gravitated towards Zhou Qing, causing discomfort among the other kings, particularly Qian, who, if one could see beyond the starlight surrounding him, would discern a countenance akin to that of a child who had just swallowed a fly. Heartfelt gratitude is extended to the friend who supported with monthly votes. All 10 kings gazed at Zhou Qing, believing him to possess a rare treasure. However, beyond that, there was no further discussion. The Flame King. As the fervent wrath of the malevolent spirit momentarily subsided, a gentle voice emanated beside Zhou Qing. The Ink King. Zhou Qing turned back, a faint smile gracing his lips. He recalled that among the 10 kings, there was but one individual who stood apart. And that was the one before him. This person was of the human race, not ascending to kingship through the consumption of deities, nor through the annihilation of epics, but rather through a profound understanding of darkness, mastering it to ultimately become the sovereign of shadows, reigning among the 10 kings. As a fellow member of the human race, Zhou Qing regarded him with goodwill. In the times ahead, they could gather together, for there remained many mysteries yet to be unveiled in this world. The Ink King spoke. Zhou Qing profoundly resonated with this notion. Although he once played as a gamer and successfully completed the game, his knowledge of the 34 kings was limited, merely scratching the surface of their intricate backgrounds. Elements such as Ovi and the Enchanted Realm were but mere lore. Even the Radiant faction had seldom made an appearance, with players consistently portraying themselves as the embodiment of light. Yet, in this world, the Radiants undeniably existed in tangible form. Moreover, numerous entities, such as the legendary dwarves mentioned solely in the weapon descriptions of the game, had come to life. As a native inhabitant, Zhou Qing's experiences were inherently distinct from those of the players. Bound by the constraints of the game's rules, players methodically expanded the map and advanced through dungeons. Unable to grasp or explore many aspects of this world, Zhou Qing, on the other hand, was not similarly constrained. Each of the 10 kings had forged their own legacies, devouring deities and obliterating epics, with every fragment of history capable of composing an epic tale of calamity. This is a vast world. Goodness. Zhou Qing nodded. Beside him, Lingya remained silent, her eyes shimmering like stars, lost in contemplation. At this moment, the king sensed a foreboding presence, an ominous wall of darkness. The wrath of the fiery spirit sat upon the throne, his accomplishments manifesting in radiant displays, the most striking of which was his torment of players within the evolutionary realm, ensnaring them in a web of despair. Memories flickered past like shadows. Ultimately, a 5-meter-long spear, blue as flame, materialized in the void before the wrath of evil spirits. Yet he did not grasp it immediately. Shortly thereafter, a blue character, equally ephemeral, appeared beside the spear, wavering in the air. The title of the Azure King was understood by all the monarchs present. Zhou Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, for he had not been addressed with the title of king. He then cast a contemplative glance to the side, recalling that among the 10 kings, there once existed the Black Knight King. Otherwise, the fiendish spirit's wrath would rightfully belong to the Night King. Upon this realization, Zhou Qing could not help but smile, finding it quite reasonable. After all, among the 34 kings, many had ascended from the ranks of the Black Knights, such as the Sword King, who had evolved from the Black Knight yet freed himself from the constraints of knighthood. The Dark Council was nearing its conclusion, with only one final step remaining. The fiendish Spirit Knight, bearing the title of Azure King. Does anyone dare to dissent? Zhou Qing spoke. The final step to his coronation required the endorsement of the various kings. When he was first crowned, he garnered the attention of the devouring star, Lanel, who ultimately responded with great force, securing his position as the King of Flames. Who are his supporters, and who are his detractors? Zhou Qing spoke, his calm voice resonating throughout the venue. Agreed, declared the King of Ink. Agreed, chimed in Ilya. The King of Shadows observed, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He thought the Spectral Knight had indeed struck fortunate, with Zhou Qing's presence to stabilize the situation. The path to kingship would otherwise demand a hefty price. 3 of the 10 kings voiced their agreement, while the other ordinary rulers dared not speak out. Moreover, that exalted figure had defied the planet devourer before even ascending to kingship, and now, as one of the 10 kings, his might was overwhelming, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary rulers who would not dare provoke him. The other kings, also of the 10, were unwilling to engage in conflict over trivial matters, lest they incur grudges with their equals. There was no dissent. As the majority of the rulers expressed their accord, the suspended blue flame lance and the title of king descended upon the spectral knight, enveloping him like fledglings returning to their nest. He underwent a swift transformation, his aura magnifying as he completed a super evolution. Fortune indeed, the Sword King mused, envious of the spectral knight's extraordinary luck in securing a powerful ally. Otherwise, the matter of ascension would still be fraught with uncertainty. To have ascended through such auspicious circumstances was a privilege. The Sword King lamented that attaining kingship was no simple feat. Zhou Qing's path, though seemingly effortless, had directly antagonized one of the 10 kings. The position of a king was no trivial matter. Ordinary rulers who offended these titans faced certain doom. Only those who defied the odds, defeating deities in a short span, could secure their throne among the 10 kings, standing strong against the planet devourer. Yet, this was predicated on extraordinary skill. Should an ordinary ruler seek ascension, they would encounter countless tribulations, often necessitating a pact with darkness, leading to the loss of freedom. To resist would be to court death at the hands of the 10 kings. The might of those who bore titles such as the Devourer of Deities and the Harbinger of Destruction was unfathomable. How fortunate, the Sword King pondered, shaking his head. Had he possessed such luck and protection from a powerful figure, he would not be confined within the Sword King fortress, besieged by a host of feeble outsiders, occasionally stumbling into misfortune. Amid the Sword King's reflections, the ascension of the spectral fury was finally complete. All kings received the notification. The 36th king had been born, taking on the title of the Azure King. Simultaneously, all players in the server were informed of the emergence of a new king, transformed from an evolved monster. Countless players learned of this news, their expressions darkening. Oh dear, that wretch has become a king. Curse be. Many overseas players cursed. Having discovered that the evolved creature was none other than the spectral knight, the very one who had once rendered them miserable during their initial challenge. How outrageous it was for him to ascend directly to kingship, a sentiment shared by many. The dissatisfaction was not merely about his ascendance. It lay in the fact that the weaker creatures from earlier stages possessed the ability to summon aid, a cunning strategy indeed. Indeed, it is so, they murmured. This was no ordinary difficulty. It was akin to hellish trials achieved in one fell swoop. It cannot be that exaggerated. Look, at most he can summon 3 companions. If they cannot win, they can still flee, unlike the frightful appearance of 100 demons emerging at one roar in the challenge dungeon. Ah, it is true. That is somewhat acceptable. Players consoled themselves upon seeing the notification, yet their worries soon returned. The ordinary difficulty was already quite formidable, should they fail to overcome it. The collective anxiety grew palpable. I shall also venture into the dungeon to assist, challenging the second evolution. I shall join as well. One by one, players spontaneously organized themselves. It was not just these solo players. Even major estates from Huaxiao arranged for personnel to enter the dungeon. Now that the dungeon monsters possessed summoning abilities, the difficulty level had drastically increased, manageable yet precarious. If further enhancements were made, no one would withstand the onslaught. Consequently, Lin Qing and others could no longer remain idle and proactively arranged manpower, seeking to conquer the dungeon together. As time passed, through the players' relentless efforts, miracles unfolded. Silver Knights, spectral mages, and mountain trolls fell before them as players triumphed over 3 stages. In the land of Huaxiao, Lin Qing led the charge against the Silver Knight, injecting a surge of confidence into all players, catapulting them into global prominence. Soon after, Zeus demonstrated the might of a god, leading his team to conquer the spectral mage and the mountain troll single-handedly. The struggles faced were too arduous to divulge to outsiders. Players who had nearly completed these dungeons appeared severely worn. At last, after defeating the mountain troll in the 3rd dungeon, players found themselves with a moment to catch their breath. Compared to that disgraceful knight from the 1st realm, these subsequent challenges are far simpler, players exclaimed with laughter. The 1st dungeon had consumed 7 days without success. The 2nd took only 3 days and was completed in a single day. The 3rd was even easier, requiring just 2 days, and similarly wrapped up in a day. The 4th also necessitated merely 2 days and was resolved in a day. Ding. Mountain Troll defeated. Time taken, 1 day. Task accomplished ahead of schedule. Following the conclusion, all players within the dungeon received a 5-point boost to all attributes, along with additional rewards. A notification announced that the final dungeon would open in 1 day, lasting for 15 days. 15 days. Truly befitting of the new king. Even the system accords such significance. Isn't that self-evident? That monster is inciting a divine war, and the strength of its subjects is no secret. 15 days is hardly sufficient. This stage is bound to be a defeat. No hope left. Let's not dwell on it, players murmured. However, this was merely the perspective of ordinary players. The elite players were not included in this discourse. Among them was Zeus, who had already triumphed over 2 stages. His ambition, once diminished by the spectral fury, had been entirely restored, and he now stood invigorated and gallant. The new king may not be insurmountable. Having outsmarted 2 foes, Zeus's confidence surged, though he did not underestimate the challenge. First, let's rest. We have a day to recuperate. The previous endeavors drained too much energy. Veteran players rekindled their confidence, actively resting and preparing for the impending final dungeon. Though the new king was formidable, he remained but one individual, and with 15 days to spare. As long as there were no insurmountable obstacles, a strategy could surely be devised. Confidence brimmed among the players. Even among Huaxia's ranks, an initial sense of optimism arose. For the subsequent 3 dungeons were equally daunting, yet ultimately fell to the player's prowess. Impossible. Qingjie, I disagree. Do not provoke the Skeleton King. We cannot afford to. At the Huaxiao base, Yuhan shook his head firmly, resolutely opposing Lin Qing's involvement. It's worth a try. Lin Qing hesitated. No need to try. If you wish to avoid demotion, do not engage. The Skeleton King is 100 times more terrifying than that knight from the 1st stage. Entering the dungeon means disconnecting and handing over a life. Yuan spoke decisively. Hearing this, Lin Qing frowned, took a deep breath, and finally nodded. All right. Then we shall refrain from going. I feel overwhelmed. Zeus has conquered 2 stages, and now the outside world is urging us to enter, hoping we can defeat the new king and become star players. Many matters are beyond our control, and the pressure is immense. Then let us simply state that we are currently aiming to conquer the Fourth Realm's king, redirecting our audience's attention, Yuan suggested with experience. Lin Qing hesitated for a moment before responding. Very well, we shall proceed, as you suggest. She resolved to place her trust in the wandering spirit for once. Unlike her, the spirit was both an elite player and a prominent streamer. Over the past few days, she had been flustered by her sudden rise to fame. Whereas the wandering spirit had long been established, Lin Qing believed that he would possess greater rationality than herself. Very well, I will heed your counsel. Ultimately, Lin Qing made the decisive announcement. In Huaxia, all professional players shall refrain from participating in this dungeon. And our unified statement to the outside shall be strategy for the Fourth Realm. This was indeed the right course of action. The wandering spirit breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to enter a challenging dungeon merely to suffer. With the issuance of Yuan's command, the woodland spirits and various troops began to assemble. A chilling aura enveloping the area, their sharp and merciless weapons aimed directly at the players' ranks. In an instant, countless players found themselves struck by panic, utterly bewildered. The once amiable elven maiden now seemed intent on annihilating them all. What had angered her so? No one knew. Yuan's frosty demeanor and the menacing formation of troops extinguished any thoughts of pursuit among the players. There was no mercy to be found. The elven commander, Liana, exuded an air of authority, her gaze as sharp as ice. The elves and their various factions sprang into action in an instant. Our lives are forfeit. The players, horrified, attempted to resist, only to despair as they realized the enemy's forces outnumbered theirs by several times, 10,000 against 20 to 30,000. Their movements were orderly and their cooperation seamless, a terrifying force beyond what the players could withstand. Even Zeus, were he present, would have been powerless to alter their fate and would have turned to flee without hesitation. After the battle, the players' morale shattered. They scattered in disarray, over 10,000 souls. Some perished, others fled. What followed was an unending pursuit. Time passed, and Yuan sat by the stream, her expression tranquil, at times lost in thought, at times flushed, and at others filled with melancholy. Her heart's musings remained inscrutable to all. Sister Yuan, these invaders have been driven out. The elven commander approached, fully aware of her own esteemed position, yet always respectful of Yuan, recognizing the legendary figure's significance in the king's eyes. Though she had previously harbored resentment against Yuan for her frequent assassination attempts on the king, that discontent had dissipated now that Yuan had submitted. Driven out? Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback, before her gaze turned icy. Continue the hunt. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. Ensure that not a single one escapes. I will not allow anyone to threaten the tranquility of Oval. Yuan's words were cold and resolute, to which Liana responded, as you command, with a slight smile. Liana understood that Yuan's real concern was the king being plotted against and possibly falling into a trap. She intended to leave when Yuan suddenly spoke up. Wait. What is your command, Sister Yuan? Liana turned back. If they escape this ancient forest, we need not concern ourselves with them. Others will handle the situation in different lands. After Yuan spoke, a flicker of complexity crossed her bright eyes. I understand. Liana nodded, realizing that with her forces, guarding this forest had already become somewhat arduous, and farther territories would be even more challenging. Go. Yuan's voice was soft, her icy demeanor gradually melting away into a warm composure. Liana departed, continuing to command her troops to search the dense forest, digging 3 feet deep, leaving no outsider alive. Both Yuan and the king had declared that this land could not harbor outsiders, or there would be consequences. Liana knew this matter was of utmost importance to the king. Hence she devoted herself fully to the task. Continue the hunt, leave no one behind. Liana's expression remained stoic, and the tone of her orders sent shivers down the spines of the lurking players, fearful of incurring the wrath of these formidable natives, facing such relentless persecution. We cannot linger here, we must escape. The players reached a consensus, discovering that upon dying, they would randomly respawn nearby only to perish once more, a ceaseless cycle. If they stayed any longer, not only would they fail to challenge the new king, but they would also lose all their levels. Damn it! When did we provoke these elves? What terrible luck! The players were on the brink of despair. However, just as Zeus and his party were slain by the elven troops and respawned, a notification that ignited the fury of all players suddenly appeared. Ding. All players have been detected to have died at least once. Notification: this dungeon requires survival for 15 days. Challenge objective: the number of players with fewer than 50 deaths must reach 10. Warning: If the number of players exceeding 50 deaths falls below 10, the challenge is deemed a failure. Upon receiving the notification, countless players were consumed by rage, not panic, but fury. Among the thousands, most were elite players. Yet the challenge's objective was to survive 15 days with fewer than 50 deaths, and only 10 players could afford to exceed that limit. Such an affront. Furthermore, if the map were small, it might be understandable. However, this dungeon's terrain was vast and boundless. Beyond the forest lay a canyon to the west and to the south, an expansive wasteland with a magnificent and sprawling castle at the center. In such an expansive area, hiding 50 players would be a trivial task. Burrowing into the earth or concealing themselves in tree hollows to last 15 days would be exceedingly simple. This challenge seems more like a gift. After their anger subsided, the players began to awaken to the reality. Perhaps the new king was too formidable. Hence such restrictions were imposed. Otherwise, given the previous challenge's difficulty, how could this be so simple? It must be so, if we were to challenge the new king, honestly. Even 1,000 players would lack confidence, let alone 2,000. Now I see. Let us flee, escape this forest, head to the canyon. The elves can communicate with nature. Here, we are relentlessly pursued by the natives, making it hard to hide. The players quickly came to terms with their situation. Survival was all that mattered, no matter how difficult. They could not linger in the forest any longer. Thus, they scattered, some towards the canyon, others towards the desolate plains. Meanwhile, in the depths of the canyon, a girl draped in a gray luminous sphere lounged lazily upon a shadowy throne, stretching her limbs, surrounded by a legion of shadowy soldiers lurking in the darkness. The king must deal with these worthless intruders. If they do not compensate me 5 or 6 times, this matter is far from settled. Xiaoyu lazily glanced at the approaching players, and with a wave of her hand, countless shadow soldiers vanished into the gloom. Elsewhere, in the heart of the vast, desolate plains, Ovi's expression was grim as she kicked the skeletal dragon's bones in frustration. How infuriating! To have a divine being reduced to such a state, it drives me mad. Though she was furious, she felt powerless. After her failed gaze into the abyss, she found herself bound by a contract. Whether it was menial tasks or warming a bed, she had no choice but to comply, fearing the consequences of disobedience. You useless fools! The divine battle ended in utter chaos. If you fail to handle this matter properly, you will no longer need to exist. Ovi unleashed her wrath upon her subordinates, and under her deathly aura, the dark high priests quivered, all kneeling at her feet. Leave this place swiftly. These elves are truly fanatical. Our target is the new king, not her husband, yet they are willing to sacrifice themselves to obstruct us, especially that legendary elf. Though the multitude felt humiliated by this defeat, they also experienced a sense of relief. However, the ease of the task belied the peril of their lives. A single death would result in demotion, loss of equipment, and the forsaking of the dark soul. The lower their rank, the slower their escape, and the more tragic their demise. Thus ensued a vicious cycle. At this moment, amidst the forest, the crowd resembled lost dogs, with nowhere to flee, their despair palpable. The constraints of the terrain were no match for the elves' familiarity, and in the jungle, they were utterly outmatched. Fleeing through the thicket felt akin to being bound, their strength depleted. Moreover, within the realm of the elves, casualties mounted alarmingly. Some fell effortlessly 20 to 30 times, a scene of utter carnage. Even more harrowing than their encounters with the malevolent knight. Initially, they needed only to evade confrontation and seek refuge, for the monsters would not pursue them. Yet, in this hidden realm, regardless of provocation, they were all treated as fugitives, never enjoying a moment of peace, perpetually fleeing. They could attempt to rest, but stopping meant death. No matter where they concealed themselves, some submerged beneath the river, others hidden among the treetops, the outcome was invariably the same: capture. There was no opportunity for negotiation, pursuit meant death, and capture spelled execution. The crowd fled in frantic haste, too exhausted to catch their breath, traversing a vast landscape, and it could take days to escape the labyrinthine paths. The anguish and despair beyond words. The torment was unbearable, an extreme ordeal. Alas, how terrifying it was that a game of strategy had devolved into a nightmare. One soldier, trembling in fear, was suddenly confronted by a terrifying visage, and before he could react, flames engulfed him, sending him to the afterlife. This gruesome scene unfolded everywhere. The crowd had no choice but to exert every ounce of strength to escape this elven domain. The journey was indeed tragic. Yet, after a day of struggle, The first batch of brave souls finally broke free from the primal forest. Stepping out of the dense woods, gazing at the canyon and desolation, tears welled in their eyes. They had finally emerged. It was no small feat. They vowed never to return. After a brief respite, the group dared not linger, for the shadow of the elves had already appeared in the woods. If they did not flee, having narrowly escaped, death awaited them should they be caught. And regret would come too late. Hurry, this is no time for sentiment. The group hastened away, avoiding the forest. In an instant, they fled to the distance, either entering the canyon or advancing into the wasteland. They had finally emerged. Zeus and his companions reached the barren plains, all of them leaning on their knees, breathless, releasing a sigh of relief. The days spent in the primordial forest had been unbearable, a profound torment that even the elite found hard to endure. At this moment, they were all thankful to have escaped with their lives. Just as they were resting, a thunderous clap resonated from the heavens, striking near them with explosive force. They had not yet registered the threat. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning descended, striking among them, inflicting immediate devastation. Many fell before they even had a chance to react. Only Zeus managed to endure for a moment longer. With a final glance through the tumult of lightning, he spotted a colossal skeletal dragon in the distance, under which a dark sorcerer was casting spells, an alarming sight. In that instant, Zeus felt his heart turn to ice. Not only Zeus, but the others felt the same. Just as they had escaped the dense woods, still catching their breath, they were struck by a relentless barrage. The crowd was bewildered. Some had fallen without comprehending the cause of their demise. The subordinates of Ovi fared somewhat better. Many under the command of the Shadow King did not even realize how they met their end. The Shadow King's troops, being a unique type of shadow creature, could lurk within human shadows and strike silently. Although these shadow monsters possessed relatively low attack power compared to their counterparts, they posed a significant threat to the currently weakened group. Consequently, the crowd was caught off guard and met a grisly fate, most not understanding their cause of death. And even those who did found themselves powerless to alter their fate. The battlefield was dominated by three factions: the denizens of the primordial forest, Ovi's subordinates from the kingdom of death, and the shadow troops of the Shadow King, none of which the current group could withstand. What awaited them was nothing but endless slaughter and ceaseless tragedy. My heavens, what a turn of events! On the vast plains, the players who had just regained their vitality gathered in one place, only to encounter a killing spree, engulfed in terror and confusion. While the earlier elven attacks had some semblance of logic, the present situation left them utterly bewildered. The elves had originally been the elite troops under the command of the Flame King. Now, however, these soldiers were entirely different. Many players who had participated in the War of Deities understood that the enemies before them were far from ordinary. Was this not the domain of the Flame King? Why was the Kingdom of Death involved? Many players recognized that this seemingly serene, yet perilous plain had been occupied by the forces of the Kingdom of Death, ruthlessly slaughtering them without mercy. Even those few who had previously completed tasks for the Kingdom of Death and gained favor found themselves powerless to resist. All accolades were rendered meaningless in the face of death. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Death were even more sinister than the earlier elves and were currently insurmountable. Truly a demonic creation. Players from foreign lands muttered among themselves. Their spirits dampened, yet lamenting was futile as the monstrous attacks forced them into a frenzied flight. Ovi had fallen. She was likely tamed by the Flame King, thus aiding him in guarding this place. Despite his agitation, Zeus remained composed, unlike the other players, refusing to succumb to despair. After all, he was a paragon among elites. Though facing such formidable foes was no easy task, preserving his own safety amidst the widespread carnage was manageable, albeit at the cost of extreme fatigue. How could Ovi, as a deity, be so weak and incompetent, falling to defeat and assisting the enemy in their wickedness? Upon hearing his analysis, the players were filled with indignation. Indeed, it was the useless Ovi. Had she known better than to ally with the forces of death, she would not have turned traitor now. The players' morale plummeted to an all-time low. There was no time for argument. They needed to escape this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Zeus, the core of the team, decisively proposed a plan. While under attack, he led the group to flee, rescuing many solitary players along the way. Their combined strength surged as they gathered together. Just as a group was rushing through, they suddenly spotted scattered players in a state of panic fleeing ahead. Zeus, where are you going? A top player from America came rushing from the canyon, glancing at Zeus and his group and urgently inquiring. To the canyon, Zeus replied gravely, embodying a heroic spirit. To the canyon? The player paused, then anxiously exclaimed, "Why head to the canyon? It is no place for humans to linger. Hurry on. What is it?" The group of players felt a sudden chill, their expressions shifting as they exclaimed in alarm, "There are indeed shadow soldiers ambushing. We cannot cope." The American player informed them, "Shadow soldiers? This is absurd. How could the Flame King's forces possess shadow troops?" The players' faces contorted. They found themselves beset by powerful enemies from both front and back, with danger looming on all sides, a predicament beyond description. A fleeting glimpse revealed the dark riders charging forth on their spectral steeds, exuding an aura of death that surged toward the crowd. Simultaneously, shadows flickered around them, with claws extending from the darkness, slashing through the throats of their masters, plunging the players once more into a life-and-death crisis. Those were the Shadow Soldiers, the subordinates of the Shadow King. One player finally grasped the truth. The Shadow King? No wonder she commanded recklessly during the Divine War, sealing our fate. She is indeed treacherous. The crowd understood, their faces turning pale, unprepared for the cunning of this local deity. The Shadow King. At this moment, even Zeus could not maintain his composure. The leadership of the former King of Ghosts had once brought him joy, as she was one of the 34 monarchs. In his expectations, her strength should surpass that of the King of Flames. Yet, unexpectedly, her heritage had suffered grievous damage due to her actions. It was indeed the King of Ghosts. A wave of indignation surged within the crowd, as if they had glimpsed the true cause of their defeat, all pointing to the King of Ghosts' treachery, favoring the King of Flames. Had it not been for her foolish decisions, the outcome would have remained uncertain. What could be done? Players were simultaneously evading and wearing expressions of deep concern. Were such simple demands beyond our capability? Failure would lead to disgrace, and retreating in defeat would make it impossible to face others. Many players pondered the consequences, their faces clouded with despair as they began to seek an escape route. We headed towards the castle, hoping that the King of Ghosts would not summon a fourth faction. The players found themselves at a dead end, with only a glimmer of hope remaining at the resplendent castle at the center of the map. They rushed towards it without hesitation. Along the way, they had to evade attacks from dark sorcerers and avoid being encircled by shadow soldiers under the King of Ghosts' command, even as their path was stained with blood and fraught with pain. After a day and a half, most players barely managed to escape and entered the castle. However, upon stepping into the interior, panic gripped them once more. The castle was indeed unlike the Outer Realms, as neither the King of Flames nor any comparable monarch could be found. Yet, this did not signify safety. As all players rushed through the gates, the first sight to meet their eyes was a towering skeleton adorned with a crown of bones, its cold gaze piercing through them as if to see into their very souls. The presence of this skeletal figure caused an immediate change in the players' expressions. Were it an ordinary skeleton, it would not have incited such terror. Not far ahead, the entrance to the castle was occupied by numerous minions, with the skeleton seated amongst them, its title of Skeletal Overlord glaringly evident, indicating its status as a lord-level entity. Moreover, a resplendent crown emblem hung above its head, signifying its nobility. "The Bone King," someone whispered, their voice tinged with despair. "Good heavens, it is yet another 34th monarch. How could this be?" In an instant, the morale of the crowd crumbled, their gazes filled with helplessness. How many had they encountered? Damn it! The number of 34th monarchs they had faced on their journey had exceeded 10. The subsequent super bosses loomed like mountains and seas. An American player angrily scolded, lamenting that the situation had completely deviated from their understanding of a normal game. In this high-level environment, they felt like mere ants, destined only to confront death. Indeed, his sentiments were accurate. The forces of the realm of death were pervasive, and even without royal titles, many formidable foes existed. The domain of the King of Ghosts was similarly dire. These numerous lords led their subordinates, forcing the players to retreat. Any reckless thought would invite death. After a brief pause, the lead gargoyle and a group of demons advanced. The players' eyes suddenly brightened. It was a gargoyle, a lord of the Third Realm. In that moment, they realized this might be a turning point. They were not entirely incapable of overcoming the enemies of the Third Realm. These foes were not as insurmountable as those from the Outer Zones, and survival was still a possibility. They exchanged glances, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Indeed, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate. A path to breakthrough lay at their feet. The foolish King of Flames has bestowed this humiliating task. Today, I shall demonstrate that it need not take 50 deaths to achieve success. Even thousands shall not tread the same path again. Attack. We must clear this area to gain a moment's respite. The players' eyes shimmered with determination, and even Zeus felt invigorated. Indeed, there was still a chance against the lords of the Third Realm. At least, they were not wholly without hope, with even the slightest chance of survival. The pressure of the challenge lightened considerably. They split up to investigate the weaknesses of the skeletal leader, while others cleared the surrounding gargoyles and other monsters. A sharp glint passed through Zeus's eyes. Ordinarily, he would not dare to be so confident against a 34th monarch, but today, he stood alongside countless brave souls. There was no need for everyone to act. Just 50 elite players, each willing to risk their lives, could discern the skeleton's tactics and turn the tide. Furthermore, the terrain was complex, making it unwise to gather a large army. I shall go first. With that, Zeus charged forth. In a flash, he struck decisively. Fiery red flames erupted, swiftly covering the ancient castle path in molten lava, seething with heat. What is this skill? The onlookers' expressions shifted, their vigilance heightened. Soon, many players, including Zeus, turned pale, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They noticed two radiant auras on the skeleton's attribute panel. One was the divine halo of the King of Flames, while the other was an enhancement aura for summoning aid. The knight was also present. The elite players realized the implications, and suddenly, the skeleton's soul quivered, as if conveying some message. In an instant, a nearly 3-meter-tall knight of ghostly blue flames appeared around the corner of the castle, bearing the title of the Azure King. He dashed forth like the wind, arriving before the players in a heartbeat, his 5-meter-long blue flame spear thrusting downwards, instantly impaling several players. The demon knight raised his spear, lifting several victims into the air, their bodies grotesquely suspended on the weapon's tip. With another sweep of his spear, he unleashed a torrent of blue lightning, simultaneously flinging away the corpses and launching a broad attack, subjecting the players to a brutal slaughter. Soon after, the skeletal leader joined the fray, using the charging skill granted by the divine halo, appearing before the players in the blink of an eye. Its flaming bone sword swept through. Though not as formidable as the King of Flames, it was still exceedingly powerful, unleashing yet another wave of death. The ground was strewn with corpses, with the two kings dominating, instilling fear in the players' hearts. Those who had initially charged forth in the lead met their demise, leaving only a few competent players, teetering on the brink of mental collapse as they gazed ahead. The presence of a single 34th monarch had already rendered them helpless. Now, with two joining forces and sharing their enhancement auras, they shamelessly wielded the power of the King of Flames. How could it be so effortlessly achieved? Within the confines of their stronghold in Huaxia, Lin Qing and the other players changed countenance at the news, their hearts heavy with regret. Alas, we have missed a splendid opportunity. Lin Qing's brow furrowed with disappointment. The previous sweep of the second-level dungeon had greatly benefited her and brought glory to her nation. How could it be so simple? Merely surviving for 15 days with a death count of 50? The Soul Wanderer furrowed his brow upon hearing the task's requirements. The difficulty seemed excessively lenient. It was not capped at 5 or 10 deaths, but rather allowed for over 50. Even livestock would struggle to perish so frequently. Wuntive? Soul Wanderer, can you not say something else? A nearby Huaxia player interrupted, fury igniting in his eyes. His face flushed red, his teeth clenched audibly, clearly at his breaking point. Initially, this Huaxia player had been infuriated by Lin Qing's decision. He believed he was capable of participating in the strategy and should not be barred. Yet, Huaxia was not a monolith, and Lin Qing could not control everyone's actions entirely. Thus, he resolved to attempt the strategy on his own. However, he soon discovered the task to be exceedingly arduous. Unfamiliar with the jungle terrain, he found himself floundering amidst the myriad dangers and challenges. Within just a day, he had perished 7 or 8 times. Given the current situation, it was a lofty aspiration to hope for survival beyond 15 days, let alone 5. At that moment, he heard the Soul Wanderer's scornful remarks, belittling him to a status beneath even that of a pig. This ignited his fury, which could no longer be contained. He widened his eyes, glaring at the wandering spirit, poised to engage in a fierce dispute. Was this not an open map? If confined to a small room with nowhere to hide, dying dozens of times might be understandable. Yet this map was evidently vast. The wandering spirit did not retaliate. Instead, it looked at the others with confusion. Lin Qing's calm eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. Was there some hidden mystery? She inquired, have you seen Resident Evil, Left 4 Dead, or Attack on Titan? The spirit fell into contemplation. Who had not encountered such renowned works? If the level of zombies were raised by 3 or 5 tiers, one would frequently encounter lickers or the aberrant titans. Our position within this realm is merely that of the most mundane humans. Do you understand now? The Chinese player appeared embarrassed. Is it really that serious? Even so, can't we just hide? Do you need to ask? If I could hide, I would have done so already. You may temporarily evade, but ultimately, you cannot escape a lifetime of torment. In this primordial jungle, any flora or fauna can serve as the ears of the spirits, acting as informants. Where can one truly hide? Even with the most cunning of concealments, you will soon find it impossible to evade retribution. Can you imagine the despair of being surrounded by enemies at all times? So what if it's despair? Is death not a form of rebirth? The spirit queried, perplexed. You can try it for yourself and see, came the response. The player grew increasingly agitated. Without first-hand experience, one could not comprehend such a predicament. Moreover, if they failed and the details of their challenge spread, this group of players would become the subject of ridicule. Even the seasoned player, the wandering spirit, could neither fathom nor accept the situation they faced, how much more so the ordinary spectators and players, who would drown in a deluge of scorn. Returning to reality, Lin Qing spoke up. Initially skeptical, she had now received numerous photos and videos on her phone. The footage revealed the players meeting various gruesome fates, culminating in a segment where a young man with a pallid face emerged from a luxurious villa in Seoul. Even Zeus had faced setbacks. A light ignited in Lin Qing's eyes as she scrutinized these images, ultimately chuckling softly. It seems this indeed is a formidable challenge. As spring blossomed, an Eastern female gamer felt her spirits ignite like flames. Her previous weariness had dissipated, and now she eagerly awaited the night to descend and the dungeon to open, so she could step inside and reap her rewards. Time passed swiftly. A new day dawned like the first light of morning. Haha, once more I behold this dawn. Shortly, the dungeon shall commence. With the first light of dawn, the virtual world's login plaza brimmed with people. Amidst the verdant surroundings, a Chinese woman beamed with excitement. What's wrong with that individual? Seems a bit off, perhaps a masochist. The surrounding international players exchanged glances. Some understood the truth, recognizing her struggle for survival amidst adversity, while others were bewildered, fearing she might perceive her plight as a blessing. My friend, why do you look so frightened? Did your brain sustain an injury? An American man asked in stilted Chinese. The Chinese woman's expression darkened as she shot him a cold glare, her enthusiasm waning. You weaklings, speaking without precision. A game should be approached with a sound mindset. If you can't handle it, just go home and drink milk. Her candid remarks struck like a tempest, leaving the nearby players who understood Chinese in a state of despondency. Those who had been puzzled sought clarification from their companions, their expressions mirroring the gloom. Yet some foreign players regarded her with admiration, silently commending her rationale. Enough, there is no need to waste time here and seek unnecessary troubles. With a flick of her sleeve, the Chinese woman entered the game world, forgetting the anger that had driven her to scold others. The players who followed her hesitated briefly before gradually entering the dungeon, resuming the battles from the previous day. King of Fire, Zeus, I return once more. The hot topics and the lure of wealth lie before me. She stepped into the primordial forest, returning to the place she had logged out the day before. The abode of the spirits. I have returned. Just as joy surged within her, the smile on the Chinese woman's face had yet to fully bloom when suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. In an instant, an arrow ablaze with intense flames shot through the layers of foliage, striking her head with unerring precision. Instantly, a glaring crimson damage value appeared beside her head, striking terror into her heart. In that brief moment, her health plummeted from red to gray, her form collapsing into a pool of blood, gradually vanishing as she respawned elsewhere. Meanwhile, in another corner, a player, still haunted by memories, logged in. Before exiting, he had provoked a swarm of spirits, dog-headed beings, and trolls, taunting them. Now, trepidation filled his heart. Surely, nothing would happen. He had been absent for so long, and the natives must have passed an entire day. They wouldn't still be waiting for him. Before he could finish his thoughts, a massive hand emerged from the underbrush, seizing him directly. The player's complexion turned ashen. The one who grasped him was the troll he had just insulted. Its eyes gleamed with hunger, drool spilling from its mouth as it growled hoarsely, "Delicacy. Delicacy. Get away, you fool." The player, in a frenzy, attempted to resist. Unfortunately, a single trivial motion provoked a heavy blow from the troll, inflicting immense damage, weakening him and leaving him helpless in the troll's grasp. Fool. The Japanese player's composure crumbled in that instant. He had never heard of such an attack method. Normally, a troll would tire after merely 3 swings. But this one had captured him in a single blow. The troll truly intended to capture him. The player was taken aback, yet there was no time for reflection, as he was dragged to a blazing fire. "What are you doing?" He watched helplessly as the flames drew near, struggling in vain. Soon, he was hoisted high above the roaring fire. His beard and clothes turned to char in the inferno. Fool! The rage he felt could not conceal his underlying fear. Fortunately, he had opted for a zero-pain mode. Otherwise, he would have been in excruciating agony. "Let go of me," he shouted, his curses flowing like a torrential flood. The troll seemed deaf to his cries. When his shouting became tiresome, it ignored his pleas and bit down hard on his arm, blood gushing forth, leaving the player stunned. The troll genuinely intended to feast. It was not merely torment, it sought to consume him. This is the end. Enraged, the player fell into utter despair. Yet, no matter how much he resented his fate, he remained ensnared in the flames, struggling in vain. Soon, his health dwindled to nothing, and with a heart full of bitterness, he became a charred corpse. In other regions, players faced equally dire circumstances. The magnificent castle in the central area continued to radiate resplendent light, appearing as pristine as ever. Standing tall and majestic, this castle resembled a work of art, its breathtaking beauty and grand architecture leaving onlookers in awe. However, at this moment, the players within the castle had no time to appreciate these wonders. They fled in all directions, desperately seeking a safe refuge to escape the relentless pursuit. Even the most formidable and renowned top players could not find a single place to hide. The pursuers appeared to be omnipresent, their existence rendering the world exceptionally terrifying and perilous. How can one extricate themselves from this predicament? With death looming everywhere, the joy of the game has dissipated, leaving only the primal instinct for survival and a desperate search for refuge. Yet, despite their fervent attempts to flee and seek shelter, they remain unable to escape the swift demise that awaits them. Among this group of fugitives, even Zeus is not spared. He is no different from the other players, the sole distinction being that while ordinary players must respawn within 30 seconds after death, he can endure for 2 to 3 minutes before meeting his end. No, he cannot succumb to despair. With a troubled countenance, Zeus suddenly notices an anomaly within the central palace of the map, where monsters are scarce to the point of being negligible. The more perilous the area, the greater the potential for a breakthrough. Could this be the secret to a counterattack? Zeus hastens toward the palace, but as he reaches the entrance, a mighty roar of a dragon reverberates, followed by a torrent of flames, and in an instant, Zeus is reduced to ash. Upon his resurrection, he tries again, but it proves futile. The dragon leader stands like a mountain, an insurmountable barrier. Gathering a large number of players is impossible, as too many would attract even more monsters, and reaching the palace is no simple task. Thus, it would be impractical to take turns attacking to deplete the dragon's energy. What path should he take? Zeus finds himself once more engulfed in despair. Time flows relentlessly, and the players' lives extinguish with the swiftness of a kite severed from its string. Priests and warlocks, you are tasked with tracking the pursuers. In the vast wilderness, Viona languidly reclines upon the back of a skeletal dragon, idly caressing its bones while issuing commands. Despite the formidable strength of her army, they are not adept at search missions. Should a stubborn rock take refuge, her troops may struggle to uncover its whereabouts. Fortunately, her dark high priest and shadow mages possess unfathomable magical prowess, capable of constructing magical barriers to detect the presence of outsiders, creating a star-like map to monitor every subtle movement. No shadow of an escapee shall be overlooked. Should there be any lapse, they shall seek your bones in vain. Viona's gaze is as cold as ice, her stern eyes fixed upon her subordinates, causing the spirits of the two leaders to tremble. They never doubt her words. Though she reigns above thousands, beneath her command, they are but mere pawns. Under Viona's control, numerous lords have sworn fealty to her. These powerful beings, who typically guard the realm of death, are now summoned. Conservatively estimating, at least 5 lords have gathered here. In comparison to their stature, the two leaders of the troops are insignificant. My lady, we shall remain vigilant. The dark high priest responds anxiously, his gaze unwavering, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. Yes, it is best that way. Should any fish slip through the net, immediately dispatch the wraith hunters to deal with it, Viona instructs, and the two hastily comply. They are well experienced in such matters and require no further elaboration from her. Very well, keep watch, and should any signs of negligence arise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Viona's expression is frigid as she gestures, and the skeletal dragon soars into the sky. Finding the barren land too dull, she intends to visit the Phantom Emperor and share in some amusement. I, after all, have set foot in this realm. Even the wise may falter, Even the sagacious commander may miscalculate. Jupiter, a master of the game in every sense, faces a nearly hopeless situation, yet with extraordinary perseverance, he persists, dying and attempting to navigate every crevice. After half a day of gameplay, he catches a glimmer of opportunity. Utilizing the distraction of the fire dragon atop the grand hall to hide behind a stone column, patiently waiting. After more than an hour, he manages to infiltrate the side hall under the dragon's watch, indicating he has safely escaped the danger zone. Success. In the midst of his joy, Jupiter furrows his brow. This dungeon challenge requires that no more than 50 deaths occur among all players, and I alone am far from sufficient. He feels a headache coming on, realizing that if it is this difficult to find a hiding place, the other players must be struggling even more. Oh well. I shall rest a moment before contemplating further. No, I shall share my findings to see if it may assist others. Jupiter resolves to temporarily set aside his worries. The toil of the day has left him utterly exhausted, and he wishes only to catch his breath in this side hall, postponing further thoughts. The grandeur of the hall before him is unparalleled. When has a hall in reality ever shone with such brilliance? It is as immense as a castle within a city, rendered commonplace in this game. Yet, is that the sound of footsteps? Jupiter's heart skips a beat as he immediately rises from his corner, cautiously observing. Before long, he sees a group of elves, their laughter resonating as they gracefully carry a platter of exquisite fruits down the distant corridor. We toil in the wilderness. Yet here there are elves serving delectable dishes. He swallows hard and silently averts his gaze. The elves seem entirely unguarded, oblivious to his presence. Otherwise, he would have to exert considerable effort to conceal himself in this side hall. Brother, what are you looking at? Jupiter, relieved to turn away, suddenly hears a voice. His heart racing. A young man curiously gazes outward, seemingly observing his earlier actions. What are you doing? Jupiter initially feels a surge of relief, swiftly followed by a tide of anger. How could such a fool be encountered at such a critical moment? His actions require secrecy and caution, yet this imbecile shouts without restraint, inviting disaster upon himself. Which country's player are you? How did you get in? Jupiter suppresses his fury, his eyes flickering. He perceives that this player before him seems utterly foolish, someone who should not have ventured into such perilous territory, given the high difficulty of entering here. Yet here he is. Could he have stumbled upon some hidden passage? How did I enter? Naturally, I walked in. Zhou Qing cast a glance at Jupiter with a smile. Nonsense. How could I not know you have entered? My inquiry pertains to how one might gain entry. Jupiter's expression darkened, feeling mocked by the other. How could a mere mortal dare to jest with the king of gods? Enter boldly, my brother. Do you not recognize me? Zhou Qing gazed at Jupiter in astonishment. Who are you? This esteemed Jupiter would know you? His expression was one of indifference, exuding an air of untouchable pride. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of recognition crossed his face as he suddenly recalled why the other seemed both familiar and yet unknown. The familiarity stemmed from having seen this visage atop both the list of the 10 most notorious villains and the chart of the most beloved anime characters. He had previously failed to connect the two, as he had never considered them as one and the same. You are. Jupiter stared blankly at Zhou Qing. Indeed. It is I. Zhou Qing flashed a charming smile, leaving Jupiter momentarily speechless. The supreme overlord of the opposing faction, who had previously wreaked havoc and caused significant losses among his forces, now stood before him. Is it true that the Queen of the Abyss has already become yours? Jupiter inadvertently voiced a question that had lingered in his mind, yet he had never dared to confirm. Well, one could certainly say that. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment before responding, Humph. Indeed, you wretched scoundrels conspired together. Instantly, Jupiter was engulfed in fury. Who could fathom the immense effort he had invested in assembling that great army? The tumultuous journey he endured to establish his power was fraught with trials and tribulations. The death of his soldiers at the hands of the Fire Emperor had severely diminished their trust, which only gradually began to restore. The myriad hardships he faced ultimately propelled him to become one of the 4 great lords, ranking among the elite of the human players, wielding an overwhelming advantage. One must not underestimate these advantages. A single step ahead leads to an exponential progression, akin to a snowball effect, resulting in immeasurable rewards. However, the splendid foundation he painstakingly built was jeopardized during its nascent phase due to the reckless commands of the loathsome woman beside the Shadow King, compounded by his own hasty and careless decision to deploy the spectral hunter against the flame centaur, leading to utter ruin. The setbacks suffered by the entire Death God nation were inexorably linked to the erratic leadership of the Shadow King. Otherwise, they would not have met with defeat. Even with their eyes closed, it was indeed as he had surmised. Jupiter's wrath burned fiercely within him. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to eliminate you. For you were the crux of the matter. In the resplendent imperial capital, Zhou Qing was savoring exquisite delicacies when, suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the palace, filled with elation. It seemed this dragon had succumbed to ecstasy. Zhou Qing delicately picked up a grape, resembling a jade gem, and said with measured grace, "Your Majesty, it is preferable to maintain a certain elegance in our discourse." The elven maiden standing beside him gently parted her crimson lips, her ethereal presence embodying the nobility, gentleness, and affinity with nature characteristic of her kind. Even the loyal elves nurtured by the ancient tree of life could not remain indifferent to the moment. As the two women accompanying Zhou Qing at the table were equally affected, how should one express such candid sentiments? Zhou Qing displayed a hint of interest, though it should be conveyed with subtlety befitting her stature. The two elves exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for appropriate words to respond. Before they could arrive at a resolution, a roar echoed. Once more, the cry of a dragon resounded, swiftly followed by the sound of flapping wings reverberating through the hall. Zhou Qing, upon hearing this, commanded, "Go and see where that foolish dragon intends to venture. Let it have a chance to express itself. But do not naively offer up its life in vain." At her words, the elven maiden rose to depart. However, before she could fully rise, a mysterious glow flickered at the simple yet elegant table, and the elongated figure of Xia Yu materialized between them, gracefully unfolding her form as she languidly remarked, "Ovi, that skeletal dragon has arrived. Giorgio is rarely so delighted to encounter a fellow of its kind, hence it has gone to greet it." Giorgio? Zhou Qing momentarily stood in astonishment, swiftly realizing that this was the nickname of the red dragon. He could not help but sigh inwardly, pondering how such a majestic being, renowned for its dominion over the heavens and the earth, could possess such a ludicrous aspect. In his own world, the colossal dragons capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence, like the formidable wings of death, were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yet here, this dragon appeared no different from an unwise child, and were it to take human form, it might well be deemed intellectually deficient. Both the dragon and its seemingly endearing moniker evoked a profound sense of dissonance. Particularly amusing was its perception of the skeletal dragon as a companion. Zhou Qing could only feel a sense of admiration. In their previous encounter, the two had clashed fiercely, yet now the dragon rushed forth with enthusiasm, praying that its foolishness would not lead it to be vanquished beneath the claws of its own kind. He stationed individuals at the entrance, ensuring that no one could enter to disrupt the proceedings. Zhou Qing gestured with authority, and upon the mention of serious matters, the two elves promptly complied. Born from the essence of the Fire King, they were often loquacious, yet in the face of commands, their obedience was unwavering. Thus, the two departed in silence. Zhou Qing gazed at Xia Yu and inquired, "Have you not been dwelling in the abyss? What brings you here unexpectedly?" Xia Yu reclined gracefully in her chair, her enchanting figure radiating an alluring charm. "The abyss is far too oppressive. Those invaders are utterly feeble," she replied, waving her delicate hand with a hint of fatigue. "The king has lingered here for half a day, yet not a soul has come forth to challenge him. Dealing with him is exceedingly simple, and I could not be bothered to tarry. It is far more delightful to seek some amusement." Amusement? Zhou Qing's complexion was slightly darkened. While her people were engaged in a life and death struggle, utterly exhausted, she had the audacity to indulge in pleasure. Is this behavior appropriate? For the moment, let us set aside the fact that Zhou Qing was not alone. A Wei had also arrived. Xia Yu's tone was teasing. Another bystander has joined us." Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness evident. Outside the palace gates, a shadowy figure approached discreetly, clearly harboring grievances towards this place. "Since we're here, let us first partake in a meal," she suggested, swiftly changing the subject. In a corner of the City of Kings, Zeus was experiencing a revival. Yet his countenance remained shrouded in gloom. However, he quickly regained his composure. Despite being utterly defeated by Zhou Qing, he recognized that the defenses within the City of Kings were not impenetrable. There was an opportunity to infiltrate. Just as he was about to make another attempt, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Almost immediately, the red dragon departed from the City of Kings, and before he could feel any joy, the appearance of the skeletal dragon and Wei in the sky plunged Zeus into despair. With three formidable powerhouses congregated in one city, what chance did he have? This place had undoubtedly become a dead end. Yet, such circumstances could not extinguish the indomitable spirit of the first among them. He endeavored repeatedly, but each time he was nearly discovered, leading to utter disappointment. The entrance was now fiercely guarded by the bone dragon and the red dragon, along with numerous wandering elves that forbade any intruders. His situation was still tolerable, but the psychological state of the players was far worse. The players, besieged and demoralized, found themselves confronted by two malevolent ghostly knights guarding the royal city, along with the terrifying skeletal king, who now bore two brazen halos that significantly enhanced their power, rendering the players utterly defenseless. It's over. We're doomed. With so many support halos, we can't escape, can't fight, and even hiding will lead to our demise. We must flee. In truth, it was only the second day, and the players were still exploring, not entirely devoid of hope. They had numerous contingency plans, such as sacrificing 999 individuals to save 50 fortunate souls, with the former serving as a decoy to clear the enemies, allowing the latter to survive. However, the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable, as the royal city boasted 5 kings imbued with halos. Under the quintuple enhancement, even the most inferior monsters became ferociously powerful. Ultimately, the players succumbed to despair. Let us first escape to the primeval forest, where we can endure for a while until the kings disperse, and then return to execute our original plan. Zeus commanded, but while entering was simple, exiting proved to be a formidable challenge. Even after death, they respawned within the city, making any attempt to leave a daunting task. Zeus, who had experienced 2 resurrections, stood at the castle gate. His gaze filled with melancholy, a subtle loneliness born from a hero's disillusionment. Just as he pondered these thoughts, several minor monsters suddenly surged forth, prompting Zeus to hastily flee. A picture of disarray. In the end, he led the players to retreat towards the primeval forest. Among the 4 regions, the canyon was fraught with peril. The wasteland lay barren, the city of kings resembled a chasm of despair, while the primeval forest offered a relatively lenient refuge, allowing for the gathering of fruits to stave off hunger, making survival somewhat easier. Everyone, it seems that Lord Zeus is lost in thought. We must awaken him. A gentle call echoed through the tranquil forest, breaking the silence. At the sound, Zeus awoke, his gaze sweeping through the dense thicket, where he caught sight of a shadow approaching. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Time flowed like water, day and night cycling, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. An exhilarating piece of news spread throughout the virtual world's forums. The palace had fallen, and those 2 treacherous women had finally departed. In the corners of the real world, excitement surged through the network as players recounted witnessing the white-boned dragon take flight, its wings unfurled like divine majesty. Players buzzed with discussion. Although they found it difficult to converse within the game, they chose to log off and share on the forums. Indeed, the halos on the monsters have reverted to 3. They no longer possess the 5 they once did. Opportunity lay before them. Professional gamers engaged in dialogue online, while ordinary discussions remained scarce, with most comments coming from frustrated spectators and players venting their anger. What utter incompetence. Surviving for 15 days without dying over 50 times is feasible. Why should I have to step in? It's a disgrace to my empire. What right do they have to earn a spot? Useless individuals, it's pitiful. Players from various nations voiced their grievances, with some unable to participate airing their frustrations. The spots must have been manipulated. If not for national honor, those lacking ability would only bring scorn. Now, the opportunities granted by the nation have been squandered, and with each corpse, how can we return with our heads held high? A bunch of useless fools. The forum was abuzz with turmoil, waves of anger surging. Damn it. The participating players were furious yet helpless. After all, the audience sought results. Obtaining a qualification necessitated exceptional performance, and failing to accomplish even basic tasks rendered them the subject of ridicule. If one had not experienced the challenges firsthand, how could they comprehend their peculiarity? The players' patience was thoroughly worn thin, their initial pride evaporating. This task, once considered a mere formality and an insult to the elite status of players, was now revealed as a harrowing trial of near-perverse difficulty. Incomprehensible. With spirits dampened and nowhere to vent their frustrations, they turned inwards. Within a villa, a girl of 14 or 15 gazed at Zeus on the screen, her bright eyes shimmering with curiosity. Brother, I heard they died quite tragically? The girl looked at Zeus, her inquisitive nature piqued. Nonsense, how could that be? Zeus replied, his expression nonchalant. While others appeared to struggle, he found it effortless. I survived unscathed. The only obstacle is the system's requirement for at least 10 people to pass for it to be feasible. The involvement of other team members is inconsequential. I can achieve the qualifications to clear it alone. Zeus spoke with calm assurance, exuding an air of superiority. Is that true? The girl regarded him with skepticism. Of course it is, Zeus affirmed with a nod. Then that's good. Otherwise, my classmates would keep asking, and I would feel embarrassed. Brother, don't deceive me. Or I'll lose face, she said, a hint of anxiety creeping into her demeanor. Zeus felt a pang of concern, but quickly relaxed. Even if his performance was lackluster, who would know? With that thought fleeting through his mind, he chose not to dwell on it. The new round of the dungeon was quietly approaching. In an instant, Zeus hurried towards it. The waiting area for the dungeon was overcrowded, most players appearing utterly drained, their eyes hollow as if all vitality had been sapped from them. This is truly disheartening. Zeus glanced at the state of the players around him, recalling the tribulations of the past few days, a weight pressing upon his heart. Yet he resolutely stepped into the dungeon. He had attempted countless times to coordinate and organize, but alas, the team had scattered and fled. And the strategy of assaulting the main fortress to preserve the 50 had ultimately become mere words. He could only hope that a few skilled individuals would muster their strength. As he entered the game, Zeus rubbed his forehead, exhausted from the relentless days, yet the results were evident. He had only fallen 6 times thus far. Let us begin. Standing amidst the vast forest, Zeus licked his slightly parched lips, gazing at the wandering elves and centaurs, an expression of fearlessness etched on his face. Fully prepared for the impending struggle for survival. Let us see who can catch me, Zeus declared boldly. During this time, his teammates had all departed. Some had been dissuaded, while others had perished, for they deemed it hopeless to continue. Only Zeus remained, wholeheartedly invested and eager. Let us see who can capture me. Disappointment enveloped Zeus as he prepared for the journey ahead. Just then, a harsh notification pierced the air. Ding. Challenge dungeon failed. This area task has concluded. Evaluation in progress. Difficulty level adjustment underway. The independent dungeon has been elevated to a challenging tier. Zeus stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the distant, retreating figure of the elf. His inner confusion confirmed. Is this how it ends? He lingered, stunned. The 6th day had barely begun, and the entire army lay in ruins, surpassing the death limit of over 50 times. A wave of bewilderment washed over him, and before he could regain his composure, another notification chimed. Ding. Dungeon update about to commence. A new chapter is upon us. All players must log off within 20 seconds, or they will be forcibly exited. The relentless reminders roused Zeus from his stupor, and he hastily logged out, still immersed in confusion. Brother, are you giving up? His 15-year-old sister, graceful and surprised, stared at him. It's not that I'm giving up. We simply faced a setback, Zeus replied, wrinkling his nose, completely unprepared for such an early defeat. A mere 5 days, and it was game over. This dismal failure would undoubtedly become a focal point of news. What did you say? The girl gasped. We faced defeat. Zeus forced a bitter smile and shook his head, standing with his hands behind his back, a look of weary resignation on his face. I had intended to achieve great things and vanquish the monsters, but alas, the team was inadequate. What a letdown. His sister fell silent for a moment before teasingly sticking out her tongue and saying, Brother, you're finished. You'll definitely face criticism. This news is spreading like wildfire online, and the national team has announced that ordinary people can now participate through assessments. It has captured the attention of the entire nation. You collapsed on the 5th day. Will this 15-day challenge not become a laughingstock? I did not collapse, Zeus denied. Who cares? You participated too. Your reputation will undoubtedly plummet. And I might have to rely on your hot topic to gain some traffic, he retorted, left speechless. In the midst of the chaotic world, the enigmatic dungeon was caught in the storm of updates. Whether they were exploring secret realms or battling in ordinary dungeons, players throughout the server abruptly logged off after the announcement, as if swept away by an unexpected gust of wind. Many heroes were diligently honing their skills through simple tasks. Top experts from across China were pushing their limits, aiming to be the first to break through the numerous obstacles. Yet at this very moment, the challenge concluded. The dungeon's difficulty escalated, and the news flooded in. One by one, they logged off, like petals scattered by the wind. Hey, why did it end so abruptly? In the Huagui camp, the recently booted ghost, Lin Qing, gathered with a few companions, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. This can't be a joke, the ghost queried. It's quite real. Look, the announcement has been made, Lin Qing warned seriously, though his brow furrowed with confusion. Why was it so easily lost? What on earth are these people doing? Lin Qing was agitated, his frustration evident. They had been on the verge of breaking through, victory within grasp, only to be expelled by failure, rendering their previous efforts futile. They would have to start from scratch with the next update. What is up, brother? The ghost asked a Huagua player nearby. The latter glanced at him disinterestedly, I haven't entered a dungeon for 3 days. I've been wandering around for the past 2 days. You might as well ask someone else. Missing for 3 days? The ghost was taken aback. This person was a professional player yet hadn't logged in for 3 days. Brother, this will cost you money. Your record will have blemishes in the future. Why are you so disheartened? The ghost urged. Let it be. I'd rather lose money than be driven mad. I was thinking of quitting anyway. With the dungeon update, I can enjoy a few peaceful days. The player said before striding away. The ghost watched him leave, momentarily speechless, before shaking his head in resignation. Why are these young people so hopeless? I warned them not to provoke the Fire King, but they didn't listen and chose to give up entirely. The ghost sighed and turned to browse the forums. Don't bother. The forums are already in an uproar, filled with curses, Lin Qing pointed out, echoing the ghost's suspicions. However, upon hearing this, his curiosity intensified, urging him to delve deeper into the matter. Not only were the forums buzzing with activity, but numerous individuals monitoring the top 10 dungeons were equally moved. It wasn't just the common folk. Many influential eyes were drawn to the situation. Upon learning that players had not participated in the challenge dungeon, the higher-ups in Huagua breathed a sigh of relief. Without provocation, there would be no turmoil. Not challenging meant certain failure. Focusing solely on personal strategies would surely yield results. You all have done excellently, a senior officer commended. As long as we can protect ourselves, that is sufficient, Lin Qing responded with a beaming smile. Thankful he had heeded the ghost's advice. Otherwise, the public players' scorn would have drowned them, and in Huagua, this wave of public opinion was several times more potent than abroad. Well done, but it's still not enough. You must be aware of that, the military official cautioned. There was no need for elaboration, as reporters had already begun to swarm. Have the reporters taken notice? Lin Qing was startled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Go handle it. Don't let us down. The official ordered before departing. Shortly after, reporters flooded in. Lin Qing felt a slight unease facing their inquiries, in contrast to the ghost, who was accustomed to such encounters as a prominent streamer. I'll take care of it, the ghost said with a smile. Lin Qing let out a sigh of relief and replied, Then I leave it to you. Answer them well. The ghost nodded and confidently approached the reporters. Soon, the atmosphere shifted as the reporters' expressions brightened. Interviewing was no easy task. Bland answers often fell flat. With the ghost responding, the tone was wholly different. Our professional players in Huagua did not participate. Otherwise, this challenge, if not easily conquered, would not have resulted in defeat within 5 days. The ghost intensified his words, especially considering the failure condition, where a staggering 99% of players suffered over 50 deaths. It is said that the deity Zeus also participated in this dungeon but was ultimately powerless to change the outcome. What insights does Mr. Ghost have regarding this? How do you perceive it? No one is infallible. Who can claim to be without fault? When I first entered the game, I was already a seasoned player. Yet I still stumbled upon skeletons, the ghost said with self-deprecating humor, fully aware that every action would resonate in the media. While he slightly sought to ease the burden of the defeated, it was no harm. After the interview, the reporters left satisfied, while the ghost's responses adhered to convention. They brimmed with confidence, consistently asserting that if Huagua players had not rushed to tackle the challenge alone, but instead collaborated with players from other nations, they would not have succumbed within 5 days. This unexpected defeat within 5 days was truly astounding. Mr. Ghost's perspective aligns perfectly with our sentiments, a reporter smiled. Although we doubted the truth of this assertion, especially regarding Huagua's participation surpassing that of other countries, he brushed such thoughts aside. Having missed the chance to enter the dungeon, he felt free to indulge in his writing, as long as it didn't veer into absurdity. In the Central Plains, the atmosphere remained relatively pleasant. Meanwhile, in other regions, grievances echoed loudly, and curses flew unabated. Across the internet, myriad absurd videos emerged, mocking and scornful, like a rising tide. Ordinary professional players remain relatively unfazed, as they are merely engaged in a transaction for remuneration, their names unrecognized, and their defeats inconsequential. However, the renowned elite players experience a far bleaker fate, as their streaming channels and guild websites are inundated with negative comments. Regrettably, this recent defeat was so devastating that it left spectators nearly incredulous. Even with the live broadcast of their dismal performance, forgiveness remained elusive. In this world, words need no justification, and excuses are unnecessary. A defeat is simply a defeat, and a crushing defeat is no less a loss. The task's demands were rigorous. Survive for 15 days, with no more than 50 deaths during this period. This indeed posed a formidable challenge. Yet, To the observers, these conditions seemed straightforward. Alas, the players faltered, succumbing to death 50 times before even reaching the halfway mark, which translates to an average of 10 deaths per day. Such frequency is nothing short of absurd. The shame is unbearable, especially when detailed reports revealed that no one from China ventured into this challenge, while the elite from the other 5 factions fell prey, suffering more than 50 defeats each. Fortunately, within the dungeon, although they lost equipment, experience remained intact. Had they perished as often outside, their characters would have been rendered mere shells of their former selves. The viewer's anger is understandable. They pride themselves as elites yet perform so abysmally, losing face in front of the world. Infuriatingly, this debacle even made headlines. In interviews, some devastated professional players had yet to fully express their outrage, while ordinary players and spectators from various nations were seething with fury, their dignity tarnished before the screen. Such public sentiment has caused considerable distress among many professional players, plunging their spirits into a prolonged low. Some even found their minds shrouded in gloom, unable to bear the weight of rumor. Even the seasoned Zeus could not escape this period of despondency. Since entering this game, he had never faced such defeat. Perhaps this solitary dungeon was not meant for him. At the viewing platform of his residence, Zeus leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Devoid of his former aura that once swept through adversaries effortlessly, repeated failures had dulled his brilliance. He contemplated returning to apply for another dungeon to conquer. Zeus gently shook his head, murmuring softly to himself. Behind him, a 16-year-old girl stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such despondent words could emerge from her brother's lips. "Brother, have you truly sunk into despair?" she suddenly inquired. Startled, Zeus turned to meet the worried gaze of the girl, yet could not suppress his irritation. "You foolish child. What do you understand? Go and focus on your studies. I've finished my homework. Then do it again. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading." "Oh dear brother, could it be that you are a demon? Is it true? Hurry along," Zeus replied, exasperated. "Oh, my withdrawn brother is quite frightening." The girl quickly retreated. Withdrawn. Zeus clenched his teeth in anger. How could the esteemed Zeus succumb to such despair over a mere game? It was inconceivable, merely a fleeting moment of displeasure. In time, his state would surely recover, and the notion of withdrawal was absurd. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled the ominous thoughts and exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, the girl returned to the house, blinking her eyes rapidly, then promptly set up the newly purchased login pod. At her coming of age, she yearned to uncover the truth. Could it truly be that challenging? In a blink, she was confident she could outshine her brother. Perhaps he would wear a sour expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. Filled with anticipation, she prepared the login interface and awaited the conclusion of the update. This update focused on the other end. Players from the Central Plains were also delving into discussions. Our district has been updated for 3 days, yet in-game. It has been over 3 months. The time difference is astonishing. By the way, what are the details of the update? Lin Qing pondered as he read, soon experiencing a moment of clarity. The primary aspect was the difference in the flow of time. Upon entry, the indigenous inhabitants would undergo changes. Furthermore, the difficulty had escalated to a challenging level. A wave of concern washed over Lin Qing. The previous simple difficulty was already taxing enough. Now, with 2 levels raised, even he found it daunting. Moreover, the monsters had activated an advanced mode, gaining nourishment from defeating players, thus leveling up. In the short term, a plethora of elite creatures would emerge, and this transformation within a month would make the internal situation closely resemble his expectations. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain this update. While the external world experienced only 2 or 3 days, the game required the natives to endure an entire month without player interference. Lin Qing understood that upon re-entering, the difficulty would undoubtedly multiply. Within this month, aside from the brief description, there would be other changes. But such alterations were beyond his reach. Lin Qing comprehended this thoroughly. If this were indeed the case, it would be a great pity. If he could log in, there might still be a chance to catch a glimpse. Otherwise, this dungeon update would leave him in utter darkness. Alas, it was not us who were in a hurry. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, an ultimate mission lingered in his mind. Ding. Mission activated. Pinnacle of the 5 Kings. Mission conditions. Earn the recognition of 4 evolved lords. Note, this mission applies to all 5 lords, with the final rewards determined by ranking and tier. Such rules exist indeed. Upon finishing the reading, Zhou Qing was taken aback. Undoubtedly, in this defensive battle, only he and the infernal flame spirit stood unyielding, the latter naturally unwilling to compete with him. However, What Zhou Qing did not anticipate was that those three defeated lords also had the opportunity to receive rewards. Upon reflection, this notion indeed holds merit. For instance, the fire dragon Ovi and others, despite merely serving as auxiliary defenders, were still entitled to a share, albeit a meager one. They, though vanquished, retained their honor and thus deserved a portion of the spoils. Observing this, not a single individual retreated, each eager to contest with him for supremacy. After observing Zhou Qing Lan, one cannot help but be rendered speechless. These lords are indeed restless souls, having demonstrated no merit during the war, yet now yearning to partake in its spoils. After all, they have only recently ascended to prominence, and their time in the elite ranks has been fleeting. Zhou Qing shook his head and sighed. The title of elite may sound formidable, yet it is fraught with limitations, confined to safeguarding a mere patch of land, unable to venture far, enshrouded in isolation from the outside world. Zhou Qing, however, is distinct. As the legendary King of Flames, he ought to inspire trepidation among the lords, compelling them to abandon any thoughts of rivalry. Yet, at present, none are willing to relent. Thus, it is only fitting to venture forth and seek the truth. Zhou Qing stretched his limbs and resolutely accepted the task, embarking on his journey. In a flash of light and shadow, he had departed from the realm of nightmares, instantly transported upon accepting the mission. The interplay of light and shadow was a sensation he had grown accustomed to, after all. The crown of residual fire atop his head endowed him with the power of traversal, alleviating any concerns of losing composure. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qing found himself in a magnificent castle, and to his astonishment, this fortress was the very location he had once steadfastly defended during his evolution mission. Indeed, it was here. Zhou Qing leisurely entered with his hands clasped behind his head. Before long, the other Tier 3 evolutionary lords came into view. The Silver Knight remained vivid in Zhou Qing's memory. In the original sequence, it was an elite monster within the level, notoriously challenging due to its awkward positioning. Often perched on the edge of a cliff, leaping to deliver slashes, and frequently meeting its demise by falling off when players raised their shields in defense. The evil spirit sorcerer resembled a lich, a phantasmal entity towering over 3 meters, indistinguishable from the small building nearby. In comparison to Zhou Qing's mortal form, it seemed immensely more formidable. Only in the guise of the King of Flames could he hope to rival such a being. Lastly, the mountain troll, a 2-headed giant, wore a fearsome countenance, donning an iron helmet and wielding a spiked mace, exuding an aura of ferocity. What were the intentions of these three? Zhou Qing cut to the chase. The Tier 3 lords were deliberating on how to allocate the spoils with Zhou Qing, taken aback by his forthrightness. We require only the first item. The rest shall belong to you, the 3 lords responded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing couldn't help but scoff. Foolishness. The monsters were momentarily stunned, then their anger surged. King of Flames, what do you mean? Do you belittle us? Even if you are not our match at present, do not overestimate yourself. We are each unique. The evil spirit sorcerer spoke with a frigid tone. Zhou Qing cast her a glance and replied with a smile. Your ignorance is indeed evident. And what of your threats? Would you care to try? Zhou Qing, do not let arrogance consume you. What of enslaving deities? We too can attain such heights in the future. Zhou Qing's demeanor ignited the wrath of the 3 third-tier lords. From the moment he stepped into the castle, their fury intensified, for his composure resembled that of a leisurely stroll in his own backyard, utterly disregarding their presence. Such an omen bodes ill. There is no need for excessive discourse. I request simplicity. That item shall be returned to me, and the remainder shall be divided among you. Is that agreeable? Zhou Qing declared, No, that item is something we cannot relinquish to you. We too are in urgent need of it. It is absolutely out of the question. The 3 lords shook their heads in unison. Ah, what a pity. Yet, what is deemed impossible must also be possible, Zhou Qing replied with a carefree smile. After all, you are so feeble. Should I desire it, how could you possibly obstruct me? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 lords turned ashen. The term feeble struck at the very core of each lord's spirit, tarnishing their dignity. The lords were unsettled, for to be publicly branded as weak was a profound humiliation, leaving them at a loss for words, especially given the undeniable might of the King of Flames. Zhou Qing, do not let your arrogance reach such heights. Alas, to speak candidly is to be accused of hubris. How ironic the world can be. Zhou Qing, with an air of resignation, surveyed the 3 individuals before him. In your ignorance, allow me to enlighten you on the true meaning of arrogance. As his words faded, Zhou Qing's form abruptly transformed, swelling in size. Above him, the crown of residual flames materialized, instantaneously morphing into a towering skeletal figure of over 3 meters, embodying the true essence of the King of Flames. Radiant titles began to manifest one by one, engendering an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a deity or demon had descended upon the earth. The chilling aura emanating from the King of Flames instilled fear in the hearts of the three lords. Surrounded by a menacing aura and blazing flames, he resembled a hellish demon, his frigid presence sweeping over them, invading their very souls. His hollow eye sockets glimmered with the flicker of soul flames, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the three lords, as though pronouncing their doom. "Do you believe you can intimidate us, King of Flames?" The necromancer cried out defiantly. But barely had the words left his lips when he faltered, "My apologies, King of Flames. I was mistaken. I take my leave." The Silver Knight had already discreetly retreated. Huh. The necromancer stood in stunned silence, watching the fleeing Silver Knight with disbelief. "Are you not going to retreat as well?" The mountain troll urged, internally cursing, realizing that the lords had underestimated Zhou Qing, mistaking his seemingly harmless demeanor for weakness. In truth, he exuded a palpable intent to kill, a culmination of countless life and death experiences, embodying a merciless superdemon. As thoughts flew through his mind like meteors streaking across the night sky, Zhou Qing's inner turmoil gradually subsided. The future would unfold in due time. For now, returning to Oval was prudent. He held several dark magic spheres in his hand, and upon contact, he received a prompt indicating that the powers of the four lords could be integrated into a template to augment his own strength. However, Zhou Qing was not in a rush. With a flick of his fingers, flames danced in his palm, vivid and fierce, reminiscent of fire hidden within his sleeve. The orange glow reflected in his eyes as Zhou Qing gradually vanished into the air, as if dissipating like smoke. Moments later, the three third-tier lords hurriedly converged at a certain altar, where rewards surely awaited them. But it was empty. Approaching, their expressions varied, filled with astonishment. The altar was bare. Silence reigning, yet the prompt clearly indicated that rewards had been distributed. It was evident that Zhou Qing had beaten them to it. Damn it, this boy is excessively arrogant, showing us no respect. The three lords' faces fell, their spirits plummeting. To take a life at a mere disagreement was one thing, but to rob them of their rewards as well was truly intolerable. How could this happen? What should we do? How would I know? You ask me. Whom should I inquire? We should confront him. Do you wish to receive another slap in the face? The mention of this matter left the three lords frowning. In their eyes, Zhou Qing was an enigma, elusive and unfathomable, his strength far beyond their grasp. Though they had ascended to higher tiers, they were still bound by tradition. Mages required staffs as weapons, and swordsmen saw their power diminished without their great swords. Zhou Qing, however, had transcended these limitations. With a mere gesture, his offensive power was astonishingly formidable, instilling trepidation in their hearts. Nonetheless, this matter would not be easily settled. They would eventually reckon with this debt. The three lords were unwilling to accept defeat. "I propose we let this matter rest," the Silver Knight finally spoke, though he was reluctant, preferring not to court further danger. "How can we let it go? We must settle this now," the evil spirit mage retorted, indignant, recalling how 10 kings had once sought her favor, only to be turned away. One of those kings, however, had not been angered, but had instead departed with a courteous demeanor. Thus, the evil spirit mage was acutely aware of her distinguished status and anticipated her future place among the 10 kings, fueling her resentment. "What do you intend to do?" The Silver Knight, sensing her thoughts, offered a gentle reminder. "The King of Flames is one of us, and he was the first to complete his evolution. I just learned from the Rebirth Temple that he already has 2 subordinates of the 34th rank, and there are rumors that the goddess of death, Ovi, has been subdued by him. Zhou Qing, I will not rest until I see him fall." The evil spirit mage exclaimed, her complaints interrupted by the Silver Knight's words, causing her to glance sideways in suspicion. "Ovi, too, has been subdued by him? That cannot be true," she dismissed vehemently. "Recent fluctuations in the Dark Realm have been felt by all the kings, including our lord. The atmosphere is tense," the Silver Knight warned. While the two-headed troll nodded in agreement, before their evolution, they had been insignificant pawns under the 4 kings, each governing their own territory and bound by constraints. Hence, they were acutely aware of the changes in the world beyond. "Is there truly unrest?" the evil spirit mage questioned, and after a moment of contemplation, she seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that something was indeed amiss. The king they once served had warned against rash actions, whether igniting or extinguishing flames. "Very well. I shall refrain from further involvement. If you seek answers, do as you wish," the Silver Knight stated, turning to depart, leaving the troll and the mage exchanging glances. With the state of the world in disarray, it is wise for me to exercise patience. The evil spirit mage recalled recent events, those trivial matters that had seemed inconsequential. But upon the Silver Knight's reminder, she felt a sense of urgency and impending danger. This threat did not stem from the King of Flames, but from the mysterious changes unfolding. In that moment, Zhou Qing remained composed. Indifferent to the petty squabbles of the three lords, it was not a matter of underestimating them. Rather, it was the stark disparity in their standings. Among lords, they were ordinary beings, while he was the strongest, a player in this game. Mortal lives paled in comparison to that of monsters, perhaps a mere 1% or even 1,000th. Yet he could stand against a lord, especially with the template he possessed. Now, within the palace, he was refining his skills for the King of Flames template. Integrating his flying ability, he endeavored to take flight, though he had yet to sprout wings. He could condense blazing wings that spanned dozens of feet, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly, regardless of whether he was in human form or as the King of Flames. He was quite satisfied. Gazing at the fiery wings behind him, Zhou Qing brimmed with confidence. If necessary, these flaming appendages would become his formidable weapon, for he wielded the power of fire. Mastery over flames encompassed a vast range, with minimal limitations imposed by the template, yet it was not easily learned. Without skill, one could suffer harm. Ovi's attempt to subjugate him stood as a testament to this, ultimately leading to her own downfall. Let me give it a try. Beneath Zhou Qing's outstretched wings, the expanse of heaven and earth was instantly illuminated in fiery hues. With a powerful flap, the wings swept across the landscape. The flaming wings, sharp as blades, effortlessly cleaved through a structure, leaving a charred surface and a neatly severed edge. Indeed, they could transform into formidable wings of precision. Zhou Qing, with a radiant smile, proceeded to test fly. Only after indulging in the experience did he pause, reminiscing about the trials and tribulations faced in past games. He couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging the inherent advantages of native residence. If one were a player, the chance to become a magnate, soaring through the skies on a dragon, let alone mastering the art of flight, would be a mere fantasy. As a player, one would be preoccupied with vanquishing foes and leveling up, finding exhilaration in the most mundane of main plot encounters, and delighting in even the simplest of quests. In such a life, what more could one desire? Zhou Qing jested that upon his arrival, he synchronized with the players, yet in the blink of an eye, he surged ahead, leaving his contemporaries far behind. Curiously, after the dungeon, the players seemed to vanish without a trace. Zhou Qing suddenly experienced this sentiment, but he promptly dismissed it from his mind and went off to frolic with his elven sister. He was exceedingly content with his current life, in comparison to players. His existence was far too idyllic. Were he a player, he might be tirelessly engaged in trivial tasks or exhaustively striving to enhance the favor of narrative characters. Yet, he, who possessed the very narrative figures that players yearn for, commanded a legion of elves and goblins, beings revered by others. With just a word from him, they would dutifully bow to his will. There was no comparison, no complacency. Zhou Qing initially advanced with caution, meticulously pursuing strength. However, as the gap between him and the players widened, he gradually became complacent. After all, the players no longer posed a threat to him as a native inhabitant. Over time, this gave rise to a sense of lethargy. Alas, being excessively powerful can also be a burden. Perhaps it is time for a brief respite. Zhou Qing initially intended to venture directly into the heart of the Radiance, aspiring to become a lord and partake in the celestial struggle between darkness and light. Though fraught with peril, the opportunities there were equally boundless. Zhou Qing aimed to vanquish foes and collect their severed heads, utilizing the soul-absorbing ring to enhance his own abilities. However, as time flowed like water, 5 days had swiftly passed, and Zhou Qing could find no trace of other players, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the tides of fate had shifted? Zhou Qing was quite astonished. The intelligence of the characters here was truly breathtaking. Yet, he also understood that the local populace, having been born and raised in this environment, remained oblivious to the concept of updates, without any prior warning. The sudden disappearance of the player community could not solely be attributed to their fear of his brilliance. Even if trepidation existed, it could merely reflect the sentiments of the nearly 10,000 players within that independent instance. It could hardly compel all players to withdraw. This unforeseen change undoubtedly suggested an update. Little did he expect that this virtual world also adhered to the principles of evolution and iteration. The last update had been so hurried that Zhou Qing had failed to notice it. Now, with players absent for several days, he began to awaken to the realization. The purpose of this update remained a mystery. Could it be that the challenges from the previous instance had triggered some hidden intricacies? Zhou Qing's eyes flickered with a glimmer. as thoughts surged within him. Were he merely a player, he would undoubtedly refrain from delving too deeply into the matter. However, as he had become deeply entrenched in this realm, he found himself compelled to ponder it meticulously. After all, this world is strikingly authentic. Even the most inept creatures fall, necessitating the guidance of a watcher. Should there indeed be an update, perhaps unbeknownst to him, the world is quietly transforming. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive contemplation. It may simply be a requisite evolution, thus prompting the shift, regardless of how the affairs of the world may fluctuate, by attuning oneself to its essence. One can traverse it with grace and ease. The absence of player disturbances renders the atmosphere tranquil. Otherwise, what might have been a simple matter could easily become convoluted. Zhou Qing recalled Ovi, who could have been directly challenged like a player, with a single finger of provocation, followed by a swift defeat. However, due to the presence of the player, it became necessary to weave a complex narrative, allowing them to seek a sense of existence and bask in transient glory. Zhou Qing has ultimately found peace, no longer burdened by excessive worries. Recently unoccupied, he has chosen to wholly relax. Meanwhile, a solemn atmosphere looms elsewhere. We have faced defeat once more. Who is that knight, a figure of such formidable presence? It is lamentable that yet another territory has fallen to invaders. How could this have transpired? Within the dark temple, the lords gather, and the malevolent spirit of fury burns brightly among them, harboring ambitions akin to Zhou Qing's. Yearning to venture into the territories and break free from the constraints that limit him to mere allocated lands. What is this? Where does this knight hail from? The spirit of fury, brimming with curiosity, now clad in black armor and surrounded by blue flames, gazes resolutely, exuding the aura of a true warrior. A stark contrast to the obsequious demeanor he once displayed at the royal conferences. Lord Qing, a neighboring lord, observes, feeling a sudden chill, and hastily bows. Indeed, the spirit of fury, secretly pleased yet maintaining a facade of indifference, reveals his mastery and calmly states, "Speak to me of this matter." It is as follows. The speaker replies without a trace of resentment, viewing Fury's actions as routine, and hastily recounts the details. "Your Majesty, you have recently ascended to the throne and may not yet grasp the full scope of this situation. It must begin with the lands of invasion. Not only do we possess a fortified stronghold in the depths of darkness, akin to Oval, but we also have our shadowy forces entrenched within the heart of light, under the protection of a certain lord. Is that so?" The spirit of fury is taken aback. Although aware that many factions resisting the darkness have repeatedly faced incursions and suffered losses, he had not anticipated such intricacies lurking beneath the surface. No wonder Oval proved so vulnerable. As he reflects, the lords nearby are left dumbstruck, their thoughts in turmoil. If Oval were so easily conquerable, how could so many lords have met their demise there? It was only due to the presence of the Shadow King, who compelled the mysterious force behind Oval to vanish. Those resisting factions also possess light, as the silver moon and nature deities protect Oval, where the power of the divine mirrors that of the 34 kings of darkness. Should the unparalleled 34 kings lead their forces into the heart of darkness, their reinforcements would arrive at a moment's notice. And the silver moon and the Lord of Nature would not dare act rashly. Even if they did, it would be futile, and Oval would swiftly fall. Yet, this does not imply that it is an effortless conquest. Otherwise, why would so many lords have perished previously? By the way, regarding the knight you mentioned, who is he? The spirit of fury inquires. At the mention of the knight, the speaker's expression shifts dramatically. Within the realm of light, we have several encampments, including territories protected by the 10 kings, which are now being systematically eradicated. A powerful knight has intervened, causing our forces stationed in the realm of light to crumble, with many territories reverting to the light, even those under the 10 kings' control. As the Lord speaks, he unfurls a map. The map starkly divides the world into black and white. The white areas are dotted with black spots of varying sizes, some clustering together to occupy corners of territory. Conversely, white points are scattered throughout the black regions. These luminous points represent our interspersed territories. Previously, we had a significant white point, namely Oval, now extinguished by you and the Flame King. The Lord continues, erasing the black spots from the white area. These, along with those regions, have all been overrun by the forces of light. The assailant is a knight capable of soaring through the skies and vanquishing all in his path. A wretched being who leads his troops with devastating momentum, slaughtering indiscriminately. A flying knight? The spirit of fury inquires with intrigue. Indeed, the Sky Knight Amir. A truly formidable and terrifying individual. At the mention of this name, the Lord's face betrays lingering fear, as if recalling a past horror. The Sky Knight Amir? The Spirit of Fury pauses, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, though unable to recall its origin. I see. Amir, I shall commit that to memory. Once I have selected a territory, I will find the opportunity to confront him. With a steady demeanor, the Spirit of Fury commands, now, inform me of the most suitable territories for conquest, for I wish to seize one. You intend to conquer it yourself? The Lord responds, filled with admiration. Only true warriors would choose to personally lay siege to territories. It dawns on him that the Spirit of Fury, as the 36th king, possesses a title and a unique weapon, making such an endeavor entirely justifiable. Even they, mere mortals, would attempt it, let alone someone of his stature. The Spirit of Fury nods slightly in agreement, urging the Lord to elaborate. The Lord, understanding the gravity of the request, proceeds to detail every territory's circumstances, resource distribution, and potential dangers. The Spirit of Fury listens intently, internally assessing and evaluating the information. His keen insight and judgment allow him to discern the most suitable choice. After considerable contemplation, he selects a territory that not only boasts abundant resources but also possesses a strategically advantageous position, conducive to defense. However, when the conversation shifts to the formidable Sky Knight, the Spirit of Fury remains remarkably composed. He does not dwell excessively on these powerful adversaries, for he believes in his ability to face any challenge. To him, as long as he is sufficiently strong, no opponent poses a threat. Soon, the Spirit of Fury identifies the target for invasion, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding against summoning his knightly elder brother for assistance. The chosen territory is not among the most perilous, far from the site of Oval where numerous lords have perished, and it does not even rank among the top 10, making it a relatively simple undertaking. In reality, the geographical features of the territory align with his desires, hence his choice, not due to overwhelming obstacles. If he were to call upon his knightly elder brother for aid, it would likely result in an effortless victory, leaving him no face to show. A mere secret realm should not require the assistance of others. As the 36th king, he must exhibit the dignity befitting a monarch. The Spirit of Fury muses quietly to himself, feeling a surge of joy. In the past, he had been subjected to the brutal onslaught of despicable foes, only to find his fate transformed through a single plea for help that introduced him to his knightly elder brother. Having defended the temple twice, he evolved from a mere pawn to a powerful crab, wreaking havoc among his enemies, with none daring to act against him. Today, he continues to ascend, becoming one of the 36 kings. Who could have imagined that he would arrive at this point? The Spirit of Fury whispers softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as the sufferings and torments of yesteryears seem to dissolve within that smile. Now, he is no longer the pitiful woman once bullied by others, but rather the sovereign of this domain, wielding absolute power and status. Above the territory, Lord Qing arrives. With a resounding call, the entire land erupts in fervor. People kneel and pay their respects, their faces radiant with reverence. As the Spirit of Fury observes this scene, a surge of emotion wells within. Once, he too was among these individuals, filled with awe and longing for Lord Qing. Yet now, he has become Lord Qing, the object of their admiration. However, the Spirit of Fury does not allow pride to take root. He is acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities. He must safeguard this territory and its people. Thus, he begins to scrutinize his realm. Every blade of grass, every flower and leaf, feels so familiar and dear. He strolls through the territory, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheek, a wave of tranquility and reassurance washing over him. Within this domain, the Spirit of Fury discovers many hidden treasures and secrets. Utilizing his formidable strength, he unveils sealed mysteries, acquiring countless precious artifacts. These treasures not only bolster his power but also deepen his understanding of this world. Simultaneously, she utilized these treasures to assist the residents within her domain in achieving a better quality of life. Through the endeavors of the Nether Flame, the territory gradually flourished. The people thrived in peace and happiness, and she garnered their admiration and support, becoming the hero in their hearts. However, the Nether Flame did not forget her original intentions. Maintaining her humility and kindness, she understood that only in this manner could she truly earn the respect and trust of the populace. Time flowed swiftly, and seasons changed. The Nether Flame spent countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters in this land. She witnessed the rise and fall, the glory and disgrace of the territory, while also experiencing the bittersweet flavors of life. Regardless of the difficulties and challenges she faced, she steadfastly upheld her beliefs and pressed forward. For she believed that as long as one harbored hope, they could overcome all obstacles and embrace a beautiful future. The Nether Flame, leading her subordinates, appeared exceptionally spirited as they utilized spatial transmission to arrive directly at the entrance of a secret realm. At this moment, the other lords silently observed the departing figure of the Blue King, their eyes filled with reverence. One of the lords remarked, "Truly one of the 36 monarchs. His presence is simply overwhelming, unmatched by any." Another lord echoed, "Such confidence is admirable. His spirited demeanor is indeed impressive. In comparison to him, we are like fireflies to the radiant moon. Our brilliance pales in comparison." These lords expressed profound respect for the Blue King's power and status, while also feeling the gap between themselves and him. The lords could not help but lament that conquering a territory was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Despite the gathering of numerous lords, few possessed the courage to embark on such a quest. Merely 1/10 or so dared. Occasionally, those bold enough to attempt were invariably powerful, overflowing with confidence, and well-equipped. The majority of lords chose to pledge allegiance to these strong individuals, aiding various monarchs in safeguarding their territories within the realm of light. This rendered the entire situation exceptionally complex and unpredictable. Those lords who managed to establish a foothold in the realm of light were no ordinary figures. Although they could not always guard their lands, they had to personally address any issues that arose. These lords were responsible for managing and caring for their territories, reaping the benefits that came from them. The territories themselves yielded substantial returns. For instance, Zhou Qing not only benefited from the Ovir secret realm, but also from the lair of the Red Dragon, which bestowed upon him numerous attribute enhancements. Even a small independent territory like the Dragon's Lair, belonging to a lesser realm, offered such generous gifts. The territories within the realm of light provided even greater enhancements to their lords, making the temptation irresistible. Not everyone possessed a ring capable of absorbing souls like Zhou Qing, and this ring had ascended to legendary quality. Should the local residents learn of its wondrous capabilities, they would undoubtedly be astonished and shocked. After all, such abilities were exceedingly rare, potentially inciting a storm of competition for the ring. Yet, Zhou Qing possessed such a treasure. How would he wield this ring to enhance his power? Alas, times were tough. That terrifying entity swept through the lands, the Sky Knight, at least to the 34th monarch level, was beyond our reach. We were powerless to protect, and the territory's gains were squandered. Only the anticipation of reinforcements remained. It was easier said than done. Should reinforcements arrive too late, the territory would be lost, and how could the kings not be enraged? Anger would be good. Anger would lead to emphasis, and reinforcements would surely return. The clouds hung low, as if the heavens were about to collapse. A heavy oppression weighed upon the heart, rendering the atmosphere stifling. The Hammerstone Fortress, with its intricate terrain, was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, while the final side revealed a winding and rugged canyon. The overlapping mountains rendered it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack, having remained tranquil for centuries. This vast fortress spanned miles, bustling with the voices of various races, disorderly and rife with constant disputes, exemplifying the principle of the survival of the fittest. Yet, this was the fortress's daily existence. The guardians observed in silence, perhaps even taking pleasure in the chaos that spread, adding an element of disorder to the fortress, where warmth was a rarity. At the heart of the fortress, a lord clad in black armor sat, savoring the local delicacies, though his expression betrayed unease, worry evident between his brows. Ultimately, he set aside his plate and stepped outside the fortress. As he exited, raindrops began to fall from the sky, lightly tapping the earth with a crisp sound. The rain had arrived. The lord raised his gaze, then shook his head with a light chuckle. "I have worried too much. Since the conquest of Hammerstone City by His Highness Ylaner, it has faced no hardship for hundreds of years. This place is perilous, surrounded by mountains, as solid as a rock. Who would dare act against Lord Ylaner's territory?" Having spoken, the lord returned to the fortress and resumed his meal as usual. Meanwhile, before Hammerstone Fortress lay the treacherous and difficult hilly terrain, where a crimson steed gradually approached the summit, nearing a 1,000-foot abyss, with a tight rein. It stood at the cliff's edge, snorting proudly, surveying the surroundings. Ordinary horses would have been terrified to stand at such a lofty height, let alone face the abyss directly. This was Hammerstone Fortress. Upon the horse's back sat a young man, strikingly handsome, though devoid of youthful exuberance. His eyes, like sharp blades, reflected indifference, as if he had seen through life and death. Unafraid of reincarnation, his countenance as cold as ice. From this vantage point, the grand Hammerstone Fortress lay beneath, a sight to behold. From above, the fortress resembled an exquisite pastry on a dining table, surrounded by mountains, exceptionally prominent. Behind the young man, a pack of black wolves silently emerged, gathering in clusters, their emerald eyes flickering with ghostly flames. Each wolf bore a figure seated upon its back, whether werewolves or humans, representing various races. The young man lingered briefly before donning his icy helmet, revealing only his merciless gaze and gently patting the horse's flank. The steed neighed, flame seemingly igniting in its eyes as it leaped several yards, landing on another rocky surface, galloping away. Behind the young man, the wolf pack gradually vanished, their ghostly green eyes disappearing into the night. Time flew swiftly, a day passing quietly. Blood flowed like a river at Hammerstone Fortress. No. In a cry of anguish, a guardian black knight was pierced by a lance, blood splattering as he fell into a pool of crimson, unwilling to succumb to his fate. Opposite him, the young man on the crimson horse slowly removed his blood-stained black helm, gazing intently at his fallen adversary, the 1893rd, surrounded by companions. Yet feeling the chill of retreat, this knight, belonging to the camp of light, moves with the ruthless decisiveness of a dark sorcerer. Even those who have forsaken the shadows and embraced the light tremble at the cold indifference of the youth, feeling a shudder run down their spines. This knight, known as Amir, is utterly merciless, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. What is the progress? Amir's voice cuts through the air like winter's frost, causing the temperature to plummet. Lord Amir, several wolf leaders hastily report, the Hammerstone Fortress has fallen, and its defenders have perished beneath your blade. There are no significant concerns. Upon reaching this point, one lord hesitates, caught between fear and obligation. Speak, Amir commands, his tone icy. The lord, gritting his teeth, finally speaks, however. This is the territory of the planet Devourer Yeliner. Our assault here may carry great risk. The Black Knight has not departed. The Devourer may not have relinquished his hold, and his counterattack could be unstoppable. Unstoppable? Amir gazes at the messenger, offering no words, only issuing an order. Establish a defensive position here and await his arrival. What do you mean? The Lord's voice trembles. Here we wait for Yeliner. Do you dissent? Amir's voice remains cold. The Lord quickly shakes his head. I would not dare. Very well. Amir turns away, and his subordinates, sensing the moment is not ripe for interruption, discreetly withdraw. After their departure, the chill in Amir's gaze softens slightly. He looks up at the sky, a flicker of tenderness crossing his hardened features. Binna, wait for me a little longer. If I can subdue 57 more dark domains in this region, I shall earn my freedom, rescue you, and take vengeance upon my foes. As his whispered thoughts fade into silence, Amir suddenly becomes quiet. Once a knight of righteousness, he now finds his hands stained with blood. Willing to sacrifice everything to gain power, to avoid vulnerability before his enemies. He has plunged into darkness, ascending through murder, transforming in desperation. And he is no longer the person he once was. Can you recognize this visage? A touch of sorrow flickers in Amir's gaze. For none could fathom that this ruthlessly cold knight, who instills fear even among the dark ranks, possesses such hidden tenderness, one that remains unseen by all. Closer now, almost there. Wait for me. What has transpired? Zhou Qing senses that he has lain motionless like a withered tree beside the ancient wood of life, oblivious to the shifting winds of fate outside. It appears that this place has indeed become too tranquil and leisurely. As Zhou Qing pondered to himself, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. My lord, has there been some unforeseen change? The curiosity in Liana's eyes was unmistakable. I am also unclear about the details. We must go and witness it ourselves. By the way, Liana, how has the infrastructure in Orville fared of late? Zhou Qing intended to proceed directly, however. He suddenly found himself lost in thought. As a distinguished figure among kings, to hastily rush due to a mere council meeting would inevitably tarnish his regal demeanor. A king at the twilight of his reign cannot afford to be so impetuous. Otherwise, he risks becoming a mere inconsequential passerby. Upon returning to the sovereign, it is worth noting that thanks to the assistance of foreign allies, our progress in reconstruction has been remarkably fruitful. We are now nearing a scene reminiscent of pre-war prosperity. Vibrant and full of life, as the scars of conflict gradually fade away. This is indeed splendid. Zhou Qing nodded gently, understanding in his heart that infrastructure development was indeed of paramount importance. Since he assumed full control over this territory, the prosperity in various aspects had the potential to enhance his attributes. In simpler terms, the stronger the territory, the stronger he became, the better the lives of the populace, the greater his benefits. From a practical perspective, this reasoning holds true. If the foundations of sustenance, food, drink, and shelter cannot be firmly established, the disparities are glaring. akin to the stark contrast between a thriving metropolis and the impoverished slums of Africa. One area flourishes with ease of access to food, accommodation, and transportation, while another languishes, with all endeavors failing to thrive. Should Oval fall into desolation, Zhou Qing would find it equally difficult to enjoy a life of comfort. Therefore, for the sake of the future, the progress of Oval must be meticulously observed. This matter should be firmly grasped without letting go. Zhou Qing's thoughts raced like electricity, yearning for the future Orville to rival Kyoto, yet she chuckled to herself, reflecting that as the King of the Flame, her daily needs were already catered to by attendants, rendering any personal effort unnecessary and cumbersome. The Emperor's intentions were etched in Liana's heart. The elven commander Liana solemnly pledged her allegiance, leading her kin in war and assuming the mantle of governance in peacetime. Indeed, Zhou Qing responded softly, and the flickering flames that lingered upon his elven longbow danced gracefully as his figure gradually became ethereal, vanishing in an instant. Within the Dark Temple, as the Dark Council was reinstated, rows of thrones materialized around a grand table, some immense in size, while others were of ordinary dimensions. With a thunderous roar, the abyssal demon god and the assembled kings sat majestically, their colossal forms stretching dozens of feet and occupying vast spaces. Among them were also other kings of smaller stature. At this moment, at the forefront of the long table, besides several conventional-sized chairs, a throne towering 7 feet high and 2 feet wide, ablaze with roaring flames, prominently emerged. Upon it appeared a figure cloaked in fire, its features obscured, unmistakably Zhou Qing. Alas, why was this chair designed so diminutive? Upon his emergence, Zhou Qing was enveloped by a sense of helplessness. The throne, immense in stature, though slightly smaller than the numerous thrones towering dozens of feet high within the chamber, still loomed large in his eyes. He found himself unable to lean back comfortably, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washing over him. Fortunately, through the power of his will, the throne gradually diminished in size until it reached a height and width of 20 feet. Zhou Qing refrained from requesting a further reduction, lest he be relegated to a mere mundane chair. Settling himself with composure, he directed his gaze towards the elongated conference table. "What has transpired with the King of Flames?" came a voice from the neighboring seat. Zhou Qing cast a sidelong glance, the figure enveloped in radiance rendered indistinguishable. Yet the conspicuous title allowed Zhou Qing to instantly recognize the Lord of the Burning Legion, Ilya. I too remained perplexed, equally filled with curiosity. Zhou Qing expressed his bewilderment. The meeting commenced not due to the ascension of a new king. From the shadows, the Ink King sighed after speaking. Recently, new kings have emerged in succession, chaos approaches, and malevolent forces arise. Upon finishing his words, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qing. The Ink King's remarks were not unfounded. Throughout history, the 34 kings had remained constant, yet today, the addition of 2 new sovereigns was anything but ordinary. I had an inkling of this beforehand, Ilya concurred, having adopted a cautious approach in her recent undertakings. Even Zhou Qing, her troublesome friend, had caused her legion to suffer losses, prompting her to refrain from voicing her thoughts. Now, her prudence was rewarded, sparing her from provoking a formidable adversary. The 3 kings conversed with the ease of old acquaintances, eliciting a blend of awe and envy from the other monarchs, who pondered the monumental matters that could draw the top 10 kings together for discussion. What could possibly be of such earth-shattering significance? Perhaps a superlative event capable of altering the course of the world. They could not have anticipated that the kings were no different from themselves, engaging in casual banter. Just as Zhou Qing's curiosity piqued, a sudden brilliance erupted from the last unoccupied throne. Zhou Qing observed that the latecomer was none other than the planet devourer, Qian. The audacity of such a grand figure to arrive so tardily was astonishing. We shall teach him a lesson later. Suddenly, the King of Ink spoke up. Very well. To Zhou Qing's surprise, Ilya also concurred. Zhou Qing found himself momentarily speechless. Although he perceived Qian as exceedingly arrogant, it was customary for him to provoke trouble, considering the long-standing grievances between them. The reactions of the Ink King and Ilya left Zhou Qing both amused and bewildered. How could 2 legendary kings be so petty? Akin to a delicate maiden, fretting over trifles? King of the Flame, what thoughts occupy your mind? Ilya's piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. I pondered when I might journey to the devouring Star Fortress, for the matters of your still demand resolution with Qian. Is that truly the case? Ilya regarded Zhou Qing with suspicion, always sensing that his intentions harbored ill will, inconsistent with his words. Naturally, with a wave of his hand, Zhou Qing exhibited the majesty and severity of the King of Flames. Ilya wished to inquire further when, unexpectedly, Eilaniel cleared his throat. The eyes of the kings were irresistibly drawn to him, and when they turned their gaze, astonishment enveloped the room. Initially, they thought Eilaniel's cough was merely an attempt to capture attention, perhaps to utter a few words. However, to their shock, they witnessed Eilaniel spitting out a mouthful of blood, which, astonishingly, transformed into ice upon leaving his lips. The sound of shattering echoed as it fell onto the long conference table, a harrowing sight of blood and ice. The 10 kings coughed blood, their pupils instantly contracting. Eilaniel, seated upon the foremost throne, his towering figure akin to a deep abyssal demon, slowly bowed his head, obscuring most of the vision in the room, casting it into shadow. "Eilaniel, are you injured? What has caused this?" inquired one of the abyssal demons, his voice deep and resonant. The fact that one of the strongest combatants in the Dark Realm was wounded and bleeding was indeed a monumental event, far more shocking than the ascension of a new king. The abyssal demon, who had remained silent in past meetings, now spoke, drawing attention, surrounded by starlight. Eilaniel remained silent for a moment before finally uttering, "Come quickly to my aid." "What has transpired?" The demon's massive face contorted in disbelief. The 36 kings were all deeply affected. What could have happened? The skeletons and malevolent spirits, engulfed in confusion, had arrived in projection form and were equally stunned. The 10 kings were, to them, figures of unreachable terror. Their leader was among them, and thus they understood the fearsome power of the 10 kings. Their leader, who rarely took action, was always victorious when he did. His strength was unfathomable. Now, Eilaniel, who stood on par with their leader, was actually seeking assistance. At this moment, Zhou Qing, Ilya, and the King of Ink finally comprehended the true purpose of the Dark Council's convening. "What is the matter?" As Eilaniel's words fell, a wave of shock surged within Zhou Qing's heart. It was not unusual for one of the 10 kings to be injured. But if the injury was severe enough to necessitate a plea for help, it indicated that Eilaniel was embroiled in an unprecedented crisis. "Haha. This is the price of provoking me. The consequences are most severe." Zhou Qing could not help but burst into laughter. How outrageous. Qian felt a surge of indignation, almost wishing to extinguish Zhou Qing's existence in an intangible manner. In that dire moment of misfortune, she found herself utterly humiliated, seeking aid while grappling with grave injuries, her life hanging by a thread. The detestable Prince of Fire exhibited not a shred of concern. Instead, he mocked her, igniting a blaze of fury within Qian. The other princes, feeling helpless, chose to treat his words as if they had never been uttered. "Qian, what is the reason for this?" inquired the abyssal demon. Zhou Qing sat gracefully upon the throne, his demeanor relaxed. He cast a glance, his curiosity piqued by the plight of Qian. "Esteemed lords, you may inquire with your respective leaders to uncover the full details. I must return. It is unwise to become overly distracted." Upon finishing his words, Qian's form vanished in an instant. How could an ordinary lord possess knowledge beyond our grasp? The kings pondered in astonishment. What could possibly be the situation? Had they truly been so detached from worldly affairs for so long? The 10 kings were enveloped in confusion as they witnessed Qian's disappearance. Each harbored their own curiosity and doubts, dispersing in search of the truth. Despite Qian's call for aid and the summoning of the Dark Council, it did not imply that the remaining 9 kings were inclined to extend their assistance. To ascertain the reasons, they needed to investigate the nature of the peril that had ensnared Qian in such a dire predicament. Understanding the situation was paramount. If salvation were possible, they would intervene, but if beyond their capabilities, they would not recklessly sacrifice themselves. The origin of the calamity also required thorough investigation. After all, Qian was no ordinary being. His reputation as the devourer of worlds was not merely a title of empty grandeur. If he could find himself in such peril, the other kings ought to remain vigilant, lest they too fall unknowingly into the abyss. One by one, the figures upon the throne dissipated into the ether. Zhou Qing also found it perplexing. All the lords under his command were in Oville, and in this situation, it was indeed difficult for him to comprehend the details. By the way, number 1. Zhou Qing's gaze shifted to Skeleton 1, who was among the 34 kings and had ascended to the 3rd realm. "My lord." Skeleton 1 approached with utmost respect. Despite being a king of the 3rd realm, he still regarded Zhou Qing as his master. Upon receiving the master's command, he hastened forward. "Do you comprehend the situation?" Zhou Qing inquired. "My lord, I shall investigate immediately," Skeleton 1 replied. Zhou Qing gestured with his hand, indicating that although no one was one of the 14 kings, he had yet to command a single follower due to the recency of his ascension. Even Zhou Qing himself had only a handful of subordinates. Boss, I understand. I understand. Just as Zhou Qing pondered whether to inquire with Ilya, the malevolent spirit, Rage of Inferno, rushed in, stating, initially, I too was perplexed, until I recalled the rumors circulating recently, and everything became clear. Oh, Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. Boss, while I was executing a territorial conquest mission, I heard that a knight was charging back fiercely. Rage of Inferno recounted, and Zhou Qing's understanding deepened. He was acutely aware of the territorial disputes within the Dark faction. He had even contemplated leading an expedition for a particular territory. But after reaping substantial rewards from the Divine War, his strength had surged to the pinnacle of the world, and thus he had postponed his plans. Are you suggesting that a knight has seized the lands of Yliner, and when Yliner himself came to confront them, he was instead thwarted? Zhou Qing could not help but chuckle. Although I am not fully aware of the specifics, I have heard that this individual is currently besieging the territory of Qian. Coupled with Qian's cries for help, it is plausible that there is some truth to it. The malevolent spirits dare not make a definitive judgment. It is intriguing that such a formidable knight has emerged within the ranks of the Light faction. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhou Qing smiled and remarked, "Go inquire further and see if your words hold true." "As you command," replied the evil spirit of fury, nodding without a hint of discontent at the order. Although he had ascended to the status of the Blue King, he was acutely aware that his throne relied entirely on the protection of his superior. Since his superior had taken the initiative to dispatch him, the evil spirit of fury was ecstatic, irrespective of how others perceived the authority represented by the outer flames, which were closely tied to his superior. Throughout this journey, his superior had seldom made demands, and the evil spirit of fury feared being cast aside like a tattered garment. Now, filled with joy, he eagerly volunteered for the task and vanished in an instant. He resolved to temporarily set aside his territorial invasion mission to investigate the matter first. The issue of territory was nearly a foregone conclusion. Even in his absence, the encroachment process, though slow, would not significantly alter the overall situation. With the evil spirit of fury departed, Zhou Qing also chose not to linger. Upon hearing this news, he felt a profound sense of delight. "Poor Qian, I shall not seek you out, for fate will bring others to your doorstep." Zhou Qing was filled with joy. At that very moment, the various kings were also taking action. Is there indeed such a matter? Qian was besieged by a knight in Hammerstone City. And this knight was not one of the gods of light? From the depths of the abyss, a demon, its body resembling a colossal mountain, inquired. While it maintained a cordial relationship with Qian, it was uncertain if it would offer assistance in a time of crisis. Indeed, the king, one of its subordinates, replied. As this was mentioned, boundless magical energy surged around the abyssal demon, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence, suppressing all in its vicinity. While its tone transformed into one of grandeur, devoid of its previous caution. Qian was utterly incompetent. It was no wonder the Fire King mocked him. As a mere human knight had ensnared him in such a predicament, it seemed that this king must personally intervene. The abyssal demon exuded an extraordinary aura. It regarded human knights with disdain, and indeed, all of humanity was beneath its notice. For even the weakest demon of the abyss could wreak havoc in the human realm, instilling fear in countless mortals. Even the most lowly demon, if unleashed upon the world, could shake the very foundations of kingdoms. In days gone by, many of its underlings had left numerous legends within the human realm. Tales such as the undead demon king revealing secrets, only to be strangled to death by a princess. Leaving behind an undying corpse were countless. After all, they were demon kings, mere dust beneath the abyss. Those humans remained oblivious to the true nature of fear in the demon kings. Wherever our king treads, terror and destruction follow closely. The lords under its command responded in unison, their expressions filled with reverence. They set forth. In the profound depths, the heart of the land, Hammerstone City lay silent as iron. Ominous clouds obscured the sky, and thunder rumbled, filling the air with a palpable pressure, as if the heavens were on the verge of collapsing, weighing heavily on every heart. At the center of the castle, in the knight's main hall, a young man with a cold and resilient demeanor entered, cradling his helmet, his gaze as piercing as a winter night. Within the hall, dishes wafted enticing aromas, awaiting their master. The youth placed his helmet beside the table, sat down with poise, and elegantly moved his chopsticks to savor the food. However, the knowledgeable servants, witnessing this, felt a tempest of unease brewing within. How could he still eat? Did he have the heart to savor delicacies? Did he regard the terrifying entity trapped in Hammerstone as mere air? Regardless of the turmoil among the servants, the knight remained composed. consuming 2 bowls of rice and finishing a small bowl of fine wine before lifting his helmet and stepping outside once more. His strides were resolute. In a brief moment, he arrived at the core area of Hammerstone City. In the central region, a blizzard raged, although this area spanned no more than 100 meters. It was tightly ensnared by the storm. Amidst the howling winds, a silhouette bathed in starlight struggled against the snow, attempting to break free from its confines. Yet, as he moved left, the storm shifted left. As he moved right, the blizzard followed closely. Even more alarming was that the storm bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each flake that fell weighed heavily upon the starlit figure, who struggled to shake off the ice and snow clinging to him. Snow was omnipresent, occasionally heavy flakes crashing against the starlit body. If a flake struck his head, even he, radiant with starlight, would stumble, spewing frozen blood. The young knight stood at the edge of the snowstorm, one hand holding his helmet, the other gripping a spear, as still as a statue. Only his chilling gaze betrayed his humanity, distinguishing him from a lifeless sculpture. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Amidst the snowstorm, Ian Lannel, adorned in stardust, charged with all his might. Yet, engulfed in this abyssal dream, he remained unable to break free from this narrow storm circle surrounding him. Numerous guards and knights observed the scene. Their expressions varied, concealing a shared emotion of shock, disbelief, and more profound astonishment. They stood frozen, entranced. In the storm was Lannel, a being of godlike power, incomparable to humanity, who had once devoured planets, his strength unfathomable. Yet now, this fearsome presence was ensnared here, his wounds worsening. If this continued, this illustrious planet devourer might perish in this very place. Countless guards felt a chill of dread. They had vehemently opposed the knight's decision to wait here, deeming it a path to self-destruction. Yet now, reality had delivered a profound lesson. The knight they led was a creature far more terrifying than the planet devourer. The servants' gazes shifted from admiration to reverence, sensing that this youth had seemingly ascended to a divine status. The gap between him and the gods now diminished. Just as everyone was engulfed in this tense atmosphere, a sudden upheaval occurred. The dark sky appeared to be torn asunder, not merely seeming so, but truly being ripped apart. Thick clouds parted, revealing a colossal claw that blotted out the sun, sending waves of terror through countless creatures of Hammerstone City. Even the fierce wolves under the knight's command trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, their once rebellious spirits now reduced to mere terror. Amir's expression remained unfazed as he gazed upward, his eyes devoid of surprise, instead reflecting a semblance of expectation. Humans? A deep, terrifying voice echoed from the rift. And even a single claw was larger than a house. The abyssal demon emerged, its grotesque visage framed by enormous, bloodshot eyes that seemed to pierce the heavens, ultimately locking onto the diminutive Amir, to compel me to descend personally. Indeed, as a token of my appreciation, I shall bring forth fear and death. The demon's voice reverberated in every heart, spreading an instant wave of terror. Yet, this fear lingered for but a fleeting moment before a fiery brilliance violently shattered it. A celestial steed of flame soared through the sky, undeterred by the terrifying pressure from the abyss, carrying the knight like a shooting star toward the still incomplete form of the abyssal demon. The spear shot upward like a dragon, propelled by fierce winds and flames. This seemingly ordinary meteor-like fireball triggered a wave of panic among all onlookers. With a single strike, it twisted the very fabric of space. The space, once as calm as a still lake, warped and extended along the spear, sweeping toward the abyssal demon. The speed was terrifying. In an instant, a region of space distorted. The once flat continuum now rippled, and this distortion surged toward the abyssal demon's eyes, enveloping it in an instant. Surrounded by the warped space, the demon's body could not withstand such a tumultuous shift, leading to its flesh tearing apart, its form disintegrating under the overwhelming strain. Even its frail innards succumbing to the burden. Simultaneously, the demon's power was disrupted and ravaged, severely injuring the abyssal demon. This superfoe, one of the 10 kings, was left bloodied and battered in mere moments, without even a cry of pain, teetering on the brink of life and death. Reveal yourself. The cold command was issued. The flames dissipated, and the distorted space abruptly contracted. The demon was forcibly pulled from the rift in the sky, its massive, bloodied form crashing to the ground like a tattered rag, blood pouring down like a waterfall, its enormous frame slamming into the earth, causing the ground to collapse several feet. Dust swirling into the air. The demons trailing behind the abyssal demon stared in shock at the scene, only to cast fearful glances toward the calm and fearless knight at the exit, their strength drained, their faces devoid of color, fleeing in panic. As the demon's power waned, The enormous rift gradually closed. In the vast snowfield, the abyssal star devourer Qian witnessed this scene, nearly biting his tongue in shock. His eyes wide as he beheld the blood-soaked abyssal creature crash into the snow. A chill surged down his spine. How had this human knight become so terrifying? Could he truly withstand the force he had just unleashed? The more he contemplated this, the colder his heart grew, sending shivers down his spine and enveloping him in an icy dread. Indeed, he possessed the means to escape this place, yet he had yet to act. For the cost was exorbitant. At this moment, uncertainty began to take root within him. How could this human race possibly wield such terrifying power? What manner of ability was this? Qian felt an immense turmoil within his soul. He was not alone in this. Other formidable beings were equally astonished. Above the battlefield, a colossal spirit orb composed of a deathly aura loomed, filled with the eyes of countless souls, all gazing intently at the unfolding events in the distance. These eyes were perceptive, relaying messages. The target of this transmission was none other than Zhou Qing's renowned King Soul Castle. At this moment, Zhou Qing, Elia, and several other great beings gathered beneath the ancient tree of life, all profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. The King Soul Castle was bustling with visitors today. Ovi, Elia, Mo Wang, and several other sovereigns were convened here. The reason was straightforward. Ovi, as the goddess of death, could reach into any realm where life and death intertwined. Thus, after deliberation, Elia and her companions approached Zhou Qing, hoping to enlist Ovi's aid to witness the events firsthand. For the kings were all curious about Qian's predicament. Zhou Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, extended an invitation to Ovi, personally directing her actions. The once revered and exalted death goddess, akin to the 10 kings, felt a surge of indignation and frustration at being commanded in such a manner, nearly erupting in fury. Ultimately, her heart filled with resentment, she invoked the gaze of death, harnessing the power of mortality to unveil the battlefield through the eyes of the deceased. Hence, at the very moment the abyssal demon descended, it came into view for Zhou Qing and the others. This knight was formidable indeed. From what dread realm did such power originate? The 10 kings were all astounded. The magnitude of this force surpassed their comprehension, a sight never before witnessed. Yet, it bore a vulnerability. Should its speed falter, it would fall short. A steady voice resonated, prompting the 10 kings to nod in agreement. However, doubt lingered in their hearts. For this voice was somewhat unfamiliar, a sound they had not encountered before. They turned in unison, only to behold an enigmatic elven maiden. Her extraordinary beauty calm as she surveyed the unfolding scene, leaving the kings utterly astonished. How could this native girl possess such insight and remain so composed? Truly intriguing. King Soul, may I indulge in some play? One of the 10 kings' eyes gleamed with excitement. Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, a fiery gunshot pierced his throat, propelling his body backward until he was pinned against the wall. Begone! Zhou Qing's originally cheerful disposition was utterly shattered by this individual. Wang Han, how dare you strike at me for the sake of a mere native? The 10 kings, incensed by the attack, radiated their titles with a brilliant glow. He was a formidable being, an eldritch entity capable of devouring deities. When assaulted, his shimmering aura fractured, revealing his true form, a grotesque sorcerer clad in a dark robe. His hideous visage now grotesquely contorted. Eldritch, your existence is no longer warranted. Zhou Qing seethed with fury. Very well, I shall support your claim. Always I sparkled with intrigue. She harbored a strong aversion to the deity-devouring entity and eagerly anticipated the internal strife between Zhou Qing and this monster, hoping to witness Eldritch's downfall at their hands. Death descends. As Zhou Qing took a step forward, flames erupted from his hand, dazzling and fierce, descending before Eldritch. With a powerful slap, he reduced the latter to ashes. King Soul, I shall return. Eldritch, filled with rage, ultimately left behind a pair of glaring eyes, consumed by the flames. The other kings exchanged glances, expressing their astonishment at the decisiveness of King Soul amidst the 10 kings. Yet, the 10 kings were not easily vanquished. The entanglements of enmity and affection among them were as numerous as the stars. Striking one another was not uncommon. As long as they refrained from provoking each other's strongholds and undermining their foundations, the damage inflicted on both sides remained limited. King Soul, this is merely a common occurrence, remarked Ilya, casting a mocking glance at the distant Elfine. The elven woman, though a native, had surprisingly gained the special favor of King Soul. Well then, Ovelia is my territory. Such matters shall not be mentioned henceforth. After swatting away the pesky flies, Zhou Qing felt considerably more at ease. He then inquired, Elfine, do you understand what kind of power that was? It is the power of space, Elfine replied, her expression complex. Unable to fathom why that malevolent being would utter such words. Already shaken to her core, she sensed that if Zhou Qing harbored the intention to send her away, she would be utterly powerless to resist. Little did she expect that Zhou Qing had acted without hesitation, immediately striking down one of the 10 kings. The elf lowered her head, a certain stubbornness within her shattering abruptly. It is the power of space. Hearing this, the remaining 10 kings exchanged glances. They had considered it. But the stronger they became, the more they understood that certain powers were nearly impossible to control. They could tear through dimensions and manifest at will. Yet mastering such power was out of the question. Thus, they refrained from dwelling on it further. A mere human race, capable of mastering the art of space. Ilya could no longer contain herself. I too am a being of flesh. What grievances do I hold? The Ink King timely reminded her. No, Ilya shook her head. There are 2 humans present. To speak ill would be to offend them both, especially one who has just revealed a savage side by casually slaying a king. Regardless of the power, it is undeniably formidable. Zhou Qing gazed at the scene on the screen, unable to suppress his elation. In summary, Lanel would undoubtedly be unable to escape this predicament, thus sparing me the trouble of pursuing him. Zhou Qing's joy was palpable. The remaining 10 kings exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting curiosity. This knight is exceptional, quite to my liking. Zhou Qing spoke, expressing great satisfaction with the human knight. The visage seemed familiar, perhaps due to the full suit of armor, which made the sense of affinity quite natural. Zhou Qing gently shook his head. Zhou Qing gently pinched the tip of his nose, not out of fear, but rather from an inexplicable sense of wonder. Shouldn't the Celestial Knight's powers be revealed only after players have completed the subsequent chapters, following a series of intricate plot developments? How is it that Amir has grown so rapidly, mastering the way of space with such finesse, and upon his first appearance, effortlessly vanquished the 2 great kings? It seems like just yesterday he was an inexperienced young knight, leading a team to defeat, accompanied by his mentor to the grave, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has ascended to the ranks of unparalleled masters. The Fire King, he recognizes you. The multitude of kings stood in astonishment. While it was not surprising for them to know the other kings, the recognition of the Fire King was particularly peculiar, as even among the deities of the Radiant Realm, few were aware of his newly acquired status. How could a mere mortal knight possibly know him? I share a history with this knight. Zhou Qing gently caressed the bridge of his nose, wearing an air of indifference. What old grievances linger? The nobles listened intently, while nearby, the fair-eyed elf sparkled with curiosity. It was not a grand affair, merely the past slaying of his mentor and the casual theft of his beloved, trivial matters indeed. I had initially thought little of it. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Qing gently shook her head, her words exuding an indifference that cast a pall over the surroundings. Goodness, the theft of love, the murder of a mentor, the slaying of colleagues, all trivialized with such nonchalance. Qian, may fortune favor you. Indeed, both Ilya and the Ink King hastily distanced themselves, making it abundantly clear that they bore no connection to this deeply rooted enmity. Meanwhile, outside the door, the elf Qian wore a frosty expression. She had long recognized that a demon is ultimately a demon, forever unchangeable. In her fury, she slammed the door behind her. The fleeting uplift in her spirits plummeted back to frostiness in an instant. Alas, how dreadful. Zhou Qing felt a deep sense of regret. He had been solely focused on completing his task, unaware that it would lead to such a lively spectacle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gaming realm, the players' enthusiasm burned with fervor. With the long-anticipated update of the game featuring the Heavenly Knight Amir's provocative battle finally unveiled, surprisingly completed several days in advance, players, upon logging in, were immediately greeted by a magnificent scene. The Sky Knight, wielding unparalleled might, ruthlessly vanquished 2 top-tier kings, leaving all players in awe of his strength. If this left ordinary players stunned and elite players perplexed, the subsequent scene invigorated everyone's spirits. The elite players finally grasped the significance of this battle. It was the prologue to a grand narrative quest, offering players a chance to thrive amidst adversity, a challenge from the invincible Sky Knight Amir. They pondered, scarcely able to believe it, yet filled with exhilaration. Whether novices or veterans, all cried out in joy. To witness such a formidable boss fall so easily was astonishing. Goodness! This knight is terrifying. With a single strike, he obliterated the abyssal demon, truly invincible. Players marveled, and then erupted in jubilation. This knight was to challenge the Flame King. Suddenly, a surge of fervor washed over them, as if envisioning the knight piercing the Flame King's heart with a single thrust. Even as a fan of the Flame King, I, too, longed to witness such a moment. Players laughed uncontrollably, recalling how many had suffered under the Flame King's tyranny, questioning the very meaning of their existence. How wonderful! Even Zeus, at this moment, could not suppress the tumult within, clenching his fist in boundless delight. At last, the Flame King would face judgment. Joy radiated from Zeus's countenance. Though the Flame King was a top-tier powerhouse, the knight had single-handedly dispatched 2 elite opponents, reducing them to dust. Such combat prowess could surely overcome the Flame King. How thrilling! The player community rejoiced, some even replaying the scene multiple times, subsequently becoming ardent fans of Ymir. Eagerly anticipating the moment he would strike the Flame King's heart. The system itself seemed to be avenging us against the wicked knight. Players celebrated, reminiscing about the times they had been mercilessly slaughtered, the agony of their shattered spirits, and the unbearable torment they had endured, leading some to abandon the game entirely. The tides had finally turned. Today, it was their turn to hold their heads high, with newfound protection behind them. Who would dare harvest their lives in the sanctuary now? Thousands of players felt a surge of joy, finding a sense of security. This update was nothing short of a stroke of genius. I could offer 1,000 praises and feel it insufficient. 1,000? It should be 10,000. Come on, I can hardly wait to dive into the game. Players' spirits soared as they plunged into the world of combat. In an instant, those who had participated in the challenge received a task notification, all sharing the same anticipation. After all, when the update was announced, many top professional players had already speculated that it would come with a mission to regain face, which, if performed well, might reduce the dungeon difficulty from its torturous state to ordinary, or even revert it to simple. Let me see what the task entails. Zeus opened the task list. Ding. A grand narrative, the revenge of the Sky Knight, is about to unfold. Player objective: intervene in the revenge plot. Assist the Sky Knight. Hint: if the revenge succeeds, the difficulty will be lowered to simple. The revenge of the Sky Knight. Zeus, despite his careful calculations, had not foreseen that the task would unfold in such a manner. What is revenge? Only those who have endured humiliation and suffered greatly can truly seek vengeance. The revenge of the Sky Knight stirred ripples in Zeus's heart as he opened the task details, meticulously studying the narrative steeped in sorrowful background. Within the martial world, tales of swordsmen have always lingered. When Ymir first set foot in this realm, he solemnly vowed to uphold the knightly virtues of humility, bravery, kindness, and integrity, never yielding to even the most treacherous or mad adversaries. Ymir traversed the world, executing his sacred mission to vanquish evil forces and liberate the land plagued by nightmares. All imbued with his deep love, they journeyed across the seas, dispelling the shadows of countless ominous places, spreading the light of hope, and year after year, they became the beacon of righteousness. With Binna's unwavering support and meticulous care, Ymir's selfless goodwill and chivalric spirit intertwined, their love profound and inseparable. Even when faced with spine-chilling despair, they never uttered defeat. Each trial only honed their skills further. Together, Ymir and Binna traversed the martial arts world, vanquishing foes that had once ensnared them in peril. Quick to respond, they battled demons and monsters, their resolve unwavering in the pursuit of justice and peace, destined for victory. This was a cruel task. However, this flawless duo executed it impeccably until that fateful day arrived. Rumors spoke of a ferocious dragon threatening the city, and Ymir and Binna encountered the most formidable adversary of their time. With cunning, they sought opportunities for victory, but just as triumph seemed within reach, a demon born from raging flames intervened. Ymir and Binna had faced abyssal beasts before, yet they had never encountered such a chilling presence. In the moment of confrontation, the demon employed Ymir's greatest fear, ruthlessly snatching away his heart before vanishing into the abyss. Alone, Ymir fought valiantly, yet his faith had been extinguished, until that legendary knight, who was also his mentor, bravely challenged the demon to restore Ymir's faith, but tragically perished at the hands of their foe. Ymir lost his last kin. Yet he stood tall once more, returning to his path, empty-handed but resolutely stronger than ever, charging forward. The demon, due to its heinous acts, had forged an invincible adversary that made even the abyss tremble. Ymir's knightly oath shattered, the just swordsman fell into darkness, drawing upon the power of legends. At this moment, he embarked on a journey to eradicate the abyssal beings, his resolve unyielding and indomitable, willing to sacrifice himself, fearless in the face of death. But before reckoning with the abyss, what Ymir yearned most was to wrench the fiery demon's head mercilessly from its twisted bones. Death would be their sole conclusion. The airborne swordsman Amir acted upon this conviction. Even if he stood alone, he would see it through to the end. Upon hearing the tale's beginning, Zeus felt a stirring within his heart. The malevolent Flame King was truly devoid of humanity. Bitterness surged within Zeus. At this moment, countless players were equally stirred with empathy. The Flame King's shameful cruelty was appalling. Fortunately, there was Amir to avenge us. To slay the Flame King with our own hands. The players erupted in passionate fervor, lamenting Amir's tragic fate. His beloved first fell into enemy hands, followed by his mentor who perished in an attempt to awaken him. This flame of vengeance ignited their righteous indignation. Thankfully, Amir stood resilient. This time, the Flame King could not escape his fate. Originally, one believed that the Salary King was merely cruel, yet his true nature proved to be far more malevolent. The players from the Elven faction, filled with indignation, could not restrain their anger, with one audaciously cursing, "Salary King, you wretched." Lingo was momentarily stunned, and ultimately gazed at Zhou Qing, hesitating to advance further. Her diminished power drifting away like mist. Initially, their fury burned bright as they arrived, fueled by annoyance, only to have their passion extinguished by a few cold words, leaving them utterly dejected. How pitiful Lingo is! Alas, she should not have ventured into the domain of the God King. It is far too cruel. The players expressed their sympathy and lamentation. My poor Linger suffers greatly. In the realm of Huaxia, a specter observed it all with sorrowful eyes, filled with compassion. Throughout his life of carefree indulgence, he had deeply loved many women, yet Linger held a special place in his heart. Now, he was shrouded in melancholy. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang, caught in her own thoughts, was left speechless. Yet, one could anticipate that the God King, being a bard, would elicit tears from countless heroes. Lin Shuang chuckled lightly, feeling ripples of emotion within. She had initially thought the God King faced dire straits, only to be astounded by the realization after accepting the quest that the once unstoppable celestial knight endured a tragically grim fate, his beloved taken from him, his mentor murdered. All of this served to highlight the God King's terror and wickedness, a force that neither players nor natives could withstand. What was assumed to be the celestial knight's strength against evil turned out to reveal the knight as the most tragic figure of all. Nearby, veteran players sighed in resignation, some even unable to suppress their laughter, for they found themselves under the God King's banner. Indeed, the reality aligned with Lin Shuang's thoughts. Among thousands of players, only a select few were moved by the narrative's depth, while the majority regarded it as a mere legend. However, for those who had high hopes, upon witnessing the truth, a chill began to creep into their hearts. Heaven forbid, the once invincible Iron Knight, who was expected to vanquish the God King, now found himself ensnared in misfortune, his plight more sorrowful than imagined. Alas, according to the game's conventions, this might herald a series of unforeseen events. The players were engulfed in a sense of foreboding. Initially anticipating the Iron Knight's overwhelming force to strike down the God King, they now saw a fragile knight enduring humiliation, ultimately rising against the odds. Yet even in this resurgence, the knight had once suffered the God King's admonition, as recorded in history. Amir, once a figure of great renown, had still faced defeat at the hands of the God King. They fervently wished for Amir to soar high once more. Many players felt trepidation, fearing that Amir might be gravely harmed by the malevolent God King, evoking memories of a day when the guardian of the temple lay lifeless. Among the players, emotions swirled tumultuously. Linger stood in shock, eventually catching a glimpse of Zhou Qing's resolve, which rendered her speechless, and she timidly retreated. What had begun as fiery outrage now felt like a splash of cold water, leaving her spirits plummeting. Her heart ached for Linger's plight. Alas, why must Lingo challenge the domain of the God King? It is indeed cruel. The players, in unison, expressed their compassion. My poor Linger, beset by misfortune, truly suffers. In the foundational lands of Huaxia, the specter continued to observe with sorrowful eyes, imbued with empathy. He led a life of unrestrained indulgence, enamored with numerous beauties. Yet Linger was the sole recipient of his profound affection. In this moment of reflection, Lin Shuang fell silent. Nevertheless, the God King, a bard at heart, would likely have countless players tearfully awaiting his song. Lin Shuang contemplated, a smile gracing her lips, for she had witnessed the God King's supposed crisis, only to discover through the quest that the knight, once a harbinger of doom, was in fact beset by a tragic fate, losing his beloved and mentor alike, revealing the God King's deep-seated malevolence, posing a threat to all. What was thought to be the unparalleled knight's might against darkness turned out to reveal the knight as the greatest victim of tragedy. In a corner, several seasoned players expressed their sentiments, unable to contain their mirth, as they currently stood under the God King's banner. The reality was as Lin Shuang had surmised. Among thousands of players, only a mere few were swayed by the narrative's backdrop, while the majority regarded it as a tale of myth. Yet, those with high expectations, upon witnessing the reality, felt a chilling wave wash over them. Goodness, the once invincible Iron Knight, destined to obliterate the God King, now found himself entangled in calamity. His suffering more profound than words could convey. This bodes ill. According to the game's conventions, there may very well be tumultuous changes ahead. The players felt a chill in their hearts. They had expected the Iron Knight to arrive with overwhelming force, poised to slay the God King. Yet, the reality revealed a fragile knight enduring torment, ultimately rising to reclaim his strength. However, even in Resurgence, he had once learned harsh lessons from the God King. The narrative recounted how Amir, once a titan of might, renowned across the lands, had still fallen to the God King's hand. They fervently hoped for Amir's triumphant return. Many players trembled at the thought of Amir being consumed by the God King's darkness, fearing a resurgence of the memory of the Temple Guardian's lifeless body. Among the players, emotions intertwined in a complex tapestry. Each adventurer was immersed in immense joy. Alas, such a high-level mission is beyond comprehension. I had never fathomed what a task of this caliber would entail. Behold, eliminate the Flame King. Such a daunting trial is classified as a low-level task. Surely the planners are toying with our resolve. The adventurers surveyed the scene, their spirits collapsing like a crumbling edifice. The Flame King, who had vanquished countless heroes, had even brought the once invincible champion to ruin, his family shattered, his life in tatters. A divine presence of such magnitude reduced to an inconspicuous task. At this juncture, a player suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with excitement and fervor. I shall give it a try. Upon his declaration, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Countless eyes fixated on him, brimming with astonishment and skepticism. Many expressed pity, secretly lamenting that this young player lacked maturity. Yet the one who proposed the challenge felt a chill coursing up his spine, cold sweat forming on his brow. His previously fervent enthusiasm dissipated in an instant, and doubt began to creep in. Perhaps it was best not to pursue this after all. Let us complete the Iron Knight's task. We should trace Amir's path. He must have faced countless demons and monsters to earn his legendary status. The elite adventurers engaged in fervent discussions, resolutely embarking on their quest. This was akin to true knights alleviating the woes of a village to earn honor. The elites grasped the profound meaning of their undertaking, even as players. Amir was once a renowned hero, now a transcendent figure challenging 20 warlords. For the player community, although Amir had once suffered under the shadow of the Flame King, his stature remained exalted, truly a leader among players. The greater the achievement, the higher the renown. Surely, they would gain Amir's approval in the future. If they reached a certain level, they might even form a knightly alliance with Amir. However, this path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. As the story unfolds, Amir indeed commanded a formidable team. Thus, the adventurers speculated on the difficulty level. There was no doubt that winning Amir's favor would not be an easy feat, requiring them to become renowned far and wide. Otherwise, they might only play a trivial role within the narrative. Unleash your strength, knights. The adventurer named Zeus cried out passionately, his eyes aflame with fervor. His heart swelled with steadfast belief in his high ranking and confidence. Yet, he was not content with merely achieving a high rank. He harbored a grander ambition to become the very best, to surpass the legendary Amir and emerge as a pivotal figure in this quest. Zeus knew well his extraordinary abilities. Yet this was not the end. He yearned to challenge his limits, transcend his own boundaries, and showcase his true strength. His gaze radiated an indomitable resolve, as if he were prepared to trample all obstacles beneath his feet. In this fiercely competitive world, Zeus comprehended that only through relentless effort and unwavering forward momentum could he realize his aspirations. He held a steadfast belief that with sufficient dedication, he could surmount any adversity and reach the pinnacle of success. A blazing flame ignited within his heart, propelling him onward, never to surrender. Without hesitation, Zeus immersed himself in the endeavor, swiftly formulating strategies, procuring armor and steeds, and commencing his journey from the humble village, gradually vanquishing the surrounding monstrosities to establish his reputation. Meanwhile, in the shadowy realm of the Black Hole Fortress, two supreme entities sat regally upon their thrones. The abyssal demon, still bearing the scars of his injuries, presented a ghastly visage, his massive form marred by unspeakable wounds. Yet, it was not merely the agony of the flesh that tormented him, but the internal organs ruptured by the distortion of space itself. I never anticipated that wretch could warp space to such an extent. Had I not employed spatial displacement in time, I might have met my demise. The abyssal demon articulated, a tremor of dread lacing his deep, gravelly voice, as if it echoed from the very depths of hell. Humph! Merely an insignificant insect dares to strike at us. Once I have recuperated, I shall ensure he pays dearly. The Dark King bellowed, emanating an aura of formidable power that sent shivers down the spine. There is no need for haste, although that individual possesses certain abilities. He does not pose a genuine threat to us. We must first devise a means to restore our strength before seeking retribution, the abyssal demon coolly assessed. Indeed, you make a valid point. However, the force of this spatial distortion is exceedingly peculiar. We must discover a method to counteract it, the Dark King mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Perhaps we can extract answers from that wretch. His ability to wield such power implies he knows how to subdue it. If we capture him, we can compel him to divulge the secrets, proposed the abyssal demon. A splendid idea. Once my wounds heal, we shall promptly set forth to locate that pest. This time, we shall ensure his utter annihilation. The Dark King's eye shimmered with a cold, murderous glint. Fortunate indeed was he to reside in darkness, nourished by its malevolent power. Otherwise, he would have long ceased to exist. Even so, his pain remained severe. The injuries sustained in the light contrasted starkly with those endured in the shadowy domain. The latter, no matter how grave, could be remedied through self-destruction, allowing one to once again radiate their former sinister vitality. In stark contrast, wounds inflicted in the realm of light would endure eternally, offering no respite even in death, but rather exacerbating the agony. He must await the dissipation of those injuries and the lingering effects of the rules before he could regain his once dominant abyssal form. Meanwhile, in the opposing realm, Yliner found himself similarly ensnared in despair. Once the illustrious sovereign of the stars, where he traversed, starlight flourished, his current condition was far from auspicious. On that fateful day, Yliner unveiled the terrifying might of the 10 Kings, unleashing a tempest of fury as he swept through a domain bathed in radiant holy light, executing a brutal purge that plunged the land into a hellish nightmare, ensnaring even players within this cataclysmic quest. This spectacle left all rulers in a state of shock. A piercing scream echoed as a player fell victim to Yliner's grip, only to be mercilessly hurled to the ground, vanishing in a flash of white light. This is utterly ruthless. One player gasped in terror. Indeed, Yliner is even more terrifying after suffering at the hands of the knights, another player concurred. All were players who had ventured into this mysterious land in search of system quests. However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, fear and unease gripped their hearts. What manner of place is this? How can such horrific beasts exist? One player stammered. I do not know, but we must complete the quest, otherwise we cannot escape. Another player resolutely replied. Thus, these intrepid players engaged in fierce combat against Yliner. Aware that this battle could cost them their lives, they pressed on relentlessly. Damn it. This guy's attack power is too formidable. One player exclaimed. Watch out, he's charging again. Another warned. In this heart-stopping battle, players experimented with various strategies and techniques, hoping to overcome this powerful foe. Yet, Yliner's prowess far exceeded their expectations, with each assault plunging them deeper into despair. Just then, one player suddenly discerned Yliner's vulnerability. Everyone, pay attention. Yliner's eyes appear to be his weak point. He shouted in excitement. Hearing this, the other players concentrated their fire on Yliner's eyes. Indeed, as their attacks landed, Yliner's movements began to slow. Excellent. It's working. Keep attacking. A player cried out, filled with exhilaration. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, the players triumphed over Yliner. They exhaled in relief, exclaiming, we truly escaped death this time. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely the beginning. A pall of horror descended upon one player, for within that secret realm lay a sea of blood, littered with corpses, rivers of crimson flowing through the valley, and a miasma of decay pervading the entire domain, a scene that inspired dread. This is too terrifying. Nightmares will surely accompany me now, the player thought. Panic etched upon his face, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes wide, as if beholding something nightmarishly grotesque. In another domain, the other rulers stood in astonished camaraderie, gazing into the distance with eyes ablaze with awe and trepidation. One ruler furrowed his brow and murmured, Yliner must have gone mad. The others nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with apprehension and fear towards the entity known as Yliner. This figure seemed to have transcended the bounds of human comprehension, becoming dangerously insane. His power was unfathomable, leaving them to wonder what further calamities he might unleash. Another ruler voiced his concerns. His strength is simply unimaginable. We cannot fathom what he may do next. Silence enveloped the assembly, an undercurrent of unease surging through them. In this enigmatic world, Yaliner's name loomed like a shadow over all. His presence instilled fear, yet simultaneously ignited a fierce determination within their hearts. Faced with such a formidable adversary, they must continually augment their strength to safeguard themselves and those they hold dear. In the dark and secretive realm of the Burning Legion, its sovereign, Ilya, could not help but reflect on these matters. She found it incomprehensible why Yaliner would engage in such foolish actions, deeming his conduct profoundly ignorant. Injured and yet daring to delve into the realm of light, should he encounter further misfortune there, his wounds would only worsen, leading to his potential downfall in this trivial chasm. Moreover, to unleash his wrath over an ordinary secret realm was an act she scorned. Had she endured such a grave humiliation, she would have sought vengeance upon her foes upon recovery, rather than venting her rage on a mere secret realm. As one of the 10 kings, what did a single defeat truly signify? The sacrifices Yaliner had made to destroy a planet, the hardships he had endured, none of it could have been achieved without an unyielding spirit. He is truly regressing as time passes, she mused. Ilya sighed. As her voice faded, a cold chuckle emerged from the shadows. It would be inappropriate to label him as foolish. Did you not witness the fury with which Yaliner smashed his belongings? Even the Star Devourer's main hall was not spared? A dark silhouette emerged from the darkness. Ilya was not surprised by this unexpected visitor, but rather perplexed by the question. Why was he angry? The losses he had suffered were irreversible. Could they possibly be rectified? The 10 kings were not entities lacking in profound depth. Such immense losses would only incite fierce retribution and suppressed rage, not provoke anger. For once fury surpasses its limits, what remains is only indifference and concealed desires for vengeance. Previously, Ilya had thought Yaliner sought revenge, but upon hearing of his destruction of the castle, she realized he was merely angry, which seemed rather peculiar. Yaliner's experiences far exceeded the bounds of mere anger. He was not simply returning home after being kicked and venting his frustrations by breaking things, but had nearly lost his life yet still chose to destroy his own belongings. Was not such anger a manifestation of helplessness and folly? What was his purpose in demolishing objects? Ilya wondered. Hiki. The Dark King chuckled softly. For the Flame King. That warrior. Born for the Flame King, he truly sought to confront the Flame Monarch. Yaliner was merely collateral damage. He had already harbored ambitions towards the Flame King, yet now he bore the blame for him. At this thought, the Dark King could not help but laugh. That night's sudden appearance was indeed perilous. For the 10 kings, unfamiliar with his true power, were bound to become complacent. Once they let their guard down, they would pay a terrible price, and now Yaliner and the Abyss Lord had taken on this penalty for the Flame King. All right. Ilya instantly grasped the situation, her eyes transforming into crescent-shaped glimmers. After a brief silence, she stroked her chin, somewhat perplexed. What had that human knight experienced? In truth, this was the hidden origin of the game's dungeon. Adventurers traversed through labyrinthine realms, slaying 34 overlords before reaching the ultimate secret realm, where they would confront the former bearer of the sacred flame, and at that moment, the door to the dungeon would close. In the past, within the world of virtual reality 33, even at the cost of 1,000 lives, there remained a glimmer of hope for success. Yet now, the rules had been revamped, and failure was now a certainty. Initially, only 34 realms were opened. But now the original lands had been expanded, with vast territories emerging endlessly. Such grandeur was unprecedented. Ilya could not help but exclaim, "It is astonishing that even entrenched in the dark abyss, one can still reach for the light. What is there to be surprised about? Have not the 34 kings transformed into 36? Furthermore, these flame kings are unbound by divine imprints, free and unfettered, evoking a sense of dread." The Dark King revealed a smile, facing challenges that were already formidable. The addition of 2 more powerful foes was merely the norm. The path of kings has never been easy, and now is the time for validation. His gaze suddenly sharpened. There must be a reason why that knight was chosen. Could it be that he shares no deep-seated enmity with the current Flame King? Details aside, let us see how the Flame King responds. The Dark King chuckled again. The 34 emperors, ascending to become the 10 great leaders, faced challenges of unimaginable difficulty, some strong enough to command gods as mere servants. Thus the assembly of kings came into being. To be a king is to bear responsibility. If one is too weak, they can only become sacrificial offerings. Those lacking sufficient strength are fundamentally unworthy of kingship. Otherwise, how could the majesty of kings be underscored? This time, we shall not meddle in their affairs. The kings have neither the time nor the inclination to address outside intrusions, especially since the sacred flame imposes restrictions on them, preventing them from acting with impunity. Now that a formidable champion has arisen from the original lands, the kings may finally have the authority to intervene. This is also what makes Zhou Qing fearsome. For he has achieved kingship through his own strength, unencumbered by the sacred flame, free to move as he pleases. Should any invader catch his eye, he can immediately act against them. Yet, they cannot do the same, like that Sword King, if he were to be slain. They would have no choice but to stand by helplessly. Do not take it to heart. The Dark King smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no need for concern. He explained that this was, in fact, a test and trial for them. Aaliyah nodded upon hearing this. Yet her smile gradually deepened. She gritted her teeth and said, "That detestable Zhou Qing, once so insignificant and lowly, dares to attempt to shake my resolve. Now, this is his just deserts." The Dark King silently observed, a tremor stirring within him. He understood that past, when the flame first appeared, Zhou Qing had seized the spoils of the Burning Legion, encroaching upon Aaliyah's territorial interests. Though it was a minor affair, it inexplicably left a lasting impression on Aaliyah's heart. Indeed, women are known to harbor grudges. One must not easily provoke Aaliyah. He silently cautioned himself. Finally, he could gauge the true strength of this Flame King. That Sky Knight would undoubtedly give him a headache. Aaliyah secretly rejoiced. As one of the 10 great kings, Zhou Qing seemed almost too fortunate. Encountering some difficulties would be reasonable. However, her smile quickly froze, her expression darkening. As she received an alarming message, her territory had been invaded by that audacious Sky Knight. What madness is this? Not only does he fail to avenge past grievances, but day after day he covets the lands of others, and now he dares to infringe upon my territory. Aaliyah seethed with rage. Her fury surged for her. Territory was of paramount importance, yet it was wholly seized by a single knight in an instant, twisting her face with anger. The wisdom of the spirit realm surged within Liana, and finally, she made a decision. She would pen a letter of respect. Elves are always clear about debts of gratitude and grievances, although her sovereign had some enmity with the supreme overlord of the devouring Star Fortress. She understood that gratitude must be expressed as gratitude, and resentment as resentment. The two must be distinct. "Sovereign, I shall take my leave now." Liana spoke softly. Go ahead, and have the maid bring me 2 cups of fruit wine." Zhou Qing responded affirmatively. "Very well, I shall arrange it immediately." Liana nodded slightly, then departed, instructing 2 elves to bring along the finest fruit wine. Without further hesitation, she took up her pen and began to compose a letter, subsequently summoning the swift-winged spirit bird to deliver it. Only then did she turn her attention to the myriad complex memorials that awaited her. As matters from all corners of Avel urgently required her attention, it was truly unexpected how Amir's advancement occurred with such lightning speed. Atop the ancient tree of life, Zhou Qing savored the fruit wine. The elven race, while abstaining from flesh, had mastered every other culinary skill to perfection, whether brewing fruit into wine or preparing exquisite dishes. Their creations were rich and aromatic, enveloping one in sheer delight. "This matter cannot be delayed any longer. It would be wise for me to make a personal visit." Zhou Qing felt that the persistent issues must be resolved. Otherwise, should Amir's mindset shatter, he might not only launch an assault on other lords but could also turn his ire towards this place. Should conflict arise, Zhou Qing would find himself in a most vexing predicament. After all, the expanse of Oville was not vast, and given the astounding might of the Sky Knights, it would undoubtedly incite widespread turmoil and devastation. In the face of life and death, it would be far better to embrace a swift demise. Zhou Qing, having consumed the last drop, stood up and summoned a flicker of flame at his fingertips. In an instant, as the flames danced, his figure vanished without a trace. Soon, within the darkened temple, the flickering flame revealed a silhouette surrounded by a raging fire. It was Zhou Qing. He was here to penetrate the domain of the primal races and deliver a thunderous strike to eradicate any potential threats. The lords were struck with awe. Upon witnessing the abrupt emergence of this being in the dark temple, reverence and respect filled their eyes. One of the top 10 sovereigns had appeared. Was he preparing to embark on a journey to the realm of light? Was he planning to confront that knight? It seemed likely. After all, that knight had dared to provoke the sovereign, and such insolence could not be tolerated. The lords, anxious and troubled amidst the turmoil, eagerly anticipated the sovereign's intervention, especially with 2 of the top 10 sovereigns severely injured and the rampaging knight instilling both fear and annoyance. The prospect of the sovereign taking action was indeed exhilarating. At the same moment, the top 10 sovereigns received the news. What? The sovereign was about to act? Elia, receiving the news immediately, felt a mix of surprise and joy. She had even considered stepping in herself. How dare that arrogant knight assume there was no one to challenge him in the dark realm? If the sovereign was taking action, she had to join in as well. Clenching her teeth, she resolved to teach him a lesson for daring to infringe upon her territory, regardless of whether the sovereign had given notice. In the star-devouring fortress, Qian was taken aback, his expression turning solemn. Logically, if he were cautious, the human knight should not be able to harm him. Yet, if it came to a confrontation, he found it quite troublesome. He had expected the knight to provoke the sovereign first, but had not anticipated the sovereign to act preemptively. This indicated considerable confidence. Thinking of the sovereign, Qian felt a pang of anger, primarily due to the indignation of being so easily provoked. Simultaneously, in the realm of the dead, within the death god's temple. This was no ordinary hall. It resembled a celestial paradise. The open temple was filled with lush greenery, where animals roamed peacefully, accompanied by babbling brooks and warm springs. At this moment, deep within the temple's warm waters, Ovi was enveloped in steam, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, mingling with the clear spring water. Her expression one of serene contentment. Suddenly, a flicker of ethereal light flashed by. Subsequently, on the grassy bank, a young girl appeared, quietly seated amidst the grass. It was the queen of the underworld, Xiaoyu. Would you like to join me for a soak? The water has the essence of the elven holy spring, which I obtained through negotiation with that woman from Oville. At this point, Ovi, who had been in high spirits, felt a twinge of disappointment as a deity. She had to negotiate for items. However, negotiation was necessary. The detestable sovereign had forcibly seized the treasure of Oville, slapping her with humiliation that she could not forget. Because of this disgrace, she dared not forcibly seize anything. She had to negotiate for whatever she desired. Are you not anxious? Zhou Qing is gone to confront the knight, Xiaoyu remarked, blinking. Ovi instantly sprang to her feet, water droplets clinging to her form. Disregarding her appearance, her eyes fixed on Xiaoyu, astonished. Did you say the sovereign has likely already set out? Panic washed over Ovi's face. What if something happens to him? What shall I do? Xiaoyu fell silent. Xiaoyu, take me with you. We must hurry. Ovi could no longer remain still, for as Zhou Qing's servant, her fate was entwined with his. That loathsome knight, whom she initially wished to avoid, was now courting disaster. He would have to face the consequences of his actions. Ovi seethed with rage, feeling an unprecedented sense of peril. Though Zhou Qing was despicable, he had yet to take her life, only causing her some distress. However, the realm of light had become a vortex of danger. If those ancient beings dared to intervene, they would surely meet their demise. Ovi radiated an aura of determination. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu took hold of Ovi, and the two vanished without a trace. As they entered the Dark Night domain, they found Zhou Qing had already departed the depths of the temple, his steps having crossed into the void. Ovi kicked aside a shadow and seized a city guard, her beauty akin to the stars, now overshadowed by a fierce light. Ovi, ever the shapeshifter, frequently appeared as a cute young girl. Though she was the goddess of death, she was unwilling to embody decay. At this moment, she resembled a 17-year-old maiden, exuding beauty intertwined with a sense of bloodlust, her slender hands easily constricting the guard's neck. Tell me, where can I find the Flame King? The Emperor has already teleported to the realm of spiritual light. The guard trembled, unable to withstand the intimidating presence of the death deity, his knees quaking. I am well aware he is in the realm of spiritual light. I seek his precise location. Ovi's eyes glimmered with cold light, harboring a deadly intent. I truly do not know. Then there is no need for mercy. Ovi's gaze flashed fiercely. In an instant, within the dim hall, a blinding flame insignia sliced through the silence, followed by a hand, as delicate as moonlight, brushing against Ovi's arm. Who goes there? Ovi arched an eyebrow. Release your subordinate. Ovi. Elia appeared, having just witnessed the impending slaughter. Humph. Spotting her, Ovi's derision was palpable, her murderous intent slightly receding as she cast Elia aside like refuse. Are you also here to find him? Ovi inquired, commanding her subordinates from the city of the dead to seek Zhou Qing's whereabouts while conversing with Elia. As the goddess of death, she commanded countless city guards and realized her earlier anxiety had led to an unwarranted lapse in composure. If the Flame King were so easily vanquished, how could he endure in this world? Elia chuckled lightly, about to say more when one of Ovi's subordinates approached cautiously to report, My lord, we have located the Flame King's teleportation point. It is in a realm of spiritual light that is yet to fall. Yet to fall? Both women paused momentarily, then immediately comprehended the implications. The Flame King intended to conquer the territory? Was he not supposed to confront that airborne knight? Elia felt puzzled. Perhaps the Flame King is also at a loss regarding that knight. which is why he has adopted this approach, Elia pondered. You are overcomplicating matters. The Lord of Darkness smiled. Zhou Qing is simply too disinterested to scour the world for that night. He will conquer a city and wait for the airborne knight to come to him. The two women were momentarily speechless. How could such a serious mission be approached with such nonchalance? Given this, he should be safe for now. I feel somewhat relieved. Ovi sighed, yet she remained vigilant. Let us depart. She turned to Xiaoyu. I will join as well. Are you not supposed to teach that knight a lesson? Wei regarded Ilia with a wary gaze. Her disdain for the woman palpable. Despite Ilia's seemingly fragile exterior, she had ascended to the throne following the fall of another deity, her strength unfathomable. Well, I suppose I shall not concern myself any further. The methods of the flame are indeed appropriate, Ilia remarked. Wei, hesitating slightly at her words, chose silence as she ventured deeper into the palace, activating the teleportation mechanism. Moments later, within the realm of ethereal light, a lavish ancient city shimmered amidst the bustling crowd. A shadow emerging from the crevices of the night. 3 strikingly beautiful maidens, each exuding an otherworldly charm, stepped quietly into the illuminated area. Here, life thrived with laughter and vitality, a stark contrast to the grim scene they had anticipated. Wei, Liana, and Xiao stood momentarily stunned. Their expectations of bloodshed and despair utterly shattered. Where could the Flame King be? Have we perhaps miscalculated our destination? They found themselves ensnared in confusion. There can be no mistake. They would not err in such a manner, Wei replied coldly. Ilia voiced no dissent, for Wei was a formidable presence, equally ruthless towards her subordinates. Any lord who made a blunder before her would have long since vanished. Yet, the tranquility of the surroundings only deepened their perplexity. I sense Zhou Qing's aura, Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Have you found him? Both Ilia and Wei exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. Let us depart at once. At the heart of the city stood an opulent edifice, adorned with magical embellishments that exuded an air of decadence. This 3-story villa, steeped in medieval charm, was the most prestigious tavern within the ancient city, a gathering place for the elite of society. In days past, it had been teeming with patrons. However, at this moment, only a solitary figure occupied the 3rd floor, while others stood, some trembling in fear, including the most esteemed legendary mage of the city. This spirit liquor is quite decent. Are there any other delectable dishes? At the center of the 3rd floor, Zhou Qing sat, relishing a sumptuous feast. Unaware that the culinary offerings of the underworld were rather monotonous, devoid of even meat. Even the Abyssal King's barbecuing skills, though exceptional, became tiresome with repetition. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you desire. The elderly legendary mage trembled in fear, hesitant to speak further. As a master of elemental powers, he keenly sensed the overwhelming darkness and terrifying fire emanating from the man before him. To others, Zhou Qing may have appeared ordinary, but to a mage, he was anything but human. He resembled a terrifying blaze, burning fiercely in the shadows, seemingly insatiable. From the moment he first felt this aura, he understood. A demon had emerged from the abyss. This was no ordinary malevolence. It was an unfathomable entity. While typical demons could be countered, this individual instilled profound despair and dread with merely his presence, prompting the mage to prepare for a battle to the death. Unexpectedly, this abyssal demon chose not to wreak havoc. Upon hearing the words of the young girl, the divine being furrowed his brow and warned, as deities, how can we utter such mundane terms as flee? The retreat of gods was never a hasty affair. Even in avoidance, it was a strategic maneuver executed with instantaneous precision. As the deity frowned, the void trembled slightly, and a stunning girl, biting into a skewered delicacy, materialized from the nothingness. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded to her waist, and her unparalleled beauty ignited a spark in the deity's eyes, only to be eclipsed by the realization of her power, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Who dares disturb my moment of indulgence? Wei seethed, on the brink of explosion. She had been savoring her meal when Ilia informed her of an impending confrontation, followed by Zhou Qing's irritating summons. Truth be told, Wei had little desire to calm. She was thoroughly enjoying her feast and was, after all, the Grim Reaper, a pinnacle of dark divinity. Yet since aligning with Zhou Qing, she had become a mere pawn at his beck and call. Damn that Zhou Qing, a complete fool. I worried myself sick over him. Had I known it wiser to refrain from coming, I would have done so. Alas, if only the promise of good food could lure me here, I shall ignore that rascal next time, she thought, chewing fiercely on her skewer, her beautiful eyes glinting with sharp intensity as she fixed her gaze ahead. Indeed, this was a deity of the light, appearing no older than 20, radiating a formidable aura. At that moment, the angel of light feigned calmness, while the girl who had accompanied her had long since slipped away. "Away, what brings you to this place?" The angel stammered, striving to maintain composure. "Spare me your prattle. Prepare to meet your doom," Away commanded, her demeanor shifting from youthful grace to that of a harbinger of death. "Away, my father is Monastin," the angel attempted to remind her. "Even the thunder god Minas shall pay for his recklessness," Away retorted mercilessly, poised to strike. The angel's legs quaked in terror. "Sister, please, do not kill me," the angel pleaded in a chaotic tone. Away, momentarily taken aback, recalled Zhou Qing's prior instructions. The powers of death she wielded receded quietly and with a swift motion. She rendered him unconscious. The conflict between deities was, in essence, remarkably straightforward, a clash of laws and divine power. Despite the angel possessing the might of ancient lineage, he was far too youthful, akin to a child amongst the gods. In comparison to a grand deity like Away, he was vastly outmatched. His power crumbled before Away's dominion of death, much like a lamb before a lion, utterly defenseless. "Humph, such a trivial child. It would be dull to slay you." Away waved her hand dismissively, taking the unconscious figure with her as she vanished without a trace. Within the illustrious tavern of the Duchy of Ihawk on the 3rd floor, Zhou Qing, Ilya, and Xiaoyu remained stationed here. At this moment, Ilya was lamenting, "That foolish knight has not come to account with you. Yet he has made numerous breaches in my territory." The mere mention of it stirred her indignation, compelling her to indulge in a feast to alleviate her vexation. In truth, she had secretly relished the thought that Zhou Qing had stirred up significant trouble. Indeed, his actions of usurping another's spouse and slaying his mentor warranted dire consequences. The formidable nature of that individual was now a source of dread, presenting a formidable dilemma. However, Ilya had never anticipated that the rust-brained knight, instead of seeking retribution, would assault her domain daily, behaving like a dim-witted human, playing his cards without any semblance of strategy, which drove Ilya to the brink of exasperation. Could it be that even your territory has not escaped unscathed? Truly, what a stroke of misfortune. Zhou Qing feigned comfort towards her. Nearby, several of the city's most formidable figures listened intently, their hearts gripped by trepidation. They were not merely astonished by the recent exchange. They discerned the implications of Zhou Qing's earlier words. In this central city, despite their dominance, the true power lay with the deities. A particular deity safeguarded several cities, and they awaited the divine presence to take charge here. Yet, this girl, who unabashedly referred to herself in the most casual terms, boldly proclaimed that trouble was imminent. The strong ones instinctively surmised that the disturbance she spoke of likely pertained to that very guardian. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anxiety and fear. In that moment, all they could do was hope that the deity would intervene, at least to pacify the 4 formidable visitors before them and bring a semblance of resolution to the turmoil. As these powerful beings silently prayed, a flicker of ethereal light suddenly flashed. In an instant, Ovi appeared, unceremoniously discarding a young man who fell to the ground like refuse. "It's taken care of," she stated, but her expression quickly transformed into one of fury. "Zhou Qing, how could you have consumed everything?" Ovi's eyes widened in disbelief as she rushed forward to accuse. "I exerted every effort while out, only to return to find nothing but bones." In truth, it was Ilya who had indulged. Zhou Qing remarked, "Ilya, how can you act against something that even I regard with trepidation?" The fury was redirected towards him by Ovi. "My lord, there are still countless reserves." The ancient sorcerer, standing nearby, promptly intervened to mediate, his heart having turned to ice. Even the legendary old mage, typically composed, found it impossible to maintain his calm. Their final hope, a deity, lay sprawled on the floor like a lifeless fish, still unconscious. This deity was immensely powerful, his brilliance beyond human reach, capable of unleashing thunderous might with extraordinary force. Yet, at this moment, he showed not a trace of resistance as he was brought here. This was a testament to the terrifying nature of the 4 individuals present. Who were they? The legendary figures felt their hearts race with trepidation, nearly succumbing to tears. No longer daring to hesitate, the old mage swiftly began to make arrangements. The fragrance was delightful. At last, Zhou Qing's appetite was somewhat satiated. Only then did his gaze shift toward the youth lying beside him. "Ilya, is this the source of your troubles?" Zhou Qing scrutinized the young man, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. As a former gaming master, he had no recollection of this face. Characters such as Amir and Ilya had made appearances in the history of the Duri game, but the individual before him was undoubtedly a mere background character within the Duri universe. What was his title? Zhou Qing examined him closely, recalling that during the gaming era, many deities bestowed glory upon weapons through their titles. For instance, the Dark Knight Greatsword of the Sword Master, upon acquisition by a player, would bear the prefix of the Sword Master, and various mundane weapons, like the Sword of the Sky Rider. These were merely weapons from Amir's childhood or Pross's dragon-slaying tools. Numerous similar tales circulated in the divine realm, where many deities reveled in vanity, cultivating emotional entanglements, and setting trials to test humanity, leaving behind countless legends in the mortal world. Yet, most deities concealed their true identities, with only the weapons and garments they had wielded passed down as common gear. In truth, these were merely ordinary items imbued with a faint trace of divine essence. This was a deity. Zhou Qing felt a stirring in his mind. Contemplating the potential rewards that might come from a decisive strike, the thought of acquiring a true divine artifact made his eyes sparkle. The hearts of the legendary warriors surrounding him tightened, sensing the transformation of Zhou as he shed his mortal coil. Once as ordinary as any human, he now emanated the ominous aura of the abyss. This sudden metamorphosis left them unsettled, for he was a nascent deity revealing his true potential. Elia gazed at the young man on the ground, filled with confusion. As one of the most formidable figures among the 34 kings of darkness and one of the 10 monarchs who devoured deities to grow stronger, she possessed profound insights into divinity. Yet, this deity was entirely unfamiliar to her. "This is the son of Minos, a deity of extraordinary valor," an elderly sorcerer interjected. Indeed, he was a formidable presence. To them, the son of Minos was akin to legend, born of the Thunder Father and the treasures of the imperial city. Hailed as the Son of Heaven, his life filled with countless extraordinary tales. He had once slain the colossal serpent at the gates of Rome and triumphed over the rampaging golden bull in the deserts of the Nile, etching his immortal feats with his divine blood, a truly unparalleled god. Such feats are mere exaggerations, a common tactic among deities, Elia scoffed disdainfully. "Awaken him," Zhou commanded. Ovi cast a quick glance at Zhou. The inexorable force of death surged, and the unconscious deity swiftly regained consciousness. Instantly, he adopted a posture of submission. Moments later, he became aware of the powerful beings surrounding him, and his heart raced with trepidation. The grim reaper Ovi, the devouring deity Elia, and a young human knight who caught the boy's eye. As a deity, he possessed the insight to perceive the nuances. It seemed that Elia, Ovi, and even that summer ghost were wary of this man. Could he be a pivotal figure of the new generation of dark forces? The young god's heart raced. He too was a newly emerged deity, yet none could rival his standing. Should they share equal status, it might mean a chance for escape. The young deity pondered testing the waters with his powers, but he refrained, aware that Ovi and the others would not permit the reckless use of divine strength. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he steeled himself. "You will come as a hostage," he suddenly declared, rising and taking advantage of Zhou's proximity to strike. "Ah! He dares to make the first move. What audacity!" Zhou exclaimed, astonished, while the 3 women beside him wore expressions of disbelief. Sensing the shift in the crowd's demeanor, the young deity felt a chill of foreboding. Yet the arrow was already knocked. Now was his only chance to fight back, for fleeing would lead to doom. "Come closer," he uttered coldly. In that instant, ethereal light enveloped Zhou. Previously clad in ordinary garb, he now adorned several mysterious artifacts. A belt hung with a resplendent talisman symbolizing the union of sword and shield. On his index finger sparkled a radiant ring. Additionally, a crimson, fearsome gauntlet materialized in his hand. Duelist's talisman. Quality, mythic. Effect. While wearing this talisman, one is immune to fatal damage. All lethal strikes will be entirely blocked, forcibly retaining a minimum of 1 life point. Description. A fair duel. Acts of malice that endanger life are intolerable. Soul-devouring ring. Quality. Red epic. Unique trait. Evolving equipment. Flame of Hope 3. Special ability. Soul Devour. Cooldown duration. 2 hours. Soul Devour executes a death judgment on enemies. The lower their remaining life points, the higher the success probability. Below 1 life point is ordinary. 0. 5 is elite. And 0. 0.1 triggers instant death. After killing an enemy, it randomly absorbs a portion of their attributes to bestow upon the host, with a minimum of 10 attribute points gained each time. Unique mythic skill. Soul Devouring form. Utility. Burns personal attributes to transform into a god-eating demon spirit, sustaining 10 seconds for every 10 attribute points. God-eating demon spirit temporarily boosts all attributes to 500. All skills have no cooldown, power is quintupled, no additional consumption, and Soul Devour cooldown reduced to 1 minute. In God-eating form, Each Soul Devour attack has a chance to extract attributes, regardless of whether the opponent is slain. Duration: until all attributes are consumed or actively ceased. Cruel Killer Gauntlet. Quality: epic. Traits: sharp, rending, piercing, critical hit. Combat style: boxing. Technique: capture. Note: a unique attack method. Death Grip. Upon piercing the opponent, consuming specific intelligence can trigger the Death Grip, directly tearing apart the opponent's heart, be it soul fire or mechanical core, inflicting tremendous damage. Zhou Qing, a native by birth, possesses the soul of a player. The equipment he wields is the manifestation of the player's foresight, and its formidable power is beyond dispute. Swiftly, though the deities are powerful, Zhou Qing transcends them. His agility and intelligence, honed in the training sanctum, allowed him to evade even the most formidable forces, prompting him to shift his focus from strength to swiftness. With the enhancement of the Ember Crown, intelligence became a secondary yet potent attribute. His remarkable sharpness exceeds 500. An astonishing value, akin to the devouring demonic spirit that can only bestow a mere increase of 500 to all attributes. The implications of this number are self-evident. In a vivid portrayal of reality, it was indeed the young deity who struck first, yet Zhou Qing, following suit, left behind an afterimage. The Crimson, Bloodthirsty Killer Gauntlet. Under immense enhancement, effortlessly breached the protective domain of the deity, tearing out its heart along with its radiant essence. A death blow. The heart, imbued with divine power, was dragged forth. With a slight exertion, the resplendent starlight shattered, scattering across the heavens. What transpired with the young deity? Zhou Qing felt a sense of bewilderment. As if during his slumber beneath the ancient tree of life, he had inadvertently missed numerous significant events. It appeared that this period had been excessively languid and unproductive. He murmured, unable to suppress a hint of self-mockery. Is there something of great importance, Wang? Beside him, Liana inquired with an eager expression. I am not entirely certain either. I intend to seek clarification. By the way, Liana, what is the current progress of the construction in Orville? Zhou Qing originally intended to proceed directly, but just before his departure, he reconsidered. As one among many sovereigns, to attend a meeting in such haste would surely undermine the dignity of an emperor. Those who are widely anticipated tend to make their grand entrance at the last moment. If he were to rush now, he would likely appear as nothing more than a mere supporting character. Is everything in order? With the assistance of those foreign visitors in the past, our progress in the endeavors must have seen significant improvement. It is likely that everything has been revitalized by now, and the scars of war have nearly healed. The king spoke the truth. Indeed, with the help of those outsiders, Orville has begun to flourish, and the traces of conflict have almost vanished. Zhou Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging the importance of infrastructure. As the de facto ruler of this territory, the prosperity in various aspects of the land would yield significant benefits. In essence, a powerful domain would enhance his own strength, and the well-being of his subjects would result in abundant returns. The same principle applies to tangible resources such as food, water, and the necessities of life. If basic livelihoods cannot be guaranteed, it would be akin to contrasting the splendor of modern civilization with the desolation of a barren wasteland. Reminiscent of the prosperity of the capital of Huaxia against the impoverished slums of Africa, one thriving in wealth, the other languishing in decay. Should Orville descend into a remote backwater, Zhou Qing's own existence would inevitably suffer. Therefore, even with an eye on the long term, he could not afford to overlook the progress of Orville. Such matters demanded diligence. He urged, secretly envisioning whether Orville could one day rival the capital's grandeur. Yet, as the monarch, he was already surrounded by aides. Why should he personally attend to these trifling matters? Rest assured, my king, Liana will fulfill her duties diligently, the elven commander replied solemnly. Her valor evident in battle and her governance adept in peacetime. Yes, I understand, Zhou Qing nodded lightly. And then the flames upon the longbow in his grasp flickered gently as his form gradually dissipated, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the dark sanctuary. Upon the reactivation of the Dark Council, thrones materialized around the long table like a constellation of stars. Some seats were grand beyond measure, while others adhered to a more conventional design. Roars echoed as the abyssal demon and other kings claimed their colossal thrones, towering in stature. Conversely, some thrones were relatively modest. At this moment, a throne ablaze with flames abruptly appeared at the head of the long table, standing 7 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide, imposing and magnificent. Upon it, a figure shimmering with firelight, his features obscured, was none other than Zhou Qing. This chair is rather peculiar. It seems a size too small, Zhou Qing mused. For although it was considerably smaller compared to the massive thrones spanning dozens of meters, It still felt vast as the sea to him, rendering the backrest inaccessible. Sitting upon it, he felt as though he had entered an expansive, boundless realm. Fortunately, the throne adjusted to his whims, shrinking in size until it reached a height of 2 zhang, at which point it ceased to change. Zhou Qing deemed this height just right, not overly tall nor too short, perfectly aligning with his desires. He nodded in satisfaction, then began to carefully observe his surroundings. Zhou Qing ceased to urge the reduction, for otherwise it would no longer be a throne, but rather a mere seat of the mundane. He reclined comfortably in the chair, facing the long conference table, prepared to listen to the agenda. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from beside him. "Your Highness, what matters have summoned us?" Zhou Qing turned his head to glance over. Although the figure of the speaker was shrouded in radiance, making it difficult to discern their features, the prominent title upon her head allowed Zhou Qing to instantly recognize her identity. It was Ilya, the Lord of the Burning Legion. "I find myself equally perplexed." Zhou Qing furrowed his brow and remarked with a face full of confusion, "What makes you think I do not wish to uncover the reasons behind this?" As he spoke, he gently shook his head, as if deeply troubled and resigned to the matter at hand. The council would not convene without cause, nor merely upon the ascension of royalty. From the shadows, the Dark King, crowned in darkness, spoke and subsequently sighed. Recently, the emergence of new kings has surged, suggesting that tumult is imminent, and malevolence is on the rise. After uttering these words, she cast a glance at Zhou Qing, a gaze imbued with profound significance. However, Zhou Qing did not meet the Dark King's gaze. He merely stood there silently, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. His eyes were deep and cold, concealing the true thoughts of his heart from all who beheld him. In this tense atmosphere, an intangible pressure weighed heavily upon everyone present. They recognized that this meeting might determine their fates, perhaps even the course of the entire world. Each person silently speculated what could have prompted the assembly and who might be orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. What had truly transpired? As Yaliner's voice faded, the turmoil within Zhou Qing could no longer be contained. Indeed, the injuries sustained by the 10 kings were not uncommon. However, the severity of their wounds necessitating collective assistance undeniably indicated a precarious situation, foretelling that Yaliner was ensnared in peril. This is the consequence of provoking the solitary king. Utterly laughable, he scoffed. Zhou Qing's laughter was carefree, yet within him surged a wave of triumph. "Damn it, you." Yaliner's expression shifted dramatically, his anger directed squarely at Zhou Qing. Having endured countless tribulations outside, he now found himself humblingly seeking assistance, his dignity utterly shattered. What compounded his frustration was the fact that, at this critical juncture of life and death, this insufferable Fire King not only remained indifferent but also mocked him, nearly pushing his patience to its breaking point. Among the numerous thrones, the assembled monarchs fell into a profound silence, subsequently feigning ignorance of the unfolding situation. Yaliner. In this moment, what could possibly be the cause of such turmoil? The abyssal demon inquired. Zhou Qing sat gracefully upon the throne, exuding an air of ease and composure. He cast a curious glance towards Yaliner, pondering the nature of the calamity she had endured. "Esteemed lords, you may inquire with your subordinate lords. They shall provide the answers. I cannot linger here for long. I must return swiftly." With that, Yaliner's figure vanished in an instant. The knowledge possessed by the common lords eluded us entirely, leaving the assembled kings in a state of bewilderment. What could be the reason for this? Have we become negligent of worldly affairs? The 10 kings, perplexed, watched Yaliner's departure, each harboring doubts as they resolved to uncover the truth. Although Yaliner had summoned aid and convened the Dark Council, the other kings might not necessarily extend their assistance. One must be aware of the considerable risks involved. What manner of individual could render Yaliner so powerless? Intelligence must be clarified before any action is taken. If one possesses the ability to assist, they should proceed, but if not, they ought to refrain from complicating the situation further. Furthermore, it is imperative to ascertain the source of the crisis. After all, Yaliner is no weakling. The reputation of the world devourer is not unfounded. As she faces peril, the kings must scrutinize the situation carefully, lest they too fall prey to unforeseen calamity. One by one, the kings faded into obscurity. Zhou Qing felt somewhat perplexed. Most of his subordinate lords resided in Oville, and it was likely that they remained unaware of this matter. By the way, number 1. He cast his gaze towards skeleton number 1, who had ascended to the rank of a third realm king. "My lord," skeleton number 1 approached with sincerity. Despite being a formidable king, he remained steadfastly loyal, responding to commands without hesitation. Do you know what has transpired? Zhou Qing inquired. My lord, I shall conduct an investigation. Number 1 promptly responded. Although he is one of the 14 kings, he has yet to possess his own territory, as his reign has only recently commenced. Zhou Qing waved his hand, acknowledging that despite his status as a sovereign, he possessed only a handful of subordinates. Boss, I understand, he replied. At that moment, the infernal flame demon rushed forth, speaking with urgency. Initially, he was oblivious to the situation, but later recalled the recent rumors that had been circulating, which began to illuminate his thoughts. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. Boss, during the territorial conflict, I have heard of a knight launching a counterattack. The malevolent flame spirit recounted the situation, and Zhou Qing quickly comprehended the matter. He was intimately familiar with the dark faction's domain and had even contemplated seizing it himself. Following the Divine War, his strength ascended to a world-class level, which is why he has chosen to pause temporarily. Are you implying that a knight has occupied the territory of Qian, only for Qian to falter in their counteroffensive? Zhou Qing could not suppress a smile. I, too, could not ascertain the truth, having merely heard mention of the knight who was undertaking a campaign in the land of Qian, and his plea for help perhaps led to this connection. Even the infernal spirit of fury remained uncertain. It is quite remarkable, indeed, that the forces of light have produced such a formidable knight. Zhou Qing felt a sense of comfort and smiled, saying, Why don't you inquire further to see if it is indeed as you claim? The infernal spirit nodded, showing no signs of displeasure at being assigned a task. Although he had ascended to the rank of the Azure King, he was acutely aware that his current position was solely due to his allegiance to his elder brother. Now that his brother had entrusted him with a duty, he was more than willing to oblige. The flames encircling him symbolized reliance. He understood that he had no choice but to follow closely. The infernal spirit swiftly vanished, deciding to temporarily set aside the ongoing territorial conquest to initiate an investigation. The matter of the territory had already reached a decisive point. His absence might slow progress, but it would never reverse the situation. Once the infernal spirit departed, Zhou Qing also chose not to linger, feeling a profound sense of delight upon learning of these developments. Porine Lanel, I had not yet sought you out, and already someone has taken action on my behalf. Zhou Qing felt a surge of joy within. Simultaneously, various champions began to mobilize. Is it true that Qian is besieged by a knight in Hammerstone City, and this knight is not a deity of light? From the depths of the abyss, a demon of formidable stature spoke. His relationship with Qian was decent, yet in the face of overwhelming peril, he would not offer assistance. Indeed, my lord. His subordinates responded in unison. Upon hearing this, the demon's power surged ominously, a terrifying and oppressive force resonating through the air, contrasting sharply with his earlier caution. Qian is indeed inept. It is no wonder the King of Flames mocks him. To be besieged by a mere human knight. This predicament calls for my personal intervention. The abyssal demon declared with fervor. He regarded human knights as inconsequential, and all humanity was similarly beneath his notice. For even the weakest demon of the abyss could wreak havoc in the mortal realm, instilling fear in countless humans. A single ordinary demon sent to the human kingdoms could incite turmoil within those realms. In times past, many of his subordinates had left legends in human territories. Tales of an undead overlord revealing secrets only to be slain by a princess's hair, leaving behind a corpse that would not decay, were numerous. Though they were all lords of darkness, in the abyss, they were but insignificant insects, a mere nuisance to crush underfoot. Those humans remained blissfully unaware of the true terror of the demon lords. Wherever my king treads, dread and destruction follow as shadows. The subordinate lords expressed their reverence, and the command was given to set forth. In the heart of the abyss, Hammerstone City lay shrouded in silence. The heavens were dim, overcast with clouds, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon the heart. The sky appeared on the verge of collapse, its might palpable, causing every soul to hold their breath in trepidation. Within the castle's main hall, a youthful knight, clad in armor, entered with composure, his expression stern and his gaze resolute, as if forged from iron, unyielding to any challenge. The meal was prepared and laid out upon the table. He removed his helmet and sat upon the ground, eating as if it were an ordinary day, his demeanor calm and collected. Meanwhile, the servants who understood the gravity of the situation were in turmoil within, unable to find peace. How could this be? How could he still possess an appetite? Had he truly disregarded the ferocious beast trapped in Hammerstone? The servants pondered. Yet, the young knight seemed oblivious to their thoughts, focusing solely on his meal. After consuming 2 bowls of rice and a small flask of wine, he rose, donned his helmet once more, and stepped outside. His footsteps echoed through the corridor, and in a heartbeat, he had arrived at the center of Hammerstone City. Here, storms raged fiercely, snowflakes dancing wildly, creating a tempest of ice and snow within a 100-meter radius. Beneath the glow of the stars, a figure struggled desperately, attempting to break free from its bonds. Whenever he charged left, the snowstorm shifted in that direction. When he veered right, the blizzard followed suit. To make matters worse, the weighty snowflakes fell upon him like iron shackles, forcing him down, and he fought valiantly to shake off their grip. However, the snow blanketed the ground, and heavy flakes fell intermittently, striking him. If he deviated, it was bearable, but if they landed directly upon him, even that starry figure would falter, spewing forth blood congealed by frost. The young knight held his helmet in one hand and grasped his spear tightly in the other, stepping into the storm. A figure of ice, unwavering in his stance. Only his piercing cold eyes betrayed a flicker of life, reminding others that this was no lifeless statue, but a living being. Within the tempest, Elanor, adorned in starlight, repeatedly crashed against his restraints, as though ensnared in a labyrinth of despair, within this minuscule realm of wind and snow. He found himself utterly trapped. The surrounding knights and their attendants bore witness to this extraordinary scene, their expressions a complex tapestry of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. The captive was none other than the formidable Lanel, a being of immense power that stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. This was a force that had once shattered stars, a power so terrifying that mere mortals could not hope to challenge it. Yet now, this invincible figure found itself ensnared in this place, its wounds deepening. If this continued, it seemed that the renowned devourer of stars would fall at this very moment. Many attendants, unable to fully comprehend this astonishing reversal, shifted their sentiments from skepticism to reverence for the actions of their leader, the knight. In their eyes, the young knight had become almost mythic, standing close to the exalted deities. As the atmosphere grew tense, an abrupt change transpired. The dim sky appeared to be torn asunder, not merely a metaphor, but a genuine rift had opened. Dark clouds shattered, and a colossal claw, blocking out the sun, emerged from the breach, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The wolf soldiers trembled and crawled, their proud ferocity vanishing under this palpable fear. Amir remained calm, lifting his gaze without a hint of surprise, displaying a demeanor that seemed to suggest he had anticipated this. "Humans, you have summoned me." The sinister voice of the demon echoed through the fissure, its claw as large as a rooftop, revealing a fearsome visage with blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a great bull. Veins pulsating with crimson fury, descending from the heavens to fixate upon the frail Amir. "To have drawn me here, you are fortunate. As a reward, I shall bring terror and death." The demonic utterance resonated, enveloping everyone in panic, but in an instant, that fear was obliterated by a surge of flames. The fiery steed of the Sky Knight soared, undeterred by the demon's intimidation, charging skyward like a meteor streaking across the firmament, hurtling toward the yet-to-fully-arrive abyssal demon. The lance struck like a celestial dragon, its momentum akin to thunder. As the seemingly insignificant flaming meteor approached the foe, an astonishing transformation occurred. The assault distorted the very fabric of space itself. The space rippled like a mirror, the distortion spreading from the lance, directly assaulting the abyssal demon. In a flash, vast expanses fell into distortion. The once linear continuum of Zhou Qing, having graciously welcomed the spectators, found his enthusiasm disrupted by this individual. The Crown Prince, in a shocking display of aggression towards a royal, acted in defense of an indigenous person. Enraged, the throne quaked under the weight of his fury, radiating the brilliance of his title. He is a formidable being, renowned for devouring deities eldritch. At this moment of assault, the surrounding brilliance shattered, revealing his true form, an ugly sorcerer shrouded in a dark robe, his grotesque visage twisted with malice. "Eldritch, your existence has become devoid of value." Zhou Qing was seething with rage. "Very well, I concur with you." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ovi's eyes. She harbored an intense loathing for those who devoured deities and fervently wished for this monster to turn against its allies in the shadows, eliminating Edelrich. "Die." Zhou Qing's footsteps resonated as flames erupted in his grasp, descending upon Ederlich. With a swift motion, he enveloped him, reducing him to ashes. "King of Flames, I shall return." Ederlich, consumed by madness and fury, cast a vengeful gaze upon Zhou Qing in his final moments, ultimately succumbing to the blaze. Ah, the King of Flames is resolute. Slaying a king is as effortless as extinguishing an ant. The remaining royals gasped in astonishment at his decisive action. However, kings do not fall so easily. Each one holds dominion over their realm. Engaging in frequent skirmishes, mutual destruction is not uncommon, unless one obliterates the opponent's stronghold and seizes their very foundation. Such minor wounds are inconsequential. King of Flames, this is merely a customary affair. The indigenous people have always been underestimated, and one cannot entirely blame Ederlich for that. Ilya jestingly glanced at the nearby Qian, the elven woman, who, despite being a native, had received Zhou Qing's special favor. Never mind, Valville is my kin. Remarks of this nature should best be avoided. Having swatted away the bothersome flies, Zhou Qing felt a measure of relief and inquired, Qian, do you know what that power was? Spatial power, Qian replied, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She had not anticipated that such a sinister presence possessed such insight. Initially gripped by fear due to the terrifying atmosphere surrounding her, she understood her inability to resist. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhou Qing had mercilessly vanquished the adversary. The elf lowered her head, the foundation of her beliefs crumbling in an instant. Spatial power. The remaining thrones exchanged glances. They had speculated, yet the more formidable their abilities, the more they recognized that certain powers are beyond one's control. They could rend the fabric of space, yet could not master it. Thus, they had not considered this possibility. A mere human, wielding the power of space, Ilya found it hard to believe. I am also human. What objection can there be? The Ink King reminded. None. Ilya shook her head. Here stood two humans. Careless words could offend both, especially the one who had just displayed such ruthlessness by executing a member of the throne. Regardless of the nature of the power, it undeniably reflects extraordinary prowess. Upon witnessing the scene depicted in the painting, Zhou Qing's spirits were once again lifted. Ultimately, Ilana shall reap the consequences of his actions, sparing me the trouble of seeking him out. Zhou Qing was in high spirits. The other members of the throne fell silent upon hearing his words. This knight was commendable and worthy of attention. Eventually, Zhou Qing expressed his admiration. Feeling quite satisfied with the human knight, he seemed somewhat familiar, though knights clad in iron armor often appeared alike. Such similarities were entirely natural. Zhou Qing shook his head and departed. Zhou Qing gently caressed the tip of his nose, his eyes shimmering not with fear, but with astonishment. The knight soaring in the heavens should have awakened only when the narrative reached the stage of challenging subsequent levels. Yet, the Amur before him possessed an extraordinary mastery of spatial manipulation, effortlessly eliminating two esteemed kings upon his debut. Zhou Qing faintly recalled that not long ago, Amir was merely an innocent young knight, bidding farewell to his comrades and mentors. King of Flames, have you had any interactions with this knight? The expressions of all the kings revealed their perplexity. They were not surprised that Amir recognized others, but his familiarity with the newly ascended King of Flames was indeed peculiar. The new name of the King of Flames had yet to circulate among the deities of the Radiant Realm, let alone a mere human knight. Zhou Qing pinched his nose and remarked indifferently, this knight harbors a slight grudge against me. A grudge? The kings perked up their ears, while the distant elves widened their eyes, intrigued by the unfolding drama. It is a long story, but in essence, I once took the lives of his esteemed mentor and several companions, and inadvertently claimed the heart of his beloved. Yet, these are mere trifles, hardly worthy of concern. I never anticipated that he would cling to such memories. Zhou Qing gently shook his head, and before his words could fully escape his lips, the expressions of the other warriors darkened as if night had suddenly fallen. Good heavens, to mention the act of seizing a beloved, slaying a mentor, and annihilating companions so nonchalantly, are these truly trivial matters? King Qian, I sincerely wish you the strength to endure this calamity. Indeed, this enmity is irreconcilable. Both Ilya and King Yamo have drawn a clear line, signifying an indelible and profound hatred. By the door, Qian the elf wore a grim expression. Demons are demons, and they will not alter their essence. In a fit of rage, she turned on her heel and departed, her previously rekindled spirit plummeting to an icy abyss in an instant. Alas, Zhou Qing felt a sense of helplessness. Who could have foreseen that what began as a mere task would now stir such a tempest? At that very moment, on the other side of the game, players were ablaze with enthusiasm. The challenge posed by the Sky Knight Amir heralded the conclusion of the game's update, arriving several days ahead of schedule. Players logging in were immediately greeted by the latest plot twist. The Sky Knight unleashed his unmatched power, swiftly obliterating two peak entities. A chilling display of slaughter that showcased his terrifying prowess, leaving players in utter shock. Yet, while this spectacle stunned the average player, It was the elite player's bewilderment that truly captivated the audience during the climactic finale. The elite gamers soon grasped the significance of this narrative. It was evidently a precursor to a monumental quest, stemming from the challenge issued by the invincible Sky Knight Amir. Players engaged in fervent discussions, their speculations swirling. Regardless of whether they were seasoned veterans or novices, joy and excitement permeated the air. The top-tier players had been ruthlessly dispatched, leaving everyone in disbelief. "My heavens! This knight is merciless!" exclaimed one player. He pierced the abyss demon with a single strike, a display of strength that is simply astonishing. Trembling at the sight of such formidable might, players quickly succumbed to elation. "This fellow is after the Flame King." They laughed, envisioning the scene of the Flame King being impaled. Although some players supported the Flame King, they were equally intrigued to witness his defeat. Many laughed, recalling how the Flame King had tormented them to the brink of despair, questioning the very meaning of their existence. Fantastic! Zeus, unable to contain his excitement, clenched his fists. The Flame King cannot escape this time. Elated, Zeus observed that this knight, a pinnacle of combat, could take on two kings simultaneously, causing them to burst apart in an instant. In the face of such overwhelming power, the Flame King was destined for failure. "I can't wait," echoed the players, their spirits soaring as they expressed their unwavering support for Amir. The update was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. Some players even watched the scene multiple times, ultimately becoming avid fans of Amir, eagerly anticipating his triumph over the Flame King. Even the game system seemed unable to bear the tension, providing a sigh of relief for the players. Many recall the harrowing nightmares of being slaughtered by the Black Knight in the temple, with countless players having chosen to leave the game due to the immense pressure of the 10 challenging dungeons. Now, the tides had turned, and it was the players' time to revel in victory. With formidable guardians at their backs, they felt emboldened against any who dared threaten them in the temple. Millions of players rejoiced, finally feeling supported. "This update is phenomenal. I would give it 1,000 praises." One exclaimed, "1,000 is hardly enough. It deserves 100,000. As excited players flocked to log in, they were soon notified about the completion of challenge tasks. Unsurprisingly, seasoned players had already speculated that this update likely concealed a pivotal mission capable of swinging the tide of battle. If players showcased exceptional performance, the dungeon difficulty might even drop from hard to normal, or perhaps even to easy. "Let us see what sort of task awaits us," Zeus mused, opening the task list. Boom. A major narrative quest, the Sky Knight's Revenge, has commenced. Player S main task, actively assist the Sky Knight and partake in the revenge operation. Note, successful revenge will reduce difficulty to easy. The notion of the Sky Knight's revenge caught Zeus off guard. He had never anticipated such a vengeful quest. Revenge implied past humiliation and injury that spurred Amir's demand for retribution. His heart raced as he clicked to explore the detailed task description and background story. The expansive continent eternally echoed with tales of knights. The moment Amir set forth on his journey, he etched a grand ambition in his heart to uphold the knightly virtues of humility, bravery, kindness, and integrity, unwavering against any malevolent forces. He strode across the world, steadfast in his mission to purge the evil beings and rescue those shrouded in darkness. Along his arduous path, his heart guided him. Amir and Benna traversed the continent, expelling shadows and spreading light. Through the years of war, they became beacons of righteousness, Benna ever gentle by his side, offering unwavering support. Amir's benevolence and courage garnered the admiration of the world, their bond unbreakable and fervent. Even as they faced countless harrowing and despairing situations, their resolve remained unyielding. Hand in hand, forging friendships and honing their skills. Year after year, Amir and Benna roamed the continent, defeating once formidable foes with ease. Yet, upon sensing the approach of evil, they would unsheathe their swords without hesitation, advancing toward victory in the name of justice and peace. This was a task wrought with ironclad brutality, yet this harmonious duo consistently excelled, until that fateful day arrived. The legendary dragon emerged, posing a threat to the tranquility of surrounding castles. Amir and Benna faced an unprecedentedly formidable adversary, yet through cunning, they sought the path to victory. Just as triumph seemed within reach, a demon emerged from the abyss, its blazing form intervening in their battle. Despite having battled countless abyss demons, they had never encountered such a daunting terror. In an instant, chaos erupted. The demon employed Amir's deepest fears, vilely snatching away his beloved before vanishing into the dark abyss. Alone, Amir fought valiantly, yet his faith lay shattered. In his moment of despair, a legendary knight, his mentor, sacrificed himself in a bid to restore Amir's faith, ultimately succumbing to the demon's claws, Amir's last remaining kin. In that instant, Amir lost everything. But he refused to succumb to despair. With unyielding resolve, he embarked on his journey anew, more determined than ever, marching onward without a single possession. The vile demon, through its heinous acts, awakened Amir's most fearsome and lethal counterpart. The knight's faith had crumbled, transforming the once just envoy into a creature of darkness. Drawing upon legendary power. Now, he resolved to sweep through the abyss, reckoning with those malevolent entities. His determination to purge the abyss grew unwavering, fueled solely by the desire for vengeance. Yet, before he could cleanse the abyss, Amir's most fervent wish was to personally sever the head of the demon that had stolen everything from him. Death would be the finest gift he could offer these foes. Thus, the Sky Knight Amir pressed on, fortified by such conviction, unwavering even in solitude. Amir's tale resonated deeply with every reader. Damn that Flame King. He is utterly depraved. Zeus, upon finishing the narrative, couldn't he help but feel a surge of fury. Countless players echoed his sentiments, empathizing with Amir due to the tragic circumstances he faced. His love had been stolen, and his mentor slain, igniting a fervent rage among the masses. Thankfully, this indomitable Amir had not yielded. The Flame King was destined for defeat. As the story reached its climax, emotions rippled among the players behind the screens. Qian stared vacantly at Zhou Qing, her heart heavy with disappointment, choosing silence as she departed. Her spirit seemingly diminished in that moment. I truly worry for Qian. Sigh, she should not have provoked the Flame King. His ruthlessness knows no bounds. Many players expressed profound sympathy, lamenting for the unfortunate Qian, whose fate had been so tumultuous. In the Huaxia camp, the souls gazed upon the unfolding events with a profound sense of sorrow. A life filled with untamed passions, he had once been enamored with many, with Qian being among them, her beauty having captivated him deeply. Yet, at this moment of reflection, Lin Qing and her companions could only shake their heads in silence. If the Prince of Flames were to truly become a bard, it would surely bring tears to many players. Lin Qing mused with a smile, but upon accepting the quest, she could only manage a bitter laugh. The knight, so extraordinarily powerful, had met with such a tragic fate, his beloved taken from him, his mentor slain. This starkly revealed the malevolence and terror of the Prince of Flames, impacting not only the players but also the local inhabitants with even greater severity. One would have expected the invincible knight to vanquish the demons, yet he turned out to be the most unfortunate of them all. Several veteran players could not help but express their mixed feelings, secretly relishing their newfound allegiance to the Prince of Flames. As Lin Qing anticipated, countless players were only minimally affected by the storyline. The majority observed the saga as mere spectators. Those filled with anticipation found their hearts turned to ice after witnessing the events. They had thought the knight would be an unstoppable force, charging forth to confront the Prince of Flames. Yet they were confronted with the unfortunate reality that this once mighty knight was even more forlorn than themselves. Alas, given the game's unpredictable nature, many changes could ensue. Players felt a chill as they had anticipated a grand arrival of the invincible knight, only to witness a beleaguered knight subjected to humiliation, ultimately rising against his foes. Even in his resurgence, he bore the scars of the princess oppression, having suffered a crushing defeat in the story's opening chapters. Let us hope Amir can rise again. Many players felt uneasy, fearing that Amir might perish at the hands of the demonic Prince of Flames, which could force them to return to the days of guarding corpses in the temple. The collective emotions of the players were tumultuous and complex. At that moment, the main storyline's preliminary tasks were unveiled. A prompt appeared, the temporary opening of the indigenous world. Quest: Become a knight of burgeoning reputation. Side Quest 1: The Overbearing Bandits. Quest description: In the distant Qian town, fallen evil has manifested as bandits, who are plundering crops and severely disrupting the lives of the people. The town's mayor is troubled by this predicament. Side Quest 2: The Missing Villagers. Quest description: Recently, the village of Heishui has seen a rise in missing persons, causing panic among the villagers, who are preparing to evacuate their homes. Side Quest 3 and 4: Ultimate Quest: The Fall of the Prince of Flames. Quest description: As the ultimate source of the calamity, the fall of the Prince of Flames will conclude the entire narrative. Completing this task will yield immeasurable rewards. Prompt: Pay attention to your image while completing the tasks, as it will enhance your evaluation. Each task completed grants evaluation points, and upon reaching a certain threshold, players will be promoted to knights. Upon seeing the quest prompts, Players collectively inhaled sharply. Just the temporary opening of the indigenous world had filled countless players with astonishment. This unique dungeon game imposed restrictions on the players, requiring them to conquer levels in sequence with no other alternatives. To advance past the first level, one must defeat the Zhou Qing under the constraints established by the rules, which would teleport them to the next domain. However, the opening of the indigenous world signified something different. This world allowed for exploration, potentially leading to other secret realms. Despite the challenges, even without such explorations, players could reap numerous rewards in the indigenous world, which could be transformed into power to aid them in overcoming levels. Resources and rewards within each level were finite, while players could endlessly grind for experience. After reaching a certain stage, defeating lower-level monsters would no longer yield experience points. Thus, a stark contrast emerged between the resource-scarce levels and the high freedom of the indigenous world. Indigenous world, here I come. Players were filled with joy, having cast aside the narrative backdrop. To become a knight, it seemed that in this game, winning Amir's recognition and joining the fight against the Prince of Flames was a preliminary task. Currently, Amir appeared to be preoccupied, yet to formally undertake the offensive. This was their golden opportunity. Elite players, upon analysis, had their eyes gleaming with excitement. The final task, the system wishes to ensnare me into confronting the Prince of Flames. Impossible. The once mighty knights had faced dire fates. It would be foolish to tackle that final task directly. The path of the knight awaited its challenges. All the lovely players were enveloped in joy. Oh, such a high-ranking responsibility. How absurd, to be unaware of the nature of such a mission. Let me see how to dismantle the Prince of Flames. Such a daunting task is merely categorized as a low-level duty. The designer must be mad, making it intolerable. The onlookers witnessed this scene with shattered spirits. The Prince of Flames had tormented countless heroes, and now even the invincible armored knight had fallen from grace. His loved ones scattered. Such a monumental and defiant challenge was merely an initial undertaking, sending shivers down their spines. I shall give it a try. One of the ladies exhibited a readiness to plunge into the challenge. Instantly, a wave of derisive glances shot toward her. Some companions felt a twinge of pity but agreed, deeming her youthful enthusiasm as lacking in wisdom. Very well, I shall refrain. The individual, feeling the piercing gazes, trembled involuntarily. Rising, she set forth to fulfill the knight's duties. Determined to trace Amir's path, knowing he must have faced innumerable ferocious beasts along the way to his legendary status, top players speculated and unhesitatingly pressed on. Surely, this is the role of a knight, merely needing to embody a valiant spirit to alleviate the villagers' suffering. The elite players shared a unanimous understanding. Even though they were merely players, Amir had once been renowned as a knight and now stood as a legendary figure, having single-handedly taken down the 10 greatest kings. For all, Amir, despite having once been the target of the Prince of Flames subjugation, maintained an exalted position, remaining one of the ultimate powerhouses among players. The more missions accomplished, the higher the reputation. At that point, they would earn Amir's favor. Should their prestige reach a significant level, they might even form a knightly squad with Amir. Though such an endeavor would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Behind the story, Amir had been the core of the team. Thus, players speculated that this undertaking would be extraordinarily arduous, as achieving a reputation sufficient for Amir's acknowledgement would prove to be a formidable task. Today's Amir was no longer the Amir of yesteryear. His strength far surpassed his former self. Let us now exert our utmost effort, embodying the noble spirit of a knight. Among the players, one named Zeus possessed a fervent gaze, brimming with confidence. For him, this was not a daunting task. He was certain of achieving remarkable results. Yet, mere success would not suffice. Only by claiming the top spot and surpassing the former Amir could he establish himself as a pillar of strength within the quest. Zeus, without a moment's hesitation, joined the ranks and swiftly devised a plan. He procured fine armor and steeds, then commenced the expulsion of beasts around the village to elevate his prestige. At this very moment, within the dark realm of the Star Eater Fortress, two supreme entities sat side by side. The abyssal demon Lord bore visible wounds, his weakened form a sight to behold, with his 1,000-meter demon body marred by shocking scars. However, the external injuries are not the most severe. It is the internal organs shattered due to spatial disruption that represent the true catastrophe. Fortunately, returning to the realm of darkness for nurturing allowed for a narrow escape. Though the pain has not claimed my life, the sight is indeed gruesome. Due to the constraints of the rules, the injury sustained in the realm of light cannot be healed in the dark domain, and rebirth through death does not guarantee recovery. but may even exacerbate the condition. Only when the remnants of these wounds and the lingering power of the rules dissipate can one hope to restore an invincible form in the abyss. On the opposite side, Qian is equally not spared from misfortune. Once the indomitable ruler of the star-eating fortress, he was surrounded by a resplendent glow of starlight that inspired awe. If Qian was once a brilliant star in the sky, he is now but a flickering candle, his external radiance diminished to a mere whisper. It is evident that he suffered significant damage in battle. Even the source of his standing among the 10 kings has been severely weakened. Damn it, truly damn it. Qian cannot maintain his supreme composure. His words are laced with fury, and bloodshot eyes reflect a former majesty that now echoes hauntingly in his heart. Truly damn it. He is filled with discontent, and yet the abyssal demon lord dares not retaliate. Even the slightest exertion of his aura sends pain coursing through his body. To investigate. To uncover the truth. Nothing regarding that night shall be overlooked. This matter I shall not let rest. Murderous intent permeates Qian's words, causing his subordinate lords to tremble in fear, silenced by his intimidation. At once, they take their orders to probe the matter further. Qian, I must return, states the abyssal demon lord. Cthulhu, I hope you do not renege on your word. Qian, the oath of the abyssal demon cannot be broken. I have forged a dark contract with you, and once I am healed, I shall come. Upon hearing this, the lords appear respectful, yet inwardly scoff. Even if the abyssal demon lord were to keep his promise, it would seem like the ramblings of a madman. However, the power of the contract should not be underestimated. The lords must concede that Qian's cunning and strategy is indeed sharp. Go. With a wave of his hand, Qian dismisses the abyssal demon lord, who vanishes in a flash. In truth, he had only recently awakened. His immediate departure is due to the insecurity of the situation and his own weakness. Aware that a moment's carelessness could result in a backstab from Qian. Thus, he hastily departs. Qian indeed harbors intentions to exploit the abyssal demon lord's suffering to torment him further, and to seize his position in the abyss to elevate himself. Yet, the risks are considerable, with the potential rewards not aligning with the costs. Therefore, it is preferable to allow the abyssal demon lord to assist him. Qian is confident that with the demon lord's aid, he will soon attain a level of fearsome power. Curse be it. The core power of the planet has diminished by at least 70%. As he departs, the weakened starlight surrounding Qian casts a glance at his severed arm. Now reduced to a bare bone, he has irrevocably lost that arm. With its absence, the energy of the planetary core has been significantly depleted. Overwhelmed with despair, Qian seethes with rage. Damn it, where did this defiant knight come from? From where does he hail? In addition to his hatred for the knight, Qian cannot help but wonder how he suffered such a devastating defeat while unprepared. After all, as one of the 10 kings, he would normally fearlessly confront even the deities of the light realm. How could he be so thoroughly vanquished by this knight? The primary reason remains his own complacency, which led to this crushing defeat. Where did this brazen knight emerge from? Qian is deeply perplexed. Just then, one of his lords kneels before him in the star-eating fortress and reports, Your Majesty, we have gathered information, detailed and without omission. Speak quickly. On that day, Qian displayed the authority of the 10 kings, his fury sweeping through like a tempest as he silently stepped into a realm of light, unleashing havoc and slaughter, turning the land into a veritable hell on earth. Blood flowed like rivers, saturating the fertile soil, and the players were caught in this overwhelming storm, leaving the other kings speechless. Goodness, how can Qian still be so ferocious after sustaining such grave injuries? The knight is already formidable, yet Qian appears even more terrifying. Many players accepted missions and entered the secret realm, witnessing scenes that left them trembling. The night was brutal, yet Qian was even more horrifying. In this secret realm, blood soaked the ground, and the brutal scenes were unbearable to behold. With bodies piled high and blood streaming through the low-lying areas, a nauseating stench permeating every inch of the land. It was utterly dreadful. They would surely have nightmares upon returning. Their fear was palpable. Meanwhile, the other kings shook their heads in astonishment. It seems that Qian has truly lost his reason. The leader of the Burning Legion, in a secret and unknown place, could not help but whisper. She could not comprehend why Qian was so impulsive. Feeling that such actions were indeed foolish, he, gravely injured, still dared to intrude into the realm of light, should any further mishap occur. How could he withstand it in his already weakened state? It could very well lead to an utter failure. Moreover, merely exterminating an ordinary secret realm was beneath her contempt. Should she suffer such humiliation, upon her recovery, she would seek the life of the enemy chieftain, rather than merely venting in a commonplace secret realm. As one of the 10 kings, what did a single defeat amount to? After all, how much hardship had Lineal endured in his quest to annihilate a planet? Without tenacity and resilience, how could such an achievement be realized? He seems to be regressing. Lineal has become increasingly foolish, she remarked. However, as her words fell, laughter erupted. What is foolishness? If you were to witness Lineal in a rage, smashing even the star-eating fortress itself. A shadow stepped forth from the gloom. Unaware of the sudden visitor, Elia retorted, what has driven him to such fury? Can what has been lost be reclaimed? The kings are not without foundation. Experiencing tremendous losses naturally begets a desire for revenge and anger, but they would not be so incensed over trivial matters. This incident has transcended the realm of mere anger. What remains is calmness and a simmering wrath that seeks to cleanse the past with blood and death. Initially, Elia had assumed that Lineal's actions were motivated by vengeance. And upon hearing about the fortress being smashed, she began to suspect something deeper. This matter far exceeds the bounds of anger. It is not akin to being stepped on in the street and then returning home to vent. Now, having nearly lost his life, Lineal seeks to vent his frustrations at home rather than pursuing revenge. Is this not a display of weakness and folly? Why is he throwing things? Elia inquired curiously. The laughter of the King of Shadows echoed in the darkness, simply because of the Flame King, that man's appearance. It is he who has drawn Lineal into this predicament, the very target he wished to contend with. Lineal has been unwittingly ensnared, now bearing the burden of a debt that was originally his. The King of Shadows chuckled at this notion. That sudden night is exceedingly dangerous. For the kings are entirely ignorant of his strength, risking carelessness that could lead to grave consequences. Now, both Lineal and the Abyssal Lords have paid the price for the Flame King. Thus it is, Elia understood, her eyes sharpening. Yet soon after, she pondered. Perplexed, what trials has that human knight endured, that he wields such power over time and space? Is it not beyond comprehension? The transmuter, the King of Shadows, reminded. Elia's gaze sharpened. The former transmuter. Indeed, he must have forged a pact with the man who ignited the divine fire. The King of Shadows smiled knowingly. An unprecedented grand battle had transpired, far beyond imagination, with both darkness and light suffering grievous losses. A peerless divine king sacrificed himself, leaving behind the divine fire in the source of darkness. In the darkness of the divine realm, 34 sovereigns were chosen to share the dreadful burden of the divine fire, binding the flames within their corporeal forms, with the war's dust settling and darkness returning to tranquility. The power of the divine fire began to corrode the soil of the night. Through the years, the 34 sovereigns thrived, evolving and replacing one another, with some even rising to become terrifying entities on par with the 10 sovereigns, while the once scheming divine rulers faced their own retribution. As time progressed, patterns began to shift. The 34 sovereigns gradually became accepted by the darkness, attaining an imposing presence akin to the gods. Year after year, the forces of light dispatched relentless warriors seeking to assassinate the 34 sovereigns. For each successful kill would yield a faint spark of divine fire. Ultimately, a formidable power emerged, vanquishing all and gathering the sparse divine flames at the core of darkness, weakening the shadows while eternally suppressing the flame of hope therein. The cycles of day and night repeated. An eternal imprisonment ensued. His might grew unprecedentedly strong due to the divine fire, yet he remained forever confined. Thus, he could manipulate time and space, though it was not without its challenges. Elia recalled the past, her tongue flicking out as she remembered that formidable flame wielder. Dreadful yet unparalleled. Throughout her life, she had faced numerous adversaries, but none were as malicious and cunning. He embodied not the light, but rather the amalgamation of darkness, preferring schemes over illumination. Only such darkness, deeper than the night, could balance the 34 sovereigns. Fortunately, he achieved his desires but was eternally imprisoned in the abyss, surrounded by solitude and desolation. The final outcome was equally tragic. He would inevitably encounter a new generation of flame bearers, and a contest would ensue, where the victor would inherit all divine fire and continue to command the flames amidst darkness. Now, he could touch upon all of this. Elia suddenly felt a twinge of concern, her heart racing. If he continued to send others to steal the divine fire, one day the flames would re-emerge, reigniting the war between light and darkness. You worry too much. Mastery of space does not equate to invincibility. The King of Ink smiled faintly. Not everyone could attain the exalted existence of a flame bearer, and the 34 sovereigns had become ever more powerful. Initially, they were neither planet devourers nor gods that consumed. At the dawn of the era, they were mere puppets of the divine. Now, they stood equal to the gods, Which among the 10 sovereigns could not be compared to the former flame bearers, especially when constrained by divine fire? Is it easy to take our divine fire? The King of Ink scoffed. To gather divine fire, one must defeat the 34 sovereigns. At present, there were 36 sovereigns. Only by vanquishing them all could a meager amount of divine fire be collected to reach the core of darkness. Moreover, a single defeat would not suffice. Annihilating the 36 sovereigns once would only strip away a fraction of their divine fire's power. To truly restore the divine flames, the 36 sovereigns must be defeated over 100 times. After so many deaths, what meaning would life hold? Such was the reality. This was the backdrop of the game instance. Players ventured through the world, defeating 34 sovereigns, and upon dispelling the previous flame bearers, they completed the instance. In the bygone era of virtual worlds, countless individuals could endure thousands of sacrifices yet ultimately achieve victory. However, in today's holographic world, with its myriad regulations changing, victory in a single battle had become a rare pursuit. Initially, only 34 realms were accessible. Today, the territories of the indigenous people have expanded, far surpassing what once was. Unexpectedly, though they were deeply concealed within shadows, they could still extend their claws. Elia could not help but exclaim. It was nothing to scoff at. The 34 sovereigns had already been replaced by 36, with 2 additional sovereigns devoid of flames, traversing freely between realms, a power not to be underestimated. A faint smile graced the King of Ink's lips. The 34 sovereigns were already formidable enough, and with new adversaries added, change was inevitable. Sovereignty was not easily obtained, and challenges were on the horizon. The ink-black gaze narrowed. Did the chosen knight harbor a profound enmity with the flame sovereign? There is no need to dwell on these intricate matters. Let us observe the actions of the flame sovereign, the King of Ink remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. To ascend as a sovereign, one must bear responsibility. Mere strength was insufficient to establish sovereignty, for those lacking true might would remain mere pawns. Only those possessing genuine authority could hold the esteem of a sovereign. This time, we truly shall not intervene, Elia inquired about the intruders. Acknowledging that the sovereigns could not be everywhere, hampered by the constraints of divine fire. Yet, with the rise of a native undefeated being, the sovereigns could now act. Which also posed a threat to Zhou Qing, who proclaimed himself a sovereign without the protection of divine fire. This individual moved freely, capable of striking down any outsider who displeased him at any moment. They could do nothing against this. Should he fall like the sword sovereign, they would only be spectators, unable to intervene. No matter, this is a trial, the King of Ink chuckled, shaking his head. Very well, Elias said, her smile widening. That detestable Zhou Qing, once so insignificant, dared to scheme against me. Now it is time for retribution. The King of Ink stood silently by, his heart stirred. He was no stranger to the events of yesteryear when the Flame Sovereign had just risen to prominence, intercepting spoils from the Burning Legion, akin to disturbing Elias' territory. Though it seemed trivial, he had not anticipated Elias' deep-seated remembrance. A woman's memory was indeed astonishing. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not provoke Elia. The King of Ink silently cautioned himself. At this moment, Elias' mind was consumed with thoughts of probing Zhou Qing's strength. What realm was he in? This knight of the heavenly court might become a significant obstacle for him. Elias smiled, initially believing Zhou Qing, as one of the 10 sovereigns, would have a smooth journey. But encountering challenges now seemed a blessing in disguise. Yet, in an instant, her smile faded, and her expression changed dramatically upon receiving news that a territory had been invaded by that exceedingly foolish heavenly soldier. Madness. Instead of seeking vengeance, he spends his days attacking others' territories and dares to encroach upon mine. Elia exclaimed, her anger flaring as her cheeks flushed with rage. Huh. The King of Ink could not suppress a laugh. He had actually intended to inform her of this. Now, observing her reaction, he stifled his laughter, whistled, and pretended to admire the scenery. Let us confront him about this, Elia seethed. No intervention? He has violated my domain and must pay the price. Elia could not care less. A mere territory? Charging in recklessly would be a folly, especially considering the opponent has dealt heavy blows to Inlana and others. Are you not afraid of a setback? The King of Ink cautioned. Meanwhile, as Elia stormed away in fury, Zhou Qing remained utterly at ease. At that moment, he sat beneath the ancient tree of life, savoring the exquisite wine brewed by the elves and feasting on the freshest fruits and vegetables, relishing in leisure. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a thorn in the side of the heavenly knights. In pursuit of formidable power, he had plunged into the abyss of darkness, yet glimpsed the light and thus rose to prominence. However, due to this power, he had forged a pact, vowing to obliterate hundreds of dark forces' territories. Now, He stirred up chaos within the realm of light, disrupting the peace among the sovereigns, while Elias seethed with indignation. The reality was contrary to the King of Ink's assumptions. No one was specifically targeting Zhou Qing. The Heavenly Knights had set their sights on him purely due to the foolish actions of certain individuals. If you were me, you would not be indulging in such leisure right now. The Emperor, under the weight of imperial authority, felt anxious. Zhou Qing's carefree demeanor filled Liana with deep concern, fearing her lord was too careless and complacent. Indeed, you are correct. Zhou Qing stifled a languorous yawn and inquired, "What is that Sky Knight up to?" "My lord. He is oppressing the people," Liana reported with keen attention. Oppressing the people? Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, then sighed deeply. Alas, such behavior is utterly unacceptable. These lands were hard-won by the kings. What shall we do if they're all lost? It appears that my failure to eradicate the issue completely was a grave error. Yet, wrong is wrong. They must suffer some losses, and there is no other course of action. Zhou Qing shook his head. Liana, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. She had anticipated that her king would treat the knight's dilemma with utmost seriousness and a vigorous response. To her dismay, he chose to disregard it entirely. If the other kings were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be furious. The trouble had originated from their own territory, yet it would ultimately affect others. Liana couldn't help but feel indignant on behalf of Yeliner and the Abyss Lord, who were unjustly caught in the crossfire. If an unsuspecting individual were to encounter Zhou Qing, they too might find themselves in peril. She silently expressed her gratitude towards them in her heart. However, one had to wonder what thoughts occupied the mind of this foolish knight. He openly provoked the kings while simultaneously avoiding confrontation, stirring discord on others' lands. It would be one thing if he chose not to appear at all, but if he did come, a decisive battle was inevitable. His absence, however, only filled her with daily anxiety. Could such a knight truly shake the foundations of the wise and mighty kingship? As Liana's thoughts wandered, she gradually set aside her worries. Her musings were akin to delicate dewdrops, gently rolling across the surface of her heart's lake. Ultimately, she resolved to send a letter expressing her gratitude. Elves are known for their clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. Even though there were slight tensions between her king and the supreme ruler of the star-eating fortress, Liana could still discern appreciation from resentment. "My king, I shall take my leave," she said softly. Go ahead." "And ask the maidservants to fetch me 2 goblets of fruit wine," Zhou Qing replied gently. "Understood, my king," Liana nodded, reminding the elves nearby to select fine wines for Zhou Qing before she unhesitatingly took up her pen to write a letter, summoning the fastest bird to deliver her message, and then turned to attend to the pile of reports from various regions of Iweir. In her daily life, aside from being by Zhou Qing's side, Liana often had to manage affairs from different territories, and now she faced those challenging issues. She never expected Emir to have grown so rapidly. Atop the ancient tree of life, Zhou Qing savored the sweet fruit wine. The elves' exquisite culinary skills were evident in both their wines and dishes, each exuding enticing aromas that lingered delightfully in the senses. After this meal, I must personally pay a visit, he mused. The troubles within the territory ultimately required Zhou Qing's direct intervention. If Emir sought out Ovalent pain, this small territory could easily become a battlefield. The immense destruction wrought by the Sky Knights would surely cause Zhou Qing great concern. If one wishes to depart from this world, one might as well do so decisively, he thought, draining the last drop of wine, then igniting a spark from his fingertip. As the spark flickered, Zhou Qing's body transformed into nothingness. In an instant, within a corner of the dark divine temple, a blazing flame flickered, and after a moment, a figure enveloped in flames emerged. It was Zhou Qing. He intended to leap directly into the territory of the indigenous people, employing a thunderous means to eliminate the imminent threat. The burning Soul King stirred a tempest of emotions among the lords. Their gazes filled with a mixture of reverence and trepidation as they beheld the sudden appearance of his figure in the dark divine temple. One of the newly promoted 10 lords has descended here. Could it be that he seeks to venture towards the light? Is he moving against that Sky Knight? The lords pondered. Indeed, the knight had openly provoked him, and the burning Soul King would certainly not remain indifferent. The lords felt their hearts race. The current atmosphere was fraught with panic, with 2 lords severely wounded and the knight rampaging across territories, leaving them trembling in fear. They dreaded that the knight would reclaim lost lands and worried about when he would strike their dark territories, complicating matters. Many territories were not directly governed by their lords, but managed by lesser nobles, who benefited significantly from these lands. With invasions occurring, they lacked the courage to defend themselves. If they were to fall to the hands of the 10 kings, it would be akin to digging their own graves. The burning Soul King is finally taking action. How splendid! The lords were filled with excitement. Simultaneously, the 10 kings received the news without delay. What? The Zhou King is about to make a move, Alia exclaimed. Her emotions a blend of surprise and joy. That arrogant Sky Knight truly believed the Dark Lands were devoid of inhabitants at this moment. She had already resolved to confront him personally. Even if the Zhou King intervened, she would still go. Alia gritted her silver teeth, furious that someone dared to encroach upon her territory. No matter what, she intended to give him a piece of her mind upon their first encounter. Humph. The stubborn fool is finally going to act, is he? In the Star-Eating Fortress, Elanar's expression darkened slightly after the tremors in his heart subsided. Had he been more cautious, the knight would not have been able to harm him. However, should he take the initiative to resist, it would only bring him troubles. He had initially thought the knight would provoke the burning Zhou King first, but he was surprised to see the Zhou King's proactive approach. What a formidable presence he used. Feeling both anxious and frustrated. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Death, within the Death Temple, this place resembled a paradise on earth. The temple was open air, surrounded by lush trees and babbling brooks, even encircled by hot springs. Inside a pool of hot springs, Ovi soaked, her waist-length dark hair cascading over the water's surface as she reveled in the tranquility. Suddenly, a soft blue light flickered. On the grassy bank, a figure quietly sat down. It was the King of Shadows, Xiaoyu. Would you care to join me in this indulgence? This water is rich with the essence of the elf's sacred spring, which I painstakingly procured from Liana, she said. At this point, Ovi's cheerful mood was tinged with displeasure. It was absurd for a deity to have to negotiate for items with mortals. Regrettably, she could no longer seize them forcefully. The detestable burning Zhou King had once humiliated her publicly, a memory that still lingered painfully in her mind. She was a goddess. Because of this incident, she could no longer demand things forcefully, even if what she sought required negotiation. Are you not concerned that Zhou Qing is off dealing with the Sky Knight? Xiaoyu blinked. Splash. In an instant, Ovi rose from the water, droplets glistening on her skin. She disregarded her appearance, fixing her gaze on Xiaoyu, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" The burning Zhou King should have already set off. That is terrible. Ovi's expression changed dramatically. If he is in danger, what will become of me? Xiaoyu remained silent. Hurry, Xiaoyu, take me to him. Ovi could no longer remain seated. As Zhou Qing's subordinate goddess, his life and death were intertwined with her existence. That wretched knight. I had no intention of intervening, yet he seems intent on courting death. Let him have his way. Ovi seethed. This was the most profound sense of crisis she had ever felt in her life. Although Zhou Qing was cruel and merciless, she never imagined he would seek to take her life. At most, he would indulge in some tormenting amusement. Now, the realm of light was akin to a storm's vortex. Exceedingly perilous. Those old-timers who prided themselves on their experience would dare not act, lest they meet their demise. With a surge of fierce energy enveloping Ovi, Xiaoyu no longer hesitated. Grabbing Ovi, the two figures vanished in an instant. Upon entering the dim temple, they found no trace of Zhou Qing. He has already departed, Ovi said, her brows furrowing. Suddenly, she kicked into a swift stride, her delicate fingers grasping the throat of a nearby ruler. Her beauty resembled a painted canvas, now infused with an icy aura. Transformed into a youthful figure, Ovi, though merely 17 or 18, exuded a wildness that was impossible to ignore. With a vine-like strength, she tightened her grip. Tell me, where is the burning Zhou King? The burning Zhou King has already teleported to the land of light, the ruler stammered, trembling despite his immense power. You know he is in the land of light, but I ask you, where are you? The murderous intent flickered in Ovi's azure eyes. I don't know, my lord. Not knowing is of no use. A chill coursed through Ovi's gaze as a sudden flame flickered within the temple, followed by a delicate hand resting upon her wrist. Who dares? Ovi arched an eyebrow. Release my subordinate. Ovi, came the voice of Ilya, who had just witnessed Ovi's imposing presence. Humph. Upon recognizing Ilya, Ovi scoffed coldly, the murderous intent in her eyes subsiding momentarily as she dismissed her with a flick of her hand, as if discarding a triviality. You have come as well? Indeed. Ilya replied with a gentle nod. Might I inquire why you are so restless, worried for the safety of the Fire King? Ovi did not conceal her concern, commanding her subordinates in the Hall of Death to search for Zhou Qing while conversing with Ilya. As the goddess of death, her power was immense. Yet she was acutely aware of her own lapse, a mere consequence of excessive worry. If the Fire King were in grave danger, he would not have survived thus far, Ilya remarked. Just then, another ruler under Ovi's command approached cautiously, stating, Goddess, We have located the precise coordinates of the Fire King as teleportation. It is within one of the unfallen territories of the Light faction. Unfallen? Both women were momentarily astonished before realization dawned upon them. The Fire King intends to occupy that land? Is he not aiming to confront the Sky Knight? Ilya pondered in confusion, unable to fathom why the Fire King would eschew a direct confrontation with the Knight in favor of territorial conquest. Could it be that the Fire King feels incapable of contending with the Knight, hence the strategy? Ilya speculated. Ilya, you overthink, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Zhou Qing is merely lazy. He likely does not wish to exert effort searching for the Knight and has chosen to seize a town and await the Knight's arrival. Oh dear. The two women fell silent, surprised that a dire situation had been so casually interpreted. Well, since there is no immediate danger, I shall feel somewhat reassured. Ovi exhaled, still unwilling to delay further, turning to Xiaoyu. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you. Are you not intending to instruct that Knight? Ovi glared at Ilya, her eyes brimming with hostility. Although Ilya seemed non-threatening, she had indeed risen atop the bones of deities, consuming the essence of gods that rendered her true power unfathomable. Indeed. Yet I still believe the Fire King's method is quite commendable, Ilya replied. Hearing this, Ovi fell silent for 2 seconds, uttering no further words as the trio ventured into the depths of the dark temple, vanishing in an instant, only to re-emerge moments later. In the realm of light, a bustling medieval city thrived, teeming with life. In a secluded corner of the city, 3 ethereal maidens, each uniquely enchanting, emerged from the shadows and stepped into the sunlit streets. The vibrant marketplace echoed with the cries of vendors and the lively commotion of a circus, enveloping everything in a palpable atmosphere of festivity. Witnessing this scene, Ovi, Xiaoyu, and Ilya were taken aback. They had expected to find a landscape strewn with corpses, yet instead encountered tranquility and peace. Where's the Fire King? Could it be we have teleported to the wrong location? The 3 maidens wore expressions of perplexity. There can be no mistake. No one dares to offend so brazenly. Ovi's cold words silenced any dissent from Ilya, for Ovi was a terrifying presence, equally stern with her subordinates. Any lord who made a grave error under her command would not escape unscathed. Yet, why was everything so eerily calm? Confusion swelled within them, deepening their bewilderment. I have detected Zhou Qing's aura. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly sparkled. You have found him? Ilya and Ovi exclaimed in delight. Let us depart at once. At that moment, within the city's most magnificent 3-story building, lavishly adorned and infused with magic, the essence of medieval charm radiated. This was the city's premier restaurant, exclusively for the nobility. Once bustling with patrons, today it was occupied solely by Zhou Qing, who sat alone on the upper floor, surrounded by a trembling retinue, including the city's legendary mage. This pork chop is delightful. Are there any other delicacies? Zhou Qing savored his meal with relish. He knew that the Aoyer continent was not without its imperfections, one being the lack of meat. Although the taste of the meat roasted by the King of Shadows was exquisite, prolonged consumption could become monotonous. Yes, 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 please enjoy, my lord. The legendary mage trembled internally, responding immediately. As a resonator of the elements, he recognized the overwhelming darkness emanating from the man before him, the power of fire unfathomably vast. To others, he was a man, but to the mages, he was the embodiment of searing flames, burning fiercely in the shadows. From the moment the man arrived, the mage understood he was a demon from the abyss. Not just any demon, but one whose mere presence instilled a profound dread within him, compelling him to prepare for self-sacrifice. Unexpectedly, this abyssal demon caused no destruction but was drawn to this lavish restaurant by the aroma of food. Realizing this, the legendary mage hurriedly made his way there, fearing that the demon, with a mere flick of his finger, could obliterate the entire city. Thus, as the guardian of the city, he stood trembling at the side, waiting upon him. When Ovi, Ilya, and Xiaoyu arrived, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The Fire King was feasting heartily, while a throng of powerful figures in the city stood anxiously by his side. Witnessing this sight, the 3 women felt tears welling in their eyes, particularly Ovi, who was consumed by dread at the thought of Zhou Qing falling into peril due to the knight's provocation. Yet here he was, leisurely enjoying himself. Zhou Qing. Ovi stormed forward, fury igniting within her. Ah, Ovi, what brings you here? Would you care to sample something? Zhou Qing was quite taken aback as he raised a platter of roasted meat to showcase before them. Face this, you big-headed fool. My mood is utterly dismal at the moment. A whiff of tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Ovi, filled with indignation, rose in fury, ready to swat away his offering, yet hesitated, eyeing the skewered meat with suspicion. This must be poisoned. How could earthly food be so enticing? In the courtyard, adorned with laurel, a goddess heard the youthful voice and furrowed her brow, leisurely speaking. As a deity, how can I allow myself to be described in such mundane terms? Divine entities only resort to teleportation in moments of necessity. It is not a sustainable solution. As the goddess frowned, the void trembled slightly, and a radiant young maiden, savoring a skewer of roasted meat, descended from the air. Her long, flowing ebony hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisite beauty was striking. The goddess first marveled at her appearance, only to subsequently sense her formidable aura, causing her form to stiffen slightly. Who dares to disturb my repast? Ovi seethed with rage, akin to the thunder at dawn. Moments earlier, she had been indulging in culinary delights, but Ilia's sudden warning had extinguished her enthusiasm. That detestable Zhou Qing had summoned her. Initially indifferent to his summons, she had been relishing the exquisite flavors, and as the goddess of death, she stood atop the divine hierarchy. Yet found herself at the beck and call of Zhou Qing. Cursed Zhou Qing, truly a foolish mutt, has caused me such distress. Had I known this day would come, I would not have bothered to arrive, but for the sake of my appetite, I could begrudgingly make the journey for this imbecile. Ovi took a fierce bite of the skewer, her eyes gleaming with cold light as she fixed her gaze upon the stranger before her. Before her stood a deity from the realm of light, around 28 years of age, exuding a potent aura. At that moment, his gaze fell upon her stunning visage, causing him to tremble slightly. The pantheon of light possessed many deities, with true titans like the god of war and the sun god instilling fear. Conversely, in the shadows, there were also renowned deities, and the goddess of death was among them, her presence symbolizing the very power of mortality. Ovi, why have you come here? The deity struggled to maintain composure, yet his attendants had already fled without a trace. Less chatter, prepare to meet your demise. Ovi's formidable presence belied her youthful appearance, resembling a vengeful spirit. I am the offspring of Creator. The deity faltered, his words trailing off. Even the mighty Creator shall not survive to see my father. Ovi, unafraid, prepared to strike. The deity before her felt his legs weaken. Milady, please do not resort to violence, he implored nervously. Ovi paused, recalling Zhou Qing's foolish command, and reined in her divine powers as she lightly tapped him, rendering the unfortunate deity unconscious. Conflicts among gods often arise from clashes of laws and the contest of divine powers. Although he hailed from a lineage of powerful ancient deities, he was youthful and reckless, akin to an infant among the gods, vastly overshadowed by a formidable entity like Ovi. When he encountered her overwhelming power of death, it was as if a sheep had wandered into a wolf's den, utterly defeated, even more so than the mortal adventurers facing him. Alas, let this child meet his fate. His dignity in tatters. Ovi waved her hand and vanished with her companion. In the luxurious tavern of Ilhak, on the third floor, Zhou Qing, Ilia, and Xiaoyu remained seated. Ilia grumbled, that scoundrel knight hasn't he come to settle the score with you, yet he bullies my base. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, resorting to stuffing her face with food to vent her frustrations. Initially, she had been relishing the prospect of Zhou Qing's misfortune. Indeed, Zhou Qing had stirred up considerable trouble, stealing beauty and incurring enmity, and at that moment, he had become a figure of immense power, striking fear into the heavens and earth. Hearing Ilia's complaints, Zhou Qing feigned a sympathetic consolation. The strongest individuals from several nearby cities trembled, not merely from anger, but from the implications of Zhou Qing's earlier words. Though they ruled their cities, the true might resided with the deity safeguarding multiple cities. They awaited the deity's arrival to take charge, but the predicament mentioned by the girl who called herself Lady was evidently concerning their guardian. The strongest among them exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. They prayed that this deity would exhibit some prowess, at the very least to withstand the 4 terrifying visitors from the abyss. Just as they pondered, a deep luminescence flashed. In an instant, Ovi appeared, carelessly tossing a young man to the ground as if discarding refuse. It is done. As her words fell, her fury ignited. Zhou Qing, you have devoured all the roasted meat. She glared, advancing to confront him. After my labor, you have returned to find everything consumed? It was Ilia who ate it. Zhou Qing replied, you dare not only to take from Zhou Qing but also to seize my possessions. Ovi turned her ire towards Ilia. The old mage quickly interjected, my lady, there is still plenty left. The hearts of those present plummeted into despair. Even the usually composed legendary mage lost his tranquility. Their last hope, the god, lay unconscious on the floor like a dead fish. Such a powerful being, who once could summon storms with a mere thought, had been subdued so effortlessly. The strength of these four had undoubtedly instilled fear in several legendary figures. Who were these formidable entities? Each trembled, unwilling to delay any longer. Hastily following the old mage's instructions, as dishes were served, Ovi calmed down and took her seat, while the others remained anxious, as if facing a formidable foe. The aroma is still acceptable. Ultimately, Zhou Qing felt somewhat satiated. He then turned his gaze towards the young man lying unconscious beside him. Ilya, is this the source of your concerns? Zhou Qing gazed at the youth, his face unfamiliar. As a former gaming enthusiast, Zhou Qing found himself devoid of any recollection of this visage. Amir, Ilya, and others were legendary figures within the realm of the game, whereas this young man was undoubtedly a nameless supporting character in the gaming world. What name does he bear? Zhou Qing scrutinized the youth before him. For during their sojourn in Delphi, numerous pieces of equipment bore the illustrious titles of deities, much like the formidable sword of the Dark Sword King. Should a player stumble upon it, it would be marked with the insignia of the Sword King. Additionally, there existed countless mundane pieces of gear and weaponry, such as the Sword of the Sky Knight, which was, in truth, the very blade wielded by Amir in his nascent days. Weapons like the colossal Sword of Prose, Slayer of Dragons, were as plentiful as the stars in the night sky. The tales of the deities were innumerable. Most gods were indulgent and carefree, scattering seeds of love while relishing in the narratives of human trials, leaving behind their myths while concealing their divine identities. The tools and garments they utilized became relics, evolving into the equipment that now existed. These items bore but a whisper of divinity, yet remained fundamentally mundane. This was a deity. A stirring sensation welled within Zhou Qing. What rewards might one reap from vanquishing such a god? Contemplating the true nature of this artifact, a glint of cunning emerged in his gaze. The legendary figures nearby trembled. Having sensed a shift in Zhou Qing's demeanor, once ordinary, he now exuded an unsettling aura, as if the fangs of a hidden abyss had begun to gleam. It seemed he was a newly ascended deity. Ilya cast a perplexed glance at the young man on the ground, equally bewildered. As one of the most formidable among the 34 kings of darkness, and a member of the top 10 who had devoured deities, she possessed significant knowledge of the divine. Yet, this god before her felt utterly unfamiliar. He was the son of Minos, a deity of great power. An elderly legendary mage hastily elucidated, affirming the individual's formidable nature. To them, Minos' son was but a legend. He was the offspring of the thunder god and the jewel of royalty, hailed as the child of the upper echelons, and had left behind numerous legendary tales. He had slain the colossal python of Sherman and subdued the golden bull that soared through the Nile desert. Blessed with divine lineage, his life was replete with extraordinary feats, marking him as a powerful deity. However, such claims were often exaggerated, for most deities delighted in such embellishments. Ilya revealed her disdain. Awaken him, Zhou Qing spoke, and Ovi cast a fleeting glance at him. The power of death surged silently, and the fainted young deity instantly regained consciousness. Initially, he appeared submissive, but soon he began to take note of those present, scrutinizing each individual, and fear gripped him. The god of death, Ovi, the devourer of gods, Ilya, and unexpectedly, a youthful human knight. The young deity's gaze ignited with intensity. As a god, his insight was profound. He discerned that both Ilya and Ovi, as well as Xiaoyu, held a particular interest in this man. Could it be that he is a significant figure in the new dark era? The young deity's thoughts surged. Although he was also a newly ascended god, he undoubtedly stood out among his peers. Should he encounter another deity of the same rank, it would signify a chance for him to escape. The young deity yearned to probe with his divine power, yet he refrained from acting rashly. With Ovi and the others so near, invoking divine power would exact a toll. As his thoughts swirled, he resolutely clenched his teeth. Come. You shall consider me a worthy adversary. In an instant, he launched an attack. Driven by the proximity of Zhou Qing, his movement swift. How audacious to strike first. What could be the reasoning behind such an act? Zhou Qing was enveloped in confusion, while the other three women were equally astonished. Witnessing this scene, the deity felt a strange sensation arise within, the arrow already knocked, compelling him to take another gamble. Otherwise, he would be left with no recourse but to await his demise, unable to escape. Come forth, declared the deity with an icy resolve. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred with Zhou Qing. Previously clad in ordinary attire, he now manifested several pieces of equipment. A radiant emblem, interwoven with the symbols of sword and shield, materialized at his waist. A ring, emanating a luminous glow, appeared upon his index finger. Additionally, a pair of blood-red, fearsome gauntlets adorned his hands. Duelist's emblem. Quality: legendary. Effect: the bearer is immune to fatal attacks. All lethal effects are negated, and a sliver of health is perpetually retained. Description: a just duelist, one who inflicts death. Cannot be forgiven. Soul Siphon Ring. Quality: epic, with potential evolution to Flame of Hope 03. Unique skill: Soul Siphon, cooldown, 2 hours. Soul Siphon executes a death judgment on the enemy. The lower the opponent's vitality, the higher the success rate. If life drops below 1, ordinary monsters will die instantly at 5, elite monsters at 10. For each enemy vanquished, a portion of their attributes will be randomly extracted and returned to the master, with a minimum of 10 points per extraction. Unique epic skill: Devourer of Demons. Effect: sacrifices personal attributes to transform into a Devourer of Demons. For every 10 attribute points, the state is maintained for 10 seconds. Devourer of Demons temporarily elevates all attributes to 500, grants 0 cooldown on all skills, and quintuple the power with 0 consumption. The cooldown for Soul Siphon is reduced to 1 minute, while in the Devourer of Demons state, regardless of whether a fatal outcome occurs. Using the power of siphoning to attack has a chance to absorb the enemy's attributes. Duration: until all attributes are exhausted or voluntarily exited. Savage Gauntlets. Quality: epic. Characteristics: sharp. Rending, piercing, critical hit. Attack method: fist. Skill: grapple. Description: a distinctive method of attack. Lethal strike: when breaching the enemy's defense, a certain intelligence cost triggers a lethal strike, capable of directly extracting the heart, soul, fire, or the core of a machine, inflicting immense damage. Zhou Qing, being an indigenous individual, harbors within him the soul of a gamer. This extraordinary phenomenon originates from the epic equipment he amassed during his time as a player's spirit, whose formidable capabilities are beyond dispute. Suddenly, a radiant light flickers. The deity is immensely powerful, yet Zhou Qing surpasses him. He has chosen agility and wisdom as his primary focuses. During his training in the secret realm, despite his remarkable prowess, he found it challenging to capture swiftly moving creatures. Henceforth, he abandoned strength as his main attribute and redirected his attention towards enhancing agility. Under the influence of the Crown of Embers, wisdom has also ascended to his second most significant attribute. Currently, his agility exceeds 500 points, a staggering figure indeed. The terrifying skill of devouring demons, which sacrifices one's own attributes, can only temporarily elevate all attributes to 500, thus illustrating the profound implications of possessing 500 points in attributes. In the actual combat scenario, it is evident that the youthful deity initiates the assault first. Zhou Qing, with a swift and decisive motion, left a trail of shadows in his wake. The crimson, brutal gauntlets imbued with formidable strength struck down with a resounding thud. You have vanquished the spirit of Arthur, guardian of the Shadow Dawn City, Blackstone Radiant City, Windy Fearstar, Gentle Amir City, and the Ahak Barrier. The system notification echoed in Zhou Qing's ears as he blinked in momentary confusion, glancing at Ovi. Ah? The intricacies of seizing territory are far more complex than I anticipated. Ovi, with a smile, elucidated, indeed, my lord. Each of these territories possesses its own unique history and cultural backdrop. Successfully commandeering them necessitates a strategic approach and deft skills. However, as long as we stand united, we shall undoubtedly surmount the challenges and realize our ambitions. Zhou Qing nodded, conveying his understanding. He was acutely aware of the significance of this mission and the weight of the responsibilities resting upon his shoulders. Steeling himself, he resolved to give his all, determined not to betray the hopes of his comrades. In the days that followed, Zhou Qing and Ovi meticulously crafted a detailed battle plan and assembled an elite force. They adeptly harnessed various resources and skills, continuously enhancing their capabilities.